Chapter 912. You must be taking a wild guess. Apart from Tianjiyu and Yu Feng, who were taken by surprise, the other 5-element sect's young disciples were stupefied as well. Duan Ling Tian's so strong. I thought his innate ability is his only move. I didn't expect that he's actually so powerful even without using his innate ability. Before this, I heard that he has only comprehended the 3rd-level intermediate wind concept. Now that I think about it, it seems like he's really good at concealing his strength. The thunder concept that he used to send Hu Fei flying with just a blow must at least be at the 8th-level intermediate thunder concept. Who knows, it could even be at the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept. Hints of dread could be seen in the eyes of the other young disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. This Duan Ling Tian has actually comprehended such a strong thunder concept. Nangong Yi lifted his brow. His face slightly darkened as he muttered, if he uses both the thunder concept and 3rd-level intermediate wind concept at the same time, even without that innate ability of his, I'm still not a match for him unless I've comprehended the 1st-level advanced water concept. At this moment, Nangong Yi began to feel a slight sense of heavy pressure on him. Although he could clearly feel the tremendous change in his water concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he still had no idea how much progress he had actually made. He could only find out how much progress his water concept had made by demonstrating it. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. It was at least at the 9th-level intermediate water concept, or perhaps, the 1st-level advanced water concept, which was also known as the void transformation concept. Nangong Chen, who was standing next to Nangong Yi, had his eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian. The battle intent that was radiating off his body was so intense. It seemed like he could not wait to have 300 rounds of battles with Duan Ling Tian. In a distance, by the corner of the palace, Hu Fei's wounds began to recover slowly after Cha Bai had fed him a wound-curing medicinal pill. The look Hu Fei's face was extremely wretched. Other than bitter hatred, his gaze that unconsciously swept across the purple figure in the distance was also filled with a hint of dread that came from the bottom of his heart. If he had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian's innate ability today, he could only acknowledge his defeat. After all, this was not his first time being defeated by the innate ability. However, he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian in a direct confrontation today. Moreover, it was Hu Fei himself that struck first to gain the upper hand. A sense of helplessness instantly rose up in his heart. All the same, resentment rose up in his heart as well. If this Duan Ling Tian didn't tamper with the profound assimilation formation in the first place, I would have already mastered the 9th-level intermediate fire concept. If I have the 9th-level intermediate fire concept, there's no reason for me to fear him anymore. When Hu Fei thought of this, his resentment towards Duan Ling Tian immediately multiplied. In his mind, he was almost completely sure that Duan Ling Tian had done something when he was in the profound assimilation formation that caused his fire concept to have no progress at all. In his opinion, if Duan Ling Tian did not tamper with the profound assimilation formation, he would not have lost to Duan Ling Tian earlier. Because of this, he hated Duan Ling Tian. How he wished he could just rip Duan Ling Tian apart into thousands of pieces and smashed his bones into dust. Master. Hu Fei lifted his head and looked at Cha Bai, who was in close proximity. His eyes turned red as tears instantly welled up. With a quivering voice, he pleaded, "Why, you must help avenge me. It's Duan Ling Tian who destroyed me and stopped me from obtaining the 9th-level intermediate fire concept in the profound assimilation formation." Once he was finished, his face was completely filled with intense hatred. "Don't worry." Cha Bai nodded his head glumly. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, he did not plan to let Duan Ling Tian go that easily. During the Battle of the Five Peaks, Duan Ling Tian had humiliated his direct disciple, and now he caused his direct disciple to gain nothing at all from the profound assimilation formation. Apart from that, he had also scammed a 7th-level thunder concept fragment from him. Moreover, he even inflicted serious injuries on his direct disciple. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. Ever since he, Cha Bai, became the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, this was his first time being provoked like that. Duan Ling Tian. Cha Bai walked towards Duan Ling Tian slowly. His pair of eyes were gleaming icily. "Now, you must explain to me clearly. How did you know that Hu Fei would gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or did you do something foul that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing at all?" When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was so icy that one could even feel it in his bones. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everybody's gaze, including Qi Yu, landed on Duan Ling Tian. Actually, they were also curious about the things that Cha Bai had brought up. Nobody knew in advance that Hu Fei did not make any progress at all in the profound assimilation formation, not even Hu Fei himself. However, Duan Ling Tian casually said it out as if he was a person with foresight. Peak Master Cha Bai, you've overestimated me by saying these words. Do you really think that a small young kid like me could tamper with the profound assimilation formation that was left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The way that he was looking at Cha Bai was as if he was looking at an idiot. Humph. Cha Bai snorted. Stop twisting the situation. If you didn't tamper with it, how are you so sure that Hu Fei did not make any progress at all in the profound assimilation formation? Or are you going to tell me that you can see through the level of his concept comprehension without him having to demonstrate his fire concept? A sneer could be seen on his face as the last question came out of his mouth. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now. Duan Ling Tian was not bothered by the sneer on Cha Bai's face. The moment he finished saying this, he moved his gaze towards Nangong Yi, who was standing nearby. Nangong Yi, can you do me a favor please? Nangong Yi was a little perplexed when he noticed Duan Ling Tian had shifted his gaze towards him. The moment he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he immediately nodded his head, of course. Although he was not particularly fond of Duan Ling Tian, he did not harbor any bad feelings towards him as well. Now, please demonstrate the water concept of your transformation. Just a little demonstration will do. Please remember to retract it before the heaven and earth phenomenon is mobilized, Duan Ling Tian told Nangong Yi. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire place became deathly quiet. Some of them could guess what Duan Ling Tian was trying to do, but they were not very sure. After all, it was something that one could not imagine, and that included Nangong Yi himself. Interesting, Nangong Yi smiled and took a stride forward. Speaking of this, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved after I came out from the profound assimilation formation. I'm curious if there's anyone who can see through the improvement of my water concept before I even mobilize the heaven and earth phenomenon. As he finished saying this, the air around Nangong Yi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The faint mist that instantly rose up into the sky began to intertwine around his body as it continued to roll around and rise up in the air. The moment the mist appeared, Duan Ling Tian spoke out, "All right, enough." When Nangong Yi heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he instantly retracted his water concept. With a stunned look, he asked, "This is enough." After all, he was only beginning to gain his momentum earlier. He had not even demonstrated his real water concept yet. The heaven and earth energy did not even have time to respond. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head and immediately shifted his attention to Cha Bai. Calmly, he asked, "Peak Master Cha Bai, can you see what level Nangong Yi's water concept is at after coming out of the profound assimilation formation?" Pissed. When Cha Bai heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he immediately burst out laughing. "Don't tell me you can see it." From his words, it was obvious that he was admitting that he could not see it. "Yes, I can." Under the stunned gaze of Cha Bai, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head in response. He turned towards Nangong Yi and flashed him a smile. "Nangong Yi, your water concept has been raised to the 9th level intermediate concept." 9th level intermediate concept. The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention towards Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Show your water concept and see whether Duan Ling Tian is correct, Guo Chong told Nangong Yi. At this moment, even him, the sect leader of 5-element sect, could not stop the shock from filling his eyes. This was his first time hearing that somebody could actually see through a person's concept level under such conditions. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack. The air around his body once again trembled. Mists began to appear again before finally transforming into a wave of turquoise ripple that shrouded him entirely. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon on top of Nangong Yi's head gradually solidified into form. It finally transformed into 100 ancient horned dragons. Just with his concept alone, he managed to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and brought together 100 ancient horned dragons. That was exactly the sign of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's indeed the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tian Zhen exclaimed loudly in surprise. After he had retracted his gaze from the 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, he immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. It's actually the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nangong Yi sighed as if he was a little disappointed and dejected. It was obvious that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, soon afterward, Nangong Yi regained his senses. Just like the others, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and could not help but ask curiously, Duan Ling Tian, how did you manage to see it? Other than Cha Bai and Hu Fei, whose faces were rather glum, a perplexed look could be seen on everyone's faces. I'll tell you later. Duan Ling Tian laughed and looked at Cha Bai. Peak Master Cha Bai, are you satisfied with my explanation now? Earlier, when Hu Fei made a slight demonstration of his fire concept, I already saw that he had no improvement in his fire concept at all, Duan Ling Tian replied. Humph, who doesn't know that Nangong Yi will be at the 9th level? Intermediate water concept or first level advanced level water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. You're merely making a wild guess. Cha Bai replied with disdain. Chapter 913, Huang Danius Earth Concept. Wild guess. Cha Bai's words left Duan Ling Tian stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing again. This time, he realized that more than half of the people present had begun to look at him weirdly with doubtful gazes after they heard Cha Bai's words. It was apparent that they were all shaken by Cha Bai's words. No matter which level you said Nangong Yi's comprehension is at, it doesn't matter if it's the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Cha Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. From what I can see, you're just lucky. Look at mine then. A cold voice suddenly interjected and eclipsed Cha Bai's laughter. It was Nangong Chen who was standing at the side all this time. He strode forward as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and opened his usually taciturn mouth. I don't know whether I've comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level advanced Earth concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Since Peak Master Cha Bai said that Duan Ling Tian is merely making a wild guess while looking at Senior Brother Yi's concept, I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be able to get it right this time. The instant his words left his mouth, everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their gazes to him. The spotlight immediately turned to him. The 5-element sect's young disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, constantly looked at both Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Ling Tian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, if you can see Nangong Chen's concept clearly, but Peak Master Cha Bai still insists that you're merely making wild guesses, you can look at mine next. The instant Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, Cha Bai's face changed immediately. Was this not like him trying to say that Cha Bai was deliberately accusing Duan Ling Tian? Let us wait till he manages to see through the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended first. Cha Bai sneered. Duan Ling Tian nodded and flashed a smile at Huang Daniu before he looked at Nangong Chen. You may start now. Nangong Chen nodded his head. The floor beneath his feet immediately trembled, and a khaki energy rose up from the surroundings of his body immediately. It emitted an intense and majestic aura. All right, that's enough, Duan Ling Tian said. When Nangong Chen heard this, he retracted the earth concept that had not mobilized the heaven and earth energy yet. Congratulations. You've already comprehended the 1st level advanced Earth concept. Duan Ling Tian congratulated Nangong Chen. With his current spiritual energy, and his experience from the 2 reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor, he could easily discern someone's concept level as long as they let out their concept aura. It was similar to how he could easily use his spiritual energy to probe at others' cultivation bases, 1st level advanced Earth concept. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the place instantly became deathly quiet. Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was the first one to react. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Nangong Chen. Chen'er, you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Nangong Chen's earth concept around his body had already risen. Khaki energy continued to soar up into the sky, all the way up to its limit. The heaven and earth energy bubbled in the air. In just a second, it accumulated into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 ancient horned dragons in the air. He mobilized the heaven and earth energy with just his concept, and he managed to converge them into a total of 200 ancient horned dragons. That was the sign of the 1st level void transformation concept. It's indeed the 1st level advanced earth concept. Senior Brother Chen is so powerful. He actually managed to rise up 2 levels and reach the first level advance Earth concept in just one go after coming out from the profound assimilation formation. With senior brother Chen's current strength, it's already horrifying enough even if he doesn't rely on Earth energy. I wonder how ghastly his strength is if he borrows Earth energy. After Tianjiyu, the peak master of Earth Peak, cried out in astonishment, the group of young disciples behind him could not stop themselves from whispering to each other. All of them had one similarity at the moment, all of them had a bewildered look on their faces. Ha ha, well done. Guo Chong could not suppress the laughter rising from his throat when he saw his own direct disciple manage to progress so much after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Nangong Chen still looked cold as usual. However, Duan Ling Tian could see that there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was apparent that Nangong Chen's inside was not as cold as he usually showed on the outside. Congratulations, sect leader. Tianjiyu and Yu Feng congratulated Guo Chong with a smile on their faces. Sigh. Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, could not help but let out a sigh after casting a glance at Nangong Chen. Not only were the two of them twins, they were also born to be rivals. Since they were young, the both of them had always competed with each other. However, the number of his losses were more than his wins. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was hard to break. After shifting his gaze away from Nangong Chen to look at Cha Bai, Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, Cha Bai, do you still think that Duan Ling Tian's merely making a wild guess? Although his voice was not particularly loud, it managed to enter everyone's ears. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Cha Bai. Cha Bai's face turned slightly glum instantly. Did Duan Ling Tian really make a wild guess? Initially, when Duan Ling Tian saw through the real concept level that Nangong Yi had comprehended, he indeed felt that Duan Ling Tian was making a wild guess. However, he began to doubt himself now. However, since things had developed to this point, how could he show his uncertainty just like that? Humph. Cha Bai swept an indifferent glance at Chi Yu as he snorted, Chi Yu, you're right. Even until now, I still think he's merely making wild guesses. It's not that difficult to get 2 correct. How about 3 then? Standing by the side, Huang Daniu, who could no longer stand it, smirked as he looked at Cha Bai scornfully. We'll see after he manages to see through your concept. A chilly look flashed across Cha Bai's eyes. However, his face remained calm on the outside as he replied nonchalantly. Without wasting any time, Huang Daniu looked towards Duan Ling Tian and immediately called out, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head, but he did not ask Huang Daniu to demonstrate his Earth concept immediately. Instead, he looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, Peak Master Cha Bai, before I look at Daniu's concept level, there's something I want to confirm. If I can really see through his concept level, can I stop giving you any more explanation? Duan Ling Tian greatly emphasized the word explanation. There was no lack of sarcasm in his words. As long as you can see through the exact concept level that Huang Daniu has comprehended after coming out from the profound assimilation formation, you'll only need to look at one more Fire Peak disciple that I'll bring over later from Fire Peak. You don't have to give me any more explanation after that, Cha Bai's replied nonchalantly as a gleam flashed across his eyes. Very well, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I'm sure a dignified peak master of Fire Peak like you would never try and lie to me. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. An icy gleam flashed across the depth of his eyes as if it was about to devour a certain somebody. Daniu, you may start now. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu instantly demonstrated his Earth concept in a timely manner. He demonstrated for just a second before he immediately retracted it again. The heaven and earth energy was not mobilized at all, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as Huang Daniu retracted his Earth concept that was barely demonstrated, and everyone's eyes shifted towards Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing without any warning, haha. Daniu, you're really a monster. What? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. Then, as if he was hit by realization, he asked excitedly, don't tell me that I, Brother Niu, have really comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. If that's true, then I, Brother Niu, will be the first genius who has managed to raise my concept 3 levels higher after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Before Huang Daniu entered the profound assimilation formation, it was no secret that he had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate Earth concept. Everyone present at the scene knew this well. Pissed. The moment Huang Danyu's words left his mouth, Cha Bai burst out laughing at instantly. 3 levels? Are you daydreaming now? When Huang Danyu was glaring at Cha Bai, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth again. Danyu, since somebody thinks that you're merely daydreaming, why don't you show him how you're going to turn this daydream into reality? I'm curious as to what kind of expression he'll be wearing later. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, then I won't bring another disciple from Fire Peak, and you, Duan Ling Tian, no longer have to explain. Cha Bai smirked. No matter what, he absolutely refused to believe that Huang Danyu would be able to elevate his 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level intermediate earth concept just by entering the profound assimilation formation one time. Alright, you're the one who said this yourself. Upon hearing Cha Bai's words, Duan Ling Tian laughed before turning towards Huang Danyu. Danyu, let Peak Master Cha Bai see your transformed earth concept clearly, shall we? Haha, alright, Huang Danyu laughed loudly. He had absolute faith in Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian said that he had comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, then he must have comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the khaki energy around Huang Danyu's body soared up immediately. It radiated waves and waves of vast and majestic aura that constantly rose up to the sky, the heaven and earth energy world in the air before it finally converged into a heaven and earth phenomenon with 100 ancient horned dragons. It really is the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Tianjiu exclaimed loudly in surprise. At this moment, everybody, except Duan Ling Tian, Huang Danyu, and Qi Yu, who appeared to be calm as if he had long believed the words that Duan Ling Tian said, was gaping in shock as they stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Huang Danyu's head. It was like they had seen something that was incredibly amazing. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was the first to speak. How's this even possible? Cha Bai kept shaking his head. He could not believe that this was real. Danyu, looks like you're the person who had snatched Hu Fei's good fortune from him in the profound assimilation formation. That Hu Fei did not even get a cent from the profound assimilation formation. But look at you, you actually managed to raise 3 levels of your earth concept. Duan Ling Tian smiled a bright and brilliant smile. Hu Fei, who was nearby, already had a glum look on his face. The instant he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was so agitated that he threw up another mouthful of blood. Chapter 914, Everything is going smoothly according to my wish. This means the profound assimilation formation has good eyes and knows that I, Brother Niu, is a man of great potential. As for that Hu Fei, he's just an ungrateful bastard. Perhaps that's why the profound assimilation formation turned its nose up at the sight of him. Huang Danyu grinned happily. The moment his gaze landed on Hu Fei, it immediately turned cold. Barf. Hu Fei, who had just wiped the blood off his mouth, became so distressed that he spat out another mouthful of blood the second he heard Huang Danyu's words. His face was horrendously pale. Huang Danyu, you're going to hell. Cha Bai's face instantly darkened. A wave of majestic aura emanated out of his body and swept out instantly. It pressed down on Huang Danyu without any warning. Unfortunately, it was already blown away before his aura managed to reach Huang Danyu. A figure appeared in front of Huang Danyu. It was none other than the Peak Master of Wood Peak, Qi Yu. The second Duan Ling Tian saw Qi Yu materialized in front of Huang Danyu, he immediately heard a loud sound resonating in the air. What he saw next was Cha Bai being sent flying backward like an arrow that left the bowstring before he smashed through the wall of the palace and disappeared before his eyes. A huge hole immediately appeared on the wall. Qi Yu, a cry that was filled with rage echoed from behind the wall. What followed next was a dusty Cha Bai who returned to the palace. He glared at Qi Yu viciously. However, he did not make any move at all. Scram. When Qi Yu saw how audacious Cha Bai was to make his way back again, he glared fiercely at him. Qi Yu was as terrifying as the Buddha's warrior attendant, and his deterrent force was very obvious. Cha Bai's face darkened. He eventually bit his lips and brought Hu Fei and the other Fire Peak disciple to leave the palace together. They disappeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Ling Tian, what's the level of your thunder concept? Why don't you show it to all of us? Guo Chong asked Duan Ling Tian. As for the things that had happened earlier, he acted like he did not see anything at all. In other words, he had chosen to ignore them. Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, everybody's gaze moved to Duan Ling Tian immediately. This time, among the 10 young talents who had come out of the profound assimilation formation, apart from Hu Fei who made no progress at all, Huang Daniu and Nangong Chen both had made great progress. Before Huang Daniu entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. However, when he came out of it, he had already made it to the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked over this matter. Huang Daniu's progress had far exceeded his expectations. Or perhaps, Daniu's body is well suited to the earth concept. Therefore, his comprehension of the earth concept is far better than other people. Duan Ling Tian could only come up with this answer after he ransacked the 2 reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Before Nangong Chen entered the profound assimilation formation, he had already comprehended the 8th-level intermediate earth concept. When he came out, he had already reached the 1st-level advanced earth concept. Although his earth concept was only raised by 2 levels, the strength that he managed to elevate was far beyond Huang Daniu. That was a matter of course. The 1st-level advanced earth concept was far stronger than the 9th-level intermediate earth concept by 100 ancient horned dragons. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. However, at this moment, be it Huang Daniu or Nangong Chen, both of them had their eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian. Looks like I have no other choice but to show my strength today. When Duan Ling Tian saw the situation before his eyes, he laughed wryly to himself. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the air surrounding Duan Ling Tian suddenly surged and streaks of thunderbolts that resembled purple electrical snakes appeared immediately. It was streaks of solidified thunderbolts. The thunderbolts kept increasing in number and continuously clashed with each other. It created a series of low thunderous sound. That was the thunder concept. A series of thunder resonated in the air. The purple thunderbolts around Duan Ling Tian also formed layers of electrical webs that shrouded his entire being. It made him look like a thunder god. The thunder god had descended on earth, and every corner of earth would shake in fear. The heaven and earth energy above Duan Ling Tian's head whirled, and the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons began to emerge, and it was reflected in everybody's eyes. The number of the ancient horned dragons kept increasing. Soon after, the number finally stopped increasing. It's the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. When Huang Daniu saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Everybody instantly focused their eyes on Duan Ling Tian again. Apart from astonishment in the depth of their eyes, there was only more astonishment. The purple-clad young man before them appeared to be only around 25 years old. His real age did not exceed 30 at all. A martial artist who was barely in his 30s but had already comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. Although the profound assimilation formation did help, his comprehension could be considered as very good in a first-class and second-class sect, let alone a third-class sect like the 5-element sect. Wow, this is really unexpected. Not only does Duan Ling Tian possess that unpredictable innate ability, he even has such a good comprehension when it comes to concept as well. It's no surprise. He's a variant after all. I heard that a variant who possesses an innate ability like Duan Ling Tian is also known as God's favorite, you know. God's favorite, the name really fits Duan Ling Tian like a glove. The 4 water and earth peak disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, exclaimed in surprise. Even Tian Jiyu, the peak master of earth peak, and Yu Fang, the peak master of water peak, were not an exception. At this moment, their gaze that was trained on Duan Ling Tian was filled with a hint of complicated look. How good would it be if he was a disciple of their earth or water peak instead? However, a dream was always beautiful while the reality was always harsh. Would Peak really lucked out this time? With a tacit understanding, the 2 of them thought secretly to themselves. Duan Ling Tian, what's the level of your thunder concept before you entered the profound assimilation formation? Qi Yu asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Everybody, including Guo Chong, instantly shifted their eyes towards Duan Ling Tian. They were curious about this as well. 7th level, a glimpse of brilliance flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Ha ha, the moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu laughed out loud. Duan Ling Tian, you're much better than me in every single aspect. However, this time, it looks like you didn't gain as many benefits as I, Brother Niu, did in the profound assimilation formation. Before your brother Niu, I entered the profound assimilation formation. My comprehension was at the 6th level intermediate Earth concept. After I came out, I'm now at the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Huang Daniu grinned widely when he reached the end of his sentence. Ever since he met with Duan Ling Tian, he was always a step behind Duan Ling Tian. It made him feel a little dejected. He finally had an opportunity to sit on Duan Ling Tian's head now. He was absolutely overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. When Duan Ling Tian saw how Huang Daniu was blowing his own trumpet in front of him, Duan Ling Tian merely rolled his eyes at him. He did not bother paying him any attention at all. If Huang Daniu found out that he was only at the elementary thunder concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, who knew what his expression would be like? Of course, Duan Ling Tian would not expose himself just like that. Becoming rich while staying silent was the most virtuous way after all. Due to Huang Daniu's playful antics, the gazes that were on Duan Ling Tian slowly shifted away. He was no longer in the limelight. Although it was considered quite good being able to elevate his 7th level thunder concept 2 levels higher after entering the profound assimilation formation, they thought Duan Ling Tian was still far behind compared to Huang Daniu and Nangong Chen's progress. Of course, this was because none of them knew about the real changes that happened to Duan Ling Tian. If they had found out about it, they would most probably stand there dumbfounded the entire day. The profound assimilation formation is really weird this time. First, it ran continuously for 60 hours. After that, there's actually someone who did not benefit from it at all. Guo Chong knitted his brows together. He kept feeling like this matter was a little fishy. Perhaps, the reason why the profound assimilation formation ran for 60 continuous hours is related to Hu Fei. After all, out of the 10 people who entered the profound assimilation formation, Hu Fei's the only one that had a problem. It's like he entered the profound assimilation formation for no reason at all. Tianjiyu voiced out his speculation. Yeah, I think this is very likely. Yu Fang nodded her head in agreement. Indeed, Qi Yu agreed as well. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth unconsciously twitched a little upon hearing the words from the 4 peak masters. He did not expect Hu Fei would somehow become his scapegoat. If Hu Fei found out about the truth, he would most likely be so aggravated that he would throw up at least 3 liters of blood until he died from lack of blood. Alright, let us call it a day. We'll depart on time 2 weeks later, Guo Chong added. The moment the words left his mouth, he swept a glance at Qi Yu, Tianjiyu and Yu Fang. It was apparent that his last sentence was aimed towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded their heads before leading their disciples back to their own peaks. Are we going to the secret place that the martial emperor left behind in 2 weeks' time? Perhaps the 5-element sect's young disciples, including Huang Daniu, had no idea what the words, "we depart" in 2 weeks uttered by Guo Chong meant, but Duan Ling Tian definitely knew what it meant. This time, the reason why 5-element sect was so generous that they opened the profound assimilation formation was undoubtedly for the sake of the secret treasure that the martial emperor had left behind. There was something in the secret treasure that the 5-element sect wanted urgently. The thing that the 5-element sect wanted the most was undoubtedly the profundity fragment that might be hidden in the martial emperor's secret treasure. It was the key to breaking through to the martial monarch stage for a peak void powerhouse. On the way back to Wood Peak, Qi Yu lifted up a hand and brought out 4 pieces of spirit fruit. These 4 spirit fruits here are the cultivation resources that we obtained from the sect resources after Wood Peak became the first peak of the 5-element sect. I have 2 pieces of 2 different types here. It's just right for the 2 of you to take 1 each. The 4 spirit fruits were composed of 2 different types, and there were 2 pieces each. One of was fully blue in color. It emitted a blue luster that gives off a faint fragrant scent. The other one was green in color. Its body was covered in red tiny lines that were interlaced with each other. Blue origin fruit, blood-stained fruit. The instant Duan Ling Tian saw these 2 fruits, his eyes darkened instantly. A look of joy appeared on his face. After he had gone through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he immediately recognized the 2 spirit fruits. They were both spirit fruits that were exclusive to a void interpretation martial artist. The medicinal efficacy was not inferior to the origin-enhancing fruit that he and Huang Daniu had consumed before. Wow, everything is going smoothly according to my wish. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up at once. Chapter 915, The Secret Treasure of the Martial Emperor. Peak Master, these spirit fruits were issued by the sect. Huang Daniu asked curiously when he took the 2 spirit fruits. Then, does this mean that the other peaks would get them too? Of course, Yu nodded his head. However, the benefits that the other peaks get are not as good as ours. After all, we're the first peak of the 5-element sect. This time, the sect elders have spent quite a huge amount of money when they went to purchase them. They managed to bid for 10 spirit fruits that are exclusively for void interpretation martial artists. These 10 spirit fruits are distributed according to the 5 peaks ranking. Wood peak is the first peak, so we get 4, gold peak is the second peak, so they get 3, the fire peak gets 2 because they're the third peak, and the water peak, which is also the fourth peak, gets only 1. As for earth peak, since they're at the bottom, they get nothing at all. Yu finished in one breath. What? Upon hearing Yu's words, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu could not hide their shock. The earth peak didn't even get 1. Yes, Yu nodded his head before sighing. Speaking of that, the current situation that earth peak is in is exactly the same situation that wood peak was in for the past 2 decades. No wonder all of the peaks in the 5-element sect were trying so hard to get a place in front, and nobody was willing to be in the bottom. It turns out that the competition among the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect is actually this intense. Duan Ling Tian inhaled as he muttered to himself. Although he already knew that the competition between the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect was intense, he did not think it would be this intense to the point that it could even be described with the word horrifying. No matter what, our Wood Peak will be the first peak of the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. Wood Peak will be the first to get our hands on all the goodies no matter what kind of sect resources they have. Yu smiled. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu nodded their heads as a smile appeared on their faces as well. With these spirit fruits, I'm sure you'll be able to raise your cultivation base to another level in the shortest time possible. 2 weeks later, 20 young disciples, including you two, will follow the peak masters of the 5 peaks and leave the 5-element sect. Yu cast a glance at the spirit fruits in Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu's hands as he slowly said. Peak master, the sect is making such a huge preparation. Where exactly are we going in 2 weeks' time? Huang Daniu asked with a confused look on his face. Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but turn glum as he said, well, you'll find out where it is 2 weeks later. You must hurry and seize this time to cultivate and improve your strength as much as possible. You'll only be able to survive in that place by increasing your strength. He was reminding Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu through his words that the place that they were about to go in 2 weeks' time would be life-threatening. What? Horror dawned on Huang Daniu's face instantly. It had never crossed his mind that the place that they would be going in 2 weeks' time would be this dangerous. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. He was so calm that it was a little startling. Naturally, he was so calm because he already knew where they would be going in 2 weeks. The place that they were going was the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It was full of opportunities inside, but at the same time, it contained danger as well. However, compared to the danger that was hidden in the place, the greatest threat was the young powerhouses who would be entering the place with them. After all, the people who would be entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure this time was not only limited to the people from the 5-element sect. As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, the 4 major forces of the southern area of the northern desert would be going as well. The Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. The reason why the Skywolf Fort organized the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and picked the most outstanding young talent among the 10 dynasties was due to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Then, the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion Severing Sect successively arrived at Skywolf Fort as well, forcing Skywolf Fort to share their yields by taking away many of the young talents that came from the 10 dynasties. Originally, Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the Blade Sect. However, who knew that halfway through his journey something happened, and he got hunted by the Skywolf Fort people. After the Devilseal Tablet's abnormal change, he was unconscious and was thus sent to the eastern side of the northern desert. It led to him eventually joining Wood Peak of the 5-element sect by coincidence. No matter what, I do owe the 5-element sect a debt of gratitude. If it wasn't for the 5-element sect, I would not have the chance to enter the profound assimilation formation and obtain such a huge breakthrough. Although I might get similar treatment if I went to the Blade Sect, I'm enjoying all the treatment from the 5-element sect after all. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. Due to this reason, when I enter the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, I'll help the 5-element sect in Wood Peak obtain the things that they want, apart from the few treasures that I'm going to keep for myself. This can also be considered as me repaying my debts to them, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Qi Yu was still staring at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. After he had told them that the place that they were going in 2 weeks would be quite dangerous, his gaze did not leave the two of them. He could see that Huang Daniu's face was filled with horror, and Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. The contrast between the two of them was extremely huge. At this moment, the good impression that Qi Yu had of Duan Lingtian immediately rose up a few notches. Unfortunately, neither Wood-Peak nor the Five-Element sect will be able to tie Duan Lingtian down. Otherwise, in the future, the Five-Element sect would definitely be able to march towards glory under his guidance. Qi Yu thought about this and sighed. Very soon, the three of them went back to Wood-Peak. After Qi Yu bade Duan Lingtian and Hu Daniu goodbye, he immediately left. At this moment, Huang Daniu, who was lost in his thoughts, finally regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. I noticed that you seemed very calm during the journey back. The Peak Master just said that the place that we'll go in 2 weeks is life-threatening. Aren't you worried? In the end, Huang Daniu could not help but voice out his own concern. Worried? What's there to be worried about? Duan Lingtian laughed and shook his head. Then, his eyes darkened instantly as he muttered to himself, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair? How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair? Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, Huang Daniu could still hear him clearly. A light flashed across his eyes as he asked with a smile on his face, Duan Lingtian, is there something you know that I'm not aware of? Looks like you're actually quite smart. Just from my 12 short words, you immediately deduced that I know something you're not aware of, Duan Lingtian scolded jokingly as he laughed. Duan Lingtian, Peak Master refused to say anything. Don't tell me you're not going to tell me as well. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian with eager eyes. His face was filled with anticipation. I remember earlier, somebody actually showed off in front of me. He said that his concept had risen by 3 levels after coming out from the profound assimilation formation, and I can't compare to him at all because mine only rose by 2 levels. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Daniu with an indifferent smile. Huang Daniu could not suppress the wry smile that crept up his face. He felt like he had dug his own grave earlier. Slightly startled, Huang Daniu said with a pitiful face, Duan Lingtian, why are you so petty? If I'm not mistaken, the place that we're going to with the Peak Masters in 2 weeks is the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not care about such petty things. When he saw Huang Daniu with a pitiful expression on his face, Duan Lingtian no longer teased him and proceeded to tell him about the things that he knew. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu was taken aback. After he regained his senses, he narrowed his eyes immediately. A Martial Emperor powerhouse. To him, this only existed in rumors. However, the ferociousness of a Martial Emperor powerhouse was definitely unquestionable. After all, a Martial Emperor powerhouse stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. A secret treasure that was left behind by such a powerhouse would definitely not be a simple one. Huang Daniu's breathing suddenly quickened. After a long while, he finally relaxed. He stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked, Duan Lingtian, are you sure? What, you still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian laughed as he shook his head, come on, think about it yourself. Why do you think the Five-Element Sect's senior officials would suddenly activate the profound assimilation formation and help elevate our strengths? Obviously, it's because they want us to help them search for something at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Huang Daniu became silent. However, an intense brilliance could be seen gleaming in his eyes as he muttered to himself, wow, I really can't wait to go there. There must be a lot of great things in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, right? Right now, he appeared like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu who had a look of dread on his face earlier. As the saying went, humans die in pursuit of wealth while birds die in pursuit of food. This proverb was the most suitable to describe Huang Daniu currently. Alright, let's go back and cultivate first. Duan Lingtian woke Huang Daniu who was still daydreaming. We still have 2 more weeks to go. Do your best in breaking through to the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, you'll suffer quite a lot when we face the other young powerhouses from the other sects. There are other sects as well. Huang Daniu, who had regained his senses, was dumbfounded. Of course, Duan Lingtian stated as a matter of fact, do you really think the greatest danger lies in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? The real danger does not lie in the secret treasure but in the other young powerhouses instead. When you enter the secret treasure, even if you manage to get your hands on a treasure, you'll need to have the ability to protect it, you know. Otherwise, everything you've done will be in vain because it'll end up in the hands of others. As he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became much more serious. Upon hearing that, Huang Daniu inhaled deeply and nodded his head solemnly. I got it. All right, that's great, let's go then. Duan Ling Tian bade Huang Daniu farewell and continued to make his way to the three-story pavilion situated on the mountainside in the distance. That was the place where they were currently staying. Duan Ling Tian, after I've given some serious thought to it, I feel like something is not quite right. Why must the sect's senior officials bring us, the young disciples, to the martial emperor's secret treasure? Wouldn't it be easier if they just bring those elders there? As if he was reminded of something, Huang Daniu frowned before continuing. The elders who are much older are more powerful than us. If we go, we'll be like cannon fodders before the older powerhouses from the other sects. What if I tell you that there's an age restriction to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure? Duan Ling Tian patiently explained and answered Huang Daniu's questions. Chapter 916, 9th Level Void Interpretation. Age restriction, how does that work? Huang Daniu was puzzled. You must have heard of the age-measuring pearl, right? As long as an inscription formation is made using the age-measuring pearl as the ingredient, coupled with a few other inscriptions, it can easily set the age restriction to a certain age group and restrict them from passing through the gate that's shrouded by the inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian explained patiently. Oh, so that's how it is. Huang Daniu suddenly saw the picture much more clearly. At the same time, he asked curiously, then, in this case, the secret treasure that the martial emperor left behind has such a restriction set by the inscription formation? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. What's the age limit? Huang Daniu asked inquisitively. 40 years old, Duan Ling Tian replied. 40 years old, so, that's to say only the younger martial artists can enter this place. Ah, no wonder. Huang Daniu finally understood. As he recalled Duan Ling Tian's words from earlier, he started to feel a tiny bit of pressure. The pressure pressed down on him so much that he began to feel a little out of breath. Then let us hurry back and cultivate now. At that time, I'm sure many battles will break out with all the young powerhouses from the other major sects also entering the martial emperor's secret treasure. The moment these words left Huang Daniu's mouth, he did not even wait for Duan Ling Tian to react before he turned into a flash of lightning and entered the three-story pavilion that was situated on the mountainside. He disappeared from Duan Ling Tian's eyes in an instant. This fellow. Duan Ling Tian was startled by Huang Daniu's reaction. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh and returned to his own bedroom at the three-story pavilion as well. The moment he reached his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Without wasting any time, he proceeded to shove the two spirit fruits into his mouth one by one. The spirit fruits turned into cooling sap before it flowed down his throat into his body. Two different spirit fruits had different medicinal efficacy. If it was any other ordinary martial artist, he would definitely not be as daring as Duan Ling Tian was and swallow two different spirit fruits in a go. After all, it would be easy for the medicinal efficacies of the spirit fruits to clash with each other. If the medicinal efficacies clashed with each other, a strong wave of power would appear and erupt inside the body. It would cause great harm to the body's meridians and internal organs. The best scenario would be him going berserk, and the worst scenario would be death. Duan Ling Tian was certainly someone that could not be easily compared to an ordinary martial artist. For this reason, he did not need to worry that the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies would clash with each other to compete for the right of way. This was because there was another medicinal efficacy hidden in his body that was multiple times greater and more tyrannical than the two spirit fruits. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. As expected, when the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies merged with Duan Ling Tian's origin energy, a wave of medicinal efficacy that was a lot more powerful appeared instantly just as the two spirit fruits were about to clash and compete for dominance. The moment the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill noticed the two spirit fruits, it immediately surged out of his dantian like it was high on steroids. The moment the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy merged with the origin energy, it prompted the origin energy to rush towards the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies just as they were about to collide with each other. It smashed into the two spirit fruits immediately. The origin energy that was catalyzed by the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, and the origin energy that was catalyzed by the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies immediately converged. The rebirth pill took the initiative and started to go on a rampage in Duan Ling Tian's body. In that instance, all Duan Ling Tian could feel was the trembling of the meridians in his body. Even his internal organs had started to tremble as well. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly calmed himself down with rapt attention. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Along with Duan Ling Tian's quiet cultivation, the origin energy that was wreaking havoc in his body began to go back on track and began to operate based on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon Form. With this speed, I'll be able to make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation in no time. Feeling the origin energy that was swiftly flowing in his body like waves of tempestuous tsunamis, Duan Ling Tian felt a jolt in his heart. He was completely overjoyed. Previously, with the help of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had catalyzed his origin energy and allowed him to enter the 7th level void interpretation. Not only that, it had also led him to the bottleneck leading up to the 8th level void interpretation. This time, with the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy in his body, the tyrannical rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy once again entered his system. Although it was not as fast as the last time, the speed was not slow at all. Moreover, other than the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, the medicinal efficacies from the 2 other spirit fruits continued to flow into his origin energy and merged with it. It did not take too long before Duan Ling Tian discovered the origin energy in his body that was like a ferocious tsunami had breached the bottleneck. It successfully helped him in breaking through to the 8th level void interpretation. The second the 8th level void interpretation was broken through, and the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body also began to undergo a thorough transformation in terms of quality. What a powerful origin energy! After he had broken through to the 8th level void interpretation, Duan Ling Tian was completely taken by surprise. He was absolutely delighted. At the same time, the origin energy that was catalyzed by the rebirth pill continued to flow swiftly. It swept across the meridians in his body in a regular pattern, helping him to further improve. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Ling Tian forgot about the time as he cultivated. However, he could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Since he had made his breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation, the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill continued to guide the other 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies and cultivated based on the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 7th form, the Sword Dragon Form. It was as if it did not know what exhaustion was. After God knew how long, Duan Ling Tian could sense clearly that the bottleneck that was leading up to the 9th level void interpretation had appeared as well. After another period of God knew how long, he once again felt that the origin energy that was rolling out of his meridians had rapidly broken through the bottleneck that led up to the 9th level void interpretation as well. A light sound resonated in his body, causing Duan Ling Tian to open his eyes abruptly. Instantly, happiness and excitement filled his face. It's a breakthrough. It's the 9th level void interpretation. As the milky white origin energy around Duan Ling Tian's body filled the air, the heaven and earth energy above his head whirled and converged into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. It was a total of 120 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It told everyone that his cultivation base was currently at the 9th level void interpretation. Without warning, the origin energy around Duan Ling Tian gave a wild jerk before it suddenly dissipated without a trace. Barf! Almost instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his body shuddered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was splashed all over the floor next to the bed like an eye-catching blooming red rose. There was no time for him to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply and closed his eyes again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was hurriedly cultivating the mental cultivation method as he redirected the restless origin energy to the right path again. He feared that he would once again be injured by it. Previously, he forgot to continue directing the restless origin energy in his body because he was caught up in trying to test the newly broken through origin energy. Due to this, it went out of control and ran amok in his body, injuring his internal organs as a result. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill is already tyrannical, coupled with the medicinal efficacies of the 2 spirit fruits. It's not something that my body can easily handle, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Duan Ling Tian also discovered that there was not much left of the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies after they had successfully helped him with 2 breakthroughs. It appeared that they would run out very soon. After who knew how long, Duan Ling Tian finally noticed that the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies had finally been exhausted. Although they were already exhausted, he still could not retract the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. It was still propelling the origin energy forward. After a while, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his cultivation base had been raised again. The bottleneck leading to the void transformation had also appeared as well. The tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill propelled the origin energy. After it had run a cycle in Duan Ling Tian's body based on the mental cultivation method of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, Sword Dragon form, it proceeded to slam against the bottleneck. The bottleneck trembled, but there was no sign of it being broken. With the impetus from the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy, the origin energy seemed to not know exhaustion as it slammed at the final bottleneck of the void interpretation again and again. The bottleneck that showed no sign of being broken at first began to ease up. In the end, there were a few times where it was nearly smashed open. The origin energy charged forward and pounded hard at the bottleneck once again. The bottleneck eased up for a moment. Although it seemed like it was about to be broken, it was still not broken as it stood firmly on the spot. Just one more time will do. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. Unfortunately, he started to notice with regret that the origin energy that was being propelled by the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had started to slow down after making half a cycle in his body. The overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill left as quickly as it came. In just a blink of an eye, it scurried away and hid in his dantian again. Let's try again, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. At the same time, he proceeded to push the origin energy by himself so that it could complete the other half cycle and continued to charge towards the bottleneck that led up to the void transformation. However, the bottleneck that had already eased up only quivered a little, but it did not break at all. Compared to the origin energy that was being propelled by the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, the origin energy that Duan Ling Tian propelled by himself was so weak that it was like it had just gone through a long period of starvation. Just a little bit, even without the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of that rebirth pill, I'm sure I'll be able to break through and enter the first level void transformation after 10 or 100 cycles. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he continued to propel his origin energy to make the breakthrough by himself. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian had managed to make another 5 to 6 cycles by propelling his own origin energy. Although the bottleneck kept easing up, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy could not break it at all. Duan Ling Tian, just as he was about to continue, a familiar voice rang out from outside the house. It prompted him to return to his senses as he opened his eyes wide. Just a little bit more. With a wry smile, Duan Ling Tian got down from the bed and went forward to open his room door. When he saw the young man outside, he asked, "Chen Wei, what brings you here?" The person standing outside the door was none other than Chen Wei, Ke Zheng's direct disciple. Originally, it was because he met Ke Zheng and his disciple in Drift Cloud Town that prompted him to follow the two of them here to the Five-Element sect. Speaking of that, it was indeed fortunate that he encountered Ke Zheng and Chen Wei. Chapter 917, A Gloomy Huang Daniu. The Peak Master asked me to get you in Daniu, Chen Wei smiled. The Peak Master's looking for us? Duan Ling Tian was startled. Had it been 2 weeks already? Yes, Chen Wei nodded. We're all waiting for you in Daniu. Once the both of you are ready, we'll make our way to Gold Peak to meet with the other 4 Peak Masters and their young disciples. Are you going too? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. It's not just me, there are another 3 Wood Peak disciples who'll be coming along too, Chen Wei smiled. Although I've no idea where we are headed, 6 of us are allowed to participate since Wood Peak is the first peak of the 5-Element sect. The quota for rest of the peaks is not as many as ours. To be honest, that's not bad at all. Wood Peak is allowed to bring 6 people, and the other peaks are not allowed to. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. It had never crossed his mind that there would be so many people from Wood Peak coming along. At the same time, he was curious about how many people were allowed to come along from the other peaks. Yes, Chen Wei nodded his head again. This time, the number of people allowed to come along is allocated based on the 5 peaks ranking. Wood Peak is the first peak, so we can bring 6 people. Gold Peak is the second peak, and they can bring 5 people. Fire Peak, which is also the third peak, can bring 4 people, and Water Peak can bring 3 people because they're the 4th peak, and finally, the Earth Peak, which is the last peak, can only bring 2 people. Chen Wei said in one breath. This means that this time, there'll be a total of 20 young disciples going with the 5 Peak Masters. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows and muttered to himself. I'll call Daniu, and we'll meet with Peak Master and the rest after that. After he had told Duan Ling Tian this, Chen Wei proceeded to the bottom story of the 3-story pavilion and knocked on Huang Danyu's door to call him out. When Huang Danyu came out of his room, his face was ruddy, and he was in a very good mood. After Huang Danyu greeted Chen Wei, he immediately shifted his glance to Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air. He grinned as he asked confidently, "Duan Ling Tian, shall we have a practice match?" Upon hearing Huang Danyu's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "How do you want to do it? How about we do it like this? I won't borrow the earth energy, and you're not allowed to use the wind concept. Let us battle without our weapons. How about that?" Huang Danyu's eyes were gleaming brightly, he was itching for a fight. "Danyu, you dare to challenge me, huh? Looks like your breakthrough this time must be quite impressive," Duan Ling Tian smiled. "So, do you dare or not?" A bright smile crept up on Huang Danyu's face. His tone was full of provocation. "Why not? However, I think it's better if we go slightly further away. Let's not disturb little Zan's cultivation," Duan Ling Tian answered without fear. At the same time, he looked at the master bedroom in the 2nd story of the 3-story pavilion. A hint of warmth swept across his eyes. Without any warning, he flew out and made his way to the distant horizon. Duan Ling Tian gradually turned into a small black dot before Huang Danyu and Chen Wei's eyes. They were both hovering in the sky. "As expected of you, Duan Ling Tian. What a straightforward person." The smile on Huang Danyu's face turned wider. All the same, he flew out and followed Duan Ling Tian. "These two fellows, the peak masters waiting for the both of you." Chen Wei smiled wryly and shook his head before following their footsteps as well. In the sky, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Danyu stood across each other as they stared directly into each other's eyes. Their bodies were emanating an intense battle aura as if it was about to explode at any time. Huang Danyu glared at Duan Ling Tian. The atmosphere was tensed as if he was facing a great enemy. As for Duan Ling Tian, he appeared very calm and collected. His gaze was tranquil as if he did not see Huang Danyu as a threat to himself at all. Naturally, in his opinion, he really did not see Huang Danyu as a threat at all. When Huang Danyu first came out of his room, his keen spiritual energy immediately probed Huang Danyu's cultivation and found out that he was at the 8th level void interpretation. 8th level void interpretation with a 9th level intermediate earth concept. This was Huang Danyu's current strength. "Danyu, bring it on," Duan Ling Tian smiled. Huang Danyu saw how at ease Duan Ling Tian was at the moment. It was apparent that Duan Ling Tian did not think too highly of him. With his eyes narrowed, he warned in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, you better be careful. I'm no longer the Huang Danyu from 2 weeks ago. Bring it on." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. The smile on his face did not waver at all. When Huang Danyu saw this, his face darkened instantly. Although Duan Ling Tian was his friend, he could not suppress the anger that was rising from his heart upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's low regard for him. He could not contain his temper anymore. "Ah!" Without any warning, Huang Danyu roared out loud. The origin energy on his body instantly burst out and merged with the earth concept that was rolling out. It transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small part of the khaki energy solidified into form beneath his feet, forming a thick stone platform. The moment the stone platform appeared, Huang Danyu's legs leapt up like a running cheetah before he landed on the stone platform. He cracked the stone platform into pieces before it was turned into dust by the vast energy. In the next moment, a gust of vast rolling air blasted out and transformed into a hurricane that blew in all directions with the cracked stone platform in the center. It was so windy that Chen Wei, who was standing at the side, could not help but squint his eyes as well. The robe on Chen Wei's body began to billow from the strong wind. At this moment, Chen Wei could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw Huang Danyu's blurry figure charging towards Duan Ling Tian. He was stunned for a moment. Since when did Danyu become so strong? Before Chen Wei could make out the scene in front, he immediately saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared above Huang Danyu's head. He gaped in astonishment. Without any spirit weapon, he managed to display 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. He knew very well what this meant. A martial artist who was at the 8th level void interpretation could easily demonstrate the 9th level void interpretation concept. A martial artist who was at the 9th level void interpretation could easily demonstrate the 8th level void interpretation concept too. If another middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak demonstrated this kind of strength, he would not be surprised at all. However, the person who was demonstrating this strength at this moment was none other than Huang Danyu. the Huang Daniu who only demonstrated the strength of 6th level void. Interpretation cultivation base with a 6th level void interpretation concept almost a month ago. Compared to the Huang Daniu from before, the Huang Daniu now had completely transformed into another person. It gave him a strange and unfamiliar feeling. Before he even regained his senses, another loud noise resonated in the air. At the same time, an even more terrifying flurry of airwaves swept out and set off a hurricane. It blew and forced him to retreat a few meters back. What had just happened? Chen Wei opened his eyes with a great effort. Soon, he noticed the two figures that had clashed in the distance. At this moment, the two of them were each punching out a fist. Originally, the two people in front could be considered as his acquaintances, but right now, he felt like he had only just met these two people for the first time. Other than the huge, tall young man who had 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, the other purple-clad young man had another 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragons. A martial artist who was at the 9th level void interpretation who possessed a 9th level void interpretation concept. Duan Ling Tian, Chen Wei was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. When he saw the purple figure in the distance, he was completely taken aback. He was unable to recover his senses for a long time. Another loud sound reverberated in the air, and it took Chen Wei by surprise. He could not help but shudder at the sound. He could clearly see the dense purple thunderbolts that were intertwined with Duan Ling Tian's fist swept out in the sky and easily overrode the khaki energy that surrounded Huang Daniu's fist. In the next second, Duan Ling Tian's body leaned forward. As for Huang Daniu, he was sent flying by that one fist like an arrow that left the bowstring. Barf! Huang Daniu who was sent flying was completely flushed in the face. The vital energy and blood in his body swelled up, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A moment later, Huang Daniu finally managed to brace himself after being sent flying several dozens of meters away. His injury finally healed more or less after he took the wound-curing medicine. Naturally, this was also because Duan Ling Tian had shown a little mercy earlier. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Huang Daniu to suffer only minor injuries. Duan Ling Tian, you freak. Monster. You've actually broken through to the 9th level void interpretation. Just with that 2 spirit fruits. Did they really contain so much medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu who had finally returned to his senses could not help but scold loudly. However, as soon as he reached the end of his sentence, the volume of his voice lowered as well. He dared to challenge Duan Ling Tian earlier because he thought he had understood the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits that Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had given them. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had only managed to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation in the Battle of the 5 Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Ling Tian had completely absorbed and digested the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacies, the most he could go up to was the 8th level void interpretation. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Ling Tian demonstrated today had made him deeply aware of how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Did you think I didn't make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation? When Duan Ling Tian heard Huang Daniu's words, he could not help but be a little stunned. Of course, Huang Daniu replied gruffly, if I had known earlier that you've already made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, I would have never fought with you in the first place. I'm not a masochist, okay? As he said this, Huang Daniu turned glum immediately. When Duan Ling Tian saw the glum look on Huang Daniu's face, he burst out laughing instantly. His laugh was as brilliant as the sun. Duan Ling Tian, Daniu, when did you become so strong? Chen Wei flew forward and stared at them with his mouth agape. Your void interpretation concepts managed to make a breakthrough to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. In Duan Ling Tian, you actually comprehended the thunder concept. Chen Wei was completely filled with curiosity and bewilderment at this moment. That's right, our concepts were broken through in the profound assimilation formation. However, my intermediate earth concept has been elevated to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. That's 3 freaking level of elevation, you know. Huang Daniu grinned. So, are you saying that you've now comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept? Chen Wei's eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at Huang Daniu. His face was completely filled with amazement. Although he had heard that the profound assimilation formation was not something simple, it had never crossed his mind that its strength would be so terrifying to the extent that it raised Huang Danyu's 6th level intermediate earth concept 3 levels up in just a go. Chapter 918, 4 hours. That's right, Huang Danyu looked very proud. I managed to raise my 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level intermediate earth concept in the profound assimilation formation. As he said this, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. His smile turned even prouder as he continued, I'm better than Duan Ling Tian in this aspect. His intermediate thunder concept was originally at the 7th level. Although he was elevated to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation, it was only elevated 2 levels. When Duan Ling Tian saw Huang Danyu bringing this matter up again to even the score with him, Duan Ling Tian merely shook his head. He was too lazy to bother with him. I heard that the profound assimilation formation is not simple, but I never thought that it's actually this powerful. To the extent that it could elevate your void interpretation concept to the 9th level. Chen Wei exclaimed in envy. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again before smiling wryly. Duan Ling Tian, I always thought that you've only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. To my surprise, you've actually comprehended another 7th level thunder concept. Previously, like most people, he thought Duan Ling Tian was so strong was because of his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, Duan Ling Tian would probably not be a part of the young and outstanding disciples in the 5-element sect. However, right now, he was deeply aware of how stupid and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Duan Ling Tian really did conceal it well. Huang Danyu looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes gleamed brightly as if he could see through everything. Right now, even if he demonstrates a 3rd concept other than the thunder and wind concept, I don't think he'll be surprised anymore. Upon hearing Huang Danyu's words, the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth unknowingly twitched a little. Although he knew that Huang Danyu simply blurted that out without putting much thought into it, his heart could not help but jolt upon hearing them. He did indeed comprehend a 3rd void interpretation concept. Not only did he have a 3rd void interpretation concept, he had even comprehended a 4th void interpretation concept too. His earth and sword concepts were both at the void interpretation concept currently. However, Chen Wei did not take Huang Danyu's words seriously. In his opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's age, it was already shocking enough that he comprehended 2 strong void interpretation concepts. It was impossible for him to comprehend a 3rd void interpretation concept even if he was a variant. Your cultivation base. Chen Wei quickly swept a glance at Huang Danyu before he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His face was filled with curiosity. The elevation of our cultivation bases is actually thanks to the spirit fruits that Peak Master gave us. Those spirit fruits were the cultivation resources that the sect had given us. Huang Danyu smiled. Chen Wei suddenly understood. The envy on his face became more prominent, but there were no hints of jealousy at all. He knew very well that the 2 of them deserved whatever they obtained. If it had not been for Duan Ling Tian and Huang Danyu, Wood Peak would never be able to get rid of the fate of being in the last place, let alone becoming the first peak of the 5-element sect. If Wood Peak could not get rid of the destiny of being at the bottom, even if the sect had managed to obtain the spirit fruits, it would not be assigned to Wood Peak at all. Let's go. The Peak Master's waiting for us, Chen Wei told the 2 of them before flying away to the distance. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Together with Huang Danyu, they caught up to Chen Wei and flew away to the distance. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian met Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Again, behind Qi Yu stood 3 other Wood Peak young disciples that were about 35 years old. It was apparent that they would be going to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure as well. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his spiritual energy. In just a while, he found out the cultivation bases of the 3 other disciples. They were all at the 4th level void interpretation, just like how Chen Wei used to be. When Chen Wei had come to look for him earlier, he had noticed that Chen Wei's cultivation base had now entered the 5th level void interpretation. You're here. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Huang Danyu, Qi Yu, who was usually calm, let out an unusual smile. Peak Master, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Danyu greeted Qi Yu with a smile before they proceeded to stand behind him. At this time, the 3 Wood Peak disciples who were hovering in the air behind Qi Yu greeted the 2 of them politely. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, senior brother Huang Danyu. It flattered them a little. After all, these 3 Wood Peak disciples were actually much older than the 2 of them. Let's go. Qi Yu guided the 6 of them and flew out at once, all the way towards Gold Peak. In just a while, they had already reached the sky outside of Gold Peak. There were already two groups of people gathered there, and they were standing across each other. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and the other Wood Peak people, the two groups of people immediately looked over. They quickly fixed their gazes on two particular people from the Wood Peak group, Duan Ling Tian and Qi Yu. When Duan Ling Tian had first arrived at Wood Peak, he had defeated the direct disciple of a Wood Peak elder and even caused that elder to cripple his own cultivation base. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian's fame had already spread throughout the entire Five-Element sect. Later, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, Duan Ling Tian became even more famous. He defeated the Nangong twins who were the strongest, prior to his own arrival to the Five-Element sect, in the Five-Element sect. He even obtained the first place for the individual and team battle in the Battle of the Five Peaks, and helped Wood Peak become the first peak of Five-Element sect. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's reputation in the Five-Element sect could be compared to the midday sun. It even surpassed the Nangong twins from Gold Peak. Some of the Five-Element sect's disciples even secretly considered Duan Ling Tian as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the sect because he could overpower the Nangong twins from Gold Peak. Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who had been quiet for so many years, suddenly launched a lightning attack in the Battle of the Five Peaks, inflicting serious injuries on Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, twice. At that moment, the Five-Element sect's disciples who were present finally knew that Qi Yu, the person who was known as the second strongest powerhouse in the Five-Element sect, did not get his nickname for no reason. He indeed possessed such a strength. At that time, Qi Yu had also become the subject of discussion among the Five-Element sect's disciples. The two group of people were actually the members of Water and Earth Peak who had arrived earlier. Yu Feng and Tianji Yu, the Peak Masters for Water and Earth Peak, came forward and greeted Qi Yu with a smile. Peak Master Qi Yu. Peak Master Yu Feng, Peak Master Tianji Yu. Qi Yu greeted them one by one with a courteous smile. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the side, swept a glance across the members of Water and Earth Peaks one by one. He noticed that other than the two Peak Masters, Yu Feng and Tianji Yu, the two peaks had a total of 5 disciples added up together. There was a total of 3 members from Water Peak. Other than Tan Huan and the other female disciple whom he had seen twice previously, there was another female disciple among them. Earth Peak, on the other hand, only had 2 people, all of whom he was with. They were none other than Tian Zhen and the Earth Peak male disciple whom he had also seen twice previously. The number of the 2 peaks, young disciples added up together did not even exceed the number of disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, that Wood Peak had. Suddenly, a Wood Peak disciple exclaimed in a deep voice, "Fire Peak is here." The people present, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Qi Yu, immediately shifted their gazes to the 5 figures that were flying in their direction from the distance. These 5 people were headed by one person. The person who took the lead was an old man who was dressed in red. He was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Behind Cha Bai were another 4 Fire Peak disciples. Among these 4 disciples, Hu Fei was leading them as they followed closely behind Cha Bai. "Since all of us are here, let us make our move." Suddenly, before Yu Feng and Tianji Yu could greet Cha Bai, a loud voice resonated from Gold Peak's direction. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the voice and saw 6 figures making their way in the air from Gold Peak. Among them was Guo Chong, the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, who was leading the group. Behind him were Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, who followed closely behind. One was full of energy while the other was calm and collected. Both had graceful bearings. Behind the 2 of them were another 3 Gold Peak disciples. They were all young disciples who were around 35 years old. It was obvious that they were prepared to go to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure too. The moment Guo Chong made his appearance, the people from the other 4 peaks showed their respect. Some nodded their heads while some bowed. Most of them bowed down in salutation, with the exception of the 4 Peak Masters and Duan Ling Tian, who merely nodded their heads. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing among the Five-Element sect's disciples, stood out like a sore thumb the moment all the other disciples bowed. If this was another person, Guo Chong would probably be slightly angered. However, when he discovered that the person was Duan Ling Tian, his temper died down immediately. In his opinion, it could already be considered a blessing to the Five-Element sect for Duan Ling Tian, who was a variant, to temporarily join the sect. As for all the other unnecessary and elaborate formalities, Duan Ling Tian had the qualifications to ignore them. "Let's go." Guo Chong nodded his head towards the crowd and announced loudly. The instant the words left his mouth, he led the 5 Gold Peak disciples and proceeded to fly towards the southwest direction. Due to the fact that he was watching out for the Gold Peak disciples, he deliberately slowed down his flying speed. Let's go. This time, Qi Yu, Yu Fang, Tianji and Cha Bai called out to their young disciples one by one and caught up with Gold Peak's people. They followed closely behind like a shadow. That martial emperor's secret treasure is in the southwest. As they flew all the way to the southwest, Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes as he murmured, the direction is between the southern and western district of the northern desert, but it's closer to the 4 major forces of the northern desert's southern district. Southern district of the northern desert, ancient desert city, Skywolf Fort. Inside the fort, at an underground palace, 5 people stood before a high platform. They looked at the high platform before them that was shrouded in fog. The 5 people's eyes were gleaming brightly. It's going to be 3 hours soon, the only middle-aged man among the 5 of them spoke in a low voice. The profound assimilation formation is about to close, and the 9 of them will come out soon. The eyes of one of the old men among the group of 5 lit up immediately. With an eager look, he stared at the high platform that was shrouded in fog as if he was waiting for something. Time continued to pass quietly. What's the matter? It has already been 4 hours, so why isn't the profound assimilation formation shutting off? This is a little illogical. Has something happened to the profound assimilation formation? The 5 people present at the scene stood gazing at one another. They were baffled and did not know what to do. Their faces were completely filled with bewilderment. Chapter 919. Ghost Flames Approach. The 5 people present were none other than the 5 Vice Fort Masters. The 5 Vice Force Masters were led by Luo Fu, and the other 4 were Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yu Kong and Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Luo Fu's disciple. He was also the only one in his middle age among the 5 Vice Fort Masters. The other 4 were old men that were over 70 years old. At this moment, all 5 of them had a glum look on their faces. They had a clear understanding of the profound assimilation formation. It could only run for 3 hours at the most, and it would automatically turn itself off after that. At that time, the individuals that were in the formation would come out, and the concept that they had comprehended would improve more or less. However, it had already been 4 hours currently, and the profound assimilation formation did not show any signs of shutting down at all. It was as if something had gone wrong. Their hearts were heavy due to the current situation. Don't tell me something really happened inside. Feng Wei's face was very gloomy. I don't think so. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation that was personally drawn by a martial emperor powerhouse. By right, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Luo Fu shook his head. His wise eyes were brimming with radiance when his gaze was trained on the high platform that was shrouded by fog. I think something that we're not aware of is happening inside. Although Meng Li, Ning Kan and Yu Kong did not speak a word at all, they were all staring at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform with utmost concentration. A hint of worry could be seen on their faces. Compared to the 5 Vice Fort Masters' restlessness outside of the profound assimilation formation, the inside was absolutely tranquil. 9 young talents were sitting cross-legged at different places while they quietly comprehended their concepts. Gusts of concept that had substantialized rose from the surroundings of the 9 young talents. They were either wind, fire, water, thunder or earth concepts. All 5 of these belonged to the nature concepts. There was another person whose body was entangled with a sword-shaped energy. It was the sword concept's materialized form. 8 of the young talents were sitting like a statue. There were no movements at all. Only one person could be seen sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxing. It was a white-clad young man who looked like he was just slightly over 30 years old. Although his eyes were closed, his face was unusually cold. Especially the black flame mark in between his eyebrows that could instill chill in people the moment they laid their eyes on it. At this moment, the black flame mark looked like it was alive as it burnt brightly. Elder Ghost, how did you do it? A voice echoed from the depth of the white-clad young man's mind. A hint of surprise could be heard in the voice. Inside the depth of the white-clad young man's mind, 2 orbs of vast concept energies that were similar to 2 clouds that were rolling constantly was situated near the solidified soul. One of the concept energy was green while the other one was red. They were the wind and fire concept respectively. Humph. At the same time, a cold, hoarse and ancient voice suddenly grunted in the white-clad young man's mind. It's only a mere inscription formation that was laid out by a martial monarch stage inscription master. Did you really think that it would be able to stop me, the ghost flame? Although the remnant of my soul is not as powerful as I was during my prime, it's still very easy for me to extract some concept energy from the profound assimilation formation and force it into your body, you know. If I'm still in my prime, it won't even be a problem for me to extract all the concept energy refined from the wind and fire concept fragments and insert them into your body, okay? Disdain could be heard in the hoarse and ancient voice as he said this. From his words, it was as if he looked down on the profound assimilation formation that the martial emperor had laid out. Yes, yes, what a lousy martial emperor powerhouse. It's like trash compared to you, elder ghost. Flattery was apparent in this voice. Without any warning, the voice changed topic. Elder ghost, how high would the 2 waves of concepts that you extracted be able to raise my wind and fire concepts to? The void transformation concept, the hoarse and old voice echoed again. The void transformation C concept. Elder ghost, you're not joking, right? The other voice was filled with surprise. Ever since you've coincidentally gotten your hands on the devil-seal tablet fragment, when have I ever lied to you? The remnant of my soul lives in your body. The hoarse and ancient voice sounded slightly angry. No, of course not. Elder ghost, please don't be offended by the words I said. I was just thinking about how incredible this is. I'm just too excited. The former voice was a bit alarmed. Humph. The ancient voice snorted again before it continued. Xianxia, you lad. You must remember that the things that I can give you are much greater than your imagination. As long as you remember your promise to help me reconstruct my soul in the future, I'll definitely not treat you badly, the ancient voice echoed again. Yes, yes, Xianxia's voice hurriedly replied. He dared not slack at all. All right, I'll pass the control of your body back to you now. You'll combine the 2 concept energies and your 2 concepts on your own. After the hoarse and ancient voice finished his sentence, it immediately died down. Meanwhile, Xianxia sat cross-legged while the black mark between his brows disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was never there. The situation was very strange. Xianxia opened his eyes slowly. A sharp gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself in a cold voice, Duan Ling Tian, when we meet again next, I'm going to give you a huge surprise. Even if Elder Ghost can't get rid of you on his own, I'm strong enough to destroy you. As long as I obtain the devil-seal tablet from you, my future will definitely be very bright. Even the martial emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent will soon be squashed under my shoes. As he spoke to himself, an evil grin slowly crept up on his face. It took a while before his laughter finally died down. Xianxia immediately closed his eyes again and proceeded to merge the 2 concept energies in the depth of his mind. A big flame rose up from around his body instantly. It brought gusts of blue winds with it. With the assistance from the wind, the fire raged and rose sharply. 3 days had gone by in just a blink of an eye. It has already been 3 days and the profound assimilation formation is still not shutting down. In the underground palace of the Skywolf Fort's inner fort, Ningkan kept pacing back and forth beside the high platform that was shrouded in fog. His face could not hide the worry he felt for his direct disciple, Xianxia. Since we've already waited for 3 days, we might as well wait for a little longer, Luo Fu, who was standing by the side, suddenly piped up. Although he said those words, there were still traces of concern in his eyes. His brows furrowed suddenly as if he could sense something. When he looked at the profound assimilation formation, he noticed that the high platform was still shrouded in fog. The fog suddenly whirled and looked like it was about to converge. The profound assimilation formation is about to shut down now. Ningkan stopped pacing instantly. The other 3 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters who were sitting cross-legged by the side as they cultivated also opened their eyes one by one. They stood up to watch the fog that continued to converge on the high platform together. In just a short while, the fog dissipated, and the 9 figures that were sitting cross-legged on the platform appeared in front of their eyes one by one. 8 young men and 1 young woman. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize that young girl in just a glance. That was none other than Yi Ling, the strongest powerhouse among the young talents in Darking Dynasty whom he had met once in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. After the martial competition had ended, Yi Ling continued to stay in Skywolf Fort and received key training. Her current cultivation base was completely different to how it was before. Soon, the 9 people opened their eyes one after another and finally woke up. Ningkan first took a look at the white-clad young man who was his direct disciple, Xianxia, before he asked eagerly, Xianxia, how's the progress of your wind concept? Master, Xianxia did not disappoint you, Zishang smiled faintly. The energy beside him immediately whirled and continued to release waves of hot aura. In just a blink of an eye, a big flame rose up and enveloped his entire body. It made him look like a majestic and fiery giant. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy above the air whirled and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually solidified into form. Under the astounded gaze of the crowd, the ancient horned dragons finally stopped increasing and stopped at one number. It's the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Luo Fu gasped and exclaimed. He was dumbfounded. The first level advance fire concept. Zishang, why you've actually comprehended the void transformation. The void transformation concept. The other 8 young disciples of the Skywolf Fort immediately stood still as they stared at the 200 silhouettes of the ancient horned dragons in dismay. They were alarmed, and they were not able to recover from their shock for a long time. Zishang, why your fire concept was only at the void initiation before you entered the profound assimilation formation, right? Ninkan asked absent-mindedly. The void initiation concept. The moment the words left his mouth, the other 4 vice fort masters was alarmed as well. It was only at the void initiation concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, but it was raised to the void transformation concept the moment he stepped out of it. Did he skip the void interpretation concept? Yes, Zishang nodded. When he saw the dumbfounded expression on their faces and the look of horror in their eyes, he felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. He enjoyed this feeling a lot. In the next moment, his heart jolted as a flurry of green hurricanes suddenly solidified around his body and merged with the burning flame. The flame instantly soared and rose up higher than before. At the same time, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above his head, followed by the addition of another 100 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Third level advance wind concept. That strength of 100 ancient horned dragons is the power that was raised after he fueled the first level advance fire concept with his wind concept. Something like the earth concept borrowing the earth energy. Chapter 920. Feng Tian Wu's elevation. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort stared in shock at the 700 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were above Zishang's head. Shock was the only emotion that they could feel at the moment. The third level advance wind concept was equal to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The first level advance fire concept was equal to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, he also had the strength of another 100 ancient horned dragons after he fueled the fire concept with the wind concept. It came up to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons after it was all added together. The 8 Skywolf Fort's disciples who were present were gaping. They did not recover their senses for a long period of time. After a while, one Skywolf Fort's disciple finally managed to regain his senses. He could not help but swallow hard before he murmured, "Didn't the Vice Fort Masters tell us that after entering the profound assimilation fort, the lower levels of the void interpretation concept could rise 2 to 3 levels, but the high levels could only rise 1 or 2 levels?" As his speech reached this point, he turned to look at Zishang before he continued, but he. Perhaps something went wrong with the profound assimilation formation. I feel like I've been inside for more than 3 hours, so maybe our progress is as huge as Zishang as well. Another Skywolf Fort's disciple hastily adjusted his concept while he was speaking. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I've comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If nothing went wrong, I should be able to reach the void transformation concept too. Everybody, including Zishang, immediately shifted their attention to the space above this Skywolf Fort's disciple. His heaven and earth energy was whirling and brewing above him as it gradually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. A sneer could be seen on the corner of Zishang's mouth. Could this garbage be compared to him? In just a short while, silhouettes of ancient horned dragons began to appear above the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The number continued to increase before it finally stopped at 80. The strength of 80 ancient horned dragons that represented the 7th level void interpretation concept. 7th level intermediate thunder concept. How's that possible? When he saw the 80 silhouettes of the ancient horned dragon above himself, the Skywolf Fort's disciple turned glum instantly. This is far too different from Zishang's. At this moment, the remaining Skywolf Fort's disciples, including Yi Ling, proceeded to test and display their concepts one by one. In the end, they realized that among them, the biggest elevation was only an increase of 1 levels. One of the Skywolf Fort's disciples' 4th level void interpretation concept managed to rise to the 6th level void interpretation concept. Each and every gaze instantly fell on Zishang. All of them had an astonished and perplexed look. A proud smile could be seen on Xianxia's face. He really enjoyed this kind of feeling very much. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still a little bit far behind. I hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough to the seventh void interpretation when I enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. Xianxia thought to himself. Blade Sect. As one of the four major forces in the southern district of the northern desert, Blade Sect was located in two adjacent vast valleys. One of the two valleys were named Saber Valley. It was where the Saber Sect was located. The other was named Sword Valley, where the Sword Sect was located. In between the Saber and Sword Valleys, there was a hill that housed a succession of architectural complex. This complex was where the senior officials of Blade Sect usually stay and cultivate. In the palace on the hill, 5 people were standing before a high platform at the moment. The high platform was shrouded in fog. Among the 5 of them, 2 were old men while the other 3 were middle-aged men. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize the 3 middle-aged men with just a glance. They were none other than Sword 13, the Vice Sect Master of Sword Sect, Saber 5, the Vice Sect Master of Saber Sect, and Feng Wudao, the Elder of Sword Sect from Blade Sect. However, Feng Wudao was staring fixedly at the fog of the high platform with a glum look on his face at the moment. He was a little nervous. Sect Masters, Feng Wudao could not help but look at the 2 elderly men and said with a look of dismay, the profound assimilation formation really will not harm a fire spirit body. By right it won't. Moreover, there has never been a case where an incident happened after the fire spirit body entered the profound assimilation formation. One of the tall and sturdy old men shook his head. Don't worry, since Tian Wu, that little girl, has an innate spirit body, she'll only benefit from the profound assimilation formation that's filled with concept energy. No harm will come to her at all, another thin old man said. The 2 old men were the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. One ruled Saber Sect while the other ruled Sword Sect. Unfortunately, Tian Wu, that little girl, can't consume any spirit fruit. Otherwise, she would have quite an accomplishment when she enters the martial emperor's secret treasure with the fire concept she comprehends in her. Shocking strength. Sword 13 let out a sigh. The moment Feng Wudao and the 2 old men heard this, they became quiet as well. Feng Tianwu had a remarkable comprehension in the fire concept, but her cultivation base was still only at the 3rd level void interpretation. It was much more inferior compared to many other Blade Sect's disciples. If it wasn't for her remarkable fire concept, she would not even be qualified to enter the profound assimilation formation and enjoy the baptism of the several hundred concept fragments. It's going to be 3 hours soon. Blade 5 stood at the side, his eyes lit up immediately. He had an eager expression on his face as he looked at the profound assimilation formation before him that was shrouded on the high platform. Upon hearing Blade 5's words, the other 4 people immediately shifted their gazes towards the profound assimilation formation. A moment later, the fog on the high platform converged and revealed its true state. 10 young men and women were sitting cross-legged in various parts of the platform. After a while, they finally woke up one by one. Wooer. When Feng Wudao saw a figure that was slowly rising, a relieved and happy smile crept up on his face. The heart that was lifted high could finally be put down. Father. Upon hearing the voice, she looked at Feng Wudao as a smile appeared on that delicate face that was so beautiful that it could topple the world. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all right as long as you're unharmed. Feng Wudao shook his head. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the sky swirled, and the sky started to change. All the other 9 Blade Sect's disciples, including Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyang, demonstrated their concepts one after another. They mobilized their heaven and earth energy and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Their concepts were more or less elevated by 2 to 3 levels. Tian Wu, let us see how many levels your fire concept had risen up to. The thin old man looked at Feng Tian Wu kindly. Yes, Sect Master. Upon hearing the Sect Master of Sword Sect's words, Feng Tian Wu did not waste any time. The red robe on her body suddenly billowed. It resembled fire that was burning with great intensity. Su Li, you're really not interested in this Feng Tian Wu at all. If you're not interested, your senior brother, I, will go ahead and court her. The green-clad young man standing beside Su Li was staring at Feng Tian Wu with a great burning desire in his eyes. He was itching to make her his senior brother. Lian, I've told you before. Tian Wu already has somebody she likes. Su Li frowned as he continued, and that person is somebody that you can't afford to offend. The one that you're speaking of is that guy who originally followed you here to our Blade Sect, yet halfway through the journey, he got hunted down by the Skywolf Fort people until he went missing. That Duan Tian you mean? The green-clad young man laughed in disdain. Let alone the fact that he might already be dead, I'm not afraid of him even if he's still alive. The first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Come on, that kind of rubbish martial competition is not even worth mentioning, okay? Upon hearing the green-clad young man cursing Duan Tian, Su Li's face darkened at once. His eyes gleamed coldly, and his fists were clenched tightly. However, he did not make any movements at all. Putting aside the fact that this green-clad young man had quite a reputable identity, just his strength alone far exceeded his own strength. A cultivation base at the 8th level void interpretation and a comprehension of the 9th level sword concept was not something that he could compare to. At this moment, nobody heard a word of the exchange between Su Li and that green-clad young man because everyone's attention was fixed upon Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, waves of hot air swept out from around Feng Tianwu's body. It set off flurries of hot hurricanes that blew in all directions. The raging hurricanes that brought about hot air made several Blade Sect's disciples, whose cultivation base was much lower, turn pale immediately. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Tianwu was completely covered in flames that soared up to the sky. It served as a foil to the red long robe on her body and made her look like a fire elf. The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air, followed by the emergence of the heaven and earth phenomenon. In a few moments, 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level intermediate fire concept. When everyone saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above her, they immediately became terrified. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They regained their senses quickly as horror dawned on their faces. They regained their senses so quickly because after the emergence of the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared again in the sky as the flames continued to soar from Feng Tianwu's body. 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before everyone. First level advanced fire concept. Everyone, including the 2 sect leaders of saber and sword sects, could not help but narrow their eyes instantly. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Before Feng Tianwu entered the profound assimilation formation, she seemed to have only comprehended the 5th level intermediate fire concept. However, after she came out from the profound assimilation formation, she had already comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept. When they saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons a moment later, everyone turned numb as they stared at the scene before their eyes with their mouths agape. 2nd level advanced fire concept. Su Li gasped. No, it's not only 2nd level advanced fire concept. The number of ancient horned dragons is still increasing. Zhang Shouyang muttered. His eyes were as big as saucers. Indeed, the number of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head was still increasing. The 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons soon became 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Immediately afterward, it became 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, and it was still increasing. Everyone had gone completely numb without realizing it. Is this the fire spirit body? Don't tell me she absorbed all of the concept energy from the fire concept fragments that the profound assimilation formation managed to refine. Sword 13 was flabbergasted as he murmured to himself. Chapter 921, Supreme Emotion Forsaking Technique. Emotion Severing Sect. A blue-clad young man was sitting in a secluded courtyard. Waves of turquoise ripples were swirling around his body. It was the water concept. In the sky, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended as they whirled. They quietly waited and was poised to attack at any time. The green-clad young man sitting there did not use the slightest amount of his origin energy at all. In other words, his water concept alone managed to urge the heaven and earth energy to gather 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was obvious that he had comprehended the 1st level advanced water concept. After God knows how long, the wave of turquoise ripples around the green-clad young man suddenly churned and emitted waves of water mist. It spread out like a gentle breeze caressing the rain. Water droplets scattered from the mist and sprinkled the plants planted in the garden, giving them a strong breath of life. All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man who was engulfed in the turquoise ripples opened his eyes. A bright gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered under his breath, Supreme Emotion Forsaking Technique. As water reaches its acme, it condenses into ice. Almost immediately after his words left his mouth, the turquoise ripples by his body emitted a bone-chilling icy aura until there was no mist left. Not long after, the waves of turquoise ripples condensed and formed a layer of thick ice. the thick ice enveloped the blue-clad young man's entire body. However, he did not seem to have noticed anything. His face still remained aloof as he continued to mumble the incantations without pause. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. It was an expressionless middle-aged man. I can't believe he has mastered the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. It's the ultimate cultivation method that has been passed down for several thousands of years in the emotion-severing sect, and nobody had been able to master it. When water reaches its acme, it'll condense into ice. When ice reaches its acme, it'll breed fire, and when fire reaches its acme, it'll converge and become thunder, the middle-aged man murmured to himself. With his current progress, I'm sure he'll be able to successfully breed the fire concept with the ice concept in no time. At that time, he'll be able to simultaneously cast the ice and fire concepts. When ice and fire unify, its power will multiply as well. As if he was hit by some sort of realization, there was a slight change in the middle-aged man's expression. When he lowered his head, he saw intense flames had erupted out of the thick layer of solid ice that was enveloping the young man and rose up to the sky. Despite the hot air that the blazing flame emitted, it did not melt the extremely cold ice. Similarly, the extremely cold ice did not extinguish the flame either. It looked extremely strange to the eyes. The harmonious existence between the two elements seemed to be completely contrary to the principle of water extinguishing fire. At this moment, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the young man's head suddenly shifted to the side, and another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons immediately appeared. Boom! The young man's legs slammed on the ground. The thick bricks on the ground cracked and fissures began to spread out in all directions. It looked like a huge spider web. There was a sudden burst of coldness that emitted a hot wave in this huge spider web. This contradictory combination caused the plants in the small courtyard to immediately lose their vitality. The moment the young man leapt on the ground, he used his force and soared up into the sky. He rushed into the air like a flash of lightning. Supreme emotion-forsaking technique. The union of ice and flame. The young man hovered in the air and muttered under his breath. The moment he reached the end of his muttering, he shouted without warning. The moment he shouted, the ice and flame on his body strangely merged into one and formed a new bluish flame that was crystal clear and beautiful. It was like an icy flame that was burning intensely. Waves of extreme coldness and heat radiated from the icy flame. The contradictory combination caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to whirl once again. Without any warning, the young man took a stride forward, and his fist punched out to the sky like a cannonball that was swiftly shot out. Blue flames rushed out from his fist as it formed a shock wave that swept and tore through the sky. It set off a series of deafening explosions. Waves and waves of air that was a mixture of coldness and heat spread all over the place. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons on top of his head, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared without any prior warning. From the beginning until the end, he did not use his origin energy at all. In other words, this strength of 200 ancient horned dragons did not come from his origin energy at all. Not bad. Although your union of ice and flame is still at the rudiment stage, it's enough to multiply your strength by half. When you manage to reach a higher stage and cultivate it to the mastery stage, it'll be able to multiply your strength by 2 times. The cold-looking middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the young man. A smile that rarely appeared on his face was playing at the corner of his mouth. If Duan Ling Tian was here at this moment, he would be able to identify the middle-aged man as Peian, the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, with just a glance. As for the young man, he was Zhang Yong, the flame young master. The supreme emotion-forsaking technique was the cultivation method inherited from the emotion-severing sect since the ancient time. It was said that it was regarded as a first-rate cultivation method in the entire Cloud continent. However, no one in the emotion-severing sect had successfully cultivated it all this time. Other than having to sever one's emotional ties completely, cultivating the supreme emotion-forsaking technique would require the person to comprehend the water concept to a certain level as well. When water reaches its acme, it would condense into ice. When ice reaches its acme, it would breed fire. When fire reaches its acme, it would converge and become thunder. These short 30 words were exactly the outline of the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. For those who cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, once they managed to successfully condense ice from water and comprehend the ice concept, they would be able to rely on the ice concept to breed the fire concept that emerged the moment the ice concept reached its acme. Moreover, they would not have to cultivate the fire concept. When the ice concept made progress, the fire concept would simultaneously progress as well. This was because it originated from the ice concept. The same theory applied to the thunder concept that would come later as well. The fact that it was considered as a first-rate cultivation method in the entire cloud continent naturally meant that the supreme emotion-forsaking technique's powerful nature was not only limited to this. Anyone who had successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique would also be able to master another peculiar technique. It was called the Union of Ice and Fire. The Union of Ice and Fire was separated into two stages, the rudiment and the mastery stages. Compared to the other cumbersome martial skills, it was definitely much simpler. The rudiment stage allowed one's ice and fire concept to merge. Not only could it combine the power of the two, it could also multiply the power by half. Similar to Zhang Yan earlier, through the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, his first-level advanced water concept was transformed into the first-level advanced ice concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was bred out of this was at the same level as well, the first-level advanced fire concept, with a strength that was also equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragons. The two of them added up together was equal to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help from the Union of Ice and Fire, the strength would multiply by half-fold, which was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragons. When he managed to cultivate his Union of Ice and Fire to the mastery level, his base strength would multiply by twofold and would have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The stronger the ice concept was, the stronger the fire concept would be. The strength of the Union of Ice and Fire would be more powerful too. Other than that, the Union of Ice and Fire could only be regarded as a combination of the ice and fire concepts that could be executed together. It had no conflicts at all with one's martial skills. For this reason, it was possible to cast some martial skills on top of the Union of Ice and Fire. As a result, the strength would increase too. Master. The moment Zhang Yan saw him, he hastily bowed as a salutation and dared not slack at all. Get ready. We'll depart tomorrow for the martial emperor's secret treasure. Payan nodded his head. The instant he finished his words, he vanished without a trace again before Zhang Yan's eyes. After Payan had left, a brilliant gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he murmured to himself, with my cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, plus the Union of Ice and Fire that was created out of the fusion of ice and fire concepts, I possess the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons without a spirit weapon. If everything goes smoothly, the other young powerhouses from the other sects will not be a match for me. His eyes shone with confidence when he finished his sentence. Since he joined the emotion-severing sect and demonstrated his innate skill and comprehension, his consumption of spirit fruits did not cease at all. For this reason, there was no more spirit fruit that was suitable for him to consume after he made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Due to the abundance of spirit fruits in the emotion-severing sect, he had consumed all of them previously, so he was already completely immune to the medicinal efficacy of the fruits. For this reason, since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he only managed to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation due to lack of suitable spirit fruits that he could consume. Duan Ling Tian just left the Darkened dynasty. Before this, he did not consume any spirit fruit that was exclusively for a void interpretation martial artist. However, since he went to Blade sect, he would have no shortage of spirit fruits at all. I'm sure his current cultivation base must be higher than mine. As a familiar purple figure emerged in his mind, a rare and faint smile crept up to the corner of his mouth. However, even if his cultivation base is higher than mine, and his concept is raised with the help of the profound assimilation formation, his strength will not be as good as mine since I cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique successfully. Only Zishang might pose a threat to me. The moment he recalled Zishang, a hint of dread could be seen in between his brows. He still could not help but shudder when he thought about the secret technique that Zishang demonstrated previously, 2nd level void interpretation. After he had cast his secret technique, his cultivation base immediately soared up to the 6th level void interpretation. It was fortunate that Zishang's concepts did not rise together as well. Otherwise, most of the young powerhouses from the other sects that would enter the martial emperor's secret treasure this time, including himself, would most likely not be a match for Zishang. Chapter 922, For the Sake of Profundity Fragment. Northern Desert, the southwest region. Figures flew from the northeast with an extremely fast speed. They passed through the clouds in the sky and left a visible, sky road. A group of people was led by 3 middle-aged men, an old man, and a middle-aged woman with 20 people following closely behind. All 20 of them were young men and women. None of them was over 40 years old. Arriving soon. The middle-aged man who was leading the group was none other than Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect. When he withdrew his gaze from afar, he also began to slow down his speed. The rest of the people immediately slowed down as well. We've arrived. The 20 young people behind him were stunned. It has already been more than a month since the day of our departure. We'll be arriving at our destination soon. Guo Chong's voice was transmitted to all of their ears. We're really arriving soon. Duan Lingtian was following behind as he slowed down his speed as well. The instant he heard Guo Chong's words, his eyes lit up. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, we'll arrive at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure soon. At that time, you and I will join forces and there's no need for us to worry about not being able to get the treasures that were left behind by the Martial Emperor. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huang Daniu's brazenness. Do I really need to join forces with the others? Even if I really want to join forces with the others, I'll never choose this guy. Nangong Chen from Gold Peak is more suitable. Okay. Nangong Chen's current cultivation base must have already broken through to the 9th level void interpretation. Similar to his first level advance earth concept, his strength was extremely strong as well. Duan Lingtian was the only person he was second to among the younger generation in the Five-Element Sect. Duan Lingtian had no doubts that Nangong Chen could make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. After all, the 2 spirit fruits that he had consumed previously were issued by the Five-Element Sect in a unified manner. Wood Peak received 4 while Gold Peak received 3. Out of the 3 that Gold Peak received, at least 2 must have been given to Nangong Chen. Throughout this journey, I'm sure all of you must have been curious about the destination. I'm going to tell you about it now. Guo Chong's voice continued to resonate. The group of Five-Element Sect's disciples, eyes lit up immediately, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Even Nangong Chen was not an exception. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he lifted his brows at once. He knew that Guo Chong was going to tell them about the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. The place that we're heading to this time is the secret treasure that the Martial Emperor left behind. Guo Chong's words entered their ears clearly. Other than the 4 peak masters, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu who looked very calm, the rest of the Five-Element Sect's disciples were stunned for a moment before chaos broke out among them. Secret treasure that was left behind by a Martial Emperor. My goodness, I wonder how many treasures are contained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It must have all sorts of things like the 9th level concept fragments, grade 1 spirit weapon, or grade 1 medicinal pill, right? I knew it certainly won't be for some trivial matter that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters personally took us out this time. It's just that it did not cross my mind that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. The group of young Five-Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even the Nangong twins were not an exception. Nangong Yi looked eager, and his eyes were shining brilliantly. Nangong Chen, on the other hand, still had a cold and aloof look on his face, but his eyes that were gleaming brightly undoubtedly betrayed his mood at the moment. According to the news that I received, the Martial Emperor's secret treasure was left behind when he was close to his death. All of his inheritance is inside, and they're waiting for the right person from the future to take them. When Guo Chong was announcing this, his tone became slightly higher than usual. How could the inheritance that was left behind by a Martial Emperor be something ordinary? Even he who held the sect master position in the Five-Element Sect could not contain his excitement. Inheritance. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart gave a sudden jolt. Although he already knew beforehand that they were going to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, he thought that it was merely some games that were created by a Martial Emperor when he was feeling bored. However, it looked like this was not the case at all. Without a doubt, it did not matter if it was a game or inheritance that was left behind by a Martial Emperor. They would both contain some items that people would fight to the death over. However, it was obvious the latter would contain a much valuable treasure. This was because the latter might contain the wealth that had been accumulated by the Martial Emperor during his entire life. It was enough to make any force, or anyone, in the Cloud Continent to turn green over it. I'm really getting more and more excited about it. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. At the same time, after they heard Guo Chong's words, the group of young Five-Element Sect's disciples' breath began to quicken. The inheritance from a Martial Emperor. What did that mean? The inheritance that was left behind by a Martial Emperor is all of the wealth accumulated by him during his life. Whoever obtains it would definitely soar up to the sky. I can't wait to go now. However, since it's the inheritance left by a martial emperor, why did the 5 peak masters bring us along with them? Wouldn't it be better if they bring the sect elders with them to take the treasures? Could it be that there's some reason behind it? The group of 5 element sect disciples buried their heads together in a heated discussion. Eventually, one by one they slowly looked towards Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, and the other 4 peak masters with a questioning look on their faces. This time, the martial emperor's secret treasure that we're headed to is filled with all sorts of tests that were left behind by the martial emperor. We'll have to enter the secret treasure ourselves to search for them if we want to get the treasures that were left behind. Naturally, Guo Chong heard the discussions of the 5 element sect's disciples. Slowly, he continued to explain, "We brought all of you here because the gate of that place is covered with an inscription formation. That inscription formation only allows those who are below 40 to enter the place. If we force our way in, the martial emperor's secret treasure will collapse immediately. Now, do you understand the reason why I brought all of you here?" Guo Chong's words entered the ears of the 5 element sect's disciples. Other than Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu who were already prepared, the other 18 people could not help but be taken aback. However, they grasped the situation completely after listening to Guo Chong's explanation. It was not because the sect leader and the 4 peak masters refused to bring the sect elders with them. It was because none of the sect senior officials, including themselves, were able to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. Only young people below the age of 40 like them could enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. Furthermore, the 5 element sect is not the only one who knows about the martial emperor's secret treasure. As far as I know, the 4 major forces in the southern district of the northern desert also know about the existence of the martial emperor's secret treasure. When the martial emperor's secret treasure opens its gate, they'll definitely bring the best young disciples they have as well. When Guo Chong announced this, his face turned glum immediately. In other words, apart from the 20 of you who'll enter the martial emperor's secret treasure, the best young disciples from the 4 major forces in the southern district of the northern desert will enter with all of you as well. As for what's going to happen inside, I'm sure you can guess it already. For this reason, all of you must be mentally prepared for it, Guo Chong finished in one breath. The 4 major forces of the northern desert also know about the existence of the martial emperor's secret treasure. Oh, Lord, if the young disciples of the 4 major forces enter with us, we might not be able to hold on to the treasure even if we manage to find it. The 4 major forces are in no way inferior to our 5 element sect. It seems like going into the martial emperor's secret treasure is going to be a perilous journey. Other than Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu who were already well prepared, the group of 5 element sect's disciples was astonished. Judging from their words, it was clear that some of them were filled with dread. Naturally, there were also some whose eyes shone brilliantly like Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The moment they heard that other young powerhouses from other forces would be entering the martial emperor's secret treasure too, a strong battle intention began to radiate from their bodies unconsciously. Apart from the twins, Hu Fei, Tan Huang, and Tian Zhen's eyes were all filled with anticipation as well. Naturally, the sect won't force you if you don't want to go in. However, before you make any decision, I still want to talk to all of you on behalf of the sect. When he reached this point, Guo Chong paused for a while before continuing. Among all of the things hidden inside the martial emperor's secret treasure, the sect's only interested in the profundity fragments. As for the remaining things like 9th level concept fragments or grade 1 spirit weapon, well, finders keepers, the sects will not seize it from you by force. The profundity fragment, the moment the words left Guo Chong's mouth, other than Duan Ling Tian, the other 19 5 element sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, narrowed their eyes immediately. Naturally, they all knew fairly well what the profundity fragment meant. If the 5 element sect could get their hands on the profundity fragment, even only one piece was enough to give birth to a martial emperor, and, right now, the martial emperor's secret treasure that they were about to enter actually contained the profundity fragment. All of them came around after giving it some thoughts. After all, that was a place that contained the inheritance of a martial emperor during the course of his entire life. There must be no shortage of profundity fragments in the wealth accumulated during his entire lifetime. Whoever obtains the profundity fragment will become a great benefactor of our sect. In the future, the sect will fulfill and never refuse the request of the disciple who turns in the profundity fragment as long as it's within the sect's ability. Guo Chong said with a solemn look as he reached the end of the sentence. However, if you don't turn in the profundity fragments and we find it after we perform a search on you, you won't get the benefits anymore. Guo Chang's tone became harsher than before as he said, whichever 5-element sect's disciple who comes out of the martial emperor's secret treasure will have to hand in their spatial ring and let us have a thorough search. Once we've confirmed that you don't have the profundity fragment on you, we'll return the spatial ring to you. As for the other treasures, the sect will not lay a finger on it at all. Don't even think about hiding the spatial ring from us. You should know that Peak Master Tianjiyu is an inscription master, and when he expands his spiritual energy, he'll be able to find out where you hide it even if you swallow the ring into your stomach. Chapter 923. Arousing the enthusiasm. Guo Chang's words completely discouraged some of the 5-element sect's disciples from trying to hide the profundity fragment after they found it. If their spatial ring would be searched as well, it would definitely be impossible to hide the profundity fragment. Search the spatial ring. Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned a little. Unlike the other 5-element sect's disciples, he had already possessed 3 profundity fragments even before he entered the martial emperor's secret treasure. They were obtained from the sword monarch's treasure before this. He could still accept it if the profundity fragments that he found in the martial emperor's secret treasure were taken away. However, if the 3 profundity fragments that he originally possessed got taken away, who should he lodge a complaint to? Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Chang and spoke up immediately. Yes. Guo Chang stared at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled look. The stern look on his face had vanished without a trace. Instead, it was replaced with a smile as he asked, anything? In his opinion, among all of the young 5-element sect's disciples who would be entering the martial emperor's secret treasure, the person who possessed the greatest strength was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He had pinned most of his hopes on Duan Ling Tian this time. For this reason, he did not put on the air of a sect leader in front of Duan Ling Tian. What if we managed to get 2 or more profundity fragments in the martial emperor's secret treasure? Do we really have to hand in every piece to the sect as well? Duan Ling Tian looked Guo Chang in the eyes and casually asked. Not only would the profundity fragment allow the sect to give birth to a martial emperor, it would also help us enter the martial monarch stage if we can keep one for ourselves. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he said this. The moment the words left his mouth, all the other 19 5-element sect's disciples immediately shifted their attention towards Guo Chang in unison. It was apparent that they were curious about this as well. After all, Duan Ling Tian's words resonated with their thoughts. Of course. The profundity fragment would help the sect give birth to a martial emperor, and it would also help them enter the martial monarch stage in the future and become a martial emperor themselves. This. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Guo Chang became hesitant immediately. Sect leader, if the sect really wants us to hand in all of the profundity fragments that we obtain, I'm afraid not many of us will be interested in fighting for the profundity fragments inside the martial emperor's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian continued to add on, after all, what use is there for us to fight till our very last breath for something that doesn't belong to us? What use is there for us to take as many as possible? Humph. The moment these words left his mouth, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, who was standing by the side, snorted, what do you mean by, what use is there for us to fight until our very last breath for something that doesn't belong to us, and what use is there for us to take as many as possible? Don't you forget that you're all the disciples of the 5-element sect. The sect trained and fostered all of you. Now that the sect needs you, don't you think you should devote yourself entirely to your last breath for the sake of the sect? As he was speaking, Cha Bai swept a glance at the 5-element sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian. Peak Master Cha Bai, you're speaking with such a strong sense of awe-inspiring righteousness. Does this mean that you'll be willing to put your life at stake to fight for those profundity fragments that will eventually be handed to the sect if you're the one entering the martial emperor's secret treasure? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he stared directly at him. Of course, Cha Bai replied as a matter of course, putting on an air that was saying, I'm willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the sect. In that case, do you dare to swear by the 9 heavenly tribulation, Peak Master Cha Bai? Swear that if the words that you just said did not come from the bottom of your heart, you're willing to be killed in a strike by the 9 heavenly tribulation. A ridiculing smile crept up on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Cha Bai's face turned pale at once. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to bring up the 9 heavenly tribulation into the conversation again. However, did he really dare to swear by the 9 heavenly tribulation? Looks like the words that you just spoke were uttered against your conscience, Peak Master Cha Bai. Duan Ling Tian stared deeply at Cha Bai and mocked him with a sneer. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples immediately cast a mocking glance at Cha Bai while some even snorted. We're duty-bound to find the profundity fragments for the sect. However, if there are no incentives, I'm afraid it's not enough to raise the sect's disciples' morale. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Chong again before he slowly proclaimed, "Sect leader, please consider this for a while. When the disciples enter the martial emperor's secret treasure knowing that they will not get to keep the profundity fragments for themselves, how passionate do you think they would be when they're searching for the profundity fragments? At that time, their minds will be totally focused on the high-level items such as the concept fragments or spirit weapon instead. After all, no matter how many pieces of those items they get, it'll belong to them." When he reached this point, Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he changed his tone and said, "However, if the sect promises that no matter who it is, we can keep the second or the third profundity fragments that we found for ourselves, I'm sure all of the sect's disciples will be willing to risk their lives to search for the profundity fragments instead. After all, a piece of profundity fragment is more than enough to change one's life." All of the sect's disciples present here were chosen by the sect. Each of them possesses a strong innate skill and comprehension. I'm sure they'll eventually make a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation and comprehend the 9th level void transformation concept someday. To them, the profundity fragment is also an equally rare treasure. I hope that you can consider this, sect leader. I can't speak for everyone. In my case, I might be willing to search for the profundity fragments for the sect's sake in order to repay the debt for the training I received from the sect. However, if the profundity fragment is in the hands of a young powerhouse whose strength is on par or stronger than mine and could potentially kill me, I'll most likely not fight for that profundity fragment. After all, we only have one life in this world. It's extremely precious and valuable. No matter how attractive the profundity fragment is, in the end, it's still not ours, so there's no reason for us to risk our lives to fight for it. Duan Ling Tian addressed the group in one breath. Senior brother Ling Tian said it well. That's right, if all of the profundity fragments that we obtain have to be given to the sect, then this will definitely lower our enthusiasm to search and fight for the profundity fragments. Since it doesn't belong to us anyway, there's no reason for us to risk our lives for it. However, if we can keep the second piece of profundity fragment that we find, I'll definitely fight till my last breath to snatch it. After all, it'll play a role in whether or not I'll be able to become a martial emperor in the future. Same goes for me. Although senior brother Ling Tian is young, every word of his is a gem, and they completely resonate with my heart. Before Guo Chong could respond in time, a clamor had already broken out among the group of Five Element sect's disciples. From their words, it was obvious that they all agreed with Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen were no exception as well. Although Nangong Chen still had a cold look on his face, there were no doubts that he had the same thoughts from the constant gleaming of his eyes. Humph. Although Hu Fei was displeased that this words came out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, he had to admit that he actually agreed with Duan Ling Tian as well. When Guo Chong saw the scene before him going out of control due to Duan Ling Tian's remark, he could not help but let out a wry smile. He had to admit that Duan Ling Tian's remark had not only resonated with the other Five Element sect's disciples' hearts but with his own heart too. Although he would not be involved in the search for the profundity fragments, he could roughly understand the feelings of the people involved. It was exactly like what Duan Ling Tian said. If the sect's disciples had to hand all of the profundity fragments to the sect no matter how many they obtained, their enthusiasm would be killed off no matter how loyal they were to the sect. Sect leader, I agree with Duan Ling Tian about this matter. At this moment, Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, suddenly stepped out and voiced out directly, in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples, I hope that you'll allow them to keep the second, third or even fourth profundity fragments that they managed to find in the martial emperor's secret treasure. I also agree with Duan Ling Tian. This time, Yu Fang and Tian Ji Yu, the Peak Masters of Water and Earth Peaks respectively, chimed in as well. What about you, Peak Master Cha Bai? When he saw the three Peak Masters had stepped forward and agreed with Duan Ling Tian's remark, he instinctively looked over at Cha Bai who did not say a word at all. Or could it be that you disagree with Duan Ling Tian? I have no objection. Although Cha Bai hated Duan Ling Tian to the core, he knew that this was not the right time to be cocky. If he denied Duan Ling Tian's remark, even the disciples from Fire Peak would hate him as well. Alright, when Guo Chang saw all 4 peak masters agreed with him, he nodded his head and immediately looked at the 20 young disciples of the 5-element sect, including Duan Lingtian. He announced clearly, I, Guo Chang, the sect leader of 5-element sect, give you my word on behalf of the sect that no matter how many profundity fragments you obtain from the martial emperor's secret treasure, every one of you only need to hand in one to us. The disciple who hands in one to us will no longer need to hand in their spatial ring for us to check. Guo Chang announced in one breath. Suddenly, the eyes of all 5-element sect's disciples shone brightly. Some began to breathe more rapidly than usual. All hail the sect leader. In this case, I must obtain at least 2 profundity fragments even if I fight till my last breath. Wait for me, martial monarch stage. Chaos broke out in the group of 5-element sect's disciples. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. Guo Chang could not help but sigh emotionally when he saw this scene. He knew that the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples in finding and fighting for the profundity fragment had finally been successfully aroused. Now, all that was left was for them to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure and show off their skills. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that situation had finally turned around. I hope that I'll be able to get my hands on one profundity fragment that's not useful to me in that martial emperor's secret treasure. It can also be considered as repayment for the grace of the 5-element sect and for my training, he thought to himself. Previously, the 5-element sect had given him 3 spirit fruits and even allowed him to enter the profound assimilation formation. It resulted in him making a great breakthrough in his strength. The training was also a sign of their grace after all. If he did not repay it, he would feel uneasy about it. However, I'm sure that the martial emperor's secret treasure won't have too many profundity fragments. If I really can't find any profundity fragments inside, I'll have to think of another way and hide the 3 profundity fragments I have on hand. Duan Lingtian was prepared for the worst scenario. It was impossible for him to hand in the 3 profundity fragments he had on hand. The wind profundity fragment, thunder profundity fragment, and sword profundity fragment. These 3 profundity fragments were all profundity fragments that would be useful to him, so he would never hand them over. Chapter 924, Crimson Moon Sect's Provocation. Let's go. Guo Chang, the sect leader of 5-element sect, shouted lightly. He continued leading the group of 5-element sect people, including Duan Lingtian, to fly forward to their destination. Very soon, they reached a hill that had a vast area. It stretched as far as the eyes could see. Suddenly, one of the 5-element sect disciples cried out in surprise as if he had discovered something. There's someone over there. Everybody immediately looked in the direction where he was staring, and they soon saw a group of people flying towards them swiftly from afar. In just a blink of an eye, this group of people arrived before them. The other party had also noticed them as well. Each and every one of them came to a halt and stood confrontationally before them. All of these people added together totaled to 24 people. There was a middle-aged man, 3 old men, and 20 young men and women that appeared like they were below 40 years of age. Other than the middle-aged man who was dressed casually, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women were all wearing a red robe that had gold or copper trims. The 3 old men were wearing robes with gold trims while the 20 young men and women were wearing red robes with copper trims. The badges pinned on their chests looked like a reddish moon. Uniforms. Duan Lingtian raised his brows. Skywolf Fort immediately came to his mind. The group of vice fort masters from the Skywolf Fort and their disciples were all usually in some sort of uniform too. Skywolf Fort, we'll eventually settle the bill between us once and for all. The moment he thought about Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately flashed with crimson red. The scene when Tom Yu died from blocking an attack for him when he was hunted by the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was still vivid in his mind. A blood debt had to be repaid with blood. It's the people from Crimson Moon Sect. A loud clamor erupted next to Duan Lingtian's ears. Many of 5-element sect's disciples started to whisper to each other. The Crimson Moon Sect. Duan Lingtian finally understood when he saw the Crimson Moon badge pinned on the chests of the group of people before him. He was not unfamiliar with the Crimson Moon Sect at all. Originally, when he was still staying with the Yi family at Drift Cloud Town, Yi Zan had mentioned Crimson Moon Sect to him before. For this reason, he knew that Crimson Moon Sect, just like 5-element sect, was also one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Their strength was in no way inferior to 5-element sect. Sect leader Ren, Guo Chang greeted lightly when he saw the middle-aged man who led the group. I didn't expect that Crimson Moon sect has also received the news. That middle-aged man, who's dressed casually, with a medium-built body and ordinary-looking features, is the sect leader, Renji. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the void. A familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears instantly when he looked at the middle-aged man. It was none other than Chen Wei, who was using voice transmission to tell him about the middle-aged man's identity. Likewise, I didn't expect news to travel so fast to your five-element sect. However, only a capable man will be able to obtain the secret treasure left behind by the martial emperor. Renji said as he swept a glance at Guo Chong indifferently before pausing for a little while. His sharp gaze swept past all the 20 young five-element sect's disciples one by one before it landed on Duan Ling Tian, and he burst out laughing. Sect leader Guo, looks like you really don't have any other candidates among the younger generations in five-element sect, huh? Don't you think a young boy like him should just stay back and be nursed at home? Ha 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 ha. The moment these words left Renji's mouth, the 3 old men behind him and the 20 young men and women burst out laughing instantly. Their laughter was full of mockery. Sect leader is right, such a young boy should just stay home and drink milk instead. Look at him, I'm sure he's only around 25 years old. Is that trash seeking for his death in the martial emperor's secret treasure? Perhaps he feels that dying in the martial emperor's secret treasure is something to be proud of. Many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples commented without restraint as they mocked Duan Ling Tian with their intentionally raised voice. They deliberately followed the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect's example and wanted to shame the five-element sect on purpose. What a blatant humiliation. Despite the calm look on Duan Ling Tian's face, his narrowed eyes gleamed coldly. It imperceptibly exposed his current feelings. His gaze was focused on the few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were mocking him happily without restraint. When the opportunity presented itself later, he would definitely kill these people off without mercy. His dignity should never be trampled on by anyone. Drink milk. Guo Chong's expression turned very ugly. The 3 forces of the eastern district in the northern desert had no tolerance for each other all along. If any one of them had the ability to annihilate the other 2 forces, they would definitely not wait until the next day to make their moves. However, Guo Chong did not expect the Crimson Red sect to be so blatant during an occasion like this. The moment they met, they had immediately mocked his five-element sect's disciples. Sect leader Ren, as the dignified leader of a sect, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to treat a junior like this? Guo Chong asked in a deep voice. Inappropriate? No, I don't think so. Ren Ji replied, nonchalantly with a calm expression. If he thinks what I said is incorrect, he can always come out and challenge any one of the 20 young disciples from my Crimson Moon sect. If he can beat any one of them, I, Ren Ji, the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect, will take back my words from earlier. The instant the words left Ren Ji's mouth, a purple figure had already flew past the group of five-element sect's people and stood right in front of Guo Chong, the sect leader of five-element sect. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Boy, you really dare to come out, huh? When Renji saw Duan Ling Tian stepped out from the five-element sect's group, his eyes were immediately filled with surprise before he continued to mock him. I have to remind you though, you might lose your life by being so blindly courageous and impulsive. Sect leader Ren, do you intend to take back your words from earlier willingly? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was extremely calm. Even when he was faced with Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he was neither haughty nor humble. With his indifferent tone, it was like he was talking to a person who was of no significance. Huh, Ren Ji was astounded before bursting into a fit of laughter. Looks like you intend to seek death then. Lad, come and challenge me, I'll fight you. Oi, that boy from the five-element sect, come and challenge me if you have the balls. Me too. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who trampled on Duan Ling Tian's dignity with their words along with Ren Ji's words earlier were looking at him as they shouted. It was apparent from the smug look on their faces that they looked down on Duan Ling Tian. As he hovered in the sky, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were still clamoring about. His cool voice resonated emotionlessly. Since the 7 of you want to fight me, then I'll just go along with your wishes. All 7 of you, come out now and fight with me together. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, not only were the 7 Crimson Moon sect disciples stunned, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were taken aback by his words as well. The 3 old men who were wearing red robes with gold trims and Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, were also stunned. On the other hand, On the side where the five-element sect stood, the group of people under Guo Chong the sect leader did not even have a change in their expressions. It was like the scene before their eyes did not even warrant any change of emotions in their hearts. Humph, this guy is trying to show off again. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, snorted secretly. At this moment, Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had also noticed the group of five-element sect people's expressions. His heart jolted instantly. Could it be that he had made a wrong judgment? When Ren Ji thought of this, he eyed the purple-clad young man in front of him from top to bottom with great attention. The eyes were so sharp as if it could pierce through everything, were tightly locked on Duan Ling Tian as though he wanted to see through him thoroughly. Duan Ling Tian's face remained indifferent, neither happy nor angry, as he faced Ren Ji's scrutiny. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were just called out by Duan Ling Tian regained their senses and burst into a fit of laughter. It was as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Wanting to challenge 7 at the same time alone. 7 of us simultaneously, is he even sane? The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sneer. The words that came out of their mouths were even ruder than before. At this time, even among the other 13 Crimson Moon sect disciples, many people could not help but burst out laughing as well. Naturally, there were also a few of Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were observant and had noticed the calm and indifferent looks on the group of five-element sect's people. When they shifted their glances towards Duan Ling Tian, who looked as calm as before, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. What? You dare not? The expression on Duan Ling Tian's face remained unchanged even when faced with the repeated provocations from the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Hovering in the sky, the purple robe on his body billowed from the light breeze as he stared at the 7 people before his eyes. What? Did you just say that we dare not? Just because we didn't bare our fangs, you think that we're some sick cats, huh? Brothers, since he looks down on us so much, we must teach him a good lesson. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were completely infuriated by Duan Ling Tian. One by one, they flew out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian as they glared at him viciously. Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, frowned. He was beginning to vaguely feel that something was not right. That purple-clad five-element sect's disciple seemed to be a bit overconfident. Was he really that confident in himself? Or was he deliberately trying to look mysterious? At this moment, Ren Ji saw the calm expressions on the five-element sect's people again, and he began to feel uncertain as well. However, since things had already progressed to this point, how could he stop it now? After all, he was the person who asked the other party to come out for a challenge. If he stopped the fight now, would it not be like slapping his own face? The 3 old men wearing the gold-trimmed red robe in Crimson Moon sect also began to look more sullen. Similar to Ren Ji, they could also faintly feel that something was wrong. Sect leader Ren, I remember you told me earlier that I might lose my life due to blind courage, right? Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, looked at Ren Ji as he nonchalantly said, then, does this mean that you agree for me to fight with your 7 Crimson Moon sect's people to death, sect leader Ren? Upon hearing this, Ren Ji's face fell instantly. However, there was no way for him to refute it at all. He indeed did say it previously. You lad, looks like you really want to die, huh? We'll help you if you really want to die. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who surrounded Duan Ling Tian roared loudly one after another. The origin energy on their bodies whirled, and their concepts immediately rose. Chapter 925, Slicing 7 Throats with One Slice of Sword. When they saw how the 7 people from Crimson Moon sect were about to launch their attacks on Duan Ling Tian, everyone, be it the people from Crimson Moon sect or 5-element sect, was watching the scene intently. Among the people from Crimson Moon sect, dread immediately filled the eyes of Ren Ji the leader, the 3 old men and a few other Crimson Moon sect's disciples, who were more observant. Duan Ling Tian's confidence elicited a sense of ill omen from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, the rest of Crimson Moon sect's disciples sneered as they watched Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by their 7 brothers from the same sect. Their gazes were so cold that it was as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, this 5-element sect's disciple would definitely die. Among the people of 5-element sect with Guo Chong as the leader, all of them thought Duan Ling Tian would immediately cast his innate ability and create an illusion to disrupt the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. At that time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples would flail around uselessly before him and be finished off in one blow. the origin energy on the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples suddenly burst out. Their concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows, and 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons began to appear above each of their heads. Among the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, the person who was the strongest had a cultivation base at the 5th level void interpretation and a comprehension of the 6th level void interpretation concept. The weakest one had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void interpretation with a comprehension of the 3rd level void interpretation concept. As though they had planned beforehand, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples launched their attacks at the same time. Without the use of spirit weapons, their fists and palms all struck out and charged towards Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by them. Nearly 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle in the sky. They bared their fangs and claws as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian as if they were about to tear him into pieces. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples charged as they attacked, be it with their palms or fists. They carried the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons as they ripped the sky apart. A series of shrill and ear-piercing air blast was set off at the place that they passed through. At the place where the air blast was set off, the air flow in the air compressed and immediately exploded, setting off waves and waves of wind. As the wind spread, it transformed into flurries of strong hurricanes that blew the 5 element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were watching by the side. It was to the extent that some of them had to squint their eyes. Only the senior officials from 5 element sect and Crimson Moon sect, and those disciples with a slightly higher cultivation base were watching the scene before their eyes intently without missing even a single detail. When Duan Ling Tian saw how the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were charging at himself and were aiming at his vital parts, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. The instant the cold gleam flashed across his eyes, his hands were already lifted up. The origin energy in his hands immediately converged and formed a white 3-foot-long blade out of thin air. The origin energy converged and became a sword. In the next moment, it seemed like became incorporeal as it transformed into a sword that was solidified from purple electrical snakes. At the same time, streaks of purple lightning and thunder appeared on the sword like shadows that were intertwined with one another. All of this happened with the speed of light. Apart from the senior officials and a few other stronger disciples from the 5 element sect and Crimson Moon sect, everyone else could not clearly see what Duan Ling Tian was doing at all. In the next second, a sword whistling sound resonated and died down as soon as it appeared. Accompanied by the ear-piercing thunder, everybody on the scene could hear the sound very clearly. Almost at the moment when the sword whistling sound that was accompanied by the thunder came to an abrupt halt, all the crowd could see was a flash of purple lightning that rose up to the sky before it vanished in the encirclement of the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples in a blink of an eye. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. When the purple lightning soared up to the sky, everybody could see that the throats of the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, who looked threatening earlier, were spurting out blood continuously. At the same time, their bodies collided brutally with flesh and blood, flying everywhere. Due to inertia, their fast speed could be likened to 7 sports cars that collided on Earth where Duan Ling Tian lived in his past life. They collided until everything was completely smashed. The entire place became deadly silent instantly when everyone saw the 7 disfigured bodies. Concurrently, above the purple figure that was hovering in the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon that did not even have the chance to solidify dissipated immediately. Duan Ling Tian stood straight with both of his hands behind him as he hovered in the sky. The purple robe on his body billowed from the breeze, and his handsome face was extremely cold. A pair of calm eyes were looking directly at the 7 fallen bodies without any hint of emotion at all. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples had been annihilated by him with just a slice to the throat. One slice that killed 7 men. What a fast sword! That sword contained the thunder concept. Although his attack was very brief, and the heaven and earth phenomenon did not solidify into form, the speed in which he launched his attack earlier is at least 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons or more. Horror instantly dawned on the senior officials of the Crimson Moon sect, including Ren Ji, the sect leader. Earlier, they had seen Duan Ling Tian's attack clearly with their eyes. They also saw that with just one slice, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were all dead. Naturally, they immediately wanted to step out and rescue them at that moment. However, they noticed that the senior officials from 5 element sect had their auras focused on them just as they were about to make their moves. They knew that if they made a move, they would be stopped by the senior officials from 5 element sect. For this reason, they could not make any move at all. Instead, they could only watch in pain as their 7 lively Crimson Moon sect's disciples turned into 7 disfigured bodies. How did he become so powerful? He's only so young. With a ghastly pale face, Renji clenched his teeth and stared fixedly at the purple figure in the sky. He was itching to make a move and kill him off. However, he also knew that as long as Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, was there, he would not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian at all. At this moment, the three old men wearing the gold-trimmed red robes, who were the three great vice sect leaders, were all looking extremely pale as well. Despite their fury, none of them made any move towards Duan Ling Tian. The incident today was their mistake no matter how they tried to justify it. Moreover, they might not necessarily win against the Five Element Sect's people even if they planned to play rough. The five peak masters of Five Element Sect had been fighting with them for so many years now. Their strengths were on par with each other. They could not do anything to the other party, and the other party could not do anything to them either. If they were to battle it out, both sides would eventually sustain great losses. This was not something they wanted to see. "Good job, lad," Guo Chong, the sect leader, said. Guo Chong and the senior officials of the Five Element Sect, Qi Yu, Yu Fang and Tianji Yu, the peak masters of wood, water and earth respectively, were looking at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of pleasant surprise. Initially, they thought Duan Ling Tian would use his innate ability to slowly torture them to death when he faced the 7 disciples from Crimson Moon Sect. It did not cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian would choose to use the most simple method and kill them directly with just a slice of his sword when faced with the threatening 7 disciples from Crimson Moon Sect. At this moment, when they saw the pale faces of the Crimson Moon Sect senior officials, bright smiles lit up their faces instantly. Humph, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, snorted secretly to himself. Although he enjoyed this ending very much, he could not help but feel displeased the moment he recalled the fact that it was Duan Ling Tian who launched the attack. If the person who had annihilated the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples was his own direct disciple, Hu Fei, he would definitely be so happy that he would even laugh out loud in his sleep. "Ha, Duan Ling Tian, great job." Huang Daniu laughed excitedly as he pumped his fist in the air. Chen Wei, who was standing at the side, smiled as well. The rest of the Five Element Sect's disciples, including Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen, had a brilliant smile on their faces. The only exception was Hu Fei. Even a rare faint smile could be seen playing on the corner of Nangong Chen's mouth. Previously, the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples persistently humiliated and mocked Duan Ling Tian. Look at how well that situation turned out. Every one of them became mere souls under senior brother's Ling Tian's sword. That's right, when they surrounded senior brother Ling Tian, they looked so arrogant. However, in just a blink of an eye, they're all gone. It's a pity that I'm still too weak so I didn't see clearly how senior brother Ling Tian launched his attack. The slice of his sword was incredibly fast. The Five Element Sect's disciples were discussing it animatedly. Each of their faces was filled with an excited smile. At this moment, they were no longer divided into gold, wood, water, fire or earth peaks. Instead, they all belonged to only one sect, the Five Element Sect. They shared wealth and woes with the Five Element Sect. Contrary to the excitement that the Five Element Sect's disciples felt, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples looked extremely pale in comparison. Just one blow and the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were instantly killed off by an awfully young disciple from the Five Element Sect. He annihilated 7 men with just a slice to the throat. Until this moment, they were still in a state of disbelief. Some of them even wondered if they were actually dreaming, and they could not help but extend their hands to pinch their own thighs. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to indicate that everything that had happened earlier was not a dream after all. It was indeed real. What a fast sword. Senior brother Hong Qing, did you see that clearly? A Crimson Moon Sect's disciple asked another disciple from the same sect by his side with a dismal look on his face. The Crimson Moon Sect's disciple who was known as senior brother Hong Qing had a strong and tough body with a pair of unruly eyebrows. His pair of eyes were brimming with vigor while his cold and aloof face appeared extremely determined. The extraordinary aura that radiated out of his entire body was not on the same level as the other Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. Yes, I did. His cultivation base must be higher than the 8th level void interpretation. Moreover, the thunder concept that he demonstrated earlier must also be at the 8th level void interpretation concept at least. Hong Qing nodded his head, and his sharp gaze was filled with killing intent. From the beginning until now, it did not leave the purple figure in the sky at all. It was as though he could not wait to kill him off with his own hands. Senior brother Hong Qing, You mean even without a spirit weapon, he's able to cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons with just his origin energy and thunder concept? The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who asked the question earlier could not stop himself from gasping in shock. Without any spirit weapon, he had a strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. One could not help but tremble against such terrifying strength. Sect leader Ren, I'm sorry that you lost so many of your young powerhouses that were about to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. Guo Chong flashed Renji a faint smile as he looked at him. However, there was no hint of apology at all on his face. It appeared to have a hint of ridicule instead. With a ghastly pale face, Renji answered in a low voice, Guo Chong, don't be too proud yet. Those people that he killed were only some weaker disciples that we, Crimson Moon sect, sent out. Chapter 926, Qi Yus passed. Master. At this time, one person, a man with a sturdy body, stepped out of the Crimson Moon sect and went to stand beside Renji. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. I want to have a battle with him. A life and death battle. The young man's voice was filled with an extreme coldness that it made other people who heard it felt as if they had just fallen into a thaw hole. It's senior brother Hong Qing. Before Renji could respond, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up instantly. As they looked at the young man, their eyes were filled with veneration. Senior brother Hong Qing is the proud disciple of the sect leader. He's only 38 years old, and his cultivation base has already reached the 9th level void interpretation. Just some time ago, he managed to comprehend the first level advanced fire concept after coming out of the profound assimilation foundation. Moreover, senior brother Hong Qing has also comprehended the second level intermediate saber concept. Even without any spirit weapon, his full strength amounts to 350 ancient horned dragons. Now that senior brother Hong Qing has decided to make his move, that kid will definitely die. Well, unless he dares to turn down the challenge. I'm sure he doesn't have the guts to accept the challenge. The Crimson Moon sect's disciples buried their heads together in a heated argument. Their voices spread without restraint and reached the ears of the Five Element sect's people, and it made them turn pale immediately. The young man that was standing beside Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had already comprehended the void transformation concept. Moreover, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level void interpretation. Additionally, he had also comprehended another concept, the second level intermediate saber concept. Just his origin energy alone, the 9th level void interpretation already amounted to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. The first level advanced fire concept amounted to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The second level intermediate saber concept amounted to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Indeed, this Hong Qing could unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons even without the help of any spirit weapon. The Five Element sect's people, including Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element sect, and a few peak masters, immediately turned glum. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was a variant and could cast his innate ability to construct that mysterious illusion, they did not know if the innate ability that was cast by Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy could affect a 9th level void interpretation martial artist or not. If he could not be affected, Duan Ling Tian would be in a disadvantageous position. After all, the Duan Ling Tian they knew had only comprehended the 9th level intermediate thunder concept and the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. When it came to real strength, he was not a match for this Hong Qing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. When Hong Qing personally requested to challenge Duan Ling Tian, Renji's face was still a little distressed as he carefully studied the changes on the Five Element sect senior officials' faces, including Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element sect. This was because he did not know that if that Five Element sect's disciple had given his all or not when he killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples earlier. Before he could grasp the background of the other party, he would not let his most valued disciple take such a risk. However, the moment he saw the expressions of Guo Chong and the others became sullen, he knew immediately that Guo Chong and the rest did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat his disciple. Good. Renji immediately burst out laughing. After a moment, his laughter finally died off as he stared Guo Chong in the eyes and snorted, Guo Chong, weren't you so pleased with yourself earlier? Now, my useless disciple is going to challenge that Five Element sect's disciple of yours. Does your Five Element sect dare to accept this challenge? Before Guo Chong could open his mouth to reply, Tianjiyu already snorted coldly as he loudly mocked, Humph. A 38-years-old man challenging our 5-element sect's disciple who is below 30 years old. Renji, how low can you stoop? Shorty, I'm talking to Guo Chong right now. Who says that you can interrupt our conversation? Renji said scornfully to Tianji in a casual manner. What did you say? Height had always been a taboo topic for Tianji. Usually, in the 5-element sect and Earth Peak, nobody dared to use the word short in front of him. Now that somebody had disregarded his taboo and openly revealed his scars, he was instantly infuriated. The vast origin energy on his body whirled and transformed into khaki energy that enveloped his entire being. In the next moment, Tianji disappeared before the eyes of all 5-element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Naturally, he did not actually disappear. It was just that his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eyes to see. So fast, Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the sky above, narrowed his eyes instantly. This was his first time seeing Tianji, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, make his move. In his opinion, Tianji was nothing but an inscription master who was far from being handsome and had a particularly small stature. It did not even cross his mind that Tiangu's strength was actually at the 8th level void transformation. At this moment, he used his cultivation base that had already entered the 9th level void interpretation and his spiritual energy that had elevated up to 1st level void transformation to probe Tiangu's cultivation base. After his spiritual energy had made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation, Duan Ling Tian could see the cultivation base of all void transformation martial artists. For instance, Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, were both at the 9th level void transformation. As for Cha Bai and Yu Fang, the Peak Masters of Fire and Water Peak respectively, were both at the 8th level void transformation, just like Tianji. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would not raise any suspicion if he probed Guo Chong, Qi Yu, Cha Bai, and Yu Fang, who were not inscription masters. However, if he probed Tianji, he would definitely be discovered immediately. This was because Tianji was an inscription master. For this reason, he had always held himself back from probing Tianji. Only at this moment, when Tianji had no time to attend to other matters, that Duan Ling Tian finally extended his spiritual energy to probe his cultivation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tianji quickly appeared before Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. Before all of the 5-element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, had time to react, they heard a loud noise that sounded like thunder rumbling in their direction. Then, they finally saw it. Tiangu's small body immediately flew out, and it was only until 100 meters away later that he finally managed to stabilize his body. Barf! Tiangu's body shuddered, and his face turned red instantly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Tian Zhen's face turned pale immediately. Hastily, he flew forward to check on Tiangu's injuries. Renji! Guo Chong's face darkened at once when he saw Tianji, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was injured. When he looked at Renji again, his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. We, Crimson Moon sect, were the first to provoke your 5-element sect. For that reason, our people were killed by you. We admitted that that was our wrong, so we did not pursue the matter. However, your people are the one provoking us now, and he's not even dead yet. Just like this, and you can't hold yourself back anymore. Renji mocked as he cast an aloof glance at Guo Chong. Guo Chong's face darkened a little more, but he did not make any move at all. As the other side had put it, this time, it was indeed 5-element sect who had started it. Naturally, he also knew the reason why Crimson Moon sect did not seek to avenge the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples that were killed by Duan Ling Tian. It was not because they knew they were at fault. Instead, they were worried that they themselves and 5-element sect would both end up suffering great losses. At this moment, he did not make any move, not because he felt that his own side was at fault. Instead, he was also worried that 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect would be weakened by the fight. If 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect suffered great losses, it would only be an advantage for the Wind Sand sect, which was the final major force among the 3 in the eastern district of the northern desert. Yes, that's right, we, from 5-element sect, really can't hold back any longer. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat weird, a cold voice reverberated in the air and shocked the 5-element sect's disciples to the core. They quickly looked at the owner of the voice. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked down. He saw that the person who spoke out was none other than Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Qi Yu stood out and looked at Renji in the eyes with no fear. Qi Yu, what? The injury from 20+ years ago has already healed. Renji looked at Qiyu and scoffed. Qiyu, that time, you were widely recognized in the eastern district of the northern desert as a genius martial artist that was hard to come by in every 100 years. It was to the point that many people even said that you'd become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in 1,000 years. Unfortunately, that injury from 20 over years ago must not have fully healed yet, right? I'm sure you're no longer as strong as you were 20 over years before. If you weren't injured 20 over years ago, I'd probably be slightly afraid of you. However, right now in my eyes, you're no different from that shorty at all. As Renji reached the end of his sentence, he cast another glance at Tianjiyu, who had just returned to stand behind Guochang. For a time, Tianjiyu was so infuriated that he threw up another mouthful of blood. The face of Tianzhen, who was supporting Tianjiyu, immediately darkened as he glared fiercely at Renji. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak and was not able to avenge his father. Upon hearing Renji's words, all of the 5 element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes fell on Qiyu instantly. It did not even cross their minds that this middle-aged man standing before their eyes actually had such a glorious past. The genius martial artist that was hard to come by every 100 years in the eastern district of the northern desert. The person who was widely acknowledged as having the potential to become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in 1,000 years. I didn't know that Peak Master had that kind of past. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally. Actually, it was not only Duan Ling Tian, the group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Huang Daniu and Chen Wei, could not help but sigh as well. They also knew nothing about Qiyu's past. Why don't you come and try it out for yourself to see if I'm still as strong as I was 20 over years ago? Qiyu, who was in the limelight, finally spoke faintly. The moment these words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air before the eyes of the 5 element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian. The speed was so fast that it was horrifying. Right at this moment, the face of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, turned glum immediately as if he had noticed something. Horror suddenly dawned on his face. The instant his expression changed, his entire being vanished in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Chapter 927, Complete Annihilation. A loud noise resonated from the endless explosions. It was like the roar of thunder piercing the ears. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, immediately looked towards the source of the sound. There was a wave of turquoise energy that collided with an azure green energy. When they exploded, the air flow became turbulent immediately. Qiyu, who was behind the turquoise blue energy, and Renji, who was behind the azure green energy, appeared out of thin air. However, they vanished again before everyone's eyes as soon as they appeared. At the same time, a huge wave of air was set off at the center where the 2 waves of energy collided and swept out in all directions. Strong gusts of wind with a great oppressive force blotted the sky and covered the ground as it fell and pressed on everyone. Apart from the senior officials of the 5 element sect and the Crimson Moon sect who were not affected, all of the 5 element sects and the Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, were pressed down to the point that they were bent over. Some of the 5 element sect and the Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had lower a cultivation base abruptly dropped down 100 meters before they could finally stop their tracks and soar back up into the sky against the strong wind current. What a powerful force! Is this the energy of a 9th level void transformation martial artist? The 5 element sects and the Crimson Moon sect's disciples were struck dumb with amazement. 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced wind concept. However, it seems like they're still withholding their power. Although he could not see Qiyu's and Renji's movements clearly, Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the memories of the martial emperor's 2 reincarnations, had a rough idea of what happened when the 2 waves of energies collided earlier. Finally, Qiyu and Renji came into view again under the watchful eyes of the others. Before the crowd even had time to figure out what was happening, a tremendous energy was already emanating out of their bodies and swept out without warning before crashing upon each other. Wham! This time, the energies that collided were not at the same level compared to the previous one. Horrifying airwaves swept out, and strong hurricanes that covered the entire ground and sky crashed down. Immediately, at this time, even the faces of the 3 peak masters from the 5 element sect and 3 vice sect leaders from the Crimson Moon sect began to turn grave. A layer of light origin energy rose out from their bodies and spread over them as it covered their bodies and forcibly resisted the invasion of the strong winds. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, All of the 5-element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, dropped down from the sky similar to dumplings that were dumped into a hot pan. They disappeared from the sky in an instant. All Duan Ling Tian could feel was a strong irresistible wind that pressed down on him and forced him to fall straight down. Even when he cast a suitable concept to help him, he still continued to fall. Other than the 9th level advanced water concept, it turns out that the Peak Master has also comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept. It seems like he actually comprehends both water and fire concepts at the same time. No wonder he was once widely regarded as someone who could become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in 1,000 years. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the scene that he saw before the strong winds covered the entire sky and ground, he could not suppress the shock that he felt. It turned out that Qi Yu was a powerhouse who was at the peak of the void stage. Although he had his own suspicion about it previously, he was not entirely sure. He finally confirmed his suspicion. The Peak Master comprehends the water and fire concepts that are completely antagonistic to each other. Moreover, both of them have also reached the 9th level void transformation concept stage. Even if he doesn't have the profundity fragment, he'll most likely be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch very soon. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void stage and had comprehended two types of conflicting 9th level void transformation concept, like the water and fire concepts, would have an easier time in breaking through to the next stage. Due to the fact that water and fire were antagonistic to each other, these two concepts would exert a greater pressure on the person to some extent, and in turn, it would spur the powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void stage to comprehend profundity. Once the powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void stage had comprehended profundity, it was equivalent to obtaining a pass to enter the martial monarch stage. As long as his origin energy was further elevated, he would then be able to successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian also noticed that the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect was a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void stage as well. When he collided with Qi Yu earlier, he had also demonstrated the 9th level advanced thunder concept apart from the 9th level advanced wind concept. If that Renji is killed by Peak Master, how good would it be if Peak Master gives me the two concept fragments that Renji would leave behind? Duan Ling Tian, who was constantly falling due to the pressure from the strong winds, thought happily to himself. Renji, the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect, was a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void stage. If he died, he would leave behind a piece of 9th level wind concept fragment and 9th level thunder concept fragment. Both of these concept fragments were very useful to Duan Ling Tian. They were much better than the wind and thunder concept fragments that he had in hand. Qi Yu, it seems like I've underestimated you. I didn't expect that your injury has healed after 20 over years. Moreover, you even managed to make more progress after your downfall and elevated your cultivation base to the peak of the void stage. A loud voice that contained a hint of dread resonated from the sky. This time, the strong hurricanes that were raging below finally began to show signs of stopping. It allowed all of the 5-element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, to rise up to the sky again. After Duan Ling Tian had returned to high altitude, he looked towards Renji, the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect, who was standing at an even higher altitude. The remark earlier was made by Renji. At this moment, Qi Yu was standing not far in front of Renji as they faced each other. They were locked in a stalemate. Neither happy nor angry, his face looked of calm. It was so calm that his countenance betrayed nothing of his thoughts. Today, due to my respect for you, Qi Yu, our Crimson Moon sect will not have a dispute with your 5-element sect. Let's go. After taking a deep breath, Renji came up with a reason to extricate himself from the situation. He proceeded to leave with the Crimson Moon sect's people. This Renji is scared now, huh? Duan Ling Tian, whose attention had never left Renji, clearly noticed the deep look of dread that could be seen in Renji's eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of the current 5-element sect. Indeed, come to think of it, in the 5-element sect, Guo Chong, the sect leader, must be a powerhouse who was at the peak of the void stage as well. Now that Qi Yu had entered the picture, how could Renji not be afraid? Trying to leave. It's too late now. Just as Renji was about to leave, Qi Yu vanished from his spot in flash. When he re-emerged again, he was already standing before Renji, blocking his path. Qi Yu, don't overdo it. Renji's face turned utterly grave. At this moment, when Renji's face changed its color, a wanton laughter reverberated in the air. That laughter came from Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect. Ha 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 ha, Ren Ji, everyone from Crimson Moon Sect will have to remain here today. As he reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned chilly instantly. Guo Chong, you. Ren Ji narrowed his eyes. He instantly sensed what Guo Chong was about to do. However, he got cut off right away before he could even finish his sentence. This was because Qi Yu had just launched an attack on him. Before the eyes of the Five Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, Qi Yu, and Ren Ji disappeared again in the air. I'll take care of that three old men. Cha Bai, Yu Fang, you two lead the sect's disciples and annihilate all the disciples from Crimson Moon Sect. Tian Ji Yu, you're responsible for protecting the sect's disciples' well-being. Guo Chong's loud and clear voice resonated in the air like thunder as he passed down his orders. Today, we'll cut off the four most important pillars and all of the future pillars of Crimson Moon Sect. When we return, we'll go to Crimson Moon Sect's base and completely wipe them out from the eastern district of the northern desert. A bloody massacre was implied in Guo Chong's words. His intention was very clear. Today, everyone from Crimson Moon Sect would remain here. Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, the eyes of everyone from Five Element Sect lit up immediately. Crimson Moon Sect is doomed. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. As for the three vice sect leaders and the 13 remaining disciples from Crimson Moon Sect, including Hong Qing, horror dawned on their faces instantly. Some of them were so scared that their bodies began to tremble fiercely as cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. They knew that this time Five Element Sect was about to slaughter their Crimson Moon Sect. Meanwhile, Ren Ji, who was being chased by Qi Yu, cried out loudly and gave an order to the people from Crimson Moon Sect, run. The instant they heard Ren Ji's order, the people from Crimson Moon Sect did not dare to hesitate anymore. Without the slightest delay, they fled in all directions one after another. The position was very clear now. The Five Element Sect had two powerhouses who were at the peak of the void stage. That meant that they could suppress the Crimson Moon Sect. Flee. 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 The group from Crimson Moon Sect, including the three vice sect leaders, scattered on command. They fled disorderly in all directions. One of the vice sect leaders was flying extremely fast. He was the first one to flee. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he muttered, 9th level void transformation. However, if sect leader casts his attack, heal. Before Duan Ling Tian could even finish his words, he saw the small black dot came to a halt suddenly before dropping from the high altitude. He was dead. At the same time, he also saw that after the death of the 9th level void transformation vice sect leader from Crimson Moon Sect, Guo Chong appeared in front of the other two vice sect leaders from the Crimson Moon Sect successively and instantly killed them. In the face of a powerhouse who was at the peak of the void stage, an ordinary 9th level void transformation and two 8th level void transformation martial artists were like papier match that crumbled with just a blow. After Guo Chong killed the three vice sect leaders from Crimson Moon Sect, he flashed again and vanished from his spot. He was on his way to help Qi Yu. It was as easy as a snap of the fingers for two powerhouses who were at the peak of the void stage and had comprehended two 9th level void transformation concepts, to kill a powerhouse who was at the peak of the void stage who had also comprehended two 9th level void transformation concepts. At this time, loud battle cries entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could see that under the leadership of Cha Bai, Yu Fang, and Tian Ji Yu, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Huang Daniu and the rest of the Five Element Sect's disciples had begun to round off and kill the remaining Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. For a moment, the group of Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, who did not have any intention to fight, died one by one. There were only a few people left. In the meantime, a swift figure struck Duan Ling Tian. He narrowed his eyes coldly at once. Hong Qing. The person who came was none other than Hong Qing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. Five Element Sect wants to annihilate my Crimson Moon Sect, so let me exterminate the Five Element Sect's genius disciple. With a pair of bloodshot eyes, Hong Qing charged towards Duan Ling Tian like a lightning. Chapter 928, Heart-Stopping Performance. Hong Qing, the disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was the favored one in Crimson Moon Sect. Apart from his strength that was far superior to his peers, he also possessed an extremely rational mind and calm judgment. He was able to remain cool-headed in the face of disasters. After seeing Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in Five Element Sect displayed a strength that was at the peak of Void Stage that was comparable to his master, a sense of danger began to rise in his heart. Just as he expected, his master and Qi Yu were evenly matched in power. Neither side got the better of the other. Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, who used to be the only powerhouse who was at the peak of Void stage in Five-Element Sect, had just single-handedly killed the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect the moment his master shook off his bindings. The other Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were also being massacred by the Five-Element Sect's disciples under the guidance of the 3 peak masters. When his master, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, ordered them to flee, he did not flee because he knew that he would not be able to escape them. He would become an easier target to hunt if he had chosen to escape. For this reason, he made himself scarce until he saw the purple-clad young man who was standing not too far away. It instantly reminded him of the fact that this young man had just killed 7 of their Crimson Moon Sect's disciples with just a slice of his sword. The instant he thought of the purple-clad young man's age, jealousy rose in his heart immediately. He was not even 30 years old yet he had already possessed a cultivation base at the 8th level void transformation and had possibly comprehended the intermediate thunder concept that was at the 8th level or higher. Without any spirit weapon, he had demonstrated a strength that was more than 200 ancient horned dragons. When Hong Qing was at that age, his strength was not even half of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although he was jealous, he could sense that the purple-clad young man played quite an important role in Five-Element Sect. He must be the main subject of cultivation in the Five-Element Sect or perhaps, the next sect leader of Five-Element Sect. For this reason, he had made up his mind since he knew that he would definitely die today. He had decided that he would kill the purple-clad young man and destroy the future pillar of Five-Element Sect when everyone's attention was diverted. Die. When Hong Qing pounced on Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were completely bloodshot. A spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. Blazing flames rose up from the saber as it transformed into a flaming saber that emanated a wave of fierce aura. The heaven and earth energy whirled in the sky, and the heaven and earth phenomenon rapidly solidified into form. 440 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their teeth and fangs at Duan Ling Tian. It looked like they were about to tear him into pieces when they bore down on him menacingly. Hong Qing was a martial artist at the 9th level void interpretation. When his origin energy fully burst out of his body, his strength was equivalent to 120 ancient horned dragons. The spirit saber in his hand was a grade 2 spirit weapon. It would be able to boost 80% of the owner's origin energy, which was equivalent to 90 over ancient horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate fire concept was equal to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons, while the 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equal to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. When Hong Qing unleashed his entire energy without any reservations, his strength would be equivalent to more than 440 ancient horned dragons. The flaming saber in Hong Qing's hand was swift and dexterous as it sliced through the sky and charged at Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. Explosions were set off at the place that it had gone past, and it continued exploding for a long period of time. Waves of hot aura swept out in all directions and transformed into gusts of hot wind. It blew and many of the Five-Element Sect's people shuddered for a moment before they finally realized what was happening. Shit, it's that Hong Qing. He's trying to kill senior brother Ling Tian. One of the Five-Element Sect's disciples, who responded the fastest, shouted. Horror immediately dawned on the 2 peak masters and 18 disciples of Five-Element Sect. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, who had just slaughtered a Crimson Moon Sect's disciple, immediately turned to look at Duan Ling Tian the moment he heard that shout. The instant he saw that Hong Qing's flaming blade was just a foot away from Duan Ling Tian, his face turned pale at once. Shit, I didn't notice that Hong Qing, other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a cold look on his face, the faces of Yu Fang and Tianjiyu, the peak masters of Water and Earth peaks respectively, turned grave as well the moment they saw this. However, it was too late now even if they wanted to go to his rescue. Hong Qing's flaming saber was about to fall on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the Nangong twins, Tan Huan, Tianjiyu, and the rest of the Five-Element Sect's disciples, hearts leapt. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Ling Tian's innate ability would work on Hong Qing. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Duan Ling Tian, I'll avenge my 7 Crimson Moon Sect's brothers who died today. Avenge my Crimson Moon Sect. Killing you is equivalent to cutting off the Five-Element Sect's arm. When Hong Qing was charging towards Duan Ling Tian, his voice transmission pierced through Duan Ling Tian's ears. He shouted in a frenzy, and it made Duan Ling Tian's eardrums shake from the extreme vibration. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately when he saw the flaming blade that was fast approaching him. This flaming blade that looked extremely fast to the others appeared awfully slow in his eyes. It was so slow that he even had the time and mood to reply Hong Qing's voice transmission. With just the strength of only 440 ancient horned dragons, I really wonder where you get your confidence from. Duan Ling Tian's calm voice transmission entered Hong Qing's ears and made his face darken slightly. You're just bluffing, Hong Qing roared. The blazing flames on the flaming saber in his hand broke out and enveloped Duan Ling Tian from the top. If this flame really touched him, he would definitely die, if not crippled. The flaming saber pierced through the air and set upon him as if God's brush through a boundless wildfire that shrouded Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian. When everyone saw Duan Ling Tian was shrouded by the boundless wildfire from the flaming saber, many of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but shut their eyes right away. They refused to watch his blood splattering all over the place. However, in the next moment, the sound from a series of explosions that were set off by the flaming saber suddenly came to a halt. Curiously, they opened their eyes again. When they looked at the far distance, their eyes narrowed immediately. Disbelief immediately crept up on their faces. It was as though they had just seen something that would be unforgettable in their entire lifetime. This. From Cha Bai, Yu Fang, Tiangu, the peak masters of fire, water, and earth peaks, to the five-element sect's disciples like Huang Daniu, Shen Wei, the Nangong twins, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen, all of them were staring in bewilderment with their mouths agape. Goodness! What did they just witness? In the distance, Hong Qing was still there, and the flaming saber was still there as well. However, the great wildfire that accompanied the slicing motion of the flaming saber was currently being forced back by a blood-curdling force that rose up to the sky. At the same time, Guo Chong and Qi Yu, who had just killed Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, by joining their forces, happened to witness this scene as well. They were instantly dumbfounded. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the purple-clad young man merely stood there with his purple robe that looked as though it had transformed into purple flames that were billowing in the light breeze. At this moment, gusts of khaki energy rose up from around the purple flame, and in the khaki energy, there were streaks of lightning that resembled purple electrical snakes that emitted a threatening aura. Moreover, there was another wave of sharp aura that rose up from the purple flame. From afar, it looked like a gigantic sword that sailed across the sky with tiny star-like and sword-shaped energy around it. However, none of these caught the crowd's attention. What attracted their attention was the purple-clad young man's hand that was lifted up in the sky. His hand was directly in front of his brows. The blazing flaming saber that was so close to him was locked in between two of his fingers. He had seized the naked blade with just his bare hands. The five-element sect's disciples who were watching from the side instantly felt chills running down from their heads. Did senior brother Ling Tian just took on that blow from Hong Qing's spirit saber with his bare hands. Hong Qing is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist, and the spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Moreover, he has already comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept and 2nd-level intermediate saber concept. When he unleashes his full power, it's equivalent to the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons. And yet, it was all blocked by senior brother Ling Tian. And it's only with 2 fingers. As the five-element sect's disciples buried their heads together in heated discussions, many of them could not help but gasp in shock as well. How powerful was that person who managed to take on a blow that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons with his bare hands? Look! The heaven and earth phenomenon above senior brother Ling Tian is beginning to solidify into form, somebody shouted. Everyone from the five-element sect, including the senior officials, immediately gazed at the space above Duan Ling Tian. The silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gathered there reflected in their eyes clearly. It was a total of 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The silhouettes of 500 ancient horned dragons were grouped systematically in the sky. At least, that was what Guo Chong, the sect leader of five-element sect, and Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could see. As powerhouses whose cultivation bases were at the peak of the void stage, their eyesights were not something an average person could match. They could see that the 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were being grouped respectively in this manner: 200, 100,000, 100, and another 100 silhouettes. This Duan Ling Tian has already broken through to the void transformation. Guo Chong was extremely dumbfounded. He could not help but look at Qi Yu. I also have no idea when he managed to break through to the first level void transformation. By right, just with that 2 spirit fruits alone would not be enough for him to make such a huge leap from the 7th level void interpretation to the first level void transformation. Qi Yu shook his head. As he reached the end of his sentence, his face became dazed and blank. Perhaps he had some special encounter. Guo Chang's gaze once again turned to the purple robe figure in the distance as he let out a sigh. I can still accept the fact that he's already at the first level void transformation. However, not only did this little fellow manage to comprehend the 9th level intermediate thunder concept, he actually comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept and 9th level intermediate saber concept as well. What an insane power of comprehension. A wry smile crept up to the corner of Guo Chang's mouth. He's a monster through and through. Qi Yu smiled wryly as well. Duan Ling Tian, whose hand were shrouded with the first level void transformation's origin energy that was merged with the 3 9th level void interpretation concepts, stared directly into the eyes of Hong Qing. Hong Qing's face had long turned ghastly pale. Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly, now, do you still think I'm bluffing? Chapter 929, Hong Qing's death. You. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hong Qing regained his senses. There was fear in his eyes, and he could not even complete his sentence. He desperately tried to retract his spirit saber with all his might, but he realized that the spirit saber that was held in the purple-clad young man's hand felt like it was rooted to the spot. It did not even budge an inch. Why, you're a void transformation martial artist? Hong Qing gasped and asked in a trembling voice. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with dread in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian did not answer Hong Qing. Nobody noticed when, but a bright smile had already crept up on Duan Ling Tian's face as he asked rhetorically, why? I thought you were going to kill me. The bright smile on Duan Ling Tian's face entered Hong Qing's sight. It was exactly like a devil's smile. A gleam flashed quickly across Hong Qing's pair of terrified eyes. Without any hesitation, he swiftly let go of the spirit saber. After Hong Qing abandoned the grade 2 spirit saber, he immediately turned around and fled. His speed was as fast as lightning. Although Hong Qing's silhouette got farther and farther away, Duan Ling Tian continued to stand in the same spot with seemingly no plans to give chase at all. The hand that was holding the spirit saber with 2 fingers were now grasping the spirit saber with his entire palm as he weighed it gently. Why didn't senior brother Ling Tian chase after him? Could it be that senior brother Ling Tian decided to just let him off like that? Many of the 5-element sect's disciples were puzzled. On the contrary, the senior officials from 5-element sect fixed their gazes on the spirit saber that was held in Duan Ling Tian's hand as though they were absorbed in their thoughts. That was the 2nd-grade spirit saber left behind by Hong Qing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to make his move. He suddenly lifted the hand that was holding the grade 2 spirit saber and drew it to the back. Like a giant bow, it was stretched tautly to its limit until the muscles of his back began to slightly quiver. Very soon, a layer of khaki energy covered the grade 2 spirit saber and streaks of purple lightning surrounded it. Bursts of sharp aura emitted out of the spirit saber as well. The awfully quiet 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian suddenly whirled. Another 150 silhouettes of the ancient horned dragons appeared from thin air next to the 500 ancient horned dragons. That was the boost from the grade 2 spirit saber. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned grave instantly. He hurled the grade 2 spirit saber in his hand that contained his full strength. Like an arrow that was shot out of a strong bow, its speed was so fast that it was completely astounding. The grade 2 spirit saber swiftly fired out. As it was hurled out, more than 650 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the air charged forward. It was even faster than Hong Qing, who had fled in advance. As Hong Qing was fleeing, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy above his head. 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons immediately appeared out of thin air. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian's full energy, the grade 2 spirit saber that was hurled out contained an extra boost of energy from the grade 2 spirit saber itself. It gave the saber a speed that was twice as fast as Hong Qing's. One could easily imagine the outcome of such a gap in their energy. In just a short while, the grade 2 spirit saber caught up to Hong Qing before it pierced his body from behind. The saber entered his body white in color and exited entirely red. It pierced his body cleanly, leaving him dead on the spot. Senior brother Ling Tian is so strong. See, I told you so. How could senior brother Ling Tian possibly let Hong Qing go? It turns out that he could not even be bothered to give chase to Hong Qing himself. All he needed to do was throw the saber out to kill him. Previously, Hong Qing said something about senior brother Ling Tian being a void transformation martial artist, right? When senior brother Ling Tian threw the grade 2 spirit saber earlier, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had an additional 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This means that the energy contained in his origin energy is more than 200 ancient horned dragons. When the origin energy of a first-level void transformation martial artist is completely unleashed, it's equivalent to the energy of 200 ancient horned dragons. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian is indeed a first-level void transformation martial artist now. After discovering that Duan Ling Tian was a first-level void transformation martial artist, the five-element sect's disciples could not help but be taken aback. Huang Daniu appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and sized him up with a gaze that seemed like he was looking at a monster. After a while, he finally asked with a face full of disbelief, "Duan Ling Tian, since when did you make a breakthrough to the void transformation?" He remembered that before they made their journey here, Duan Ling Tian was only at the 9th level void interpretation. The journey only took slightly over a month, and Duan Ling Tian managed to have another breakthrough again. And it was all the way to the void transformation. Just a few days ago, Duan Ling Tian answered with a faint smile. Although Duan Ling Tian was caught off guard by his own breakthrough to the void transformation a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. After all, the bottleneck led to the first-level void transformation was already very loose before he left the five-element sect. He only needed to give it a little push in order to break through. During this journey, he had used his spare time to cultivate a little, and finally, he managed to complete the breakthrough just a few days back. The origin energy in his body went through a complete transformation like a carp that transformed into a dragon as he swiftly broke through to the first-level void transformation in just one leap. That's right, when Duan Ling Tian cast his attack and mobilized his heaven and earth energy to solidify more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons earlier, it seemed like he has the earth concept other than the thunder concept. Not just the earth concept, there was the sword concept as well. When he unleashed all three concepts together, the energy is equal to the energy of 300 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Ling Tian's strength is indeed appalling. Very soon, the five-element sect's disciples broke out in a heated discussion again. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Fei stared at Duan Ling Tian with endless hatred in his eyes as he stood at a corner inconspicuously. Despite that, a hint of dread could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian's strength managed to elicit shock and fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill him, he would have no way to escape at all. Since I can't touch you in the light, I'll make my move in the dark instead. When we arrive at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, all of the sects, young powerhouses will be entering together. I don't believe you'll be able to defeat everyone. The corner of Hu Fei's mouth lifted up to form a devilish smile as though he was hit by a realization. A plan to deal with Duan Ling Tian formed in his heart. He believed that as long as this plan was successfully implemented, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Oh, Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed the poisonous snake-like gaze coming from Hu Fei's direction. His face turned solemn immediately as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. This Hu Fei's really like a haunting ghost that's unwilling to leave. I must kill him once I have the opportunity in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Hu Fei made Duan Ling Tian extremely uncomfortable. This feeling was no different from Zisheng last time. Although this kind of person might not be able to do anything to him in the light, it was still hard for Duan Ling Tian to guard against him effectively if this kind of person decided to do anything to him in the dark. Duan Ling Tian immediately sentenced Hu Fei to death in his heart. Standing afar, the Nangong twins' gazes were focused on Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi could not help but groan as he cursed out loud, "This Duan Ling Tian's really a freak." Of course, there was no malice in his tone at all. Although Nangong Chen did not speak a word at all, there was still a glimpse of light in his eyes. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a bright lamp that lit up the direction of his advancement. Since this Duan Ling Tian is able to make a breakthrough to the void transformation, this means that he must have comprehended at least one void transformation concept. While the five-element sect's disciples were in awe with Duan Ling Tian's strength, the five-element sect's senior officials could not help but recall the three concepts that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier. None of the three concepts was at the void transformation concept. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian's strength would not merely be at 500 ancient horned dragons, At this moment, they were hit by a shocking realization. Duan Ling Tian is still hiding a void transformation concept. Cha Bai, Yu Fang, and Tianji Yu, the peak masters of Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak respectively, exchanged glances with each other. Each of them could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Cha Bai's face paled instantly from the shock. In the end, he took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind about something. Hu Fei, he immediately looked at his direct disciple, Hu Fei, and said with a grave voice through voice transmission, "From this moment onwards, forget about all the enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian. You must not provoke him." Hu Fei, who was still proud of his own plan, was stunned for a while when he heard the voice transmission from Cha Bai. Before he had time to respond, Cha Bai's voice continued to enter his ear. "I suspect that this Duan Ling Tian is still hiding his true strength when he launched his attack earlier. He may well have comprehended another void transformation concept." Void transformation concept. Hu Fei blanched the moment he heard Cha Bai's words, the void transformation concept. At first, Hu Fei was still skeptical. He thought that his master had made a mistake. However, after listening to Cha Bai's explanation, he had no choice but to believe it even if he did not wish to believe it. "Yes, master, I won't take the initiative to provoke him next time," Hu Fei replied Cha Bai after he took a deep breath. All the same, he had another idea in his mind despite his reply. "Duan Ling Tian, so what if you have comprehended the void transformation concept? At that time when you become the target for all in the martial emperor's secret treasure, you'll still die in the end." As he thought of this, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes as if he was about to devour a certain somebody, asking him to let Duan Ling Tian walk away just like that. Unless he died first. Naturally, Cha Bai was not privy to Hu Fei's thoughts. The moment he heard Hu Fei's promise, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew that right now, let alone his disciple, Hu Fei, even he would have to think twice before provoking the current Duan Ling Tian unless he was sure he could kill Duan Ling Tian to remove the cause of future troubles. Otherwise, what was waiting for him ahead would be an endless revenge from Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, you really hide them well." The two figures disappeared into thin air above the sky and reappeared again near Duan Ling Tian. Guo Chong scrutinized Duan Ling Tian. "Hold it." At this time, Qi Yu, who was standing next to Guo Chong, threw out two streaks of lights with just a flick of his hand. It went all the way to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian hastily reached out a hand to catch it. When he looked down, he noticed that they were actually two concept fragments. Two concept fragments, one was blue, and one was purple. It shone with deep intense color, and it was obvious that their levels were not low. "Are these the two concept fragments from the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, Renji?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing quickened as well. Chapter 930, The Empyrean Temple's Abbot. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the Void stage who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Wind concept and the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. For this reason, the two concept fragments in his body were 9th level Wind concept fragment and 9th level Thunder concept fragment. Both were top-ranking concept fragments that could also be considered as treasures. Just with these two concept fragments, Duan Ling Tian could raise his Wind and Thunder concepts to the 9th level Advanced stage in no time. At that time, he would be able to comprehend the profundity with just one more step. "Thank you, Peak Master." Duan Ling Tian immediately thanked Qi Yu. After all, this surprise was too huge indeed. Meanwhile, when the three other Peak Masters and the disciples from the Five-Element sect shifted their gazes toward Duan Ling Tian, there was an additional hint of envy and jealousy. That was two 9th level concept fragments after all. Even the Five-Element sect only had a few pieces of the concept fragment in their collection. However, Duan Ling Tian alone currently possessed two of them. However, none of them said anything about it even though they were envious. Put aside the fact that those were Qi Yu's loot, so it was entirely up to him how he wanted to distribute them, even if the loots were owned by the sect, just from the strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier that far surpassed the rest of Five-Element sect's disciples, made him more than qualified to be given the two concept fragments by the sect. "Junior brother Qi Yu, you hid your strength even better than Duan Ling Tian did. If you had told me earlier that you've already reached the peak of the Void stage, there'd be no need for me to fear Renji at all earlier." Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five-Element sect, lamented as he shifted his glance from Duan Ling Tian and stared at Qi Yu, who was standing next to him. If he had known earlier that Qi Yu was a powerhouse at the peak of the Void stage earlier, he would certainly be very eager to launch an attack when Crimson Moon Sect made their appearance. As one of the three major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, the enmity between Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect had endured for thousands of years. The two major sects were always thinking about annihilating each other all the time. However, none of them had been able to truly win due to their strengths being equal. Now that Qiyu had comprehended two kinds of ninth-level void transformation concepts and possessed the strength at the peak of the void stage, the balance between the two major forces had been thrown off. The two powerhouses who were at the peak of the void stage from Five Element Sect joined forces and easily annihilated Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. Moreover, they had also killed the three vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect. Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, everybody from Five Element Sect simultaneously shifted their attention from Duan Ling Tian to Qiyu as if they had planned for it beforehand. At this moment, Qiyu became the focus of attention of the crowd instead. I didn't expect Peak Master Qiyu to be so powerful. From now on, Peak Master Qiyu is no longer the second strongest person in our Five Element Sect. Instead, he's a powerhouse who can stand side by side with the sect leader and a person who's competent enough to be known as the strongest powerhouse in the Five Element Sect along with the sect leader. How unlucky those Crimson Moon Sect's people were, especially that Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, who provoked our Five Element Sect from the very beginning. He was fearless thinking that he had a strong support. The expression on his face the moment he found out that Peak Master Qiyu is also a powerhouse at the peak of the void stage is still clearly etched in my mind. I saw it as well. That expression was of utter horror and fear. I'm pretty sure he regretted provoking us at the moment he was dying. Now that the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect is dead, Crimson Moon Sect would cease to exist except in name. After we return from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, sect leader and the rest will definitely wipe Crimson Moon Sect's name off Cloud Continent completely. Each and every one of the Five Element Sect's disciples erupted in an uproar. Excitement and elation were apparent in between their brows as they continued to discuss animatedly. The peak of the void stage. The gazes of those people who stared at Qiyu were filled with idolization. The other three peak masters of Five Element Sect, Cha Bai, Yu Fang, and Tianji, looked at Qiyu with a complicated look in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that Qiyu possessed such a terrifying strength. The moment they recalled how they treated Wood Peak previously, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was fortunate that Qiyu did not fuss and bother with them. Otherwise, they would not be able to defeat him even if the three of them joined forces. A powerhouse at the peak of void stage was just too appalling. After all, it meant that he already had half his foot in the martial monarch stage. Yu Feng cast a glance at Cha Bai and Tianji before she said to them with voice transmission, both of the ninth void transformation concepts that Qiyu comprehended are water and fire concepts. Even if none of the sect's disciples managed to obtain any profundity fragment from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, it would not take him long to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Upon hearing her reminder, Cha Bai and Tianji were hit by the realization. When Qiyu was battling with Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, he indeed demonstrated the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps he would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage a step earlier than the sect leader to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Tianji gasped in surprise. Peak Master Qiyu, congratulations. Yu Fang and Tianji exchanged glances before looking at Qiyu simultaneously and congratulated him. They congratulated him for possessing the strength at the peak of the void stage. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of fire, Peak, who was usually incompatible with Qiyu, had also put down his ego and congratulated Qiyu. Congratulations. From his words, it was obvious that he had decided to submit. Ha ha ha, Hu Fei, look at your own grave expression. Do you regret betraying our Wood Peak now? Suddenly, a laughter rang out in the silence. It was none other than Huang Daniu who was standing afar as he looked at Hu Fei, who had a solemn expression on his face. Hu Fei's face darkened immediately as he glared fiercely at Huang Daniu for exposing his thoughts in front of so many people. Despite that, he did not dare to retort at all. Put aside the fact that Huang Daniu and Duan Ling Tian were on friendly terms with each other, he did not even dare to provoke Huang Daniu alone. Although Huang Daniu needed to borrow earth energy during the Battle of the Five Peaks, the current Huang Daniu could easily defeat him even without the earth energy. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, Huang Daniu had already comprehended the 9th level advanced earth concept, and he even displayed a strength that was not in any way inferior to himself when he was battling Crimson Moon sect's people earlier. He knew that the current Huang Daniu could easily defeat him even without the use of earth energy. Duan Ling Tian. When Hu Fei felt the mocking gazes from the surroundings shifted to himself, his face turned grave immediately. His pair of icy eyes glared at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing afar. Until now, he still held Duan Ling Tian responsible for his lack of progress in the profound assimilation formation. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Hu Fei's glare, he could vaguely figure out his thoughts. Duan Ling Tian looked at him coldly as his voice transmission pierced sharply through Hu Fei's ears. Idiot. You. Hu Fei's face was ashen. Flustered and exasperated, his organs became agitated and with a barf, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Why did Hu Fei spit out blood suddenly? He must be regretting his decision after seeing the strength that Peak Master Qi Yu demonstrated and the compelling dominance that Wood Peak displays. It seems like he's mad at himself for making such foolish choice last time. What's the point of being mad now? An ungrateful bastard will always be an ungrateful bastard. Although the five-element sect's disciples were discussing this under their breaths, they did not bother lowering their voices. For this reason, each and every word was heard by Hu Fei clearly. Once again, he was so mad that he spat out another mouthful of blood. When Guo Chong noticed Cha Bai's ashen face, he helped alleviate the atmosphere and called out to everyone before taking the lead to fly forward, "Let us continue our journey." Everyone from Five-Element Sect immediately followed closely behind him. We're not there yet. After flying for a period of time, Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at a hill under his feet. An astonished voice rang by Duan Ling Tian's ears suddenly. One of the Five-Element Sect's disciple cried out while he pointed to the front, There are many people there. Could it be that the Martial Emperor's secret treasure is actually there? His voice was filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, many of the Five-Element Sect's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, looked in the direction he was staring at. After passing by a towering mountainous forest, a gigantic valley appeared before their eyes. Two groups of people were hovering above the valley. Similar to Five-Element Sect, both groups had about 20 over people. There's a group of Baldies there. Could they be the people from the Empyrean Temple, one of the four major forces in the southern district of the Northern Desert? Only the Empyrean Temple in the entire Northern Desert has so many bald monks. When Duan Ling Tian noticed the group of people who were made up of many kasaya-wearing monks with dots on their heads, many of the Five-Element Sect's disciples had already spoken out. The Empyrean Temple, Wei Ming, Wei Jing, and that little monk as well. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian discovered three familiar figures in the group of people that were made up of 50% bald monks. They were none other than the three Empyrean Temple monks that he encountered in Skywolf Fort previously. Abbot Wei Kong. It has been a long time since we last met. How are you doing? The Five-Element Sect party flew in and attracted the Empyrean Temples and the other group's attention. Guo Chong immediately looked in the direction of the Empyrean Temple. His gaze landed on the old monk who led the group. The old monk had 9 dots on his scalp. He appeared kind and benevolent with his 2 white brows. He was Abbot Wei Kong from the Empyrean Temple. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple was also the highest leader in the Empyrean Temple. Amitabha. Sect leader Guo, greetings to you too, Wei Kong replied as he narrowed his eyes to look at Guo Chong. All 10 of his fingers were linked together. He was extremely attentive to his ethics. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a cry resonated among the people of the Empyrean Temple. It attracted the attention of many people. Everyone saw a monk disciple who was not bald among the Empyrean Temple's temple. He was staring at a particular person clad in purple among the Five-Element Sect's disciples. Senior brother Ling Tian is known among the Empyrean Temple as well. Many of the Five-Element Sect disciples marveled, "Whoa, senior brother Ling Tian is indeed extraordinary. Even the Empyrean Temple from the far southern district of the Northern Desert knows him too." Chapter 931. Sun Moon Sect. When Duan Ling Tian realized someone who was not Wei Ming, Wei Jing nor that little monk, had called out his name, he could not contain the curiosity in his heart as he cast a glance at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he could immediately discern that the figure was familiar. It was a figure that he had seen before. O Chen. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw this young man standing among the Empyrean Temple's people, he lifted his brows as he finally recalled the identity of this monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple. He was O Chen, the strongest youth in the Darchu dynasty whom he had met once during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties previously. He could still remember clearly that after the martial competition had ended, Chen was the first person among the young talents from the 10 great dynasties who chose to join the Empyrean Temple. At this moment, he could not help but feel a wave of affection meeting someone who used to be one of the young talents in the 10 great dynasties. Duan Ling Tian. Chen's cry also shocked Wei Ming, Wei Jing and the young monk standing next to them. For a moment, their eyes also fell on Duan Ling Tian. They were rather surprised to see Duan Ling Tian among the group of 5 element sects people. As far as they knew, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have joined the Blade sect after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had ended. By right, he should have made his appearance together with the Blade sect's people. However, Duan Ling Tian had arrived on the scene before the Blade sect's people. Moreover, it was with the 5 element sect's people. They also knew that 5 element sect was one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. They were very clear about this. Duan Ling Tian, we meet again. A familiar voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian could tell immediately that the voice belonged to the young monk standing next to Wei Ming and Wei Jing. That's right, we meet again. However, I still have no idea how I should address you. I'm Zan Bei. The young monk continued to use his voice transmission to converse with Duan Ling Tian. Zan Bei, I'll keep that in mind, Duan Ling Tian replied again. Don't forget, you and I still have a promise that we've not fulfilled, Zan Bei voiced out again. Of course I remember, Duan Ling Tian responded. He still remembered when they were at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, this Zan Bei had challenged him to a battle. At that time, he had accepted the challenge instantly without giving it much thought. However, the challenge had yet to be carried out until now. That's great, Zan Bei nodded his head in satisfaction. When most of the people had their attention on Duan Ling Tian, a loud voice suddenly resonated and took many of them by surprise. So, your little benefactor Duan. I've been looking forward to meeting you. It was none other than Wei Kong, the abbot of Empyrean Temple. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and greeted him with his 10 fingers interlocked. You flatter me, abbot. When Duan Ling Tian saw that Wei Kong, the leader of one of the 4 dignified major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert, took the initiative to greet him, he was not surprised even though he was a little taken aback. It seemed like Wei Ming and Wei Jing had told Wei Kong everything about him. In Wei Ming's and Wei Jing's eyes, he was a variant who could utilize his innate ability. Be it his talent or strength, they were both far superior to other ordinary martial artists. Wei Kong must have greeted him solely because he was a variant. The fact that Chen greeted Duan Ling Tian only took a few people by surprise. However, when Wei Kong took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and even said, I've long been looking forward to meeting you, it completely stunned everyone present. After all, who the hell was Wei Kong? He was the abbot of Empyrean Temple, a powerhouse who was already at the peak of the void stage. However, at this moment, such a person had taken the initiative to greet a 5-element sect's disciple who looked barely 25 years old. They were completely flabbergasted by this. Even Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, could not contain his bewilderment as well. He knew this old monk Wei Kong very well. He knew that it was absolutely impossible for Wei Kong to take the initiative to greet a person whom he did not have a good opinion of. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had a special place in Wei Kong's eyes. Guo Chong could not contain his curiosity, so he asked Wei Kong, Abbot Wei Kong, you've heard of Duan Ling Tian? Yes. Wei Kong nodded his head faintly before he continued, although I've no idea how little benefactor Duan joined 5-element sect. 5-element sect will be even more powerful with little benefactor Duan's help. Congratulations, sect leader Guo. Haha, you have good eyes, Abbot Wei Kong. Upon hearing his words, Guo Chong burst out laughing immediately. To be honest, he had quite some faith in Duan Ling Tian's strength. At this moment, if Duan Ling Tian claimed to be the second strongest young powerhouse in 5-element sect, nobody would dare to claim the number 1 spot at all. Without a doubt, there were many people from the Empyrean Temple who were staring at Duan Ling Tian with a perplexed look as well. They really could not figure out why a young man who seemed to be only about 25 years old was worthy enough to garner such bizarre praise and recognition from their Empyrean Temple's abbot. Did the abbot make a mistake? Just him alone will make the 5-element sect more powerful. Many of the monk disciples from Empyrean Temple buried their heads together to discuss the matter as they expressed their suspicion. Humph. This 5-element sect and Empyrean Temple. It seems like the both of you really have a lack in people recently. Just a little kid who's barely 25 years old could also be called a treasure. How ridiculous. A derisive snort that was neither loud nor faint resonated from the other group in the distance. Upon hearing the words, everyone from Five Element Sect and Empyrean Temple, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. It turned out that the voice belonged to the person who was the leader of the group. It was an old man who was fully clothed in black. The old man's face was aloof, and it was accompanied by a pair of sharp, intense eyes. His eyes were cold, and it filled others with dread to look him in the eyes. Similar to that old man, the other 4 old men standing behind him and the rest of the 20 young men and women were also fully clothed in black. Furthermore, each and every one of them was also wearing a badge that was pinned on their chests. The man leading the group had a badge with the design of a blazing sun, while the 4 old men standing behind him in a row had badges with the design of a moon on their chests. As for the remaining 20 young men and women, the design on their badges was a star. The Sun Moon Sect, one of the 2 major forces in the western district of the northern desert. Guo Chang muttered under his breath after he saw the clothing worn by that group of people. His gaze landed on the old man who was leading the group before he asked, "You must be the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, right?" "That's right, it's me," the old man replied nonchalantly. "How should I address you, sect leader?" Guo Chang asked again. "Chen Feng," the old man replied, slightly impatient. "Sect leader Chen Feng." Guo Chang nodded before he asked again, "Earlier, did you say that 5 Element Sect are lacking people?" "Humph." Chen Feng snorted and answered with disdain, "Well, isn't that the case? Just a little kid and you people from 5 Element Sect and Empyrean Temple are treating him as a treasure. In our Sun Moon Sect, a disciple at that age has no qualifications to leave the sect at all." Guo Chang narrowed his eyes. A smirk crept up the corner of his mouth as he asked directly, "A little kid? It seems like you look down on our disciple, sect leader Chen Feng. I wonder how many of your 20 young disciples can win against him." Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He knew that the sect leader wanted to use him as cannon fodder to teach the sect leader and the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect a lesson. Although he was not fond of being used as a cannon fodder, he did not know why he was not completely averse to it this time. In fact, he was kind of looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, used him as a mean to provoke 5 Element Sect and Empyrean Temple earlier. Win against him. Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, Chen Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and sized him up before he burst out in a fit of laughter. "Just this little kid alone. Sun Moon Sect can simply send out any one of our young disciples, and it'll be more than enough to defeat him." Guo Chang's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. The smile on his face grew even wider as he openly asked, "In that case, shall we try?" Guo Chang's boldness immediately took Chen Feng by surprise. He began to get an indistinct feeling that something was not right. "Why, sect leader Chen Feng, don't tell me that you don't dare to give it go." Guo Chang flashed a mocking smile. "Who said I dare not?" Chen Feng was immediately angered by Guo Chang. He immediately turned towards a Sun Moon Sect's disciple and said coldly, "Lu Kai, come out and fight against this little kid from 5 Element Sect." The disciple who was called out was a young man who appeared to be around 35 years old. He had a slender figure and an aloof face. Coupled with his black clothing, he gave off an aura of coldness. "Yes." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Kai responded and stepped out without any hesitation. The pair of emotionless eyes locked onto Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian's face darkened a little. Just a glance from the opponent was enough to make him feel as though he had fallen into a thaw hole. It was apparent that he possessed extraordinary strength. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and quickly probed his opponent's cultivation base, the 9th level void interpretation. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that Chen Feng would be so cautious. Although it was just the beginning, he had instantly asked his disciple who was at the 9th level void interpretation to battle him. With the strength that this young disciple possessed, he was most likely one of the best among the 20 disciples of Sun Moon Sect. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian flew out and stood directly opposite Lu Kai. His calm face did not betray any emotions at all. At this moment, be it the 5 Element Sects or the Empyrean Temples or the Sun Moon Sect's disciples, every one of them was staring intently at the 2 men who were locked in a stalemate. They were filled with anticipation for the battle between the 2 of them. When Guo Chang saw Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai were ready to battle, Guo Chang looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Sect leader Chen Feng, today's the first time we're meeting each other. Since our disciples are about to compete with each other, you and I should take out some prize as a betting wager, don't you think? Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, Chen Feng smirked and agreed, now you're talking. With a raise of his hand, a fragment that emitted a sharp aura of a sword appeared in his hand instantly. This is a 9th level sword concept fragment. It'll be the betting wager for my Sun Moon sect. Chapter 932, I'll bet against you myself. The 9th level sword concept fragment. The moment they heard Chen Feng's words and saw the concept fragment in his hand, many of the 5-element sects and Empyrean temples people were shocked to the core. They did not think that the sect leader of Sun Moon sect would have such a great deal of courage. With their status, a 9th level concept fragment was considered extremely valuable. After all, their status was nothing but a third-rate force in the Cloud Continent, and the strongest among them only had a comprehension at the 9th level void transformation concept. The 9th level concept fragment in their hands was either left behind by their deceased seniors or obtained by killing a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. For a third-rate force, it was not a simple matter for them to kill someone who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. And, right now, Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, had taken out a 9th level sword concept fragment to be the betting wager for the battle between Lu Kai, the disciple of Sun Moon sect, and Duan Ling Tian, the disciple of 5-element sect. If Duan Ling Tian won the battle, he would have to give the 9th level sword concept fragment to the 5-element sect. When Guo Chang saw Chen Feng took out a 9th level sword concept fragment as the betting wager, the sect leader of 5-element sect's face instantly lit up from the surprise. He could not help but exclaim out loud in astonishment, "That's so cool of you, sect leader." Chen Feng, how is it, sect leader Guo, are you satisfied with the wager that I took out? When Chen Feng saw the astonished look on Guo Chang's face, he thought that Guo Chang was taken aback by the wager. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Stingy. Before Guo Chang could even open his mouth, a brazen voice broke the silence by calling Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, stingy. Taking out a 9th level concept fragment as a wager was stingy. Who was this person who was so high-handed? All the eyes from the three forces immediately shifted towards the source of the voice. They saw a young man fully clad in purple. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Did Duan Ling Tian just call the sect leader of Sun Moon sect stingy? Many of the Empyrean temple's people's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief was clearly written on their faces. In their opinion, let alone a mere 5-element sect's disciple, even the sect leader of 5-element sect would find the 9th level concept fragment to be an extraordinary object. Even the sect leader of the 5-element sect did not dare to call a person who put up a 9th level concept fragment as a wager stingy. Is Duan Ling Tian crazy? That's a freaking 9th level concept fragment, for God's sake. I think he said that deliberately to make things difficult for the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. No matter what wager the sect leader of Sun Moon sect takes out, he will still call the sect leader stingy so he can use it as an excuse to withdraw from the battle. This Duan Ling Tian from 5-element sect is too sinister if that's true. Many of the Empyrean temple's monk disciples whispered to one another. Although their voices were not too loud, everyone present at the scene could still hear their words. The 5-element sect's disciples merely snorted at the words by the Empyrean temple's people. They were not bothered by the words at all. They were very clear about Duan Ling Tian's strength. They knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to retreat in the face of a disciple from Sun Moon sect, let alone retreating with such an indirect method. What is Duan Ling Tian doing? That's a freaking 9th level concept fragment that the sect leader of Sun Moon sect took out. How could he call him stingy? Huang Daniu, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen and the other exchanged glances and saw the same suspicion in each other's eyes. The peak masters of fire, water, and earth peaks also had the same doubtful look on their faces. Only Qi Yu, the peak master of wood peak, had a knowing smile playing on the corner of his mouth. It was as though he already knew what Duan Ling Tian planned to do next. This little guy is quite greedy, huh? Guo Chang, on the other hand, was stunned into silence for a moment before being hit by realization. He did not say anything else as he stared intensely at Duan Ling Tian's back. How ridiculous! How dare you call our sect leader stingy? That's a 9th level concept fragment, for goodness sake. I think this must be the first time you've seen one. Is that the case, you little boy? Many of the Sun Moon sect's disciples finally regained their senses and glared at Duan Ling Tian as they mocked him. Well, if you're that capable, why don't you come up with a 9th level concept fragment too? Or some other things that are even more valuable. Otherwise, you're just a coward who's afraid of battling senior brother Liu Kai. You're asking him to take out a 9th level concept fragment. I don't think he'll be able to take any out even if we kill him. In my opinion, he's afraid of senior brother Liu Kai, that's why he's trying to find an excuse to avoid a battle with senior brother Liu Kai. A group of Sun Moon sect's disciples broke into a clamor of discussion. From their words, it was obvious that they scorned Duan Ling Tian, the disciple of Five Element sect. In their opinions, how good could he be even if he was wildly talented and had a high comprehension when he was only 25 years old? Chen Feng raised his hand, and the group of Sun Moon sect's disciple finally quieted down. However, the gazes that were trained on Duan Ling Tian were still filled with disdain that originated from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you just call me stingy?" "Isn't that so?" Duan Ling Tian seemed oblivious to the Sun Moon sect's disciples, mocking. Now that he had heard Chen Feng's question, he answered as a matter of course. A dignified sect leader of Sun Moon sect merely took out a 9th level concept fragment as a betting wager. "Don't you think that you're stingy?" "Humph." A sharp gleam flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. With a snort, he replied, "This 9th level concept fragment in my hand is just the first wager. If sect leader Guo finds this inadequate, I can add more wager on top of this." Of course it's not enough. The moment the words left Chen Feng's mouth, Duan Ling Tian immediately replied, "Let alone our sect leader, even a nobody like me feels that the betting wager that you took out is not enough. You've said so yourself that you're a nobody. You think you can represent the sect leader of Five Element sect?" Chen Feng snorted. "Naturally, I can't represent our sect leader, but I can bet against you myself." Duan Ling Tian lifted his brow as he said this word for word. "You, betting against me on your own?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Feng could not suppress his bewilderment. "Ha ha ha ha, that's so funny. This little boy from the Five Element sect said that he wants to bet against our sect leader on his own. Does he really think that 9th level concept fragments are so easy to come by? At first, he said that our sect leader is stingy. Now, he said that he wants to bet against our sect leader on his own. I'd like to see for myself what exactly he'll use as a wager to bet against the sect leader." The Sun Moon sect's disciples broke into an uproar once again. Each of them was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a sneer as they waited for him to make a fool of himself. This Duan Ling Tian is crazy. If he can't take out anything better than the 9th level sword concept fragment, he'll only embarrass himself. He'll definitely make a fool out of himself. The monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple shook their heads while they threw pitiful glances at Duan Ling Tian. Wei Kong, the abbot of Empyrean Temple, stood by the side and stared at Duan Ling Tian kindly. Even when Duan Ling Tian had boasted, he did not seem surprised at all. On the other hand, many of the disciples from Five Element sect were smiling. Although they did not know much about what was going on, they knew that Duan Ling Tian really had no lack of 9th level concept fragments. Just a short while ago, he had just obtained 2 fragments that originated from the recently killed Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. "That's right, I'll bet against you myself." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head solemnly as he stared directly into Chen Feng's eyes. "Lad, do you know the value of this 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand? I can tell you that not everything can compare to the worth of this concept fragment." Chen Feng sneered as he toyed with the fragment in his hand. "Well, I don't know much, but I know that the value of these 2 added together is definitely worth more than that 9th level sword concept fragment in your hand." In the face of Chen Feng's sneer, Duan Ling Tian still remained calm. With a lift of his hand, 2 fragments appeared in his palm. One was blue, and the other was purple. Be it the blue or purple fragment, the colors were remarkably abstruse. It emitted an aura that made people shiver in fear. "Sect leader Chen Feng, what do you think?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he toyed with the 2 fragments in his hand. Just at the moment when Chen Feng's gaze landed on the concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hand, the few vice sect leaders of Sun Moon sect standing next to Chen Feng turned pale instantly as they cried out. "The 9th level wind concept fragment. The 9th level thunder concept fragment." On the Empyrean Temple's side, Wei Jing could not help but gasp. He said in a hoarse voice, "It really is the 9th level wind concept fragment, and the 9th level thunder concept fragment." Earlier, He could feel cold sweat forming when he saw Duan Ling Tian's licentious conduct. He thought that Duan Ling Tian would make a fool of himself before the public's eyes. However, he realized at this moment that Duan Ling Tian dared to do that earlier because he was completely confident in himself. He could clearly see this from the 2 9th-level concept fragments that he casually took out. Those really are 2 9th-level concept fragments. The Sun Moon sect's disciples' mocking faces froze up completely in an instant. One by one, their faces turned red as though they had been choked. They did not utter a single word at all for a long time. My lord, who is this Duan Ling Tian? How is it possible that he just casually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments? Is he the sect leader of 5-element sect's illegitimate son or something? How exactly did the 9th-level concept fragments come into his possession? Each and every one of the monk disciples from Empyrean Temple was staring at the 2 concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's palm with their red eyes. How they wished they could reach out and snatch them away from him. On the other hand, the people from 5-element sect appeared calm and collected. This Duan Ling Tian actually chose this time to take out the 2 9th-level concept fragments. He wouldn't scam another 9th-level concept fragment from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, would he? Huang Daniu was stunned, but he could faintly guess his intention. There were undoubtedly many other people who had the same thought as him. For example, the peak masters of water, fire, and earth, the Nangong twins, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen and the rest. Duan Ling Tian, you want to scam the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, huh? I'll make sure you won't be able to do as you wish. A light flashed across Hu Fei's eyes as a sneer appeared by the corner of his mouth. Chapter 933, An Extravagant Gamble. Sect leader Chen Feng, since I'm taking out 2 pieces of 9th-level concept fragments as betting wagers for the battle between your Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai and I, don't you think you should take another 9th-level concept fragment out as well? Duan Ling Tian stared at Chen Feng as he enunciated every single one of his words distinctly. Chen Feng's face turned somber immediately as soon as he regained his senses. It did not cross his mind that the purple-clad young man before him would be able to take out 2 9th-level concept fragments. Moreover, he wanted to bet with Chen Feng on his own by using the 2 9th-level concept fragments as the betting wager. Naturally, he was not a fool seeing as he was the leader of Sun Moon sect. Since the other party dared to make such a bet and was willing to take out 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager, he must be very confident in himself. Chen Feng was instantly caught in between a rock and a hard place. It was not difficult for him to take out another 9th-level concept fragment. However, if the purple-clad young man won the battle, not only would Sun Moon sect embarrass themselves, they would lose 2 9th-level concept fragments as well. He took out the 9th-level concept fragment earlier because he was confident his sect would definitely win the battle. He wanted to use his 9th-level concept fragment to win another 9th-level concept fragment from the hands of the sect leader of 5-element sect. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond his expectation. First, the purple-clad young man before him called him stingy and actually stepped forward to bet with Chen Feng independently. On top of that, he wanted to use 2 9th-level concept fragments as the betting wager. He had to admit that he was a little hesitant when he saw the confident look on the other party's face. Although he refused to believe that a young man at such a young age could defeat Lu Kai, his Sun Moon sect's disciple who was at the 9th-level void interpretation stage, he immediately became very cautious the moment he recalled that the matter involved 2 9th-level concept fragments. What now, sect leader Chen Feng? Don't tell me you dare not bet. Duan Ling Tian saw through Chen Feng's thoughts when he saw him hesitating. Duan Ling Tian deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him clearly as he burst into a fit of laughter. When he reached the end of his sentence, a contemptuous smirk could be seen playing on the corner of his mouth. Dare not bet. Chen Feng became enraged the moment he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and noticed the gazes around him. However, it seemed like his rage was immediately put out by a splash cold water as he turned calm and collected without any warning. He knew that the other party was using the provocation tactic to goad him into accepting the bet. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly resounded in his ears from afar. Sect leader Chen Feng, you mustn't agree to this bet with Duan Ling Tian. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a martial artist at the 1st-level void transformation stage. Apart from comprehending a type of void transformation concept, he has even comprehended 3 other 9th-level interpretation concepts. Duan Ling Tian is trying to provoke you so that you'll agree to the bet. You must not be fooled by him. Otherwise, your Sun Moon sect will definitely lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The voice transmission ended without any warning when it reached this point. The instant Chen Feng heard the voice transmission, his face turned ashen immediately, the first-level voice transformation. Had he comprehended a void transformation concept? Moreover, he had also comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts. Chen Feng inhaled deeply as he sized up the purple-clad young man while he continuously asked himself in his heart, is this Duan Ling Tian really that capable? He could not believe this. In his opinion, it was something that was almost impossible. It was necessary for a first-level void transformation martial artist to comprehend the void transformation concept. However, if he had comprehended another 9th-level void interpretation concept, he could be considered as a monster in comprehending concepts. The voice transmission had actually said that Duan Ling Tian was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had not only comprehended the void transformation concept but 3 other void interpretation concepts as well. Absurd. It was absolutely absurd. Chen Feng shook his head. He immediately decided that the other party was trying to deceive him. Moreover, that voice transmission actually came from the group of 5-element sects people. Unfortunately, the voice transmission came too abruptly. Due to this reason, he could not identify the owner of the voice transmission among the 5-element sect's disciples. However, there was one thing that he was completely sure of. He was certain the other party was trying to deceive him. He could easily guess why the other party was trying to deceive him. The other party simply did not want him to accept the bet with Duan Ling Tian and wanted him, the Sun Moon sect, to bend in the face of 5-element sect. Moreover, the other party also wanted him to embarrass himself in front of the Empyrean Temple. Although it seemed like the other party was trying to help him retain his 2 9th-level concept fragments by doing this, the reason the other party did this was to help Duan Ling Tian and the 5-element sect if one was to think about it deeply. This was because if he rejected the challenge now, his disciple would lose the chance to defeat Duan Ling Tian before a big crowd of people. Furthermore, 5-element sect would win this hands down without a fight, making it easy for them to suppress Sun Moon sect. Duan Ling Tian, I must admit that you're indeed smart. As Chen Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian, he told him through voice transmission, you actually know how to make concessions for the sake of advancing, huh? You asked someone to exaggerate your strength in front of me so that the Sun Moon sect and I would withdraw in the face of difficulties, thus letting you and the 5-element sect win without a fight. If it was someone from the Empyrean Temple who had warned me using the voice transmission, I might have fallen for it. However, you actually let your 5-element sect warn me through voice transmission. How foolish is that? Chen Feng's voice transmission was filled with disdain. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Feng's voice transmission. He asked somebody from 5-element sect to exaggerate his strength in front of Chen Feng through voice transmission. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was somewhat perplexed. He could not suppress his curiosity as he glanced around at the 5-element sect's people. Soon enough, he finally found some telltale signs. The moment he looked at Hu Fei, he noticed that Hu Fei's gaze seemed to be avoiding him deliberately. The fact that he did not dare to look at him directly was completely out of his character. Hu Fei, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes as the flame of fury in his heart rose up immediately. He was certain that Hu Fei was the person that sent the voice transmission to Chen Feng. However, it seemed like Chen Feng did not believe Hu Fei at all. This made Duan Ling Tian sigh in relief. After Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, the killing intent in the depth of Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned even brighter. That killing intent was targeted at none other than Hu Fei. It was just as he had previously thought, he would not have a day of peace as long as Hu Fei was alive. How pitiful, what a pity. Originally, I was a little hesitant when I saw you confidently taking out 2 9th-level transformation concepts to bet with me. At that time, I even thought of rejecting that betting wager of yours in order to retain my 9th-level concept fragments even if it means that the Sun Moon sect and I would make a fool out of ourselves. Chen Feng's voice transmission that was filled with complacency continued on in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Unfortunately, you asked somebody from 5-element sect to exaggerate your strength to me through voice transmission. I can still accept mild exaggeration, but I can't believe that he would actually exaggerate to the point that it became ridiculous. For this reason, the person who will be disgraced today will neither be Sun Moon sect nor I. Instead, it'll be 5-element sect and you, Duan Ling Tian. Chen Feng's voice transmission ended abruptly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned into silence. Did Hu Fei just inadvertently help him? If Hu Fei knew that it would turn out this way, he would most likely be so enraged that he would spit out 3 liters of blood at least. However, Duan Ling Tian's killing intent towards Hu Fei did not diminish at all just because of this. In his heart, Hu Fei was already a dead man. As long as he had the opportunity, he would definitely make sure Hu Fei died in his hands. Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian snorted. He deliberately darkened his expression a little. When Chen Feng saw Duan Ling Tian's face, a mocking smile appeared on his face instantly. Another piece of concept fragment appeared in his palm with just a lift of his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chen Feng announced loudly, "Duan Ling Tian, since you wanted to go big, let me accompany you in going big as well." This is a 9th level saber concept fragment. Coupled with the 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand, these two will become the Sun Moon sect's betting wager. Chen Feng did not wait for Duan Ling Tian to respond. Instead, he looked at Wei Kong, the abbot of the Empyrean Temple. "Wei Kong, you bald donkey. Although I've never dealt with you before, I've heard that you're a decent man. Today, I would like to invite you to become the witness for the bet between Duan Ling Tian, this disciple of 5-element sect, and I. As for the betting wagers, I think you should be the one to safekeep them as well." As he finished his sentence, Chen Feng lifted his hand and tossed the 2 9th level concept fragments to Wei Kong. After Wei Kong caught the 2 9th piece concept fragments, he put his 10 fingers together and said, "Amitabha. Since sect leader Chen believes in me, I'll do as you wish." "Duan Ling Tian, don't you think you should also pass your betting wagers to Wei Kong, that bald donkey, for safekeeping?" A smirk could be seen playing by the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had chosen to pass the fragments for safekeeping because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would regret his decision later. If the situation developed until that point, although Duan Ling Tian and the 5-element sect would make a fool out of themselves, his Sun Moon sect would not be able to get their hands on the 2 concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hands. The reason he did that was to make it difficult for Duan Ling Tian to back down from his decision. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could still refuse if he wanted to, but the price he would have to pay for his refusal would be extremely high. It would be far higher than the value of the 2 9th level concept fragments. If Duan Ling Tian really did refuse, it would be difficult not only for him but for the entire 5-element sect to lift their heads up in the northern desert in the future. Good call, sect leader Chen Feng. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew what Chen Feng was thinking. After he deliberately showed Chen Feng an expression like he was deep in thoughts, he casually threw the 2 9th level concept fragments in his hand to Wei Kong. "Abbot Wei Kong, thank you." After he took the 2 9th level concept fragments, Wei Kong said with his 10 fingers interlaced, "Amitabha. You're most welcome, little benefactor Duan." When Chen Feng saw Duan Ling Tian pass the 2 9th level concept fragments to Wei Kong without any hesitation, he could not help but furrowed his brows. However, he quickly unfurrowed his brows again. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was just putting on air to appear impressive. No matter what, he would never believe that a little boy like Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Lu Kai, who ranked among the top 3 among the younger generation of Sun Moon sect. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had an aloof expression on his face as he returned to stand before Lu Kai. "Little benefactor Duan, little benefactor Lu. Although your battle involves the ownership of 2 9th level concept fragments, I hope that the both of you will show restraint," Wei Kong advised with his fingers interlaced as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai. Chapter 934, It's because he's my big brother Duan. "I have no opinion," Duan Ling Tian shrugged indifferently. The purpose of him joining the battle was to win the 2 9th level concept fragments. It really did not matter to him if he killed his opponent or not. Naturally, the most important factor was Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was standing before him, had yet to do anything that elicited his killing intent. "Anyone who provokes our Sun Moon sect has to die." Lu Kai's voice was blood-curdling and shrill. It was obvious from his words that he had the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Earlier, he was still wondering if he should spare Lu Kai's life or not. However, the sentence that Lu Kai uttered had completely destroyed his original plan. Everyone must be responsible for the words they said. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai stood across each other in a stalemate. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's amazing that Duan Ling Tian was able to take out 2 9th level concept fragments. However, what's more shocking is the fact that he dares to bet against the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me he really thinks he can beat the Sun Moon sect's disciple. That Sun Moon sect's disciple is personally named by the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, so his strength is certainly simple. This Duan Ling Tian is most likely going for wool, but he'll most likely end up coming home shorn. Many of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple were engaged in discussion with each other. It was apparent that they had no faith in Duan Ling Tian at all. Naturally, if one were to get into the whys and wherefores of it, it all boiled down to the fact that Duan Ling Tian was too young, so young that it was bordering on ridiculous. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the black clothes on Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was locked in a stalemate with Duan Ling Tian, billowed without warning. The origin energy on his body rose and continued to merge with a wave of sharp aura. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Kai's tyrannical aura transformed into a gigantic saber, and it emitted a wave of aura that seemed like it was able to cut everything open. The heaven and earth energy on the sky world, and the heaven and earth phenomenon immediately solidified into form. First, 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, and it was closely followed by another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 9th level intermediate saber concept fragment. Lu Kai's strength came as a shock to many Empyrean Temple's disciples. It further convinced them that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to defeat Lu Kai. Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you won't disappoint me, Zanbei muttered to himself as he stared at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette. A spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Lu Kai's hand. At the moment he was about to launch his attack, it seemed like he had noticed something. He shook his head as he looked in the distance. At this time, everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, also looked into the distance. As it turned out, there was a group of people heading in their direction. In just a flash, they arrived at the spot where Duan Ling Tian and the others stood. Big Brother Duan, a soft and sweet voice that was filled with joy rang out from the group of people. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a flash of fiery fairy-like figure immediately soared upwards and flew all the way to the purple-clad figure with a speed that was as fast as lightning. When Duan Ling Tian heard the familiar voice, he felt his heart tightened immediately. In the next moment, he noticed that the streak of the fiery red figure had already arrived in front of him before he could even respond. She stood across him as they faced each other. The person standing across Duan Ling Tian was a girl so beautiful that her beauty could topple a city. A smile that could infatuate all mortals was spread widely on her face. For a moment, the surroundings seemed dull in comparison. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he saw the red-clad girl before him. The person who came was none other than Feng Tian Wu. Feng Wu Tian, who became excited after she saw the person who had been appearing in her dreams in flesh and blood, calmed herself down a little. After taking a deep breath, she finally asked gently, "Big Brother Duan, why are you here?" It did not cross her mind that she would be able to meet her big brother Duan here. Was Big Brother Duan not taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse? At this moment, two figures followed suit behind Feng Tian Wu and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Astonishment could clearly be seen on their faces. It was apparent that they did not expect to see Duan Ling Tian here. Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Duan Ling Tian greeted the two of them as he smiled. The two people who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian were none other than Su Li and Zhang Shouyang. Su Li could not contain his curiosity as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, where have you been all these while? Why are you here all of a sudden?" Although Zhang Shouyang did not say a word, his gaze that was filled with puzzlement indicated that he was curious about this as well. The entire story is a little too hard to explain with just a few words. I'll tell all of you more about it when we have time. As for why I'm here, well, the reason is the same as yours. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he continued, "However, the one thing that's different is you're representing Blade sect while I represent Five Element sect." Five Element sect. After Su Li heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not suppress his surprise. The Five Element sect, that's also one of the three major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "Big Brother Duan, why did you suddenly join the Five Element sect?" A look of bafflement crept up on Feng Tian Wu's pretty face. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, a flash of light shone in the eyes of a middle-aged man as his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. He was among the four men leading the group that had just arrived. Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man greeted Duan Ling Tian. The moment he heard the voice, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention towards the middle-aged man. His eyes lit up instantly as he quickly greeted with surprise, "Senior." This middle-aged man was none other than the vice-sect leader of the sword sect from Blade Sect. He was also Su Li's master, Sword 13. He owed Sword 13 a debt of gratitude, and he had always kept this in mind. Did you just say that you came here on behalf of the Five-Element sect? Sword 13 asked with a slight frown. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before he quickly apologized. Senior, I'm very sorry. Five-Element sect has been very kind to me. I'll work on their behalf of this time when I enter the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. I really can't represent Blade Sect this time. When the people from Five-Element sect saw so many people from the group of newcomers were familiar with Duan Ling Tian, they were taken aback for a moment. At this moment, when they heard the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and Sword 13, they were once again stunned. Was Duan Ling Tian supposed to represent Blade Sect in entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure previously? Although they did not know what happened, they could not help but rejoice when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In their opinions, Duan Ling Tian was a massive killing weapon. Having him in Five-Element sect would definitely gain them the greatest benefits when they were in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Before Sword 13 had time to even open his mouth, a cold snort could be heard at once. Humph! A green figure immediately flew out from the group of Blade Sect's people. It was obvious the green-clad young man was one of the Blade Sect's 20 young disciples. After that green-clad young man came out, he immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "So, you're Duan Ling Tian? Who are you?" Zhou Weiqing frowned instantly when he was faced with the unfriendly green-clad young man. After the green-clad young man swept a contemptuous glance at Duan Ling Tian, he asked with his deep voice again, "You don't have to know who I am. You only need to answer me. Did you promise Senior Uncle Sword that you'll enter the sword sect of Blade Sect?" "Yes, but..." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Just as he was about to explain the situation, he was immediately interrupted by that green-clad young man again. "That's good enough. In other words, you're supposed to be a disciple of the sword sect of Blade Sect, but you actually jumped ship to the Five-Element sect. Although you're just a soon-to-be disciple of Sword Sect, a soon-to-be disciple who jumped ship to another sect would be regarded as a traitor as well according to our Blade Sect's rules. Today, I, Lian Shang, will represent the sect's law enforcement elders to enforce the rule and take the traitor out." The green-clad young man, Lian Shang, said all of that very quickly. Before the crowd even had time to make head or tail of the situation, he had already transformed into a flash of green light and charged towards Duan Ling Tian. A streak of swift sword's ray accompanied his attack on Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword's ray had already appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. What an appalling speed the sword's ray possessed. In the meantime, over 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared on top of Lian Shang's head. In other words, the sword that he unleashed at Duan Ling Tian had the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. 8th level void interpretation. 8th level intermediate sword concept. Grade 3 spirit sword. In the eyes of most of the people present at the scene, the green-clad young man possessed a speed that was shockingly fast. However, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, that speed was pitifully slow. When Duan Ling Tian saw the grade 3 spirit sword in the hands of the green-clad young man was barely a foot away from his eyes, he was already prepared to reach a hand out to catch the sword. It was not a difficult task for him to take on the sword with his bare hands after all. However, he could hear a hissing noise that vanished as soon as it appeared without any warning just as he was about to extend his hand. At this moment, a crisp and clear sound entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed that the sword that was in close proximity with his eyes had disappeared without a trace. More precisely, it had already flown far away. An arm that had been severed flew along with it. The severed arm was very eye-catching with the fresh blood pouring out from the open wound. The blood spilled from the sky, and it formed a patch that was similar to blossoming red rose. Ah! Meanwhile, a shrill scream broke the silence in the air. It was none other than Lian Shang who stood not far away from Duan Ling Tian. Cries of pain could be heard from him as he pressed on the wound on his shoulder to staunch the continuously flowing blood. Who was that? When he finally caught his breath, he immediately glared at the person who had just attacked him. However, the moment he saw the red spirit snake-like long whip in the hand of the red-clad young woman who was just standing still, his face blanched immediately. J. Jr.'s sister F. Feng. He has betrayed our sect, so he should atone for it with his death. Why did you help him? The person who crippled Lian Shang was none other than Feng Tianwu. She was also the first person who came to her senses and immediately stopped Xianxia in time. The whip swept out and instantly wrapped around Xianxia's arm that was holding onto the sword. In the next moment, she forcibly tore the arm off Xianxia's shoulder and flung it away. Her entire movement was as smooth as water. It's because he's my big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's answer was very simple and straightforward. Chapter 935, Battle. It's because he's my big brother Duan. Just a short sentence from Feng Tianwu was enough to make many of the young men from all the different forces look at Duan Lingtian with jealousy. How they itched to be the person to take Duan Lingtian's place instead. At this moment, anyone who was not blind could see Feng Tianwu's affection for Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian has quite a luck with women, Huang Daniu said with a look of envy on his face. When he first saw such an exquisite beauty like Feng Tianwu, he could not help but become immediately infatuated. With a face that was filled with jealousy and hate, Lianshang gnashed his teeth as he hissed at Feng Tianwu, Jay Jr.'s sister Feng, why you'll regret this. Then, he turned and flew away to give chase to the severed arm that she had torn off and flung away. If he can find his arm and reattach it in time, there's still a possibility of recovery. When the Blade Sect's disciple launched his attack, the heaven and earth energy whirled and a total of 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons solidified. Although he's strong, he still had his arm severed by this fairy-like female disciple from Blade Sect. This Blade Sect's disciple appears to be only in her early 20s. It's terribly shocking that she possesses such a horrifying strength at such a young age. She's indeed one of God's favorite. Not only does she has looks that could topple a country and infatuate all mortal beings, she even has such remarkable talents and comprehension that are more than enough to incite people's jealousy. It did not matter if they were the disciples from Five Element Sect, Empyrean Temple or Sun Moon Sect, all of them could not help but whisper among each other. The shock that Feng Tianwu gave them was too earth-shattering. Although Feng Tianwu's attack was very quick, it was so fast that she did not even mobilize her heaven and earth energy to solidify the heaven and earth phenomenon. They could clearly see that Feng Tianwu's strength was a lot more powerful than the Blade Sect's disciple whose arms she severed. Tianwu girl, you've gone too far this time. One of the two old men who was leading Blade Sect, the skinny one, looked at Feng Tianwu with a slight hint of censure. As the saying went, anyone who touches the forbidden dragon's lamella will die. In her world, Duan Lingtian was her lamella. Today, she did not kill Lianshang because her father, Feng Wudao, was a sword sect's elder in Blade Sect. She did not want to put her father in a difficult situation, the sect leader of Blade Sect. Although Duan Lingtian did not know whether this man was the sect leader of Saber or Sword Sect, he must admit that his impression of him was not good. What did he mean by, gone too far? That Blade Sect's disciple, Lianshang, wanted to kill him the moment he appeared. The sword in his hand was within reach from his eyes, and it could have killed him. If it had not been for Tianwu who reacted in time, that green-clad young man would already be a dead body by now. If it was up to Duan Lingtian, Lianshang only had one of his arms severed, and that old man actually condemned Tianwu for overdoing it. The old man quickly shifted his gaze from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. His tone was extremely casual and his voice was aloof as he asked, "You're Duan Lingtian, the soon-to-be disciple of my sword sect?" Duan Lingtian remained calm. He looked directly into the old man's eyes and announced in an indifferent manner, "From now on, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to do at all with Blade Sect." The moment he heard the old man condemning Feng Tianwu earlier, he no longer had any interest in joining Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sword 13 immediately became aghast. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would speak to the sect leader of Sword Sect from Blade Sect in such a manner. Moreover, the first thing that came out of his mouth was to actually cut off all ties with Blade Sect. Oh, after the old man came to his senses, his face darkened immediately. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you really think that Blade Sect is somewhere you can easily enter and leave as you please?" "To me, yes," Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. "In the beginning, I only promised Senior that I'll join Blade Sect because of my gratitude to him. As of now, I have zero interest in joining Blade Sect." When Duan Lingtian reached this point in his sentence, he became too lazy to continue paying attention to the old man. Instead, he looked at Sword 13. "Senior, I'll definitely pay my debt of gratitude to you one day. However, it's really impossible for me to join Blade Sect. The old man's attitude earlier was like a splash of cold water on Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although there might be some other reason for his behavior, Lian Shang's identity and background might not be ordinary, those excuse was not enough for him. When Sword 13 saw the determination on Duan Ling Tian's face, he knew that the situation had been irreversibly damaged. For a moment, he did not know what to say, and he could only smile wryly. All right, fine. Today, for the sake of Tian Wu, this little girl, I'll not get into a dispute with you for now. The old man became blue in the face from the rage caused by Duan Ling Tian. When he finished his sentence, he took a deep breath before he continued again. Since you're unwilling to enter our Blade sect will not force you as well. From today onwards, you're no longer the soon-to-be disciple of our Blade sect. We have many strong young powerhouses in our sect. There's no difference whether you're in or not. As the old man reached the end of his sentence, he announced it with flagging interest. It was obvious that he thought very little of Duan Ling Tian. I couldn't ask for anything better. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before he turned toward Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was waiting behind him. He motioned to him and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." He had not forgotten about the bet that he had made with Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. This matter concerned 2 9th-level concept fragments, so he would definitely remember it. Big brother Duan, you're... Feng Tianwu swept a glance at Lu Kai. Although Lu Kai had already retracted his origin energy and concept, she saw his strength. When she first arrived, without any spirit weapon, he managed to mobilize his heaven and earth energy and solidified 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Feng Tianwu could see that Lu Kai was a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept. It's nothing. I have a battle in bed with him. You only need to watch from the side. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and flashed Feng Tianwu a smile as he gave her a reassuring look. Feng Tianwu retreated obediently upon hearing his words. Duan Ling Tian, be careful. At this time, Su Li and Zhang Shouyang had also retreated and watched Duan Ling Tian standing in a confrontation manner across the black-clad young man. That young man gave them a sense of danger. As Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai were locked in a stalemate with each other again, the origin energy and the saber concept reappeared on Lu Kai again as well. At the same time, the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple started to bury their heads together in heated discussions again. From the mouth of the Empyrean Temple monk disciples, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyang and the rest of Blade sect's people quickly learned the ins and outs of the matter. A stunned expression could be seen on everyone's faces. The betting wager for this battle from both sides are 2 9th-level concept fragments. That Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th-level intermediate sword concept. Each and every one of the people from Blade sect was discussing this among themselves as well. There was a hint of surprise on their faces, and they could not help but feel anticipative. They were all eager to watch Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai's battle. Naturally, the majority of them felt that the odds of Lu Kai winning the battle were higher. At this moment, a figure appeared from the distance. It was none other than Lian Shang, who went to retrieve his arm earlier. The severed arm had already been reattached to his body, but Lian Shang's face was still extremely pale. It was so pale that he looked no different from a dead man. After he came back, he turned to look at Feng Tianwu. The depth of his eyes was extremely cold. Lian Shang, let us move on from the incident when Tianwu severed your arm earlier. The skinny old man, who was also the sect leader of Sword Sect, swept a glance at Lian Shang faintly. His tone was cold and did not contain any emotions at all. Sect leader, she. Upon hearing the old man's words, horror dawned on Lian Shang's face immediately. Just as he was about to refute, he was cut off by that old man. Didn't you hear me clearly? Or could it be that you actually want me to repeat my words again? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his voice was as cold as a thaw hole. It was so cold that Lian Shang could not help but shiver as he glared at Feng Tianwu unwillingly. However, he eventually had to dismiss the thoughts of revenge from his mind. He was very clear that he could no longer take vengeance at Feng Tianwu unless he did not want to stay in Blade sect anymore, or if this old man passed away. Otherwise, he would be a dead man if the old man found out. Lian Shang took a deep breath as he shifted his gaze away and started to search for Duan Ling Tian's silhouette. Very soon, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian was locked in a stalemate with a black-clad young man. Moreover, that black-clad young man demonstrated a strength that was far more powerful than himself. the 9th level void interpretation and a comprehension at the 9th level void interpretation concept. What's going on? Lian Shang was extremely puzzled. Why would Duan Ling Tian go up against this young powerhouse? After he had learned of the reason from the bystanders, he could not help but secretly smirk. So it's like this, huh? This Duan Ling Tian is seeking for his own death. Does he really think that he can win against a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept? How lucky that you did not by my hands. Lian Shang's cold gaze was trained on Duan Ling Tian as a sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. However, the sneer completely froze in place in the next moment. Dear Lord! What did he just witness? In the distance, Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, finally launched his attack. The spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in his hand trembled as all of his energy from his body rushed into the spirit saber, and he pounced at Duan Ling Tian. More than 310 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky charged and leapt at Duan Ling Tian with their teeth and claws bared. Screech. The saber ray that was as thin as a cicada's wings pointed forward, and the airflow in the air was immediately sliced into two. It caused a series of screeching sound. As the screeching sound turned louder, it also became completely ear-piercing. The slice that contained the strength of over 310 ancient horned dragons charged at Duan Ling Tian like a shadow that followed its form. It looked like it was about to slice and rip Duan Ling Tian into two. Faced with such a deadly and fierce slice from the sword, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with indifference and fearlessness. Without any warning, he took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian finally made his move. His right palm formed a fist as his arm suddenly stretched backward. His wide back became as taut as a pulled bow. All of a sudden, followed by a quiver on Duan Ling Tian's strong back, his fist shot out like a cannonball and charged forward to intercept the swift saber ray. Chapter 936. A blow with just a punch. When everyone saw Duan Ling Tian's empty-handed fist charging out to greet the Grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as cicada's wing in Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect disciples' hand, almost everyone, apart from the 5-element sect's people, had shivers running down their spines. However, this did not last for too long. A wave of tyrannical origin energy blasted out of Duan Ling Tian's fist that shot out like a cannonball. The instant the origin energy appeared, an earth-shattering transformation suddenly took place. Cloudy white origin energy transformed into a wave of vast majestic khaki energy. Around the khaki energy, there were streaks of thunderbolts that were as robust as purple electrical snakes that spread all over the place. Apart from that, a sharp aura was emitting from it as well. Moreover, there were also gusts of solidified wind kai that were twining around his fists like a shadow. Naturally, all of these changes could only be seen by the senior officials from each of the major sects who possessed astonishing eyesights. As for the young disciples from each of the major forces, they could no longer see what was happening to Duan Ling Tian's fist the moment he punched out his fist. All that they could see was the rapid surging of the airflow in the air as it compressed against each other and exploded, setting off a series of ear-piercing explosions that entered their ears like thunder. The sound of explosion became louder as it went on. It thumped on the eardrums of the young disciples from every major force with lower cultivation bases as their faces blanched. The eardrums of some of the young disciples whose cultivation base was not good were blasted open. A gush of blood leaked out from their ears. All of a sudden, a loud noise reverberated in the sky. Everyone on the scene narrowed their eyes immediately. When the energy contained in Duan Ling Tian's fist went forward to welcome the Grade 2 spirit saber in Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple's hand, it shook and sent the Grade 2 spirit saber flying backward as easily as breaking a dry branch. The energy then shrouded Lu Kai's body. In that instance, Lu Kai's body exploded before turning into flesh and blood that scattered in the sky. It left no complete piece behind. There could not be a more horrifying way for him to die. After Duan Ling Tian completely crushed and blew up Lu Kai in just one blow, he retracted the origin energy in his hands and his four concepts. The heaven and earth energy that was whirling above his head subsequently dissipated as well. Because his attack had happened in a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth phenomenon had already dispersed before it could even solidify into form. Duan Ling Tian hovered in midair. Not far ahead of him was a rain of blood and flesh that covered the entire sky. It was like a blooming firework that celebrated his final victory in this battle bet. Fireworks filled the sky, it looked extremely beautiful, eye-catching and dazzling. The purple robe on Duan Ling Tian fluttered along with the wind. The sight of him hovering there made him appear majestic in the eyes of the spectators. Gasp! 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 A series of gasping sound resonated in the air. As one subsided, another rose again in succession. This Duan Ling Tian is so powerful. Don't you think his strength is too horrifying? Just a blow and he managed to blow up that Sun Moon sect's disciple whose comprehension was at the 9th level void interpretation concept. Look at his age, he's basically a monster. It did not matter if it was a disciple from the Empyrean Temple, Sun Moon sect, or Blade sect, all of them could not help but whisper to each other. In their exchange, the moment they brought up the name, Duan Ling Tian, a hint of dread could be heard in their voice. It was the kind of dread that originated from the bottom of their hearts. Big brother Duan, Feng Tian Wu's eyes lit up immediately. A smile that could infatuate all mortal beings appeared on her delicate face. She stood there with her graceful body and her smile that was as beautiful as a flower. It was as though she was a magnificent painting. Although Feng Tian Wu had always had complete faith in Duan Ling Tian, the moment she saw the tremendous power Duan Ling Tian demonstrated and how he killed his opponent with just one blow, she still felt very happy for him. Duan Ling Tian's power has become so powerful now. Su Li's eyes narrowed instantly, amazement was written all over his face. Initially, I thought our gap would narrow when I see him next, but who would have ever thought that he's already so far ahead? The way Duan Ling Tian had killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one blow had shaken him to the core. Zhang Shouyang's eyes were narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, the current expression he was wearing was enough to give a hint to the bewilderment he felt in his heart. After all, it was safe to say that he had been watching Duan Ling Tian grow day by day up to today. The young man in the past who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unwittingly grown to a stage where he had to look up to him now. Every dog has its day. Brother Ling Tian, now that I think back on how we first met, it's indeed true that great changes do come with time. Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. In Blade sect, other than Feng Tian Wu, Su Li and Zhang Shouyang who were struck dumb with amazement, Blade 13 and the other three Blade sect senior officials could not help but felt bewildered as well. Just a few months and Duan Ling Tian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What sorcery is this? Blade 13 marveled, as expected from a variant. Saber 5 who stood nearby nodded approvingly. Variant. Saber 5's words instantly made the two old men standing by the side froze for a moment. The sturdy old man looked at him and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, did you just say that Duan Ling Tian is a variant? Yes, Saber 5 nodded. He's a variant who can cast innate ability. A variant who can cast innate ability. The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber's sect in Blade sect, gasped. The skinny old man standing by his side, who was the sect leader of Sword sect, could not help but shiver for a moment before he froze for a few seconds. At this moment, all he could feel was the burning heat on his face. It was as though the words that he told Duan Ling Tian earlier was replaying in his ears. We have many strong and young powerhouses in our sect. There won't be any difference whether you're in or not. He really wanted to give himself a good slap at this moment. He had said that earlier because he did not know Duan Ling Tian's strength was actually this appalling, let alone the fact that Duan Ling Tian was actually a one-of-a-kind variant. Why didn't the both of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword sect glared at Sword 13 and Blade 5, a hint of fury could be heard in his voice. Had he known earlier that Duan Ling Tian's strength was so formidable, and that he was actually a variant, he would never have treated Duan Ling Tian that way earlier. A single slip could cause a lasting sorrow. This was exactly what the sect leader of Sword sect was feeling right now. Previously, Senior Brother Sword and I thought that Duan Ling Tian had been brought away by that martial emperor powerhouse, so we didn't mention much about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded. Fine, since things have become like this, there's nothing much we can do right now. It's us, Blade sect, that has no fate with him, we can't blame it on anything else, the sect leader of Blade sect said while shaking his head. He could guess what the sect leader of Sword sect was thinking. How's this possible? Lian Shang's eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the purple figure hovering in the distant sky. He shook his head continuously, he refused to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only around 28 years old. A 28 years old who can kill a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just a blow. Lian Shang's heart rate gradually accelerated, and he could not calm down for a long time. With his strength, If he had launched an attack on me a step earlier than junior sister Feng when I attacked him, wouldn't I end up dead instead? The moment Lian Shang thought of this, his forehead immediately became clammy from cold sweat. He no longer dared to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy. He was terrified now. Duan Lingtian's horrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had accumulated in his heart toward Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian is really amazing. Exactly. Just a blow and he managed to kill the 9th level Void Interpretation Crimson Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended 9th level Void Interpretation concept. Looking at the current younger generations in the 5-element sect, only senior brother Duan can do that. Didn't the senior official from Blade sect say that there are many strong and young powerhouses in their sect and that there won't be any difference whether Duan Lingtian is in or not? What a joke, other than that red-clad young girl who's infatuated with senior brother Lingtian. Who else in Blade sect can actually be compared to senior brother Lingtian? The 5-element sect's disciples discussed with each other. Many of them looked mockingly at the sect leader of Sword sect from Blade sect. It was as though they were laughing at how ignorant he was. The group of 5-element sect's high officials, apart from Guo Chong and Qi Yu, had a bright smile on their faces. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak who had some dispute with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to also have forgotten about the differences between himself and Duan Lingtian. He also had a sincere smile on his face. Humph, how dare that Chen Feng doubt me? Standing by the side, Hu Fei cast a glance from afar at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. A smirk could be seen playing at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, it was entirely Chen Feng's own fault for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How is this possible? At this moment, Chen Feng was extremely horrified and appalled. It did not cross his mind that a 5-element sect's disciple who looked only around 25 years old would actually be this horrifying. Just a blow and he managed to kill Lu Kai, who ranked 3rd among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. Moreover, it was under the circumstance where Lu Kai had activated his Grade 2 Spirit Saber. The few vice sect leaders and the group of disciples from Sun Moon sect looked completely aghast. 2 of the Sun Moon sect's disciples, who stood to the side by themselves, were exchanging glances with each other. Do you have any confidence? One of them suddenly opened his mouth to ask in a low voice. No, you. The other person shook his head before he posed the same question. No, the former also shook his head. Both of them immediately went silent. They were the 2 strongest people among the current younger generation of Sun Moon sect. However, even they could not clearly see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the 5-element sect's disciple, threw earlier. Not only that, none of them dared to say that they could kill a Lu Kai who went all out and activated a Grade 2 Spirit Saber with just their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! At the Empyrean Temple side, Zhan Bei's eyes were narrowed while his face was completely frozen. He did not think that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such level in just a few months. Now, this is what we call interesting. However, the moment he recalled the battle bet between Duan Lingtian and himself, a wave of excitement and anticipation immediately surged in Zhan Bei's heart. It was apparent that he did not fear Duan Lingtian at all despite the strength that Duan Lingtian had demonstrated. Chapter 937, 3rd Level Void Interpretation Concept. Amitabha, congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wei Kong, the abbot of Empyrean Temple, slowly lifted his hand up and threw 4 fragments at Duan Lingtian. 9th level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, the instant they witnessed the 4 9th level concept fragments falling into Duan Lingtian's hands, many of the people present still could not suppress the shock that rose up in their hearts as they became consumed with envy. Those were 9th level concept fragments after all. Even in the respective sects they were in, there were only a few pieces in their hands. However, right now, Duan Lingtian, just this one young disciple from 5-element sect, had monopolized 4 9th level concept fragments. Even many of the high officials from the major sects could not help but be consumed by envy and jealousy as well. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th level concept fragments and placed them into his spatial ring one by one while he thanked Wei Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot. Thank you, Master Wei Kong. You're too polite, little benefactor Duan. I didn't do much, Wei Kong replied indifferently. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before narrowing his eyes at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. His face was ashen. With a smile, Duan Lingtian said, Sect leader Chen Feng, thank you for your 2 9th level concept fragments. Chen Feng's originally pale face darkened instantly as he snorted. Duan Ling Tian, what can you do even if you have that 2 ninth level concept fragments? You'll only be considered capable if you can retain the 2 fragments. Otherwise, you'll only be carving a path for someone else. The instant Chen Feng's words left his mouth, many disciples, eyes from the Empyrean Temple, Blade Sect and Sun Moon Sect lit up immediately. Would they not be able to snatch the 4 ninth level concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hands after they entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? Naturally, there were more people who had these thoughts in their minds, but their intentions were crushed ruthlessly by him. After all, one would need to be capable enough before one could even hope to snatch the 9th level concept fragments from Duan Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, it would only be a one-way ticket to hell. The scene of Duan Ling Tian punching the 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept to death earlier was deeply seared into their minds. It would not disappear for a very long time. However, there were 4 9th level concept fragments on Duan Ling Tian. If 4 people joined forces to kill him, each of them would be able to get 1 9th level concept fragment each. The moment Chen Feng's words left his mouth, the restlessness from the 3 major Foss's disciples, other than 5 element sect, did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes. However, he did not feel disturbed by it at all. Thank you for your concern, sect leader Chen Feng, Duan Ling Tian replied Chen Feng casually before he cast a glance at the group of disciples from the 3 major forces who were looking at him like he was a prey. I'd love to get closer to anyone who really wants to obtain the 4 9th level concept fragments in my hands. A dazzling and confident smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Upon hearing his words and seeing the confident smile on his face, many of the young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of going against Duan Ling Tian to snatch the 4 9th level concept fragments. Naturally, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of these 4 9th level concept fragments was just too huge. Even if they already knew Duan Ling Tian had a remarkable strength, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, how can you catch the tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's lair? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian once again went to stand with Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang. At the same time, he also asked the 3 of them to move toward the group of people from 5 element sect. Duan Ling Tian then introduced the 3 of them to Guo Chong, Qi Yu, Huang Daniu and Chen Wei, and vice versa. Sect leader Guo, Peak Master Qi, Feng Tianwu and the other 2 greeted Guo Chong and Qi Yu politely while they nodded at Huang Daniu and Chen Wei with a smile. Prior to this, I've never heard Duan Ling Tian mention anything about knowing such an extraordinary genius like you, Miss Feng. From what I can see, your strength is in no way inferior to Duan Ling Tian's, right? Qi Yu asked with a twinkling smile in his eyes as he stared intensely at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be better than Big Brother Duan? Feng Tianwu replied quickly and modestly. Tianwu, don't be so modest. Previously when that Lian Shang was attacking me, even I wouldn't be able to respond in time to your speed if I didn't prepare beforehand. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The strength that Feng Tianwu demonstrated at that time had also taken him by surprise. Unfortunately, by the time he regained his senses, Feng Tianwu had already retracted her origin energy and fire concept, leaving no chance for him to probe her using his spiritual energy. However, he was certain that the strength that Feng Tianwu currently possessed was in no way inferior to him. He felt a jolt in his heart as his spiritual energy stretched out instantly and swept towards Feng Tianwu. He was trying to investigate her strength. In the next instance, he immediately figured out Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. Ignorance was bliss. The moment Duan Ling Tian figured it out, he was so shocked that he was left speechless for quite a while. His mind went completely blank, and he stood there for a long time as though he was possessed. In the next second, he muttered to himself inaudibly, how's this possible? Tianwu's only at the 3rd level void interpretation. From Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energies investigation, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base was not even a step in the 4th level void interpretation. It was only at the 3rd level void interpretation. Just a mere 3rd level void interpretation martial artist, and yet she could help him block Lian Shang's attack. He instantly became a little doubtful. However, the moment he remembered the scene where Feng Tianwu crippled Lian Shang, the disciple of Blade Sect's arm, he could not help but feel shaken for a while. Lian Shang is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. That means that Tian Wu's strength is definitely better than his if she could sever his arm before he could react in time. Still, Tian Wu is indeed only a third-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be that the concept that Tian Wu comprehended is the fire concept? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he immediately knew he had his answer. Feng Tian Wu had a fire spirit body. The speed that she comprehended the fire concept could be considered as very fast. Basically, she would not encounter any bottleneck in the process of comprehending the fire concept. Apart from that, if she had some assistance from fire concept fragments, the speed that she comprehended the fire concept would leave all martial artists who did not possess the fire spirit body blushing in shame. But, even if she has the fire concept fragment for her cultivation, she shouldn't have been able to win against Lian Shang with just her third-level void interpretation, right? Duan Ling Tian became more perplexed as he pondered over it. Lian Shang was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of the spirit saber, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tian Wu's 3rd-level void interpretation cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he had refined for her, the most she could demonstrate was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. A 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist had a strength of 40 ancient horned dragons if all the origin energy in the body was unleashed. The grade 3 spirit whip that he personally refined gave a 70% boost. That was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. The two of them added up together would be the strength of exactly 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tian Wu has comprehended the 1st-level advanced fire concept, along with the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons, her strength would still only be at about 268 ancient horned dragons. It's still a far cry from Lian Shang's strength. Well, unless she has comprehended the 2nd-level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would have a strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her strength. That would be enough for her to beat Lian Shang. Duan Ling Tian's mind was whirring rapidly as he tried to make sense of the information in his mind. While he was still mulling over the information in his head, he suddenly gasped. It would still be impossible for Tian Wu to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short period of time even if she had the fire concept fragment to aid her. In that case, the only plausible explanation is the profound assimilation formation. Blade sect had the profound assimilation formation as well. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tian Wu to go through such a transformation, then all of these would not be so surprising anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that was created by the rebirth martial emperor. For an innate spirit body like Tian Wu's fire spirit body, it would have an extraordinary effect compared to ordinary people. After going through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian very quickly found the reason. Not only that, based on the rebirth martial emperor's judgment, the profound assimilation formation would tremendously elevate an innate spirit body that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That's to say, there's a possibility that Tian Wu's fire concept is not as simple as being at the 3rd-level advanced stage. The instant he muttered this sentence to himself, Duan Ling Tian discreetly gasped. Duan Ling Tian, I never thought that you knew such an exceptional stunning beauty like Miss Feng. This is amazing. A voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and woke him from his daze. It was none other than Huang Daniu who was talking to him. Rolling his eyes at Huang Daniu, Duan Ling Tian scoffed as he answered, could it be that you thought everybody I know is a big blockhead like you? Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu, the other people standing close by, including Guo Chong and Qi Yu, could not suppress the laughter boiling up from their chests. All of a sudden, the sound of a gust of faint wind whistling resonated from afar and converged into 2 gusts without any warning. Upon hearing the noise, the 4 major sects present on the scene immediately looked toward the source with their eyes alert. With just a glance, they could see 2 groups of people making their way toward them with great strength and vigor. In just a short while, they had already arrived and came to a halt at once. It's the Skywolf Fort people, and the emotion-severing people as well. Many of Blade sects and Empyrean Temple's disciples immediately called out in a low voice. As 2 of the 4 major forces in the southern district of the Northern Desert, Blade sect and the Empyrean Temple had a more profound understanding of Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sect than 5-element sect who came from the eastern district of the Northern Desert and Sun Moon sect who came from the western district of the Northern Desert. Skywolf Fort. Long before the Skywolf Fort's people appeared, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had already locked on 4 out of 5 people who were leading the group, 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yu Kong, and Feng Wei. These 4 people were part of the 5 vice fort masters. They were also the people who chased him and tried to kill him when he was making his way to the Blade Sect camp from the ancient desert city with a group of Blade Sect's people previously. Chapter 938, 5 Inscription Formations. There was no doubt Meng Li and the other 3 had immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze on them. If it was before, they would definitely look at Duan Ling Tian with a look of contempt. However, they did not dare to do that anymore after they found out about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and that young miss. Although they were not going to worsen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Ling Tian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to him either. Put aside the fact that Zisheng would definitely be unhappy if they had done that and would become unwilling to work on behalf of Skywolf Fort with all his might, Skywolf Fort was also unwilling to embarrass themselves in the front of all the major forces. For this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Ling Tian completely instead. However, the fact that they chose to ignore him did not mean that it could wipe out Duan Ling Tian's raging fire. After sweeping a cold and sharp glance at Meng Li and the other 3, Duan Ling Tian's attention finally landed on the white-clad young man behind them. When Duan Ling Tian looked at him, he was already staring at Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian looked at him, Zisheng's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think your life would be so long. 4 vice fort masters attacked you at the same time and yet you still survived, huh? Upon hearing Zisheng's words, Duan Ling Tian's face turned so dark that it was absolutely appalling. Despite the fact that he could already guess that it was Zisheng who was pulling the strings behind the curtains when the 4 vice fort masters brought 10 Skywolf Fort elders to chase after him, the second he received this confirmation from Zisheng personally, his emotion was still greatly affected. In just an instant, frosts gleamed in his eyes and a killing intent was apparent in them. Zisheng, the martial emperor's secret treasure will be your grave. After taking a deep breath and calming his agitated emotions, Duan Ling Tian sent a sharp voice transmission to Zisheng's ears. There was not a hint of emotions in his words at all. This is also what I wanted to tell you. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Zisheng, who would usually admit defeat in front of him previously, was acting particularly tough today. It was as though he was confident that he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. It seems like your strength has improved a lot, huh? Otherwise, you won't be acting so confident now. Duan Ling Tian sneered. It's easy for me to kill you, you know, Zisheng responded coldly. I'm looking forward to it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone even more brightly as he said each word clearly. Looking at one of the 5 old men who was leading the Skywolf Fort, Wei Kong, the Empyrean Temple Abbot, asked with his 10 fingers linked together, Amitabha. Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qing didn't come this time. The latter was none other than Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice sect leaders in Skywolf Fort. Abbot Wei Kong. Faced with Wei Kong, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to slack and quickly replied, our Fort Master is recently caught up with some matters. For this reason, he doesn't have the time to come. Wei Kong's eyes gleamed as he smiled and replied, such a big matter as the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and Fort Master Qing doesn't even have the time to come. Looks like the issue that he's caught up with recently must be of great importance. Yes, very important. Luo Fu nodded his head. However, the corner of his mouth twitched a little. At this moment, the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort immediately turned awkward as well. It was very hard for them to imagine what the expressions of these people from the other 5 major forces would be like if they found out that the reason the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort did not come was to become a steed for a girl. Naturally, they would not disclose this to anyone. If this story spread out, putting aside the fact that Skywolf Fort would become the laughing stock of the northern desert, even the disciples from Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this matter as well. Sect Leader Pei, it's been a while since we last met. I didn't know you've already taken over the position of the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. Greetings to you. After greeting Luo Fu, Wei Kong looked at the leader of Emotion Severing Sect. He was a plainly clothed middle-aged man with a frosty expression on his face. That plain-clothed middle-aged man was none other than Peian, the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. Even when Peian was faced with Wei Kong, the Empyrean Temple Abbot, his face still remained cold and aloof. With a faint nod, he casually greeted him, Abbot Wei Kong. However, Wei Kong did not appear to be offended by this. After letting out a faint smile, he stood there quietly. Meanwhile, the senior officials of the 6 major sects present on the scene greeted each other. Not long after, the sun began to set. The sky was covered with the glow of sunset. It was crimson, making the entire sky appear like it was painted with a tinge of red. The entire scene was absolutely breathtaking. It's time. Suddenly the group of senior officials leading the 6 major forces exchanged glances with each other before swooping down one by one. They entered the sophisticated mountainous terrain. Let's go. When Duan Ling Tian and the other disciples from the 6 major forces saw this, they hastily followed suit. They did not dare to hesitate at all. They knew that the martial emperor's secret treasure was about to open at this moment. When they were on the way here, the 6 major forces disciples, including Duan Ling Tian and the other 5 element sects disciples, had learned some facts about the martial emperor's secret treasure from the senior officials of their respective sects. The martial emperor's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only open for a day, and if they did not enter on that day, they would not have the opportunity to enter again. Naturally, there was a time limit for entering but there was none for exiting. The inscription formation on the gate of the martial emperor's secret treasure only prohibited one from entering but not exiting. Additionally, it was said that the martial emperor's secret treasure that they would be entering this time was buried deep underground. Many inscription formations that possessed great destructive power encircled it. If somebody tried to destroy the gate forcefully, the inscription formations that possessed great destructive power would automatically activate and shatter the entire martial emperor's secret treasure in just one blow. As a result, the vast number of treasures inside the martial emperor's secret would be forever buried underground as well. It was precisely for this reason that all of the forces who knew about the existence of this martial emperor's secret treasure did not dare to act as they pleased. They could only follow the rules set by the martial emperor book by book, and let the young disciples who were under the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragment that they needed. Very soon, under the guidance of the senior officials of the 6 major forces, Duan Ling Tian and the other disciples of the 6 major forces had arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley that they were hovering above earlier. The valley was spacious, and there were bushes all over the place. Nothing appeared particularly eye-catching over here. The entrance to the martial emperor's secret treasure is here. The disciples from the 6 major forces, including Duan Ling Tian, had bewilderment written on their faces. Duan Ling Tian lifted an eyebrow as he extended his spiritual energy. In just a short while, he found a sign in one of the bushes in the valley. A dense inscription formation aura could be felt in that direction, as the person whose memory was merged with the lifelong inscription memory of the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian had a profound understanding of inscription formations. He easily recognized the few inscription formations there. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one placed at the highest point was the inscription formation that set a fixed opening time for the secret treasure. It would only be opened once, and there was a specific time. Under the inscription formation was another inscription formation that was created based on the age measuring peril. That was exactly the inscription formation that verified the age of the martial artists who entered the secret treasure. Apart from that, there were another 3 inscription formations underneath this inscription formation. When Duan Ling Tian found them, he could not help but gasp in shock. The martial emperor powerhouse was really daring. He even set up 3 killing formations by the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are triggered, even a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be slaughtered instantly. Duan Ling Tian learned about the horrors of these 3 killing formations from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Other than using valuable and precious materials, these 3 killing formations also needed the spiritual energy of a martial emperor stage to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by a martial emperor stage inscription master. Looks like that martial emperor was most likely an inscription master, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Other than observing everything in the valley, Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, sometimes watched Duan Ling Tian as well. It just so happened that she saw the glum look on his face. For that reason, she asked with her voice transmission, "Big brother Duan, did you find something?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head as he replied with his voice transmission, "If I didn't sense it wrongly, the entrance of the martial emperor's secret treasure is underneath the bush right there." Apart from having an inscription formation that set the opening time and another inscription formation that inspects the age of the people who enter the secret treasure, there are another 3 inscription formations that are extremely horrifying and lethal. While speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where he could feel the inscription formations. When Duan Ling Tian finished saying this using his voice transmission, the senior officials of the 6 major forces hovered above the bushes in tacit agreement as they casually made their moves at the same time. They immediately cleared the bushes away. Every senior official from the 6 major forces was at void transformation or above. They controlled their origin energies and turned their concepts into sabers. The bushes were cleared away in a blink of an eye. After the bushes were cleared away, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was set in the surface of the ground. Its design was huge yet simple. There was not a trace of dust that could be seen on it, and it emitted a great fluctuation. The great fluctuation that poured out seemed to indicate the long journey of time that the great door had gone through. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a hint of alertness could be seen on Feng Tianwu's delicate face. So, what should we do now? Do we still go in? Relax. The 3 killing formations only target people who enter forcefully and also those who are over 40. Other than these, the 3 killing formations will not be activated at all, Duan Ling Tian reassured her. When Feng Tianwu heard this, she was immediately hit by a pang of realization. Ah, so that's how it is. Is this the entrance to the martial emperor's secret treasure? This great door appears to be extremely ancient. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 major forces followed suit behind the senior officials of their respective sects. As they looked at the gigantic door on the ground, they buried their heads together in heated discussions. They had a curious look on their faces. Upon hearing the discussions of the young disciples from each of the major sects, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained, the martial emperor's secret treasure below the great door is said to have existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor who left behind this secret treasure died a natural death 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years. All of the young disciples from the major forces, including Duan Ling Tian, were immediately taken aback. Chapter 939, Opening the Martial Emperor's Secret Treasure. Setting an inscription formation and leave the secret treasure behind to be opened 1,000 years later, just how powerful was this method? Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other senior officials who had long known about all these from some other sources, everyone else was completely stunned and bewildered. Disbelief was obvious in their eyes. The majesty of a martial emperor was truly beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who stood quietly behind Pei in all this while, could not but help but feel slightly uneasy about this at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be slightly different from last time. Earlier, when the emotion-severing sect's people had just arrived, Duan Ling Tian casually darted a few glances at him and did not pay much attention to him. Due to this, he did not notice the slight changes in Zhang Yan at all. However, now that he carefully studied him, he immediately noticed some difference in him. The Zhang Yan now seemed to exude a peculiar and indescribable aura from his body compared to the last few months. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense that something had happened to him in these few recent months. With Duan Ling Tian's curiosity as the catalyst, he extended his spiritual energy and swept it toward Zhang Yan. He could immediately feel Zhang Yan's cultivation base, 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation, so Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that he had made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had left the Darken dynasty a long time ago and came to the northern desert outside of the foreign lands. Moreover, he had entered the emotion-severing sect and even became Pei An's disciple. There must be no lack of all sorts of spirit fruits exclusive to a void interpretation martial artist during his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in just a few months. Consuming a large amount of spirit fruit exclusive to a void interpretation martial artist also meant that it would be hard for Zhang Yan to raise his cultivation base with the help of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy in the future unless he could procure other types of spirit fruits that were exclusive to a void interpretation martial artist that he had never consumed before. Don't tell me that I've sensed it wrongly. Duan Ling Tian frowned before he quickly eased up. When he felt the indescribable and peculiar aura from Zhang Yan earlier, he could also sense a hint of danger on him as well. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him now. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his spiritual energy, the first thought that came to his mind was that he might have sensed it wrongly. Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level void interpretation, would never be a threat to him. After all, not everyone was like Feng Tianwu. After 30 minutes, Tianjiyu, the peak master of Earth Peak from 5 Element Sect, frowned a little as he murmured inquisitively, "Huh? Why is this martial emperor's secret treasure not open yet? As soon as Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the outer side of the majestic door lying on the ground immediately shone with a layer of translucent luster before it engulfed the entire door. The instant they saw the translucent luster, the people present on the scene erupted into an uproar at once. So this is the inscription formation. The young disciples from the 6 major forces were engaged in a heated discussion. Their eyes that were looking at the translucent luster were filled with curiosity. One of the monk disciples of the Empyrean Temple even flew out curiously and extended a hand to touch the translucent luster. It was as though he wanted to try and feel it. This Empyrean Temple disciple was extremely fast. He was so fast that nobody else could respond in time. Duan Ling Tian was the first one to realize what was happening. At that time, that monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple had already touched the translucent luster, and his entire hand was even buried in it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was beyond help now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the first of the 3 killing formations beginning to whirl. It was apparent that it had been triggered. The senior officials from the 6 major forces returned to their senses one by one. Wei Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot's face blanched and he lost his usual cool. He shouted out loud, his previously calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Stop! Wei Kong's shout instantly made many of the disciples from all the forces tremble. Abbot, this luster can. Upon hearing Wei Kong's shout, the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple, whose hand was already in the luster, did not seem to realize the crisis yet. Instead, it seemed like he was waiting to compliment it as he looked at Wei Kong. It was as though he was trying to tell him, Abbot, I've tested it out. We can go through this luster. However, before he could even finish his sentence, the entire valley suddenly shook violently. It was as if an extremely violent earthquake had just taken place, cutting his words off. Horror dawned on the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's face at once. At this moment, even if he was extremely stupid and ignorant, he would have realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand away from the translucent luster. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. The crowd present on the scene did not even see any energy at all. However, without any warning, the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple momentarily froze. With a bang, his body blew up as it transformed into a bloody shower in the sky. It was a good thing that the people nearby managed to escape in time. Otherwise, they would most likely be splashed with his blood. Even so, the young disciples from each of the forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent luster shrouding the great door again, hints of dread and fear could be seen in their eyes. With a slightly pale face, Wei Kong warned the other Empyrean Temple's disciples, all of the disciples from the Empyrean Temple, listen. Unless this luster disappears on its own, none of you are allowed to approach it. The other senior officials from the other 5 great forces, including 5-element sect, also warned their own disciples. The young disciples from each of the sects nodded their heads without any hesitation. Even if they were not cautioned, none of them would dare to get close to that translucent luster now. In their opinions, that translucent luster was no different from a flash flood or a wild beast. After that Empyrean Temple monk disciple touched that translucent luster, his body had been inexplicably blown up in an instant. They were sincerely scared of this lesson from the bottom of their hearts. Big Brother Duan, that was the force from the killing transformation. Feng Tianwu's voice transmission that was accompanied by a trace of fear entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Not only that, that was the force of the first of the 3 killing formations. My spiritual energy could sense that the other 2 killing formations that are even more powerful have not been triggered yet. An even more powerful killing formation. How powerful is it? Feng Tianwu was shocked by his words. After a moment of silence, Duan Ling Tian replied Feng Tianwu through his voice transmission, I don't really know how strong it actually is, but let's just put it in this way. Out of the 3 killing formations, if the third one at the bottom is triggered, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would most likely end up like the Empyrean Temple monk disciple from earlier. His voice was grave and solemn. If the third killing formation was triggered, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Colors drained from Feng Tianwu's face at once. From what she could see, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blade sect had spent quite a fortune for this martial emperor's secret treasure, and the reason was none other than to get their hands on the profundity fragments so that the sect could give birth to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, a new martial monarch stage powerhouse would only be at the first level martial monarch stage. Such an existence was just like a tiny ant in front of a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation by the entrance of that martial emperor's secret treasure could even kill a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse in just a flash, let alone the group of martial artists present on the scene right now who had not even entered the martial monarch stage. After the death of that Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire vast valley regained its tranquility again. However, very soon, another loud bang could be heard in the sky. Many people were taken aback by surprise, and they instantly trembled in reflex. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the great door shrouded in the translucent luster gradually opened and revealed its true face beneath. Under the door was a platform that emerged before everyone's eyes. On the side of the high platform, there was a stone ladder that went as far as eyes could see. It led down deep into the ground. Overlooking from top to bottom, the inside was painted entirely black. As for the other 3 sides, all they could see was a boundless depth that was just like a bottomless abyss. Flight prohibiting formation. Just when almost everyone had their attention on the high platform and the stone ladder, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had been extended and went past the 5 inscription formations could clearly feel the aura emitting out of the arrays of inscription formations surrounding the high platform. That was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that barred a martial artist at the void stage and above from flying once they entered the secret treasure, well, unless one's strength was powerful enough to overcome the shackle of that inscription formation. Otherwise, all one could do was walk on both feet when one entered the secret treasure. This flight prohibiting formation must have also been left behind by that martial emperor. In that case, even if a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse enters, he would have to walk on both feet as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Despite the fact that there were many inscription masters present among the crowd of senior officials from the 6 major sects who could more or less sense the aura from the flight prohibiting formation, they could not pinpoint exactly what that inscription formation was. After all, they were different from Duan Ling Tian, who bore the inscription memory of the rebirth martial emperor. The rebirth martial emperor had experienced 2 reincarnations before. During his second life, he had studied the inscription formations to the highest level. Moreover, he had created many inscriptions and inscription formations on his own, and he also understood all of the common inscriptions and inscription formations that could be found in Cloud Continent. Naturally, there were also some other uncommon inscriptions and inscription formations that the rebirth martial emperor had only heard of but did not understand the exact engraving and setup methods. Just like that split unite inscription formation that Duan Ling Tian previously obtained in the sword monarch treasure that could allow a spirit sword to split into 9 and combine 9 into 1. The rebirth martial emperor really did not know how to engrave and set that formation up. With my current 2nd level void transformation spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control now if I cultivate that 9 tribulation sword control technique. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the sword monarch treasure, his heart gave a little jolt. Only now did he remember that when he received the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and the 3 pieces of profundity fragments in the sword monarch treasure, he also received a set of sword skill that was left behind by that white-clad sword monarch, 9 tribulation sword control technique. To cultivate the 9 tribulation sword control technique, one would require a strong spiritual energy to be able to simultaneously manipulate 9 swords that could soar through the sky and cast the skill perfectly. Chapter 940, Bottomless Abyss. Is the martial emperor's secret treasure at the bottom of the stone ladder? It should be. I was wondering what will show up behind the magnificent door that lies on the ground. I didn't expect to see a lonely and solitary platform there instead. After we go through the great door, we'll land on that high platform and then continue down where the stone ladder leads us. What lies at the end of the stone ladder is still a mystery to us. The unknown is always the most terrifying. It seems like we must constantly be on our watch after we enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. The young disciples from each sect buried their head together in heated discussions. Most of them were apprehensive. Some even thought of abandoning the quest. However, as soon as the thought of abandoning the quest rose up in their minds, they were hit with a pang mentally the moment they recalled the vast amount of treasures stored in the martial emperor's secret treasure. Immediately, the thought was quickly dismissed. As the saying went, wealth comes with danger. If one did not even have the courage to take any risk, one would be doomed to a mediocre life forever. If I can get more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll definitely soar up to the sky. Many of the young disciples from each sect were saying the same thing. Huang Daniu, who was standing close to Duan Ling Tian, smiled as he said, "It seems like the distribution of profundity fragments in the other sects is same as our 5-element sect as well. Of course, otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragment?" Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. From what he could see, each of the major forces knew how to give and take to stir up their disciples' enthusiasm. Someone blurted out, "The great door of the martial emperor's secret treasure is now open. Shall we enter?" However, no one was willing to take the first step. One by one, everyone's eyes fell on the layer of translucent luster shrouding the wide-open great door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean temple was blasted to death, this layer of translucent luster had cast a shadow over their hearts. If the luster was still there, they would not go any further. All of a sudden, a faint sound reverberated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent luster vanished without a trace as if it was never there in the first place. "It's finally gone. No one would have dared to take another step if it's still there." The young disciples from each of the major sects let out a huge sigh of relief. "Shall we go in?" At the same time, many young disciples were staring at the senior officials of the sects that they belonged to. Doubts could be seen in their eyes. Before the leaders had a chance to speak, another layer of gray luster appeared on top of the wide-open great door. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, it elicited looks of horror from the people from each sect. Duan Ling Tian became slightly speechless when he saw the expressions on the crowd's faces. It's merely an inscription formation that examines the ages of those who enters the gate. Is it necessary to be this melodramatic? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Long after the translucent luster had vanished, he could already sense that another age-examining inscription formation had begun to activate. The doors open, and the translucent luster has disappeared. So why is there another layer of gray luster appearing right now? Will this layer of gray luster be like the previous translucent luster? Will it take our lives with just a simple touch? The young disciples from each sect were worried sick. Nobody dared to give it a try. Even the senior officials of each sect had a look of dread on their faces. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian motioned to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang, who stood beside him as he flew out all alone by himself. He charged straight at the gray luster with a very fast speed. Within seconds, Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the vicinity of the gray luster. "He's going to die." When Zisang and Hu Fei noticed Duan Ling Tian's action, a sneer crept up on the corners of their mouths. Both of them were certain that Duan Ling Tian would die. Duan Ling Tian, Zan Bei and Zhang Yan, who stood with the group of Empyrean Temple and emotion-severing sect, raised their eyebrows right away. They were both taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Apart from Tian Jiyu, who seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, horror dawned on the crowd of 5-element sect's senior officials. "This lad is too reckless." Guo Chong and Qi Yu were completely horrified. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already touched the gray luster. Even if there was something amiss with that gray luster, it was too late for them to go to his rescue. Although almost everyone felt that Duan Ling Tian would be annihilated, he entered the layer of the gray luster smoothly as though nothing was amiss. Through the ray of the setting sun that spilled all over the world like blood, the crowd could see the shadow behind the gray luster that landed firmly on the high platform inside. Duan Ling Tian is all right. Looks like the gray luster is not lethal at all. The disciples from each sect finally came to an understanding. Before everyone else could figure out what was happening, a flash of a fiery spirit-like figure had already followed suit behind Duan Ling Tian and passed through the gray luster to enter the great door. That was none other than Feng Tianwu. Su Li, Zhang Shouyang, and Huang Daniu were still taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Feng Tianwu was the only person who trailed after him like a shadow. It clearly showed her unconditional trust in Duan Ling Tian. "I never thought that a few guys like us can't even compete with a woman." Huang Daniu shook his head and smiled wryly before following suit as well. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang exchanged glances with each other and smiled wryly as well before following suit to enter the gray luster and set foot on the mysterious platform under the great door. "I understand now." At this moment, Tian Jiyu, the peak master of Earth Peak from 5-element sect, yelled in a deep voice, "This gray luster is the inscription formation that examines the age of those who enter." The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the inscription masters present were enlightened as well. At the same time, they began to wonder how Duan Ling Tian knew the gray luster would not cause him any harm. Could it be that he was an inscription master too? If he really was an inscription master, how knowledgeable was he on the study of inscriptions that he was the first among all the inscription masters to figure it out? Very soon, another person from the five-element sect went through the gray luster and entered the great door as well. That was none other than Nangong Chen. Now that Nangong Chen had entered, Nangong Yi definitely would not miss out as well. Next, the five-element sect's disciples followed suit one by one like a shower of lights entering the gate. Humph, he's merely lucky. Zisheng, who stood behind the five vice sect leaders of Skywolf Fort, had a glum expression on his face. At first, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation from the martial emperor's secret treasure. However, instead of being killed, Duan Lingtian managed to become the first person that entered the great door and snatched the limelight. What are you rushing for? You can just enter right now and kill him directly, no? A gloomy, hoarse, and ancient voice sounded in Zisheng's mind. It took him by surprise. The moment he heard that, Zisheng's eyes lit up immediately. Without even waiting for the instructions from the five vice fort leaders of Skywolf Fort, he charged out and passed through Grey Luster to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure. A shocking amount of killing intent emitted out of his body. Under the shroud of the Grey Luster, a group of five-element sect's disciples, with Duan Lingtian as their leader, were standing on the high platform below the widely open majestic door. They were all looking at the surroundings inquisitively. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang were by Duan Lingtian's side as well. The high platform was square. 3 out of the 4 directions were enshrouded in total darkness. It was deep and boundless. It stretched out as far as the eyes could see like a bottomless deep abyss. Only the last direction had a stone ladder that led to the bottom. Huang Daniu frowned as he murmured to himself, "This stone ladder stretches as far as the eyes can see. I wonder where it leads to. No matter where it leads to, we have no other choice. We can only follow its way down," Duan Lingtian replied. "Why don't we just try flying in from the other 3 sides?" Su Li suggested. Fly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The moment they entered this high platform, they had already entered the range of that flight-prohibiting formation. You want to fly? Sure, you can. However, you need to have a strength that's equivalent to a martial emperor first. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to explain, the colors on his face changed. It was as though he had sensed something. He lifted up his head abruptly and looked at the sky above. A white figure appeared there and transformed into a white lightning in a blink of an eye as it charged directly at him. Zisheng. Duan Lingtian's face turned dark instantly. He recognized the white-clad young man that was charging at him immediately. It was Zisheng. It did not cross his mind that Zisheng's speed had already become so fast. In a flash, he had already arrived before Duan Lingtian. An explosion shook the air. That came from Zisheng, who was in front of Duan Lingtian, lifting a fist to punch him. The flames on his fist soared up accompanied by the waves of sharp blue wind aura. It burned even more vigorously as time went by. His punch was like a strong mountain that pounced at Duan Lingtian. His speed was so swift that Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to block his attack. All he could do was instinctively retreat. "How dare you!" Almost at the same time, a feminine shout resonated in the air. That was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had begun to make her move. She was entirely shrouded in soaring flames. It was as if she had transformed into a true fire spirit as she pounded at Zisheng, who was charging at Duan Lingtian. A long whip that was as long as a spirit snake shot up directly at Zisheng's outstretched fist. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian and Zisheng, who was thrown off from the high platform, swayed for a second before dropping down uncontrollably in an extremely fast speed. It was as though they were going to smash into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip that Feng Tianwu fired out also missed. Zisheng dropped sharply at a rapid speed, contrary to her expectations. "Big brother Duan." Feng Tianwu, who stood by the side of the high platform, stared at the purple figure that was slowly disappearing from sight into the bottomless abyss. Her expression changed abruptly. She did not even bother thinking about the consequences as she leapt downward. It was only after she had taken a leap that she understood why her big brother Duan and that Zisheng would fall uncontrollably. As it turned out, no matter how much one tried to activate one's origin energy, one would not be able to hover in the air in this place. Miss Tianwu. Horror dawned on Su Li, Zhang Shouyang, and Huang Daniu's faces immediately. As they stood at the edge of the high platform watching the falling Feng Tianwu, they did not know what was happening at all. Why can't we fly here? At the same time, a startled voice entered their ears. It struck them dumb like a lightning. Chapter 941, The Strength of 1,000 Ancient Horned Dragons. After dodging Xianxia's attack and exiting the high platform, Duan Tian originally wanted to use all his might to cast an attack in the air and rely on the air resistance to generate recoil so he could push his body back on the high platform. After all, there was a flight prohibiting formation here that prevented him from flying. However, he discovered after several tries that the air in the surroundings did not produce even the slightest bit of resistance. His energy swept out and vanished without a trace. It was as if it was buried in a bale of cotton, as though it was never cast in the first place. Let alone explosions, not even the sound of wind whistling could be heard at all. What's happening? Deeply in shock, Duan Tian ransacked the memories of the martial emperor's secret treasure in his mind. Finally, he managed to figure out the answer. So it's like that, huh? Apart from forbidding martial artists from flying, the resistance in the air would disappear as well if a flight-prohibiting formation is inscribed and laid out by a martial emperor stage inscription master. Horror immediately dawned on Duan Tian's face as soon as he figured out the reason. At this moment, he could feel that he was falling faster and faster. If things continued like this, he would most likely be smashed into a pulp of bloody meat when he reached the bottom. Suddenly, a faint sound reverberated by Duan Tian's ears. It took him by surprise so much that he could not help but instantly narrow his eyes. When he turned his head over to the source of the sound, he found out Xianxia, who was falling together with him, was still trying to attack him under such circumstances. Milky origin energy vibrated in Xianxia's hand before it transformed into a wave of majestic crimson flame. When it merged with waves of solidified blue wind kai, the flame suddenly rose without any warning. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Xianxia was continuously transforming too. Initially, it was only 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as well. It was then followed closely by the emergence of another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Finally, as the blue kai entered the flames, it rose up even higher and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons made their appearance. That's why I've wondered how it's possible for this Xianxia, who's only at the 7th level void interpretation, to have such a fast speed and could appear before my eyes in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian could not help but squint his eyes immediately when he saw this scene. A look of dismay filled his face at once. So it turns out that he has comprehended the 1st level advance fire concept and 3rd level advance wind concept. Moreover, his fire concept has an additional strength of 100 ancient horned dragons after he fuels his fire concept with his wind concept. Duan Tian murmured to himself before he gasped. It did not even cross his mind that Xianxia's strength would be so greatly elevated after just a few months. He could still remember that time during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was organized by Skywolf Fort. Xianxia was merely a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 2 concepts. At that time, his wind concept was slightly more powerful than the other one, but it was not really that powerful either. Today, when he came across Xianxia again, he immediately used his spiritual energy to probe his current cultivation base. It was at the 7th level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this at all. Although Xianxia was only a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist previously, Skywolf Fort would certainly spare no effort in training him if they really saw him as the trump card for entering the martial emperor's secret treasure this time. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would undoubtedly be used on him as well. With Skywolf Fort's strength, it was not a difficult task to raise Xianxia from a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist to a 7th level void interpretation martial artist in a few months. However, the problem was a martial artist's cultivation base could be raised up in a short period of time using spirit fruits, but it was different for concepts. No matter how many concept fragments one had, the speed of elevating a concept was ultimately limited. Perhaps the Skywolf Fort has a profound assimilation formation as well. However, just the profound assimilation formation alone is not enough for Xianxia to have such a great improvement. Unless he's like me, and he can merge his spiritual energy with it. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, the expression on his face froze instantly. He narrowed his eyes as he murmured, "Don't tell me a soul remnant that might belong to a martial emperor is hidden inside Xianxia's body. Perhaps Xianxia has some methods that allowed him to obtain a benefit that's the same as mine in the profound assimilation formation." Duan Tian was immediately hit by a pang of realization. Although it was only a soul remnant, it was still a soul remnant that might belong to a martial emperor. It was not unusual if it had some unique techniques. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation that was arranged by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It was not difficult for a martial emperor's soul to tamper with it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who casually swept a glance at Xianxia, noticed the 7-foot-long spear in his palm as he lifted his hand up. It was a spirit spear. After the wind kai and flames had integrated with the spear, the 7-foot-long spear was completely covered in the wind kai and flames. It was enshrouded with blue and red energy. At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared on top of Xianxia's head. Duan Ling Tian was no longer surprised when he saw this. When Xianxia took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already see that it was a Grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon that was crafted by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman could only have a 78% boost at the most, similar to the 7-foot-long spear that was in Xianxia's hand right now. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Xianxia accumulated into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was accumulating its strength, waiting to be launched at any given time. All of a sudden, a sword materialized in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was a sword that constantly emitted an extraordinary aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear trembled in Xianxia's hand and charged towards him, he transfused his origin energy into the quasi-royal grade spirit swords without any hesitation. It was an action that was as easy as breaking dry branches. In an instant, the heaven and earth energy whirled above Duan Ling Tian and rapidly solidified into the heaven and earth phenomenon. The silhouettes of 400 ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's full strength was equal to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit had a 100% boost. With Duan Ling Tian's origin energy as the foundation, it had another boost of 200 ancient horned dragons' strength. The two of them added together equaled to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. And Duan Ling Tian had not even activated his concept yet. A rush of concept entered the origin energy like shadows. They intertwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. A khaki energy immediately appeared, followed closely by purple lightning that was like a shadow. Another wave of tyrannical aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Apart from that, gusts of solidified wind kai were entangled around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as well. In just an instant, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Ling Tian swirled, and a great transformation could be seen on the heaven and earth phenomenon. Apart from the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, there were another 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that materialized out of thin air. Both of them added up together were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The four concepts added up together were equal to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Among the concepts, the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons actually came from the earth, thunder and sword concepts that possessed the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons each. The other 300 ancient horned dragons' strength came from the wind concept alone. When Duan Ling Tian initially entered the profound assimilation formation, out of the four concepts that he comprehended, only the wind concept was in the void interpretation stage. The other three were only at the void initiation stage. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian's wind concept had the greatest improvement in the profound assimilation formation. It was raised up to the second-level advanced stage in just one go. Second-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian stood still holding his sword when faced with Xianxia's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. A scornful smile could be seen on the corner of his mouth. 1000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were ready to launch above his head. Attack! The spear that contained Xianxia's full force was launched right away. The wind and fire energy that was on the spear rose up tremendously and transformed into a swift wind-fire spear ray before charging at Duan Ling Tian in full fury. Although Xianxia's wind and fire spear ray contained tremendous power, there was still no sound of wind whistling or explosion due to the flight-prohibiting formation that had sucked out the resistance in the air. Everything seemed to be especially serene, so serene that it was kind of strange. Humph, you'll definitely die this time. After the spear ray shot out from his Grade 2 spirit spear, a sneer appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Xianxia's mouth very quickly froze again. Impossible. Xianxia had lifted his head up. He had originally wanted to witness the scene where Duan Ling Tian was pierced by the spear ray. However, to his surprise, he witnessed a scene that tore his heart apart instead. I must be dreaming. Xianxia bellowed in his heart. Zishang's eyes narrowed instantly as he stared at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. His face was filled with horror while his eyes were filled with disbelief. How's this possible? How can this Duan-Ling Tian possess such a mighty strength? Zishang refused to believe this to be true. At this moment, Duan-Ling Tian finally made his move. In the face of the swift and soundless spear ray that was sent out by Zishang, a mocking smile crept up on the corner of Duan-Ling Tian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook for a moment before it welcomed that menacing spear ray. Sword drawing art. Duan-Ling Tian was as swift as a lightning. The spirit sword in his hand thrust forward at the spear ray's side. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and wiped out the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons without any resistance, like crushing dry weeds. Bang! An enormous sound blasted. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, with the help of the recoil energy formed from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword smashing the spear ray, Duan-Ling Tian abruptly flew out to a distance. It was to the position where Zishang was currently at. Zishang's body was still falling downward. However, the speed that he was falling was not worth mentioning at all before Duan-Ling Tian's current swift speed. Zishang. When Duan-Ling Tian charged towards Zishang, his eyes were filled with extreme coldness, and his killing intent was apparent. Zishang had given him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by 6 Skywolf Fort elders because of Zishang. At that time, Tom Yu blocked the attack for him and sacrificed his own life. A debt of blood should be paid with blood. All of a sudden, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword on Duan-Ling Tian's hand shone icily. Chapter 942, The Devil-Seal Tablet Fragment. When Zishang saw how Duan-Ling Tian took advantage of his spear ray as a catapult to send himself flying and charging toward him with a sword, he was immediately horrified. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan-Ling Tian that were also charging at Zishang entered his sight. It was similar to fierce floods and savage beasts. 1000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bearing their claws and fangs continued to expand in Zishang's field of vision. It created a huge impact on his vision and made him shudder in terror. That was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons after all. If they landed on him, he would definitely die. Due to the flight prohibiting formation, Zishang had no way to flee at all. All he could do was to seek help from the soul remnant hidden inside his body. His voice hurriedly echoed in his mind. Elder Ghost. Oh. At the same time, Duan-Ling Tian, who was charging at Zishang while waving his sword, could clearly see the tiny black dot appearing out of nowhere on the spot between Zishang's eyebrows. The tiny black dot was rapidly growing in size. Geezer, you're still trying to fight back, huh? Upon seeing this, Duan-Ling Tian knew without a doubt that the soul remnant that might be a martial emperor in Zishang's body had temporarily taken over his body. A sneer instantly crept up on the corner of Duan-Ling Tian's mouth. He lifted a hand up, and a small broken stone materialized in his palm. All of a sudden, the broken stone shuddered and tried to pounce forward as though it had found its prey. Shit! At the same time, a gruesome, hoary and ancient voice resonated in the depth of Zishang's mind. A hint of anxiety was apparent in the voice. There was terror toward that broken stone that came from the bottom of the heart. All the same, before the tiny black dot had the time to turn into a black flame mark on the spot between Zishang's eyebrows, it quickly disappeared again. Zishang regained control of his own body, but he was not happy about it at all. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan-Ling Tian snorted coldly as he held the Devil-Seal tablet in his hand casually. With his one hand holding the Devil-Seal tablet while the other holding a sword, he continued to charge toward Zishang. Duan-Ling Tian was as swift as a lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived within Zishang's proximity. In just a short moment, he would arrive at the position that was optimal for him to strike his sword out and kill Zishang. Elder Ghost. When Zishang saw this, his face became stricken with panic. Once again, he pleaded for help from the soul remnant hiding inside his body. What should I do now? If Duan-Ling Tian really has his way, I'll definitely die without a doubt. It's very likely you'll also be sealed by that Devil-Seal tablet in the end. Zishang was panicking, and he was completely horrified. Initially, he thought that it would be easy for him to kill Duan-Ling Tian with the current strength that he possessed. However, it did not cross his mind that the progress Duan-Ling Tian made in these few months was terrifyingly more than the progress he made. Duan-Ling Tian's entire strength was actually equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. it was 100 ancient horned dragons more than his own. Duan Ling Tian had completely suppressed him. We only have one method now, and that's to throw away the devil-seal tablet fragment that you have in hand. That way, not only can you seize this chance to flee, the devil-seal tablet fragment you have in hand will also resonate with the devil-seal tablet in his hand. At that time, he won't have time to chase after you anymore. Elder Ghost's voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind as he told him the method of how to survive in front of Duan Ling Tian. Elder Ghost, it's indeed true that I can seize the chance to flee if I throw the devil-seal tablet fragment. However, even if I really manage to flee, death is still awaiting me since I'm still falling. Xianxia inhaled deeply before he continued hastily, falling from such a high place. If I don't have the help from the devil-seal tablet, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the force of the fall even if I use all my strength. At that time, I'll just be plunging to my death. Don't worry, even if you continue to fall downward, nothing will happen to you. I can promise you this. Ghost Flame spoke again. Confidence was apparent in his voice. The moment he heard Ghost Flame's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up immediately. After all, he had known Ghost Flame for more than just a day or two. He believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. At any rate, this matter concerned Ghost Flame's life and death as well. If Xianxia died, his soul would be annihilated. At that time, the remnant of Ghost Flame's soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's soul remnant was exposed to the air, it would be destroyed completely in a flash. Elder Ghost, I believe in you. Xianxia took a deep breath and lifted his hand. A stone that was as big as 3 adults' fists appeared in his palm. The stone was decorated with ancient runes that were difficult to decipher. Oh, almost immediately after Xianxia took out the stone, Duan Ling Tian, who had already taken out his sword and was about to kill Xianxia, immediately had a change in his expression. At this time, he clearly noticed that the devil-seal tablet in his hand suddenly became agitated as though it had sensed something and was trying to break away from his grip. The devil-seal tablet continued to tremble violently and caused Duan Ling Tian's body to shudder. It made the hand that was holding the sword to loosen its grip. Bam! At this moment, a loud sound reverberated in Duan Ling Tian's ear. When he shifted his gaze in the direction of the sound, he noticed Xianxia's legs were kicking at a stone hovering in the air. As Xianxia's feet landed on that narrow stone piece like an arrow that left the bow, he catapulted downward and crashed straight down rapidly. In an instant, Xianxia disappeared into the endless abyss and completely vanished right before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Is he looking for death? As Duan Ling Tian watched Xianxia catapulting downward at such a high speed, shivers immediately ran down Duan Ling Tian's spine. By doing this, Xianxia would definitely fall even more quickly. Once he had reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a bloody pulp instead? However, Duan Ling Tian had no time to spare to be concerned about Xianxia anymore. To his surprise, he noticed that at this moment, like the stone that Xianxia took out to help himself, the devil-seal tablet in his hand was currently hovering in the air. Moreover, it even hoisted him up and prevented him from continuing to fall. This devil-seal tablet is really appalling. Even the flight-prohibiting formation that the martial emperor stage inscription master laid out could do nothing to it. Duan Ling Tian's hand that was grasping the devil-seal tablet tightened slightly. With its assistance, he leapt and landed on the devil-seal before standing on top of it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian became even more curious about the origin of the devil-seal tablet. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's feet shuddered without warning. It turned out that the devil-seal tablet had abruptly flown all the way to the stone that Xianxia left behind like a hunter who had found his prey. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted toward the stone that was as big as 3 adults' fists in an instant. He noticed that the stone had also transformed into a stream of light and was making its ways toward the devil-seal tablet below his feet. Duan Ling Tian's expression immediately became tensed. He tried with all his might to balance himself with his feet. He was worried that once the devil-seal tablet and the stone clashed, he would be sent flying. If that happened, he would continue to fall downward. At that time, the fate that awaited him would be a pile of bloody mess. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his worry was completely unfounded. When the devil-seal tablet and the stone were in close proximity, they paused simultaneously as though they had come to some kind of tacit understanding and exuded a sense of harmony. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who finally saw the stone clearly, narrowed his eyes instantly as though he had seen something very shocking. On this stone that was as big as 3 adults' fists, ancient runes were actually carved on them just like the one on the devil-seal tablet. Even the writing was identical. Before Duan Ling Tian could figure out what was happening, he also saw the devil-seal tablet underneath his feet was slowly getting closer to the stone. The moment they were joined together, not even the slightest gap could be seen. The devil-seal tablet that originally had a huge rift was now joined perfectly with the stone, leaving only one more crack in the corner. Duan Ling Tian was immediately stunned and bewildered. This is. The stone that Shang took out is actually part of the devil-seal tablet. As he stared at the devil-seal tablet below his feet, Duan Ling Tian had an astounded expression on his face. He could clearly see that after the devil-seal tablet was joined with the stone, the runes on the two of them fitted perfectly together. There was no trace of disproportion at all. Although Duan Ling Tian did not recognize these words, when the stones were affixed together, the runes on the stones were neatly aligned. Moreover, he was instantly enlightened. The devil-seal tablet and the stone were originally one. So, this must mean that, right now, as long as I find the other fragment of the devil-seal tablet's corner, it'll return to its original shape and become a complete devil-seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian stared at the devil-seal tablet beneath his feet that was now complete apart from the missing corner. All of a sudden, his eyes brightened. The moment he recalled the horrifying power that the broken devil-seal tablet gave him after it had devilized him, he was certain that the power would be greater once the devil-seal tablet was completely restored. Big Brother Duan. When Duan Ling Tian was still deep in his thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing in the air. When he looked up, he finally noticed that Feng Tianwu was falling along with him too. However, the position that Feng Tianwu was falling toward was not at the space where he was hovering while standing on the devil-seal tablet. He instantly panicked a little. Sick with anxiety, Duan Ling Tian unconsciously motioned with his mind. He wanted to move the devil-seal tablet in the direction where Feng Tianwu was falling so that he could catch her. Originally, Duan Ling Tian had not fully grasped the operation method of the devil-seal tablet, but when the tablet followed his wish and flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian retracted the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. With an action that was as swift as the wind, he extended both of his hands and let out gusts of gentle origin energy to slow down Feng Tianwu's falling speed. When the speed of her fall was reduced, he extended his hands and grasped her slim wrists before guiding her to step on the devil-seal tablet. Big Brother Duan, why does your stone seems kind of different from before? Feng Tianwu looked at the devil-seal tablet beneath her feet in shock. She was not unfamiliar with this broken stone monument at all. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months back, Duan Ling Tian had even loaned it to her. It was precisely because of this reason that she could feel that the current devil-seal tablet was different from the one before. The small part that was broken had been half filled currently. There was only one corner that was missing its part. Chapter 943. The man and woman who emerged from the bottomless abyss. In just an instant, his vision became slightly blurry as he stared at the impeccable beauty before him. He did not need to give it much thought, and he could easily guess the reason why Tianwu fell as well. It must be because she had jumped after him earlier. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heartstring was gently tugged on. He only managed to calm himself down again after a long while. My position in her heart is more than her own life. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself. At the same time, the gaze as he looked at Feng Tianwu now had an additional touch of gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not shown up for a long time. It was the gentleness that only appeared for his 2 previous fiancées before. Big Brother Duan, what are you looking at? At first, Feng Tianwu wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian about the reason for the devil-seal tablet's transformation. However, the moment she lifted up her head, she saw Duan Ling Tian was staring at her. His gaze was so gentle that it was as though it could melt her heart completely. At this moment, she was overcome with the urge to cry even though she did not know why. Nothing. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and shifted his eyes away before choking out a forced laugh. Let's go. Let us go up. The moment the words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, he soared up into the sky as he stood on the devil-seal tablet while holding Feng Tianwu. The flight-prohibiting formation could not stop the devil-seal tablet from flying. Underneath the great entrance of the martial emperor's secret treasure where the towering platform was situated, young disciples from the 6 major forces continued to land and stand steadily on top of it one after another. What the hell is this place? We can't even fly in here. Many people grunted loudly. There must be some restriction in here. I suspect that there's a special inscription formation shrouding the entire area that prohibits us from flying in here. I've read a record on a similar inscription formation in an ancient scripture before. This kind of inscription formation seems to be known as the flight prohibiting formation. Flight prohibiting formation, what a tyrannical inscription formation. It completely robs us of our flying ability. The young disciples from each sect were busy discussing the matter with each other. Many of them started to look around at the surroundings. Other than the stone ladder over here, the other three sides are bottomless abyss that's completely dark. Since we can't fly in here, we'll definitely die if we fall from here. Exactly. Earlier, there were already 3 people who fell from here. I'm afraid it's very likely that they've plunged to their deaths. What? Somebody fell down from here. That's right. Who are they? You definitely know the 2 of them. It's that Duan Ling Tian from 5 Element sect and that stunning female disciple from the Blade sect. The other one is a young disciple from the Skywolf fort. That guy's fully clad in white and has an extraordinary aura around him. Within seconds, many young disciples from each force learned about Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, and Zishang's fall into the bottomless abyss. Duan Ling Tian fell into that. Hu Fei was one of the last to enter. Unlike the other 5 Element sect's disciples, he had only just learned that Duan Ling Tian had fallen into the bottomless abyss from the high platform. Looks like luck is on my side after all. It's just such a pity that Duan Ling Tian still holds the 4 9th level concept fragments. As he muttered to the end of the sentence, a look of regret could be seen on his face. After hearing the news that Duan Ling Tian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, Zhan Bei from the Empyrean Temple and Zhang Yan from the emotion-severing sect stood at the edge of the high platform and looked down. A bottomless abyss that stretched out as far as the eyes could see. In their eyes, it resembled a gigantic beast's mouth. Once one had fallen into it, it would be pretty much impossible to climb up again. With his hands clasped together, Zhan Bei murmured to himself, Duan Ling Tian, looks like the promise between you and me is going to remain unfulfilled. What a pity. A light flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes while his face still remained aloof. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's death was not even worth a ripple in his heart. All he felt was only a slight pity. That Duan Ling Tian is dead. After the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples heard the news of Duan Ling Tian falling into the abyss, each of their eyes lit up immediately. Happiness filled their faces right away. Senior brother Ling Tian. Apart from Hu Fei, many of the 5 Element sect's disciples were standing at the edge of the high platform with their gaze fixed on the bottomless abyss. Hints of despair and regret could be seen in their eyes. How unfortunate. That Duan Ling Tian is dead now. Nangong Yi let out a sigh. Not necessarily. Nangong Chen shook his head. Perplexed. Nangong Yi turned to look at Nangong Chen curiously. Why do you say that? He doesn't seem to be a person with a short lifespan. Nangong Chen's answer was direct. It was simple and straightforward. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched instantly. He was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen as well. Many of the Blade sect's disciples sighed. This stunning woman with unparalleled beauty was now gone. Just like the saying, those whom the gods love die young. They're all dead. Yes, they're dead. Standing by the side, a joyful look could be seen on Lian Shang's face. Although he did not dare to even harbor any thoughts of going against Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, he still could not stop the happiness that rose in his heart the moment he learned that the 2 of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss and were most likely dead. It's fate. It's fate. Lian Shang's smile on his face turned wider. In his opinion, God was obviously siding with him. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze without any warning. Cheers of surprise reverberated in his ears. It's senior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian just came up. And that female disciple from Blade sect as well. Both of them came up together. Ha. Senior brother Ling Tian is safe. Senior brother is alright. The 5 Element sect's disciples had been looking down from the edge of the high platform, and their eyes lit up instantly as they cried out in astonishment. At this moment, their gazes were fixed on the 2 figures that appeared from the bottomless abyss and were now rising up rapidly. After Huang Daniu had learned about the existence of the flight prohibiting formation, his heart had completely sunk to the bottom as he thought Duan Ling Tian, who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, would most likely end up dead. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, his eyes that were filled with despair brightened up when he saw Duan Ling Tian appearing right before his eyes. Without any delay, he excitedly greeted Duan Ling Tian. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang were standing at one side. Initially, their feelings were similar to Huang Daniu's. However, now that they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu rising up from the abyss, the darkness clouding their faces dissipated right away and was replaced by a heartfelt smile that originated from the bottom of their hearts. They're not dead. They're not dead. As Su Li and Zhang Shouyang exchanged glances with each other, they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's not dead. Zhan Bei's eyes gleamed as a rare smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, you really didn't let me down. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with shock. How did he come back up? From my exploration, this area is covered by the flight prohibiting formation, and there's practically no resistance in the air at all. Apart from knowing the area prohibited flight, Zhang Yan, who had explored the surrounding area, also knew that there was no air resistance in this area as well. For this reason, it was basically impossible to rely on air resistance to create a backlash that could help propel one back on the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a purple and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform, appearing before their eyes. It was a purple-clad young man and a red-clad young woman. The man was handsome while the woman was stunning. They looked like a golden couple when they stood together. Senior brother Ling Tian is well matched with this female disciple from Blade Sect. A perfect match between a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Moreover, both of them also possess a monstrous martial Dao innate ability. They're indeed a match made in heaven. Perhaps, we Five-Element Sect can consider uniting with Blade Sect through marriage. Many of the Five-Element Sect's disciples were talking to one another. When their gazes fell on the young man and woman standing on the stone monument that lacked one corner again, a suggestive hint was apparent in their eyes. All of the voices from the Five-Element Sect's disciples clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He had just brought Feng Tianwu up with him, and it made him feel kind of embarrassed. As for Feng Tianwu, her delicate face that was already completely stained with a crimson blush was so red that it was as though blood could drip out from her face. It was so flushed people wished they could just plant a wet kiss on her. Duan Ling Tian, I knew that you're going to live a goddamn long life. Huang Daniu grinned. Although Huang Daniu's usage of words was not too polite, Duan Ling Tian could see his concern toward him from his slightly red eyes. Warmth flooded his heart instantly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang let out a sigh of relief as well. How's it possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Ling Tian reappearing before his eyes again, his face darkened within seconds. The heart that was soaring high in the heaven just a moment ago plunged down to hell in a flash. Impossible. Impossible. He can actually fly within the area of the flight prohibiting formation. Hu Fei shook his head in disbelief. He refused to believe the truth before his eyes. At the same time, he started to look at Duan Ling Tian and the woman standing next to him up and down before shifting his gaze toward the stone monument that lacked a corner beneath their feet. Could it be because of this stone monument? A glimpse flashed across Hu Fei's eyes as he murmured to himself. At the same time, an endless hatred overflowed from the depth of his eyes. Who exactly is this Duan Ling Tian? Everything good is all taken by him. Sigh. Seeing the emergence of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, Lian Shang sighed out loud. The smile on his face disappeared without a trace. All he felt right now was a sense of helplessness. Very soon, somebody cried out loudly, "Isn't this place completely shrouded with flight prohibiting formation? How are Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu able to fly?" Everybody's attention immediately began to shift and finally landed on the stone monument that lacked a corner beneath Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Their eyes brightened up at once. It's that stone monument. What writing is carved on that stone monument? I don't recognize any of them at all. This stone monument can actually fly within the flight prohibiting formation. I'm sure it's definitely not something simple. The eyes that landed on the stone monument lacking a corner beneath Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with heat and longing. Many of the eyes were even shining with greed as though they wanted to snatch the stone monument that lacked a corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already returned to the high platform with Feng Tianwu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he retrieved the stone monument that lacked a corner. That was the devil-seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian, hand over the 4 9th-level concept fragments and the stone monument. Somehow, a group of people had already surrounded Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 944, 48 people. Duan Ling Tian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Although his brows were lifted up high, his face still remained calm. As Duan Ling Tian casually glanced at his surroundings, he immediately identified the people surrounding him were the disciples from Sun Moon Sect, 17 of them, and Skywolf Fort, 19 of them. There was a total of 36 people. For the opening of the martial emperor's secret treasure this time, each sect had made a promise that each of them would only bring 20 young disciples so that each sect could have a small share. Due to this reason, each of the sects only brought 20 young disciples along. Since Duan Ling Tian had killed one of the 20 Sun Moon sect's disciples, there were 19 left. Currently, other than the two black-clad young men standing afar with an easy grace, the other 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples had all surrounded him. Each of them was glaring at him like a ravenous tiger with a deep hatred in their eyes. As for Skywolf Fort, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had also surrounded him one by one apart from Zisheng, who had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Different from the hatred that could be seen in the eyes of the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples, the 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples were eyeing him with greed as though he was some sort of a treasure. Naturally, the treasure was not Duan Ling Tian himself but the ones in his hands. The 4 9th-level concept fragments in the stone monument that could fly in the flight-prohibiting formation were more than enough to draw out the greed in most people. Hu Lin, are we really just going to stand back and watch from the side? One of the two Sun Moon sect's disciples standing afar asked with a frown on his face, don't you think it's a little unseemly if we don't go? After all, Lu Kai was our junior brother, and avenging him is a responsibility that we can't relinquish. A smirk crept up on the corner of the other person's mouth as he asked faintly, what? You want to sacrifice your life? Sacrifice? You mean, Duan Ling Tian can handle all of them? The former gasped before he continued to murmur, but, is this even possible? There are 36 current outstanding young disciples from our Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort. Even if all of the 5-element sect's people join in the fight, I don't think they'll be able to block all the attacks, right? The former asked again. Zhang Ping, you're wrong. Hu Lin narrowed his eyes, a hint of dread could be seen in the depth of his eyes as he muttered, that Duan Ling Tian is way more horrifying than you think. Do you really think he can kill Lu Kai with one blow just because his strength is slightly better than Lu Kai's? From what I could see, when this Duan Ling Tian was killing Lu Kai, apart from not using any spirit weapon, he still withheld quite an amount of his energy. Although 36 people seem a lot, it's still a vain dream if they really think they can kill Duan Ling Tian just like that. Hu Fei's tone was filled with solemnness. The moment Zhang Ping thought about it, he murmured to himself, is he really that terrifying? He shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the 36 disciples from Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort. Well, you can see for yourself later whether he's really that terrifying or not, Hu Lin continued nonchalantly. I believe that when that time comes, you'll be glad that you still have a life to spare. Humph, this group of idiots wouldn't even listen to me. It serves them right if they die. The idiots that he was referring to were none other than the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples who were carried away with hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian, they had invited him but he had rejected their invitation. When he expressed his concern, he was called a coward by the other 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples and was even told that he was unworthy of being called Big Senior Brother Chief by the current young disciples of the Sun Moon sect. What are you guys doing? The moment they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the 5-element sect's disciples, faces either darkened or were gleaming dangerously as they glared at the Sun Moon sect's and Skywolf Fort's disciples. Among the group of disciples from Skywolf Fort, Duan Ling Tian was familiar with Yi Ling, the strongest person among the young generation in the Darking dynasty. Yi Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian with an aloof expression as he growled in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian, as long as you hand over the 4 9th-level concept fragments and the stone monument from earlier, we'll let you go unharmed. Yi Ling. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth, a smirk that was full of mockery. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Be it Yi Ling or the group of disciples from Skywolf Fort and Sun Moon sect, all of them were out of their minds. Did they really think that they could kill him just by relying on sheer number alone? The fact was Duan Ling Tian did not know that the Skywolf Fort's disciples who entered late were not aware of the fact that he had killed a 9th-level Void Interpretation Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level Void Interpretation concept in just one blow. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon sect's disciples' request and become their partners in crime to go against Duan Ling Tian. As for the Sun Moon sect's disciples, it was very likely that they had been overcome with hatred. Unlike the other forces, the disciples from the Sun Moon sect were basically taken into the sect since they were young. They had undergone a series of brainwashing education and training. For the sake of Sun Moon sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of their own safety. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon sect's disciples were basically a group of maniacs. Naturally, there were exceptions as well. A fine example would be Hu Lin, the strongest person among the young generation in Sun Moon sect. Other than being intelligent since young, he was not successfully brainwashed by the Sun Moon sect. A group of maniacs. Nangong Yi stood by the side and shook his head with a nonchalant expression on his face. He was not at all worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. A group of people that are seeking death. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang stood on the other side. There was not even a trace of anxiety, they appeared to be completely unbothered by it. Naturally, they were only so calm because they had faith in Duan Lingtian's strength. Tian Zhen's eyes were as wide as saucers as he cast a glance at Tan Huan. He voiced out his doubts. The Skywolf Fort disciples are still okay. I mean, they don't really know Duan Lingtian's strength. However, the Sun Moon sect's disciples still dare to fight Duan Lingtian even though they already knew his full strength. Are they really out of their minds? Look at the expressions on the 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples, it's totally different from the 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples. Hatred is more apparent in the eyes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples while greed is more obvious in the eyes of the Skywolf Fort's disciple. As Tan Huan carefully scrutinized them, she easily noticed that something was amiss. The former is most likely trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple that Duan Lingtian killed earlier. Meanwhile, the latter has no doubt been convinced by the Sun Moon sect's disciples and is trying to snatch the treasures from Duan Lingtian. Looks like the Skywolf Fort's disciples are going to turn into cannon fodders for the Sun Moon sect's disciples. After a moment of observation, Tian Zhen nodded. He fully agreed with Tan Huan's statement. At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yan and asked with a burning gaze in his eyes, "Senior brother Yan, should we join in?" The emotion-severing sect had entered the great door together with Skywolf Fort, so they also did not witness the scene where Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, with just one blow. Due to that reason, they were not clear about Duan Lingtian's true strength. All the same, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Hao whom Duan Lingtian was familiar with, were all staring at Duan Lingtian with obvious greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Hao were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that Skywolf Fort organized several months ago. After that, they had followed Peiyan, the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, to the emotion-severing sect. During the opening of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure this time, the two of them had made great improvements thanks to emotion-severing sect's vigorous training, and they had been entrusted with heavy responsibilities to search and plunder for the profundity fragments hidden in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yan looked aloof as he told them nonchalantly, "All of you can go ahead if you want to die." Humph. At this moment, a person walked out from the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 and fully cloaked in gray. He cast a glance at Zhang Yan coldly as he mocked him. "Zhang Yan, you're the direct disciple of the sect leader and yet you're becoming more and more cowardly now. If the sect's great ancestors know that the emotion-severing sect's disciple who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique is actually such a coward, I'm sure they would be so infuriated that they would spit out 3 liters of blood even if they're already dead." When he ended his sentence, the mocking look on the gray-clad young man's face became even more apparent. A hint of jealousy and hatred could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with eyes could see that he did not get along well with Zhang Yan. "Well, if you're not afraid of death, please feel free to go ahead." Zhang Yan did not even bother to look at him in the eyes as he continued apathetically, "However, I have to remind you. If you die, it'll all be on you. The sect will not avenge you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you." After being looked down by Zhang Yan, the gray-clad young man's face darkened instantly as he snorted with disdain. Without wasting any time, he proceeded to call the other emotion-severing sect's disciples, "Attention please, everyone from the emotion-severing sect. Those who want to join forces with the Sun Moon sects and Skywolf Fort's disciples so that we can get a share of the goodies, come with me now." The moment the words left his mouth, the gray-clad young man had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun Moon sects and Skywolf Fort's disciples before casting a pair of greedy eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Wei, wait for me." Without delay, one emotion-severing sect's disciple followed suit and flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the first-level void transformation concept after all. How hard could it be for him to kill that Duan Ling Tian? In just an instant, the other emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. In just a blink of an eye, the emotion-severing sect's disciples who were left behind were only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Hao, and 5 other disciples. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including that gray-clad young man, had joined in the encirclement and were staring greedily at Duan Ling Tian. What a party! When Duan Ling Tian saw the group of people surrounding him grew from 36 people to 48, not only did he not feel an ounce of fear, a ridiculing smile appeared on his face instead. Tian Wu, take leave first. Duan Ling Tian turned toward Feng Tian Wu and smiled. When Feng Tian Wu saw the confidence in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the idea of helping him before she nodded her head sensibly. She walked away from the encirclement without any hesitation while the group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who formed the encirclement made way for her. At any rate, their target was Duan Ling Tian, not Feng Tian Wu. Feng Tian Wu had Blade Sect as her patron, they did not need to invite more troubles for themselves. Chapter 945, God of Slaughter, Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was heavily surrounded by 48 disciples from 3 major factions, there was still a grin on his face, unfazed by the situation. Humph, Duan Ling Tian, you can still smile even when death is upon you. Yi Ling sneered, his eyes flickering with luster of ruthlessness. You're certain that the person who'll die is definitely me? After listening to Yi Ling, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face grew wider. He replied with an indifferent tone, completely ignoring the crisis at hand. In a distance, a group of 5 Element Sect disciples looked toward the group of disciples from the Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sect who surrounded Duan Ling Tian with a sardonic grin on their faces, mocking the gang's overconfidence. They're courting death. Do they truly believe they can kill Duan Tian Ling by merely outnumbering him? The scornful faces on many of the disciples from the Empyrean Temple and Blade Sect clearly showed their disdain toward the Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sect disciples who surrounded Duan Ling Tian. They had seen what Duan Ling Tian could do with their own eyes. Duan Ling Tian had managed to instantly kill a void interpretation stage, 9th-level martial artist who was using a grade 2 spirit weapon with an explosive punch. To this moment, they still shuddered whenever they recalled that scene. Duan Ling Tian's strength was extremely frightful. So far, no one knew the true extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Standing aside, the calm gaze of Zanbei fell on Duan Ling Tian as though he attempted to dissect Duan Ling Tian's actions. Humph, mystifying move. Following what Duan Ling Tian had said, Yi Ling sneered and immediately shouted. Attack! On Yi Ling's order, every one of the 48 disciples from the 3 major factions including herself rushed forth and leapt toward the heavily surrounded Duan Ling Tian. They used spirit weapon right from the start, fully exerting their origin energy and realm. They charged towards Duan Ling Tian with all they had, creating a great momentum. The attacks seemed like they were raining as the disciples aimed for Duan Ling Tian. The air resistance in this region was completely divested by the flight-prohibiting formation, so the attacks of the 48 disciples neither caused the wind to whistle nor did they cause a shockwave even though their attacks were heavy and numerous. Several thousand ancient horned dragon silhouettes circling in the void above the 48 disciples also surged towards the encirclement. They charged towards the direction of Duan Ling Tian with their fangs sharp and claws bared. Senior Brother Ling Tian, although they have confidence in Duan Ling Tian, many of the 5 Element Sect disciples were still worried and broke out in cold sweat when they saw his stature being drowned by the 48 disciples from the 3 major factions. Above the void, the scene of several thousand ancient horned dragon silhouettes squeezing together gave all who saw it an impactful sight. It was like a feast for the eyes. Big Brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu stood aside as a worried look appeared on her pretty face. Duan Ling Tian, you can do this. Huang Daniu waved his fist and solemnly said. Soon, the look on the faces of the surrounding people was frozen, their pupils contracted with time itself. Oh God! What did they see? They saw the 48 youthful strong men lunging at Duan Ling Tian as a group and together they managed to drown the silhouette of Duan Ling Tian out. However, their bodies were stunned in midair at the same time. Following that, the onlookers felt a flash before their eyes, seemingly the afterimage of a sword slashing across. Then, all who were present saw the bodies of the 48 youths who charged at Duan Ling Tian suddenly get ripped into halves after a split second in midair. Some of them were decapitated, some were ripped at the waist, some had both their legs chopped off, while others had half their head and their feet chopped. Blood was all over the place, splattered on high ground before gathering to form a river. A river filled with blood. Hundreds of pieces of incomplete corpses fell onto the high ground like dumplings falling into soup, splashing from the river of blood as if it was blooming a blood rose after the other. Ah, ah! Meanwhile, agonizing shrieks escaped from the mouths of those youthful strong men who had had their feet and legs chopped off. After that, they fell onto the ground one by one, rolling around in never-ending agony. Shortly after, they were all covered in blood. As for the others, they had become incomplete corpses, severed into several parts. As their life withered, they paid the price of their recklessness with their lives. Oh, ew! The bloody scene made many of the young disciples from the onlooking factions pale and feel sick. The female disciples were especially horrified. In addition to the constant vomiting, they closed their eyes in a hurry, not daring to look at such a bloody scene. Although most of them had killed in the past before, they had never experienced such a scene. For them, the scene they have just witnessed was a living hell. Overestimated yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice was heard spreading out. After killing and crippling 48 youthful strong men from the three factions, Duan Ling Tian spoke with a faint, cold, and indifferent voice as he rose into the air on the devil-seal tablet. Then, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell upon the 13 surviving men who were now crippled, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and an icy coldness. Spare me, spare my life. Duan Ling Tian, I was as blind as a bat, a great man like as you rarely harbor grievances for past wrongs, please forgive me. Senior brother Yan, save me. Please, I beg you to save me. Amongst the 13 surviving men, apart from the Sun Moon sect disciples who embraced death, the disciples of Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing constantly begged for mercy. Some of the Emotion Severing sect disciples even asked for Zhang Yan's help. There was a total of 8 onlooking Emotion Severing sect disciples by the side including Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, and Qin Kong. Senior brother Yan, one of the Emotion Severing sect disciples found it unbearable and looked at Zhang Yan, seemingly intending to convince Zhang Yan to save their brothers from their sect. Don't say it, no matter who they are, everyone needs to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to intervene, I don't think I'm able to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing them. Zhang Yan spoke with an indifferent voice, interrupting the Emotion Severing sect's disciple. Meanwhile, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with apprehensive eyes. He would never have guessed that Duan Ling Tian's strength would become so terrifying within the span of a few months. He had killed 35 people, and another 13 were crippled with just a sword without even utilizing the heaven and earth energy to form heaven and earth phenomenon. The speed of that sword was so fast that it was hard to follow even for him. I thought that I'd have surpassed Duan Ling Tian after successfully cultivating the supreme emotion forsaking technique and mastering the initial stage of the union of ice and flame. But now it seems, Duan Ling Tian's strength is superior to mine. A flash went through Zhang Yan's eyes, deep within it the longingness for a battle. Nevertheless, he did not intervene even though he longed for a battle, for he knew, now was not the right time to cross swords with Duan Ling Tian. As for those disabled Emotion Severing sect disciples, he simply ignored them. From his perspective, everyone needed to pay a price for their choices. If there's a next life, please remember. Assess your capabilities before plotting against others. As Duan Ling Tian stood on the devil-seal tablet, his purple clothes swayed. Without the wind, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the 13 men lying on the floor as he slowly lifted his sword. Spare my life, spare my life. The surviving disciples of Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing sect sensed the upcoming crisis, kneeled on the floor kowtowing one after the other as they begged for mercy, the fear within their hearts clearly evident in their voices. Once chosen, some matters are hard to turn back from. Once done, some matters will require you to pay a price for it. Duan Ling Tian's cold voice proclaimed word by word. As he stopped talking, the sword in his hand was pulled backward, turning into a blooming flower of swords, beautiful and magnificent. The onlookers' cloud clearly see a flirtatious blood flower blooming from the throat of the 13 disciples from Sun Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion Severing sect all at once. 13 bodies fell, one by one, devoid of breath and pulse. Immediately, the scene became calm and dead silent. The focus of the bystanders fell on the purple silhouette standing in the space above the river of blood and the hill of corpses. Their sight was filled with horror and dread, originating from the bottom of their hearts. The purple-clothed youth stood sword in hand as fresh blood dripped off the tip of his blade. Although the sound of the blood dripping was soft, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Many of them felt horrified as their scalp tingled from hearing the sound. God of slaughter. At that moment, everyone present had this thought in their mind as they watched the purple-clothed youth standing on the tablet. The way they looked at it, Duan Ling Tian was none other than a god of slaughter. 48 disciples from 3 major factions were slaughtered in less than the time needed for 10 breaths, none of them surviving. They felt that even if they had the abilities of Duan Ling Tian, they may not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing people but to kill so many in 2 strikes of the sword, breaking the corpses into hundreds of pieces. They were aware that it would be hard for them to accomplish this feat. Once angered, the river of blood flows. Nothing more than that. Many of the onlookers were severely frightened and were unable to calm down for a long time. It's too scary. This Duan Ling Tian is too scary. The face of Lian Shang, the Blade sect disciple who had assaulted Duan Ling Tian in the past outside, became pale, his eyes filled with fear. His sword reached Duan Ling Tian's head in between the brows. Apart from being terrified, the only other feeling he now felt was relief. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu severed his arm in a timely manner or he would undoubtedly be dead. In a corner, Hu Fei paled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's massacre. He was initially startled but his face changed. He noticed Duan Ling Tian locking his gaze on him after killing the 48 strong youths from the 3 major factions. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was filled with a killing intent. No, no. Hu Fei seemed to be aware of what would follow. He was so terrified that his pupils shrank and his body trembled. Chapter 946, Hu Fei's Death. Duan Ling Tian flashed toward Hu Fei with the devil-seal tablet under his feet. He stared at Hu Fei as he hovered in the space above him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were overflowing with an intention to kill Hu Fei. Hu Fei's face changed when he saw Duan Ling Tian arrived before him in just a blink of an eye. He shouted anxiously at once, Duan Ling Tian, you shouldn't kill me. You shouldn't kill me. It was as if he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would strike him down before he finished his sentence. Shouldn't kill you. After Duan Ling Tian heard what Hu Fei said, he sneered. What's your reason? Duan Ling Tian had intended to kill Hu Fei for quite some time now. The danger and threat Zishang brought to him previously had made him realize the importance of nipping a problem in the bud. If he had killed Zishang during the Battle of the 2-Year Pact, at the summit of Dubi Peak on 7 Stars Sword Sect, all the subsequent event caused by Zishang would not have happened. Hu Fei made him feel extremely threatened. He knew that as long as Hu Fei was alive, he would definitely become another Zishang in the future. Duan Ling Tian realized that he needed to kill Hu Fei when he noticed Hu Fei's vicious gaze toward him when they were outside. If left unattended, Hu Fei would become a big problem to him in the future. Duan Ling Tian was still standing on the devil-seal tablet. He hovered in midair looking at Hu Fei while he held Hu Fei's life as his hands. He could take Hu Fei's life in just an instant with a flick of his sword. Reasons? Duan Ling Tuan questioned. Hu Fei stared blankly for a moment before he scrambled to reply, I'm the personal disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. My teacher won't let you get away with it if you kill me. He definitely won't let you get away with it. This is the only reason you can come up with. Quote. Duan Ling Tian had expected Hu Fei to come out with something a little more original. He did not expect Hu Fei to bring up his teacher's name, Cha Bai the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to claim protection. Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly very disappointed. When he planned to murder Hu Fei, how could he not know that Cha Bai would be offended? Naturally, he had already thought of it. Nevertheless, he was unafraid of offending Cha Bai. Hu Fei's face distorted after he noticed Duan Ling Tian was unmoved by his reason. Hu Fei kneeled down on the ground and immediately began kowtowing before Duan Ling Tian with a poof sound. Duan Ling Tian, show me mercy. Please don't kill me. Hu Fei was kowtowing and begging for mercy at the same time. In the past, I was as blind as a bat, and I know I've offended you. As long as you spare my life today, I guarantee I'll never oppose you again in the future. Show me mercy. Please don't kill me. After a short while of kowtowing non-stop, Hu Fei's forehead began to turn red from his blood. His facial expression exposed the fear within him. It should be noted that Hu Fei's action took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Duan Ling Tian could not have guessed that in this moment of life and death, Hu Fei would forsake his dignity and beg for mercy from his former mortal enemy without any sort of integrity. Maybe I've overestimated him. How could a person who betrayed his teacher, who had saved his life and cultivated him, have any sort of integrity? Duan Ling Tian understood Hu Fei's current action after he recalled what he had done in the past. A leopard could not change its spots overnight, was a description that befitted Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has brought disgrace to Fire Peak and has brought disgrace to our five-element sect as well. Huang Daniu said with a face filled with disgust. Apart from a Fire Peak's disciple who had a complicated expression on his face, the other disciples from the five-element sect looked at Hu Fei with disdain. ZZ. Is this the level of dignity our five-element sect's peak master of Fire Peak's direct disciple has? I agree with senior brother Daniu. He truly is a disgrace to Fire Peak, a disgrace to our five-element sect. I think if Peak Master Cha Bai saw this, he'd be so enraged and slapped him to death. Disgrace. Such a disgrace. The disciples from five-element sect shifted their attention toward Hu Fei. Contempt was written all over their faces as they spoke about him. Currently, even the way the disciples from the other factions looked at Hu Fei was also filled with contempt. Who could have guessed that there's such a cowardly disciple in the five-element sect? If I'm not mistaken, he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak from the five-element sect. How poor is the judgment of the Peak Master of Fire Peak to accept such a disgraceful disciple? On one end, Duan Ling Tian, as a disciple of five-element sect, has a profound martial art prowess along with his unyielding approach, is a person to be revered. On the other end, Hu Fei, also a five-element sect's disciple, is a real coward and a despicable person. The disciples from the other major forces debated among themselves as they expressed their disgust toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Ling Tian. It made for a very stark comparison. The sounds of the surrounding conversations were quite loud and were clearly heard by Hu Fei. It made him tremble. However, Hu Fei recovered from it in just a split second and continued to kowtow and beg for mercy from Duan Ling Tian as if he did not hear anything. Duan Ling Tian, have mercy on me. Please, I beg you. I beg you please. You're the bigger person, you're the bigger person. Have mercy on me. Please, I beg you. I beg you please. Hu Fei's eyes were filled with indignation. He made a vow to himself in his heart. He would make Duan Ling Tian pay for what he did here today if he survived this. If Peak Master Cha Bai saw you kowtowing and begging for mercy from me without any sort of integrity or dignity, I probably wouldn't even need to dirty my hands since he'd probably kill you himself, Duan Ling Tian said coolly as he lifted the sword in his hand. His eyes were slightly narrowed. When Hu Fei noticed out of the corner of his eyes that Duan Ling Tian had lifted his sword in preparation to kill him, his face changed. He stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy immediately as though he knew that his doom is imminent. He then shifted his gaze to a five-element sect's Fire Peak's disciple standing not too far away as he transmitted his voice to the disciple's ear. If you do as I planned, I don't believe that the combined strength of a few strong youths from several of the major forces is unable to kill him. After Hu Fei ended his voice transmission, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and shouted, Duan Ling Tian. I'll wait for you on the road to the netherworld. Duan Ling Tian could never have guessed that at the crucial moment between life and death, Hu Fei would finally stop begging for mercy. It seemed that Hu Fei's dignity and integrity had returned all of a sudden. I'm afraid that day will never come. Duan Ling Tian expressionlessly swung his sword at once. With just a swing of his sword, he ended Hu Fei's life without facing any sort of resistance. Hu Fei's body fell on the floor as Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Signs of relief could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian knew he had successfully dealt with a potential threat. However, something went unnoticed by Duan Ling Tian. Among the disciples from Five-Element Sect, one of the disciples from Fire Peak looked at Hu Fei's body with grief and indignation in his eyes. However, he managed to control his emotions and prevent them from showing. There was a buzz among the group of Five-Element Sect's disciples after seeing Hu Fei being killed, even though no one felt the slightest pity toward Hu Fei. He already had a bad reputation during the time he spent in Five-Element Sect. He was known as the ungrateful bastard. Obviously, many Five-Element Sect's disciples were still unable to forgive Hu Fei for the preposterous action of betraying his master who had saved his life and cultivated him when he transferred from Wood Peak to Fire Peak. Duan Ling Tian killed Hu Fei in such a short time and in such brief manner. This scared the young disciples from the other four major forces. Cold sweat began to form. They were afraid Duan Ling Tian would make a move against them. The decisiveness in Duan Ling Tian's strike filled their heart with terror. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Duan Ling Tian focused his attention on the two black-clad youths standing aside by themselves after he killed Hu Fei. He said, "Both of you are very intelligent. This two Sun Moon sect's disciples were able to survive the massacre because the both of them did not take part in the battle against Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, they would undoubtedly be dead. In the distant, the two Sun Moon sect's disciples, faces blanched when they saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze on them. After they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, they both felt relieved. Hu Lin, the strongest person among the current young generation in Sun Moon sect, inhaled deeply before he asked the person next to him, "Now, what do you think?" Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the current young generation, had cold sweat on his forehead. After listening to Hu Lin's question, he forced a smile and said, "It's fortunate that I listened to your advice. Hu Lin, I owe you my life." Initially, he had planned to join the other disciples from Sun Moon sect to confront Duan Ling Tian and avenge Lu Kai. At the crucial moment, Hu Lin had stopped him. Recalling the attack utilized by Duan Ling Tian, cold sweat started to form on his forehead again like torrential rain. The strongest person among the current younger generation in Empyrean Temple, Zan Bei, who had stood quietly aside during the entire event, gazed at Duan Ling Tian and bluntly asked, "Duan Ling Tian, I look forward to battling you more and more. Shall we battle after we're done exploring the Martial Emperor's secret treasure?" "Gladly." Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulder indifferently, and continued saying, "However, the battle between us doesn't necessarily have to wait until we're done exploring the Martial Emperor's secret treasure to proceed. If you find any treasure that interests me in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, we may need to battle it out." After hearing what Duan Ling Tian had to say, Zan Bei stared at him and questioned, "Oh, so you're planning to snatch things out of my hands?" "Of course, as long there are things that interest me in your hands, I'll snatch it," Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly. Zan Bei took a deep breath before he said with anticipation on his face, "Sure, sure. Then I'll wait and see." At the same time, Zhang Yan's voice sounded from afar, "Let's go." Immediately after, Zhang Yan along with Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and 7 other emotion-severing sects disciples went down the stone staircase next to the stone platform into the pitch-black bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, Zan Bei hailed a group of Empyrean Temple's disciples to keep up with them, keep up. The two only surviving Sun Moon sect's disciples strode toward the stairs and followed behind a group of young Empyrean Temple's disciples down the stone stairs. A number of 5-element sect's disciples whispered among themselves. "Sun Moon sect is really miserable." 20 young disciples. The first one was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside, then another 17 were slaughtered here. Now there's only the 2 of them left. In my opinion, Skywolf Fort is the one that's truly unlucky. Chapter 947, The Long Winding Stone Staircase. I agree. Skywolf Fort's disciples are the unluckiest. First, an unlucky Skywolf Fort's disciple overestimated himself and decided to launch a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, which led to him slipping and falling into the bottomless abyss. I presume he's dead by now. Then the remaining 19 of the 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples that came on this expedition were killed as well when they tried to attack senior brother Ling Tian unsuccessfully because they coveted senior brother Ling Tian's treasure. I guess the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort would be furious if they knew what had happened during the expedition. Naturally, if they knew that all 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples that came on the expedition were killed before they even had a chance to venture deep into the Martial Emperor's treasure, they would definitely be shaking with anger. The 5-element sect's disciples were having an interesting discussion among themselves. Many of them were getting more and more excited as the discussion grew heated. There was no exception. All of their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian descending slowly from the devil-seal tablet. Senior brother Ling Tian is so powerful. Yes, I agree. Although I am confident about his abilities, I couldn't help but feel nervous for him when I saw he was surrounded by 48 young powerhouses. Me too. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw senior brother Ling Tian kill most of the 48 young powerhouses and injuring and crippling the rest with only a swing of his sword. I have decided. I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian's lead in the Martial Emperor's treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian can have the lion's share. I'll follow him as long as I can scavenge from the scraps. You're smarter than you look. Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversation when he landed next to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang. He kept his devil-seal tablet, and he could not help but smile wryly after hearing the conversations. The Blade sect's disciples who were quietly standing at the side also turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with awe. Duan Ling Tian, am I destined to be inferior to you in my entire life? Can I not surpass you? A Blade sect's disciple looked at the Duan Ling Tian's silhouette with a complicated look in his eyes. That disciple was none other than Long Yun. Long Yun, the Blade Young Master, was one of the 5 young masters in the former Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Through a fortuitous opportunity, he was taken as a disciple by Saber 5, the vice sect master of Blade sect's House of Saber. This had helped him to make great improvements in his cultivation. Later, Long Yun stood out in the genius competition at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He competed with the young powerhouses from different empires and kingdom along the way to obtain the eligibility to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He was currently the official disciple of Blade sect's House of Saber after he followed Saber 5 back to Blade sect. Long Yun was one of the 20 young Blade sect's disciples that were selected to enter the Martial Emperor's treasure this time. Who would have thought? The youth first heard of in the martial competition among the 5 major sects at Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom several years ago has now grown to such heights. Long Yun sighed. He could not help but feel defeated. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian only smiled calmly when he noticed everyone's attention was on him. He motioned for them to go down along the stone staircase by the side of the platform. Feng Tianwu followed Duan Ling Tian down, along with Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang. The rest of the disciples from 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect went down the stone staircase with them as well. Disciples from 5 Element Sect were led by Duan Ling Tian while disciples from Blade Sect followed Feng Tianwu. Brothers Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi followed behind the group as they looked at the leading purple-clad youth with eyes filled with complicated feelings. Both of them were once the most brilliant disciples of their generation in the 5 Element Sect. However, Duan Ling Tian had taken away all the honor and glory that was once theirs since the day he turned up at the sect. If we continue to be complacent, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him, Nangong Yi said with a bitter smile. Although Duan Ling Tian took away his glory, he did not hate Duan Ling Tian for it. This was because Duan Ling Tian achieved that with his strength and by honorable means, not by means of schemes and lies. Maybe Nangong Yi had lost, but he was sincerely convinced that Duan Ling Tian was better than him. In Nangong Yi's opinion, if he wanted to regain his former glory he would need to surpass Duan Ling Tian. When the time came, all his former glory would then be restored naturally. I'll definitely surpass him. Nangong Chen was a man of few words, but his determination echoed in his voice as his eyes gleamed resolutely. It was apparent the Nangong twins were under severe pressure due to the dominating and sudden appearance of Duan Ling Tian. It was a kind of pressure that they had never faced before in the past. At this moment, their martial Dao's hearts were being purified. They had a common goal and it was to surpass Duan Ling Tian. Between the two of us, whoever is the first to surpass him shall be the elder brother. Do you agree? Nangong Yi challenged Nangong Chen to a bet between brothers. He looked at Nangong Chen with a raised eyebrow. You better prepare to address me as elder brother then, Nangong Chen said coolly with a straight face. We shall see, Nangong Yi murmured with a flash in his eyes. Nangong Yi understood that his brother's strength was better than his at the moment. The reason he made such a pact with Nangong Chen was to motivate himself to surpass his brother and even Duan Ling Tian. There was no motivation without some stress. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what had happened between the Nangong twins. He did not know that he had been set as a benchmark, a target for them to work hard and surpass. It's getting darker. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu led the way down the stone staircase with a group of disciples from 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect following behind. The silhouettes of disciples from Empyrean Temple led by Zanbei along with the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who was slowly traveling ahead vanished before their eyes and left them in darkness. After a while in the darkness, a flame burst out of Feng Tianwu's body and illuminated the surroundings. However, the area that was illuminated was limited. Inspired by Feng Tianwu, a flame rose up among the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples not long after Feng Tianwu's flames appeared. Moments later, a flame could be seen rising in front of the disciples of Empyrean Temple and the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples. That was the place where Zhang Yan, who was leading the group of Emotion Severing Sect's disciples, was situated. With Emotion Severing Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun Moon Sect's people leading the way, the disciples from 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect heaved a sigh of relief and trailed behind them. How long is this stone staircase? After an hour of traveling, the end of the stone staircase was still not in sight. Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. He looked puzzled. The group from Emotion Severing Sect has turned, a disciple from 5 Element Sect exclaimed and startled Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head after he heard the comment. He noticed the fire in the lead was moving toward the left side, but he could not make out the details as they were too far apart. Moments later, the disciples from emotion-severing sect moved to the bottom left of Duan Ling Tian's sight. A while later, the disciples of Empyrean Temple along with the two Sun Moon sect's disciples turned left as well and followed the emotion-severing sect down. When they came closer, Duan Ling Tian noticed that they had reached the end of the stone staircase through the illumination from the flames rising from Feng Tian Wu's body. Naturally, this was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front turned and led to the bottom left, leading to a new undiscovered stairway. This stone stairs won't be endless, right? Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, and the rest turned left and traveled down. Huang Daniu began to complain with an impatient look on his face. We've already traveled for more than an hour. They've picked up the pace. Huang Daniu noticed the lights from the group of people from emotion-severing sect suddenly picked up the pace and flew ahead in a flash before he could even finish his sentence. The lights from the Empyrean Temple also sped up immediately after that. Follow them, Duan Ling Tian said to the others with a raised eyebrow before he flew ahead to catch up with the rest. Show. One by one, the disciples from Five Element Sect and Blade Sect followed Duan Ling Tian's lead. At the entrance of Martial Emperor's treasure above the majestic door, outside of the layer of gray light shield, the senior officials from the 6 major forces were standing there closely as they monitored the gray light shield as though they could see through it and see what was happening inside. The grayish-white shield had become darker since Duan Ling Tian had first passed through to reach the platform. This clouded the visions of the people who wanted to find out about the situation inside. That was why whatever that had happened inside after Duan Ling Tian went in was unknown to the people outside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought Duan Ling Tian would be admitted into Blade Sect. I didn't expect that he would end up joining Five Element Sect instead. Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning Kan looked at the two middle-aged men nearby and laughed mockingly. Saber 5's face darkened after listening to Ning Kan. He furiously replied, Ning Kan, if it was not for the intrusion from Skywolf Fort, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have disappeared suddenly. Sword 1's face looked annoyed as well. There was no doubt what Ning Kan said was akin to rubbing salt on Blade Sect's wound. The events that led to Duan Ling Tian going missing would not have happened in the first place if it was not for Skywolf Fort's intrusion and kidnap of Duan Ling Tian. Humph, listen up the 5 of you. After the little ones are finished exploring the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, the both of us will pay Skywolf Fort a visit and get an explanation from Qing Lang. House of Saber's Sect Master from Blade Sect exclaimed. His sharp gaze swept past the 5 Vice Fort Masters' bodies. If Qing Lang can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I might need to stretch this old body's bones, the Sect Master of the House of Swords sternly added. They knew about the incident that happened several months ago, but they did not care at that time. At that time, in their opinion, they did not need to tear off the veneer of mutual respect for a quasi-disciple from the House of Sword that had not even passed the rudimentary stage. However, they could not have guessed that the quasi-disciple from the House of Sword that they did not care about was innately talented and cunning. Throughout the history of Blade Sect, there had never been a monster that was so innately talented and cunning that he could kill a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist, who used a grade 2 spirit weapon, with only a punch. Moreover, he was under the age of 30. Chapter 948, Entrance Number 2. Because of Skywolf Fort, this young powerhouse that could be considered as the ultimate freak did not join the Blade Sect and become their disciple in the end. How could they not be mad? When the 5 Vice Fort Masters from Skywolf Fort heard the 2 Blade Sect leaders' words, they merely frowned and were not really bothered by it. If the 2 old men from Blade Sect could fight against the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, their sect would not have been able to stand firm and mighty until now. The 4 great forces in the southern district of the northern desert were evenly matched in strength, and for this reason, none of the sects dared to simply issue a challenge to another sect. They also had to guarantee that the powerhouses in their own force would not be hurt. Otherwise, even after they had annihilated the other force, the other 2 forces would seize the chance to annihilate them instead. Just like how the saying went, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits. The senior officials from the 5 Element Sect were standing at the side with Guo Chong and Qi Yu as the leader. Looks like luck is on our 5 Element Sect's side. From the snippets of conversation between the senior officials from the Blade Sect and Skywolf Fort, Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, could guess what they were talking of. For a moment, he could not suppress the laughter that boiled up from his chest. he only just found out that Duan Tian originally was going to join Blade Sect. Due to Skywold Fort's disturbance, Duan Tian eventually went to the eastern district of the Northern Desert and joined their five-element sect by coincidence. It must be fate that brought him to our five-element sect. Qiyu smiled warmly as his eyes gleamed. That Qiyu meant was none other than Duan Tian. I hope Duan Tian will surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if he doesn't find any profundity fragment. With the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, making a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage is just a matter of time. Guo Chong looked at Qiyu, his eyes were gleaming as brightly as an array of stars. Don't count on me too much. Qiyu shook his head. You must know that if I really made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't be staying on at the Northern Desert. You know very well what I yearn for. If it was not for the accident that happened 20 over years ago, I might not be in the Northern Desert right now. When Qiyu reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to the northern direction. There was a look of longing in his eyes. At first I thought that you've already dismissed the idea of leaving the Northern Desert to go make a living wandering from place to place at the central zone of the Cloud Continent long ago. I didn't expect that you still want to go there now. Guo Chong let out a wry smile. A look of helplessness crept up in between his eyebrows. There are some things that'll never change forever, Qiyu muttered. Beyond the great door that was being shrouded by the gray halo, above the stone ladder beside the high platform, Duan Tian and the others finally reached the true end of the stone ladder after being inside for more than 10 hours. All the way from the stone ladder, the group of people finally arrived at an empty platform. The platform was surrounded by a dark fog, and nobody could see anything inside. What is this place? The young disciples from each sect had a perplexed look on their faces. Duan Tian stood on the high platform as he extended his spiritual energy with the intention to probe the situation behind the dark fog, but he found out that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from approaching. Suddenly, a hoary and ancient voice resonated from all directions, sharply entering everybody's ears, including Duan Tian's. Welcome, the young people who entered from entrance number 2. At that moment, everybody was thunderstruck. After being stunned for a moment, Duan Tian immediately returned to his senses. He took a good look at the surroundings and finally found out that it was the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation was an inscription formation that was more or less like the voice transmission jade slips. Once the Polyphony Formation was set up, you could plant your own voice in it. If the Polyphony Formation was triggered, the sound would be transmitted to the ears of the people nearby. Is the owner of the voice just now the martial emperor who left this secret treasure behind? Duan Tian took a deep breath. He could faintly guess the person's identity. Who is that? Stop playing tricks. Show your face if you dare. Many of the young disciples who were shocked till they turned ghastly pale were looking around at the surroundings while grumbling frantically at the same time. They tried to use their voices to hide the terror that rose up in their hearts. Stop shouting. There's nobody else here other than us. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, chimed in nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with origin energy that easily overcame the frantic grumbles of the disciples from each force. The young disciples from each sect quieted down immediately and shifted their attention to Hu Lin. What did you say? Did you say that other than us, there's nobody here? The disciples from each sect stared at Hu Lin with a look of disbelief on their faces. It was apparent that they did not believe him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Duan Tian. I think he knows better than I do about the situation that happened earlier. Faced with so many inquisitive eyes, Hu Lin shrugged and immediately looked at Duan Tian as if he wanted Duan Tian to clean up the mess. As the group of young disciples from Five Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple and Emotion Severing Sect shifted their attention to Duan Tian, he immediately became the focal point of the crowd. Duan Tian cast a meaningful glance at Hu Lin. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such a shocking observation. He knew that Hu Lin said that because he had noticed the enlightened look on his own face and could figure something out from it. Duan Tian exhaled before he shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at each and every one of them. He's right, there's nobody else here apart from us. The young disciples from the 4 sects could choose to not believe Hu Lin, but they dared not question the words that came out of Duan Tian at all. If there's nobody else, how do you explain the voice from earlier? Yeah, we all heard it clearly. It was a hoary and ancient voice. It's apparent that an old man was talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples of the four great forces did not dare to question Duan Ling Tian, they still could not help but whisper to one another and express their doubts. An old man. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Do you think an old man would be able to pass through that age-examining inscription formation and enter this martial emperor's secret treasure? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the entire scene went dead silent. At this time, Duan Ling Tian continued, the voice earlier actually is a voice that's spread out by an inscription formation that's known as the polyphony formation. That polyphony formation has the same principle as the voice transmission jade slips. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to activate it, and it can only be heard by one person. However, the former can be triggered by a variety of ways, and it can convey the voice in the way a normal person speaks. After explaining everything in one breath, Duan Ling Tian added, although this polyphony formation is not a complicated inscription formation, the amount of spiritual energy that is required is extremely high. It needs a spiritual energy that is at least at the martial emperor stage or above to inscribe and set up. The polyphony formation, an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by a martial emperor stage inscription master. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the young disciples of the four sects, including Feng Tianwu, Zhan Bei, and Zhang Yan, were all dumbfounded. They were stunned for a long time before they finally regained their senses. Before the young disciples of the four major sects regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, before asking curiously, you know about the polyphony formation? I've seen its record in an ancient scripture before. Hu Lin nodded. At this time, the young disciples of the four major sects regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation that was left behind by a martial emperor stage inscription master, could it be that the voice earlier actually belonged to him? I think it's highly likely that he's the martial emperor who left this secret treasure behind. No wonder he said, welcome, to us. The young disciples of the four major sects buried their heads together in a heated discussion. Very soon, they got an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the martial emperor who left this secret treasure behind. Welcome, the young people who entered from entrance number 2. The crowd was still on tenterhooks when the hoary and ancient voice resonated again from all directions, sharply entering everybody's ears. This time, the crowd that was already mentally prepared did not lose their cool like they did before. However, there were still some timid female disciples from each sect who were scared and became entirely pale. Their petite bodies trembled slightly as though they were about to faint. Entrance number 2. This time, many people started to pay attention to the wording and were able to make out one thing from the martial emperor's words. That martial emperor said that we're the young people who entered from entrance no. 2. Don't tell me that there are more young people who entered from entrance no. 1. Number 3, number 4 and no. 5. Huang Daniu's eyes were as big as saucers as he queried with a bewildered look on his face. Huang Daniu's voice was heard by all the young disciples from each sect. Many of them were immediately thunderstruck. Initially, they thought that they were the only people entering the martial emperor's secrets treasure. Since Duan Ling Tian had killed so many people, they thought that each of them would be able to get quite a handful of loot since the competition was no longer as big anymore. However, right now, they realized that the people who entered the martial emperor's secret treasure were not only them, the young disciples from the 6 major forces. Other than the entrance that they entered earlier, the martial emperor's secret treasure still had other entrances. This fact could be figured out from the martial emperor's words earlier. What should we do? It turns out that this martial emperor's secret treasure still has other entrances. And the thing is, we don't even know how powerful these young powerhouses coming from the other entrances are. There won't be any young disciples from the second-rate forces, right? Blade sect's disciple gasped and muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy, it could still clearly be heard by everyone due to the deadly silence. Other than a few young men whose eyes were gleaming with strong battle intent, like Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, Zhan Bei, and Zhang Yan, horror dawned on the rest of the people immediately. Chapter 949. Emperor Stage Profundity. Since this martial emperor's secret treasure might have other entrances, these entrances would definitely be found by other people too. Once they were found, the news would surely spread out. At that time, other sects that were near the entrances would definitely send in their young disciples below 40 years of age here to search for treasures in the martial emperor's secret treasure as well. Even a second-rate force would be tempted by the treasures inside the martial emperor's secret treasures. The second-rate force was ranked higher than their third-rate force. Moreover, they also had a martial emperor guarding their force. These kinds of sects would have no shortage of young disciples that possessed insane innate ability and bizarre comprehension level. Apart from that, these young disciples would certainly possess an overall strength that was greater than theirs. After all, they were only the disciples of third-rate forces. Not mentioning the fact that, this time, even if it was not the young disciples from second-rate forces but other third-rate forces who entered the other entrances instead, they would also feel a great pressure because this meant that they would have to share the goodies with a larger group of people. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally more powerful than them. For this reason, they would have to face the fact that they might be beaten since they could not fight nor win against them. It would eventually cause them to go home empty-handed. On top of that, there was also a possibility that they might not even be able to go home empty-handed. Who knew if among the young disciples from the second-rate forces there might be some ruthless ones who would just kill them off indiscriminately the moment they laid their eyes on them. The moment they thought of these, many of the disciples from each sect were immediately burdened with a great pressure. A five-element sect's disciple took a deep breath before he remarked, "Perhaps, among all of us five-element sect's disciples, only Duan Ling Tian has fear against the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brothers Chen, Yi, and Daniu would most likely be at a great disadvantage if they come across the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces." There was a horrified look on his face as his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian before sweeping across Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Huang Daniu. The other five-element sect's disciples agreed with the comment from this five-element sect's disciple as well. After all, they did witness Duan Ling Tian's power before. They believed that even the outstanding ones among the second-rate young disciples might not necessarily be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. Very soon, some of the disciples from the five-element sect had their gazes locked on Duan Ling Tian as they announced resolutely, "What are you scared of? I've decided anyway that this time for this martial emperor's secret treasures trip, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian. With him here, even if I can't get my hands on a lot of treasure, I can at least assure that my life is protected. I also want to follow Duan Ling Tian. Although the treasures in the martial emperor's secret treasure are good, it's still not as important as my own life. Of course, I would only feel a slight pang of regret if I lose the treasure, but if I lose my life, everything will be gone instantly. My life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I'll be by senior brother Ling Tian's side as well." The five-element sect's disciples were in a heated discussion. At the same time, they were staring intensely at the purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing there looking around at his surroundings as though he was observing something. All the same, other than the two remaining Sun Moon sect's disciples, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to shift closer to Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek shelter from her. One by one, the Empyrean Temple's disciples were also beginning to stick closely to Zan Bei, the strongest person among the Empyrean Temple's young disciples. There were only 8 people left in the emotion-severing sect currently. Zhang Yan stood there with a calm look on his face. The fact that there were other entrances in the martial emperor's secret treasure failed to elicit any emotion from his heart at all. Qi Feng, Qin Hao, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples were following closely beside him. Zhang Yan was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Big brother Duan, seeing the frown on Duan Ling Tian's face, Feng Tianwu, who stood by the side, immediately had a look of doubt on her face. She could faintly feel that her big brother Duan had discovered something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang, who were standing not far away, also immediately noticed that something was amiss. "Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong?" Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a slight bit of anxiety in his tone. Like a thunder, Huang Daniu's voice immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples from various sects as their gazes shifted to him immediately. The frown on Duan Ling Tian's face eased as he announced slowly, "I'm afraid it looks like we'll have to go our separate ways eventually." Huh. Upon hearing his words, everyone became puzzled and completely at loss. At this moment, the hoary and ancient voice continued to announce, "The lads who entered from entrance number 2, once you've entered the surrounding dark fog, you'll be able to enter the real martial emperor's secret treasure in no time. There are many treasures that I've accumulated throughout my life in the martial emperor's secret treasure. Out of all of them, the most precious ones were none other than the 5 monarch stage profundity fragments. Other than that, there's a palace in the center of the martial emperor's secret treasure that I left behind. That is the place where my life ended. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered throughout the martial emperor's secret treasure, and if you want to get them, you'll have to search for them on your own. The things that you can obtain from the place where my life ended are the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 emperor stage profundity fragment. The hoary and ancient voice came to an abrupt end. All of a sudden, the young disciples from all the major sects, including Duan Ling Tian, stood there dumbfounded. Their eyes were completely stunned as glimpses of light flashed within. E8 profundity fragments. Did I hear correctly? Huang Daniu murmured and gasped in disbelief. Zhang Shouyang shook his head as he replied in bewilderment, you did. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 emperor stage profundity fragment. Right now, he appeared to be beside himself. His mind had long gone off to somewhere else. Emperor stage profundity fragment, what is that? Scowling, Feng Tian Wu's face was filled with puzzlement. Upon hearing Feng Tian Wu's question, Duan Ling Tian ransacked the memory of the rebirth martial emperor before he replied. The profundity that a martial emperor possessed is usually the emperor stage profundity. If a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse wants to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, he would have to first comprehend the emperor stage profundity. The emperor stage profundity is the permit for a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse to enter the martial emperor stage. The significance of the emperor stage profundity to a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation stage to a 9th level void interpretation powerhouse or the monarch stage profundity to a 9th level void transformation powerhouse. If one did not comprehend it, one would not be able to make a breakthrough to the next stage. If we say that a 9th level void transformation powerhouse would never be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch stage powerhouse without the monarch stage profundity, then a 9th level monarch stage powerhouse would also never be able to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and become a martial emperor stage powerhouse if he's without the emperor stage profundity. Duan Ling Tian explained word by word. All of this information undoubtedly came from rebirth martial emperor's memory. Uproar. The instant these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the crowds burst into an uproar of commotion. Although the people present could vaguely figure out that it must have something to do with the martial emperor powerhouse the moment they heard about the emperor stage profundity from the message left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse, they still could not help but gasp out loud the moment they found out about the exact function of that emperor stage profundity fragment. So, this is to say that the emperor stage profundity fragment is more valuable than the monarch stage profundity fragment. Huang Daniu's breathing became rapid. He panted loudly non-stop, and his chest rose up and down. He could not calm down for a long time. Of course, Duan Ling Tian nodded before continuing with a solemn look. The difficulty faced by a 9th level monarch emperor powerhouse to break through to the martial emperor stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th level void transformation martial artist to the martial monarch stage. And, it's exactly because of this reason that it's difficult for them to comprehend the emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an emperor stage profundity fragment that suits them, they would be able to comprehend the emperor stage profundity in one fell swoop and complete the cultivation of the martial emperor stage to become a martial emperor. As he explained to the end, Duan Ling Tian could not suppress the excitement that boiled up from his chest as well. His eyes were shining and gleaming brightly with enthusiasm. Emperor stage profundity fragment. He must admit that he was intrigued as well. In the martial emperor's message, we'll enter the real martial emperor's secret treasure once we enter the surrounding dark fog. One disciple from who knew what sect interjected all of a sudden. Right away, everybody, except for Duan Ling Tian, turned their attention toward the dark fog surrounding the platform they were standing on. Let's go. With an order, Zhang Yan led Qi Feng, Qin Hao, and 5 other disciples from the emotion-severing sect as they flew out one by one to enter the dark fog surrounding the platform. In a blink of an eye, the 8 figures from emotion-severing sect, including Zhang Yan, disappeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian, I'll also go in first. At this moment, Zan Bei nodded his head at Duan Ling Tian. After bidding goodbye to Duan Ling Tian, he flew into the surrounding dark fog as well. 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including O Chen, followed suit like shadows. After the 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples nodded at Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner, they flew into the dark fog as well. Duan Ling Tian, although you've killed so many Sun Moon sect's disciples, it doesn't seem like those 2 are harboring any hatred toward you at all. Moreover, they even greeted you so amicably. Huang Daniu stared at the direction where the two Sun Moon sect's disciples disappeared into and could not suppress the shock that he felt. "They're wise people," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. "This I must admit, if they're not wise, they would have most likely ended up in 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun Moon sect's disciples." The moment Huang Daniu recalled the blow that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated on the high platform earlier, he still could feel shivers running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Ling Tin, who was usually gentle and courteous, would have such a bloody side? At that time, Duan Ling Tian was like the asura that crept up from purgatory, and in his wrath, blood became river while bodies became a mountain. "Big brother Duan, let's go in as well." Feng Tian Wu motioned to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 950, Second-Rate Forces. "Perhaps, we can't go in together." Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Feng Tian Wu motioning him. "Why?" Feng Tian Wu was stunned for a moment. Puzzlement was written on her face. The 5-element sect and Blade sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, were all looking at Duan Ling Tian with a perplexed look. They did not understand what Duan Ling Tian meant by that. "I've probed around the dark fog, and it turns out that there are a series of inscription formations that are lined up together to form an illusion. The numbers of formations were more than I expected." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he looked at the surrounding dark fog with dread. He muttered, "These inscription formations have only one function, and that is to separate people in the fog and place them separately in every corner of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure." As a person whose memory was integrated with the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, it was natural that he knew the reason why these inscription formations existed behind the dark fog. The main purpose was to separate people who gathered together and scatter them all over the place, so they would have to go through a cruel survival test where the law of the jungle would be applied, in which the strongest would survive. Only the people who had survived at the end would get the rewards. "So that's how it is." A pang of realization hit Feng Tian Wu. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he smiled wryly. "Originally, I wanted to stay beside you so that I'll have a safeguard, but it looks like this idea of mine is dashed to pieces now." Just as Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, 2 figures swept out like a gust of wind and immediately entered the dark fog surrounding the platform, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. "It's senior brother Chen and Yi," one 5-element sect disciple exclaimed. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian raised his brows as he strode toward the dark fog surrounding the platform. He was about to enter the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Feng Tian Wu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang followed suit as well. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the 5-element sects and Blade sect's disciples followed behind them in a group as though they did not believe his words. He felt a little helpless about it. "Do these people think that I was lying to them earlier?" Duan Ling Tian could not suppress the wry smile that crept up on his face. However, he did not say anything further. Once this group of people entered the dark fog, they would naturally know that what he said was true. After a moment, the group of people, with Duan Ling Tian in the lead, entered the dark fog shrouding the platform in a huge formation. Duan Ling Tian entered the dark fog first, and his figure vanished without a trace. Feng Tian Wu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang followed suit from behind. Behind the 4 of them was a group of 5-element sects and Blade sect's disciples who followed them in succession. All of them entered the dark fog, and their figures were completely engulfed in it. For a moment, the vast platform shrouded by the dark fog became empty. After Duan Ling Tian had entered the dark fog, all he could see was a light that flashed across his eyes, and he immediately found himself alone in a vast grassland. The grassland had a beautiful environment with different shades of green that stretched as far as eyes could see. "Head northwest. At the end of the grassland lies the real entrance to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure." At the same time, a hoary and ancient voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears sharply. It was a message that was left behind by the Martial Emperor who left the secret treasure behind. "It seems like, among the inscription formations in the dark fog that could create illusions, there are some that are accompanied by the polyphony formation," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although he knew everything before him now was merely an illusion, he also knew that he needed to act according to the message left behind by the Martial Emperor. Only then he could enter the real Martial Emperor's secret treasure. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was placed in the illusion, was destined to be isolated and go his own way. "I should be able to fly here, right?" Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As soon as the thought formed in his mind, he tried to rise up in the air. With a leap, his entire being soared up in the sky. "Just like I thought." The moment Duan Ling Tian discovered that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, he could not suppress a sigh of relief. It would not be a problem for him to cross the enormous grassland by feet, but it would consume more energy than flying. As expected from the illusion created by the inscription formation that was inscribed and laid out by a martial emperor. It's indeed tough. As Duan Ling Tian was flying, he extended his spiritual energy out in an attempt to move the illusion, but eventually, he found out that the illusion would not even budge at all. However, he was already mentally prepared for this discovery, so he was not taken aback at all. After all, that was the inscription formation that was laid out by a martial emperor. If it really could be moved by him, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test here in the illusion, right? Duan Ling Tian murmured as his heart jolted. Not too long after Duan Ling Tian began flying, he could not suppress a wry smile from forming on his face. Looks like I'm quite a jinx. It appears that there are a few offensive inscription formations inside the inscription formation that formed this illusion. Just as Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly, gusts of wind surged from the sky where he passed by. The vast hurricane swept across the sky and swept toward Duan Ling Tian. The wind raged, and a series of solidified blue wind blade followed closely like a shadow before it swept over him and covered him as though it was trying to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and sensed the intensity of these hurricanes and wind blades, he heaved a sigh of relief. The intensity of these hurricane and wind blades was at most equivalent to a 5th or 6th level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 5th or 6th intermediate wind concept. It was not a threat to him at all. Duan Ling Tian's gaze cooled down, and he immediately punched a fist out. It was remarkably earth-shattering because he had exerted his full energy. A series of thunderous explosions sound reverberated in the air successively as it echoed in the vast sky, playing havoc with one's heart. A deafening sound exploded, but that was none other than Duan Ling Tian's fist that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. Like a cannonball, it crashed with the hurricane and the series of wind blades that closely followed the hurricane like a shadow. When the first level void transformation's cultivation base was fully released, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The second level advanced wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 3 types of 9th level void interpretation concepts added up together were also equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When this strong energy swept out, it crushed the hurricane and the wind blades like dried leaves, causing them to dissipate right before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. After crushing the hurricane and the wind blades, the energy that rose out from Duan Ling Tian's fist slashed the wide sky open with an undiminished power, and it once again set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. It was only until the energy fully faded before his eyes that the surrounding sky finally regained its tranquility. Fuck yeah! Duan Ling Tian, who had unleashed his full energy in just a punch, cursed out loudly in delight. He did not hold any of his power back at all in the punch earlier. With all of his origin energy exploded out, and the 4 concepts followed suit like a shadow, it made his blood boiled with indignation. Let's go! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as he continued to head to the direction pointed out in the message left behind by the martial emperor. He flew northwest as he continued to head toward the real martial emperor's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was continuously disturbed by a variety of offensive inscription formations. However, in front of his overbearing energy, the energy that was released by these inscription formations was all shattered by him in one blow without any accident. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a cultivation base at the 1st level void transformation and comprehended 3 9th level void interpretation concepts and 1 2nd level void transformation concept, was like an invincible beast that was on a rampage during his journey in this illusion. I wonder how are the others coping right now. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian had yet to enter the real martial emperor's secret treasure. Bored, he could not help but think of the others. He knew that the others had to be in a similar situation and experience like him currently. The purpose of this inscription formation is to place me in some corner of the martial emperor's secret treasure. Although I've been traveling for 10 days at full speed, I still have yet to arrive at the destination. The moment he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian could not suppress a wry smile from forming on his face. However, he also knew that he had no other choice other than to earnestly hurry on with his journey. Only in this way, he could enter the real martial emperor's secret treasure. Beginning from the center zone all the way to the northern district, the northern desert was split into 2 regions, with another one being the western, southern and eastern district. In the latter region, the third-rate forces were the one in power. As for the former, which was the center zone in the northern district of the northern desert, there were three powerful forces that were also the three colossuses in the northern desert. These three colossuses were all, without exceptions, second-rate forces. All of the second-rate forces in the Cloud Continent had myriads of strong powerhouses. What was more important was that they had martial emperors in their sects, unlike the third-rate forces. There was a traversing mountain range at the juncture between the central zone and the northern district of the northern desert where it was desolated and uninhabited. Very few people would come over here. However, many people were here today. A succession of swift figures flew across the sky from the north and reached the sky above the traversing mountain range in just a blink of an eye. There were a total of 11 of them. The person leading the group was a thin, aloof-looking old man dressed fully in gray. When he was flying across the sky, a gust of wind could be seen parting not far in front of him. One could see just how profound this old man's cultivation base was. Behind the gray-clad old man were 8 young men and 2 young women. All of them had one thing in common, and that was they did not look like they were over 40 years old. "Supreme Elder, are we late?" A green-clad handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and sharp eyes, who was carrying a long-sheathed sword at his back behind the gray-clad old man, asked. "It's just a few hours. Don't worry about it." The gray-clad old man shook his head. It was apparent that he was not bothered about it. A moment later, the gray-clad old man dived down and led the 10 young men and women into the transversing mountain range before coming to a halt at the sky above a valley. There were already 2 old men standing separately over the valley as though they were blended in with the surrounding. Chapter 951, The First Treasure. A gray-clad senior appeared along with 10 youths consisting of both men and women. The 2 seniors above the valley reacted, and one of them looked at him and said faintly, "We thought you weren't coming, old fart." "HNG, how can I miss it when both of you are present?" The gray-clad senior responded. He then looked at the center of the valley where a profound gray light shield was blocking the situation inside from sight. The gray-clad senior's turbid eyes lit up as he commanded, "Go in then." The 10 youths flew out when he stopped talking. Their bodies fell toward the gray light shield. Shortly after, 7 men and 2 women passed through the gray light shield and vanished before the 3 seniors' eyes. Standing alone by the shield was a man who looked almost 40. He was naturally barred from entering. At the same time, the shield vibrated. The gray-clad senior's face changed when he witnessed the scene before him. You lied about your real age." The other seniors could not help but frown. That man did not even have time to react before a vortex appeared like a vacuum around him. Bang! A loud bang sounded, and the man's body exploded without any warning. It rained blood, and he ceased to exist in this world. Trying to enter the martial emperor's secret treasure after 40. Naive. One of the senior officials sneered. Over the vast plains, a purple lightning zoomed past as it headed northwest. It has been almost a month. Where's the end of this field? On the field, Duan Ling Tian was hurrying along. He looked a bit lost and there was a frown on his face. At the speed I'm going, the amount of time spent is enough for me to return to 5-element sect in the southern district of the northern desert, and yet I haven't even reached the real martial emperor's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. How big is the martial emperor's secret treasure? Could it be larger than the northern desert? Duan Ling Tian was frightened by that thought. The martial emperor's secret treasure was an underground structure below the northern desert. If the area is larger than the northern desert, then it would be disastrous for the whole northern desert once it collapsed. Is that the end of the field? Duan Ling Tian, who was gradually numbed by the traveling, instantly noticed a black fog at a distance ahead. The black fog isolated the field. At that moment, the black fog brought Duan Ling Tian a sense of familiarity. He knew he had reached the end of the field. Once he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real martial emperor's secret treasure. A whirlwind appeared when Duan Ling Tian increased his speed without any hesitation. He entered the black fog like a gust of wind. The surroundings darkened, but he kept flying. Soon after, a little bright spot appeared. The martial emperor's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian knew that the little bright spot should be the real entrance to the martial emperor's secret treasure. All he had to do to arrive at the real martial emperor's secret treasure was to fly through it. Treasures in the martial emperor's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are useless to me, and they don't hold any temptation. The little bright spot grew bigger before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, unless it's something special, I'm only interested in the profundity fragments. After he cleared his mind, he finally arrived at the real entrance of the martial emperor's secret treasure. It was a hole that only allowed for one person to pass. On the other side of the hole, it was as bright as daytime. Go in. Duan Ling Tian flew through the hole without any hesitation. Almost at the same time, a message from the martial emperor who left the secret treasure behind entered Duan Ling Tian's ear. Remember, this is your entrance and also your exit for the martial emperor's secret treasure. The inscription formation marked your aura when you flew through the hole. From now on, only you alone will be able to cross this entrance. After that, the message ended abruptly. I'm the only one who can pass through this entrance. Duan Ling Tian could not help but look back at the hole. The other side seemed to be shrouded in a grayish cloud, the color blended with the wall of the hole. One would not be able to discover it without careful observation. By going through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian quickly discovered the theory behind this inscription formation. It was sort of like a spatial ring after establishing ownership. It would not recognize a new owner unless the original owner died. However, there was a minor difference in the inscription formation on the entrance. It would not allow another person to pass through even after the established owner's death. This means, this entrance is the only entrance I'm able to leave from after gathering treasures from the martial emperor's secret treasure. Everyone has their personal passageway that they can exit from. Duan Ling Tian came to this realization shortly after. He began to assess his surroundings. Before his eyes was an empty cave that seemed like it was carved out by someone. Although it was an underground cave, it has sufficient lighting as if it was daylight. I think it's surrounded by an inscription formation that used luminous pearl as its material. Duan Ling Tian easily figured it out. The cave was huge, it was almost as big as a standard football field on Earth, and there were 4 exits headed in 4 different directions. After searching around for some time, Duan Ling Tian did not manage to find anything. He simply picked an exit and flew out. Soon, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had arrived at another cave. The only difference was one seemed like a hall and the other seemed like a room. The previous cave had 4 exits whereas this cave had a dozen different exits in different directions. This place is like a maze. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He casually picked another exit and flew out. He did not stop flying along the way. After an hour, Duan Ling Tian did not find any treasure, he did not even see a shadow or encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation at all. As he dismissed the idea, he flew into a bigger cave. This cave looked like an empty martial arts practice hall. Standing in it, Duan Ling Tian looked around and felt small. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked up as if he had sensed something. At the top of the cave, right in the middle, an exquisite box was mounted on the wall. Only half of the box could be seen. Finally something. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Although he was unsure of what was in the box, it was still the first treasure he encountered since he entered the martial emperor's secret treasure. It was a good start. A whirlwind appeared when Duan Ling Tian rose up without any hesitation to collect that exquisite box. However, just as he reached midair, his face fell as though he had sensed something. He ducked and hastily retreated as a purple lightning struck the place he was previously at. At that exact moment, a khaki lightning zapped across where Duan Ling Tian was at, and it set off a wind whistling sound. Eventually, the khaki lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. It left behind a small and bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had a quick reflex. Otherwise, it would have pierced his brain instead. Rumble. Rumble. Duan Ling Tian heard the loud noises, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. Meanwhile, he felt the ground shaking. The cave shook as if an earthquake was happening. Oh no. Duan Ling Tian let out his spiritual force. He instantly figured out the intense aura fluctuations from the surroundings were from the inscription formation being activated. Duan Ling Tian's face changed after this realization. Moments later, a vast khaki energy rose from the ground one after another. They slowly took the form of a khaki shadow. Soon, there were more than 100 of puppets with khaki flames flashing in their eyes. All of them immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and locked onto him. How extravagant! Duan Ling Tian pulled a face after seeing more than 100 khaki puppets before him. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he knew that there was an earth concept fragment within each puppet. That was one of their power sources. Needless to say, the other power source would be the origin energy. There were some origin stones in the inscription formation that provided them with origin energy. This meant that they could fight like an ordinary martial artist with both the earth concept and origin energy. These puppets are different from the earth puppets at the Sword Monarch's treasure. The latter couldn't utilize the strength from their earth concept fragment, whereas the former can fully utilize the strength of the earth concept fragment in their bodies. Duan Ling Tian solemnly observed the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that what he was facing was equivalent to a group of void transformation martial artists. As the saying went, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it's the fisherman who profits. Duan Ling Tian failed to notice a shadow lurking in a corner of the cave. Chapter 952, The Fisherman Who Profits. The khaki puppets charged toward Duan Ling Tian as they stomped on the ground. They were moving as fast as the wind. Milky white origin energy burst out from the puppets' bodies and merged with the earth concept that rose up. The combination turned it into a rumbling khaki energy that twined around the puppets' bodies and further increased their speed. Wah! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the space above a khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared moments later. 7th level void interpretation origin energy. 1st level advanced earth concept. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he saw this. He was worried before the puppets displayed their strength. He would have been in deep trouble if the group of puppets contained earth concept fragments above the 7th level. When their khaki energies resonated with the ground in the area, the puppets charged at Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, they were connected with the energies. Above the void, 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes slid to the side as another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This is unexpected. The puppets can even use Earth Realm with the aid of Earth energy. Apart from not having awareness and are unable to wield spirit weapons, they are not so different from a human martial artist. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He smiled bitterly as 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dived toward him. Show. Although the puppet looked clumsy, its speed was totally unhindered as it raced toward Duan Ling Tian. The puppet swung its fist at Duan Ling Tian's head swiftly like a cannonball shooting out of a cannon. The puppet's fist was entwined with vast amounts of khaki energy. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. It was as though the air was compressed extremely tightly. A strength comparable to 400 ancient horned dragons accompanied the sound of air explosion. It arrived almost instantly before Duan Ling Tian and was about to fall on him. HNG. Duan Ling Tian, who had been accumulating his strength since the beginning, did not hesitate. He exerted all his origin energy in all 4 types of concepts as he retaliated with a punch. It was comparable to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. Bang! Following the clash between the fist of Duan Ling Tian and the fist of the puppet, a huge bang sounded. Duan Ling Tian stood at the same spot. He did not even move an inch. On the other hand, the puppet's fist cracked. The cracks subsequently spread all over its body. Shortly after, the puppet crumbled into a pile of rubble with a khaki fragment among it. It was extremely conspicuous. 1st level earth concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and he extended his origin energy out and entwined it around the fragment to bring it into the spatial ring. Although the 1st level earth concept fragment was rather useless to him, it was still a concept fragment which made it rather valuable. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Wow, so strong. The face of a blue-clad male young man, who was hiding in the corner of the cave, changed when he saw Duan Ling Tian made the puppet explode with just one punch. Taking all the puppet's energy into account, it had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. But it exploded with just one punch in a direct battle. Is he a disciple of North Nether sect? When did North Nether sect have such a person? The blue-clad youth took a deep breath. There was a hint of anxiety and fear between his eyebrows as he made conjectures about the identity of the purple-clad young man. It seems that I can only wait for him to be surrounded by the remaining puppets before I can collect the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, I'll definitely die if I'm discovered. The blue-clad young man decided in his heart. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. After killing one of the puppets, Duan Ling Tian's attention fell on the rest of the puppets. At the same time, the rest of the puppets also reacted. Show. 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 Duan Ling Tian was under immense stress as the group of puppets charged toward him from all directions with a speed that was as fast as the puppet that was punched by Duan Ling Tian moments ago. Among these puppets, there were puppets who were even stronger than the puppet that Duan Ling Tian had punched. Wah! 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 Accompanying the group of puppets that totaled to more than 100, Several tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes headed toward Duan Ling Tian from all direction with their claws sharp and teeth bared in an imposing manner. One by one, the khaki flames in the puppets' eyes flared. They were completely preoccupied and focused on Duan Ling Tian as though they were in a life-or-death battle. Duan Ling Tian knew that destroying them completely was the best and direct way to handle these puppets that did not possess any awareness. It was the only way to resolve the current crisis. Duan Ling Tian swiftly held a sword in his hands. The sword radiated a wave of destructive energy. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he previously obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest among the puppets that were charging toward him only had 700 ancient horned dragons including the help from earth energy, the main problem was that he was not merely facing one or two of them but hundreds of them instead. Although the puppets' power could not be combined, if the attack overwhelmed him, and they managed to gain the upper hand, he would not even have enough lives to die. What he had to do now was to break through the siege and destroy the puppets one by one. To fight them head-on would be as though he was looking for death. Hundreds of puppets leapt toward Duan Ling Tian as they punched simultaneously. It compressed the air together and unleashed a continuous sound of air explosion. Moreover, as the air explosion spread, the air flow was compressed and a flow of airwaves surged out and unleashed a gale that caused the cave to be filled with dust. Faced with the attacks from hundreds of puppets, a well-prepared Duan Ling Tian set his sights straight as he flew out. With a swing of his quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a vast amount of power surged out. 3 realistic divine dragons came out roaring. There was a flash in all their eyes before they shot out 6 radiant flashes that destroyed 6 puppets. 6 of the puppets fell, and a gap appeared in the encirclement. Duan Ling Tian seized this opportunity to break the encirclement by exerting his movement technique. However, the group of puppets chased after him as he was leaving the encirclement. Although the puppets did not possess any awareness, it seemed that they currently viewed Duan Ling Tian as their mortal enemy. It was as if they would not stop their actions until Duan Ling Tian was dead. HNG. After Duan Ling Tian broke out of the encirclement, he coolly snorted as he faced hundreds of incoming puppets. Duan Ling Tian's silhouette moved like the wind and moments later he was seen flashing toward the puppets in the distance at the side. With every swing of the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, 3 divine dragons came rushing out with 6 radiant flashes. Alternately, it was as quick as lightning as it destroyed a puppet. I never would have guessed he's so strong. I can't wait anymore. If I continue waiting, he'll completely destroy the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man, who was hiding in the corner, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Ling Tian's attention was not on the top of the cave in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out as fast as lightning toward the top of the cave. Duan Ling Tian was fully focused on crushing and destroying the group of puppets who was attacking him. Hence, he did not notice anyone appearing or heading toward the center at top of the cavern to retrieve the exquisite box. That exquisite box contained a treasure that was left behind by the martial emperor. The hundreds of puppets Duan Ling Tian was facing currently was a test for whoever that wanted to obtain the treasure. Someone else wanted to sneakily retrieve the treasure when Duan Ling Tian faced the test. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was like a lightning or a venomous snake. He managed to destroy one or several puppets with every swing of his sword. None of the puppets was able to survive his sword. One after another, the puppets without awareness continued to charge at Duan Ling Tian fearlessly even as their companions were being destroyed. They were literally trying to attack him until they died. However, all of them who tried ended up being destroyed. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's silhouette was fast approaching the top of the cavern in the center. With a hand as quick as lightning, he retrieved the exquisite box that was embedded on the top of the cave. The blue-clad young man smiled brightly as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. I got it. If he finds out that the exquisite box was claimed by someone else after destroying all the puppets, my guess is he'll definitely be furious. The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian, feeling a little proud. However, his eyes almost fell out of its sockets when he saw what was happening. He saw the puppets that were charging at the purple-clad young man stopped altogether and turned their heads in his direction the moment he took the exquisite box from the top of the cave. Khaki flames were rising in their eyes, and it seemed like they were expressing their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man realized that the group of puppets was about to give up on attacking the purple-clad young and charged at him instead, his face changed, and he began to quickly retreat to the far end of the cave. In just an instant, the blue-clad young man made his move. The remaining khaki puppets stopped fighting Duan Ling Tian and went after him instead. What happened? Duan Ling Tian found the actions of the group of puppets odd. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the puppets' direction. His face turned frosty with just a glance. Thinking of taking my stuff. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's silhouette turned into a purple lightning, and it followed the group of puppets. Chapter 953, 7th Level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Show. The blue-clad young man moved very quickly. As he fled, the 400 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes plunged toward him from the space above. It was as fast as the wind. A first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Someone who entered from another entrance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold, and he moved rapidly. He soon surpassed a bunch of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. He moved again, and he finally caught up to the blue-clad young man. He swung the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and the sword whistled as a lightning flashed. Cough. The blue-clad young man did not even have the time to react when a sword mark clearly appeared on his neck. When he coughed, the sword mark bloomed and blood sprayed out. Boom. 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 Following the sound, the blue-clad young man along with the box containing the treasure fell on the ground. His body was dragged a few dozen meters by the inertia. At the same time, the exquisite box fell open with a "pa" sound. A fragment with deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Ling Tian, eyes. Earth. Earth Profundity Fragment. Duan Ling Tian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes. He waved his hand fiercely and used origin energy to move the fragment into his hands. Oh, no. The moment the fragment landed in Duan Ling Tian's hands, his spiritual force sensed a familiar aura on the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment is now yours. The voice of the martial emperor emitted from the exquisite box. With a frightening and penetrating ability, the voice managed to spread far and wide. A modified polyphony formation. Duan Ling Tian frowned. A normal polyphony formation could only transmit sound within a radius of 100 meters. However, a modified polyphony formation had an extremely frightening and penetrating ability. In just a short time, it could transmit sound into everyone's ear within a radius of 10,000 meters. He definitely did it on purpose. Duan Ling Tian was certain of it. As to the purpose, the martial emperor just wanted to make it harder for people to obtain the treasures. Suddenly, several dozens of the remaining khaki puppets caught up and surrounded Duan Ling Tian. They punched Duan Ling Tian with stone fist. HNG. Duan Ling Tian swung the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. He used 9 dragons radiant flash and dragon soaring the 9 heavens, killing half of the puppets instantly. Kill. All the remaining puppets died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. A strong killing intent could be seen in his eyes. When the puppets fell on the ground, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed something. Who? 3 figures pounced from 3 different directions and arrived before Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. They all stopped and revealed themselves. There were 3 young men. They looked at each other before they shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes filled with intense greed focused on Duan Ling Tian. They ignored the surrounding puppets that had been turned to stones, not to mention the corpse of the blue-clad young man that was buried among the stones. The one with a rather stony face among the 3 of them calmly glanced at Duan Ling Tian and said coolly, "Hand over the profundity fragment in your hands. Or die." Although the other 2 men did not say anything, their eyes were still locked onto the fragment glinting with khaki energy in Duan Ling Tian's hand. They knew it was the 7th level Earth Profundity Fragment. When the martial emperor's voice sounded earlier, they were the first ones to arrive. All of them didn't come in with me. As Duan Ling Tian observed the 3 men surrounding him, he realized instantly that they did not come in with him from entrance No. 2. Which entrance did all you come in from? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly with a glint in his eyes. Number 1. The young man with a stony face said. Entrance number 1. Duan Ling Tian saw the light and kept asking, "You are all from the northern desert too?" Having heard what Duan Ling Tian said, the other man raised his eyebrows and questioned arrogantly and rudely, "You're from the northern desert?" Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered by his tone. He managed to confirm their origins from what they said. "All of you want this profundity fragment?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly while he weighed the fragment in his hands. Of course. The man who had questioned Duan Ling Tian cried bluntly. But there's 3 of you. Who should I give the profundity fragment to? Duan Ling Tian glanced at them and asked curiously. No matter who it is for, you'll have to give it up first. The young man with a stony face said with certainty. Then who should I give it to? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Hand it over to me, the young man who questioned Duan Ling Tian said. I'm okay with that, the young man who had been keeping quiet all this while said. He smiled as he told the young man with a stony face, the minority should obey the majority. HNG. Don't think I don't know that all of you are Azumo sect's disciples. You've exposed yourselves by using the Azumo movement technique when you were rushing over, the young man with a stony face said with disdain. The 2 men who previously echoed each other looked at him and quietly asked, does that mean you're from North Nether sect? You're right, he nodded without denying it. The people from North Nether sect were absent when we, Azumo sect, came in with those from Xianxia sect. I really didn't expect that all of you would make it in time. The Azumo sect's disciple, who was rude earlier, sneered. Azumo sect, Xianxia sect, North Nether sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shrank when he heard their conversation. He had never heard of these sects before leaving 5-element sect. He managed to learn a lot regarding the Northern Desert after leaving 5-element sect when they were traveling to the southwest entrance of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. In the Northern Desert, the Eastern, Southern and Western District were respectively dominated by several third-tier forces. However, the Central District and Northern District of the Northern Desert were dominated by 3 powerful second-tier forces. All 3 had been inherited for thousands of years. The Central District of the Northern Desert was under Azumo sect, the Northern District of the Northern Desert was ruled by North Nether sect, and Xianxia sect controlled the border of the Central and Northern District. So they're disciples from Azumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He thought to himself, that's why they're so strong. They're the young powerhouses from the second-tier forces. Senior brother Shu, stop talking to him. We should just kill him and snatch the profundity fragment from that boy, one of the Azumo sect's disciples suggested. All right, the eyes of the Azumo sect's disciple, who was addressed as senior brother Shu, brightened when he heard it. He immediately flew out and attacked the North Nether sect's disciple with a stony face. The other Azumo sect's disciple followed closely. Shu. Oin. Both of them, one with a sword and the other with a saber, fully exerted their abilities from the beginning. One from the left and the other one from the right, both of them attacked the stationary North Nether sect's disciple who seemed like he was scared and shocked. Wah. Wah. Both of them displayed their strength and had 550 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the space above them. Both were first-level void transformation martial artists. Their origin energies, if fully exerted, were equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon's strength. Both of them used grade 2 spirit weapon that could boost almost 78% of their origin energy's strength, amounting to more than 150 ancient horned dragon's strength. Moreover, they had comprehended first-level void transformation concept. It amounted to 200 ancient horned dragon's strength. In total, it was more than 550 ancient horned dragon's strength. Come to think of it, the blue-clad fisherman who wanted to profit off me earlier could possibly be from Azumo sect, North Nether sect or Xianxia sect too. Duan Ling Tian stood aside. He was temporarily ignored by the 3 of them. He could not help but think of the blue-clad young man he had killed earlier. He was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended first-level void transformation concept that did not enter from entrance no. 2. Chang, 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 Chang. At that moment, the sound of weapon clashing and strong wind from the battle forced Duan Ling Tian to pay attention. It could be seen that the North Nether sect's disciple was not threatened by the 2 Azumo sect's disciples' attacks at all. He easily blocked their attacks with a pair of iron fists. Obviously, the North Nether sect's disciple was not fighting with his bare hands. He was wearing a grade 2 spirit weapon glove and fought with ease against his opponent's spirit sword and spirit saber. Duan Ling Tian remained unfazed by the scene. Wah. In the space above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again. It increased until there were more than 830 of them charging toward the 2 Azumo sect's disciples with their claws sharp and fangs bared. He's a second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if he's the strongest among the young powerhouses in North Nether sect, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. If he isn't, how strong is their number 1 then? Chapter 954, Invincible. In the beginning, the North Nether sect's disciple did not unleash his full energy and was merely making use of a strength that was equivalent to the two Azumo sect's disciples to fight with them. The moment the two Azumo sect's disciples saw this, they quickly accelerated their attack speed. When the two of them came nearer and nearer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured them closer revealed a bone-piercing and chilling look on his already aloof face. In just an instant, his full energy erupted, and the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons charged out from his iron fist as it set off a series of wind howling and explosion sound. Like a falling meteor, it crushed down at one of the Azumo sect's disciples. His blow was as tyrannical as a mountain, and it was remarkably devastating. A loud bang reverberated, and the North Nether sect's disciple blew the spirit saber in the Azumo sect's disciple's hand with just one punch. The iron fist that traversed the sky seemed as if it had transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to slam down on the Azumo sect's disciple's head. A loud sound echoed in the air. Similar to a watermelon, the Azumo sect's disciple's head shattered open. A red and white substance immediately scattered all over the place as a headless body crashed down to the ground. Why, you actually concealed your strength. When the other Azumo sect's disciple, who was holding a sword and had also been speaking rudely all along, saw his junior brother from the same sect had his head blasted open with just a blow, horror immediately dawned on his face. Without wasting another second, and without any hesitation, he quickly turned around and fled. His entire power only amounted to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons while his opponent had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat the other party. At this moment, all he wanted to do was flee, but he had not really thought about whether he would be able to flee or not with the strength that he possessed under the eyes of the North Nether sect's disciple. When the Azumo sect's disciple had fled more than 10 meters away, he was already caught by the North Nether sect's disciple. Just as he turned pale in fright, his head was instantly smashed open with just one blow. Following in the footsteps of his fellow junior brother, the two Azumo sect's disciples were butchered in just a blink of an eye. The North Nether sect's disciple did not even bat an eyelash when he took away their spatial rings and shifted his attention toward Duan Tian. "Kid, you're very smart," the North Nether sect's disciple with a cold demeanor looked at Duan Tian as he casually remarked, "It's a good thing that you didn't flee. Otherwise, you would have died before the two of them did. However, it's time for you to join them now." As he reached the end of his sentence, the gaze that the North Nether sect's disciple used on Duan Tian was filled with a cold killing intent. Intense killing intent could be felt emanating out of his body. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as an unnoticeable sharp gleam flashed within them. Fascinated, he asked, "Will you still kill me if I hand this profundity fragment over to you?" "Of course," the North Nether sect's disciple answered as a matter of fact, "if you live and spread the news of me possessing a 7th level monarch stage earth profundity fragment, won't I instantly become the crowd's target? Only the dead will not speak indiscriminately." The moment the words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple whirled. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons began to solidify and were storing its energy so it could be launched at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Tian's narrowed eyes opened wide all of a sudden. A bright smile appeared on his face as he turned his attention to the North Nether sect's disciple. The moment the North Nether sect's disciple saw the smile on Duan Tian's face, chills ran down his spine at once. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Only the dead will not speak indiscriminately." Duan Tian repeated the words that the North Nether sect's disciple used earlier. Almost immediately after the words had left his mouth, he catapulted forward as his figure flashed across. It was as though Duan Tian had transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect disciple in a domineering manner. Khaki energy fluctuated in Duan Tian's body. Coupled with streaks of purple lightning, they intertwined with the vast blue wind kai that spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. The sounds of sword slashing echoed in the air. Another wave of tyrannical aura emanated out from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as though it could tear everything asunder. Duan Tian unleashed his full attack without any reservation at all. While Duan Tian pounded forward, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook for a moment. The heaven and earth energy above his head whirled and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. The silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons rushed out and bared their claws at the North Nether sect's disciple. The North Nether sect's disciple's eyes glimmered, and in the next instant, that purple figure had already arrived not too far away from him. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons elicited a shock that rose from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether sect's disciple was completely bewildered. It did not cross his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked as though he was only 25 years old actually possessed such a great strength. It was obvious that the two Azumo sect's disciples earlier had never met this purple-clad young man before. Moreover, the Azumo sect's disciples had said that they entered the secret treasure together with the Xianxia sect. If this purple-clad young man was a disciple of Xianxia sect, they would have at least recognized him even if they do not know him. For this reason, he deduced that the purple-clad young man was not a disciple of Azumo sect or Xianxia sect. Since he was a disciple of North Nether sect, he was certain that this purple-clad young man before him was not North Nether sect's people as well. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple was suddenly hit by a pang of realization. Previously, he had revealed from his words that he's also from the Northern Desert. In the Northern Desert, the strongest forces are the three second-rate forces. They're none other than our North Nether sect, Azumo sect, and Xianxia sect. Could it be that he's actually from a third-rate force? A sudden thought emerged without any warning in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, a look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in the third-rate force? The sword-slashing sound echoed and immediately startled the North Nether sect's disciple back to reality. He hastily launched a fist out to fight the swift sword ray that vanished as soon as it appeared. Interesting. When Duan Ling Tian saw how the North Nether sect's disciple dared to counter the sharp ray from his quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a chilling smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth. The sword that originally wanted to elude its opponent's punch vibrated for a moment. The sword ray from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword rose up sharply and greeted the iron fist thrown out by the North Nether sect's disciple. Directly stabbing into it, the sword ray lashed out ruthlessly at the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. It was as easy as breaking a dry branch off a tree. Upon seeing this, the North Nether sect's disciple howled loudly, and the energy on his fist expanded out immediately. The strength of 830 over ancient horned dragons surged out as he unleashed all of his energy without any reservation. A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was the clash between the power contained in Duan Ling Tian's sword ray and the North Nether sect disciple's fist. For a second, the two of them were in a stalemate. At this moment, a huge wave of turbulence surged out from the center where both of their energy collided like a ripple that expanded out to the surrounding. A series of ear-piercing explosions echoed in the air. At the same time, a flurry of tyrannical hurricanes were set off as it began to blow in all directions, blowing clouds of dust all over the cave. Crack. Crack, 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 crack. A crisp sound sounded immediately. It turned out that a series of gruesome cracks had started to appear on the floor beneath the North Nether sect's disciple. The cracks continued to spread as though it had become a gigantic spider web. On the contrary, there was no sign of cracks at all beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. From this, one could see that this collision had no effect on Duan Ling Tian at all. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian pointed his sword and let his entire strength out. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons crushed down on the North Nether sect's disciple's strength of 830 ancient horned dragons like crushing dead leaves. It dispersed the energy on his fist. It was not over yet. Snigger. Duan Ling Tian sent the quasi-royal grade spirit sword out, and it completely penetrated the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether sect's disciple in just one blow. It was as easy as crushing dried leaves as it slammed against his arms. With a sudden shake, it minced the bones of his entire arms immediately. Humph! A grunt that was filled with pain could be heard coming from the North Nether sect's disciple. In the next second, he was sent flying away before he slammed onto the ground in a sorry manner. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian stood there upright holding a sword in his hand as he chillingly looked at the North Nether sect's disciple like an invincible warlord. "You're quite a man of character." A shocked look flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The slash from earlier had engulfed the North Nether sect disciple's entire arm from his fist before it minced his bones, crippling his arm completely. The pain that was felt during the process was even more painful than having one's arm directly cut off. However, this North Nether sect's disciple had only let out a grunt from the very beginning. Ever since he was sent flying, the speed that he took to recover his breath was so short that it was completely terrifying. In the next second, the North Nether sect's action was so disquieting that Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes instantly. The North Nether sect's disciple raised his left hand and formed a knife shape with his palm. As he unleashed his origin energy, He transformed it into a streak of white saber light before he aimed it at the crippled arm that could no longer be healed and cut it off without any hesitation. Humph! The North Nether sect's disciple grunted as he stopped the blood using his origin energy. In the meantime, he consumed a wound-curing medicinal pill. It was only then that his face that was awfully pale finally regained some colors. You can even be so ruthless to yourself. What a terrifying person. The moment he saw this, the intense chills in Duan Ling Tian's eyes became even more apparent. Killing intent rose up from his heart to the point that it was hard to suppress. One could easily imagine just how brutal he would be if he was so ruthless even to himself. However, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a slight admiration for this North Nether sect's disciple before him from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften because of this at all. As his opponent had said, only the dead will not speak indiscriminately. What exactly is that sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it wouldn't have been able to destroy my glove. The North Nether sword's disciple took a deep breath as he glared at Duan Ling Tian with dread in his eyes. You have quite a good taste, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. How can the sword in my hand be compared to a mere grade 1 spirit sword? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon gloves, I can even destroy a grade 1 spirit weapon if I want to. The quasi-royal grade sword was not bound by the usual shackles of ordinary spirit weapons. Other than having a twofold boost, it also possessed an invincible powerful characteristic. The most difficult part in refining the quasi-royal grade spirit sword did not lie in the method but in the materials instead. Chapter 955, Peng Bao. Many of the materials needed to refine the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon flame possessed by a grade 1 weapon craftsman. It was precisely due to this reason that the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed an ability that allowed it to destroy other ordinary spirit weapons, including the grade 1 spirit weapon. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed as well. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes immediately. There was a look of surprise on his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you actually?" "A nobody," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Meanwhile, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand was already lifted up, poised to kill the North Nether sect's disciple anytime now. "I'm a disciple of North Nether sect. North Nether sect won't let you go if you dare to kill me." The North Nether sect disciple threatened in a low voice. Faced with the looming murderous intent in the purple-clad young man's eyes, he did not escape. This was because he knew that he could not escape at all. His opponent's strength far outweighed his own. "There's no other third living person here. Do you think that anybody will know I killed you if you die here?" Upon hearing the North Nether sect disciple's words, Duan Ling Tian could not suppress the laughter that boiled up from his chest as he cast a glance at him like he was looking at a fool. In the next second, before the opponent had the time to react, Duan Ling Tian had already taken out his sword and killed him off. After Duan Ling Tian killed this North Nether sect's disciple, he retrieved his spatial ring before taking away the earth concept fragments that he obtained from over 100 puppets. Duan Ling Tian stored hundreds of earth concept fragments inside the spatial ring and transformed into a gust of wind before he disappeared into the cavern that was as huge as a gymnasium. For a time, all that remained in the large cave were a few piles of stones and 3 ghastly bodies. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian flew forward in a fast speed while holding onto the profundity fragment that was gleaming with khaki aura in his hand as he muttered, coupled with the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and the 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. All of the profundity fragments that I need are all complete now. The pressing matter now is to find a piece of profundity fragment that I don't need so that I can give it to the sect. He put aside the profundity fragment that was gleaming with khaki kai. His eyes gleamed as he continued his search during his journey. Along the way, he met with other young powerhouses from other forces as well. Other than the young disciples from the other forces that entered from entrance number 2 with him, he also met with many unfamiliar faces. These people must be the disciples from the second-rate forces who entered from entrance No. 1. Along the way, he witnessed many battles as well. They were either battles to fight for grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapon or battles for concept fragments that were at the 7th level and above. The situation on the battlefield was horrifying. Every once in a while, there would be a few young powerhouses who died in the match. However, Duan Ling Tian did not interfere at all. He was not interested at all in the grade 2 or 1 spirit weapon. As for the concept fragment, he was only missing one 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not come across it during his journey. The rest of the treasure did not elicit any interest from him at all. After passing through a vast cavern, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly came to a halt. Almost at the same time, he heard the sound of a saber slashing clearly. The moment he heard it, he immediately shifted his glance toward it just in time to see a sturdy young man throwing out a spirit saber from his hand before killing another young man in just a stride. After the sturdy young man had succeeded in his attack, he looked at two young men standing nearby. Their faces had turned ghastly pale. He said with disdain, "Now, are the two of you still interested in the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" Upon hearing this, the two young men exchanged glances with each other, and right away, they dismissed the idea of battling this sturdy young man. The 9th level Earth concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Just a moment ago, he was still wondering to himself when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. It did not cross his mind that he would encounter one in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian immediately extended his spiritual energy to probe the sturdy young man's cultivation base. T3rd level Void Transformation. The instant Duan Ling Tian discovered the opponent's cultivation base, he instantly narrowed his eyes as a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple earlier had a cultivation base at the 2nd level Void Transformation. That was already more than enough to leave him in shock. Now, he had encountered another stronger person, a young man who was at the 3rd level Void Transformation. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian began to seriously observe this sturdy young man. The sturdy young man was dressed wholly in green. He looked ordinary with thick brows and big eyes. Although he appeared disheveled, his big eyes shone with intelligence. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. 3rd level Void Transformation. Once he unleashes his full energy, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Although the boost it gives is not as much as the spirit weapon that I refined myself, it's still quite high. It gives at least a 78% power boost. After Duan Ling Tian probed the opponent's cultivation base, he started to ponder over it. Having a 78% boost from the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of over 310 ancient horned dragons. That's to say, he can demonstrate a strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons even without any concept. If the void transformation concept that he comprehends is at the 2nd level or above, I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he gasped. His full power plus the strength that the quasi-royal grade spirit sword provided were equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If the opponent comprehended the 2nd level void transformation concept, he would have a strength of 10 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full energy. If that was the case, Duan Ling Tian would not be afraid of him and would battle it out with him. However, if the opponent had comprehended the 3rd level void transformation concept, or perhaps a higher level void transformation concept, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly not be a match for him. After all, it was not impossible for the opponent to comprehend a 3rd level void transformation. However, Duan Ling Tian was slightly reluctant to let go of the 9th level Earth concept fragment just like that. If any of you have a 9th level Saber concept fragment, I'm happy to exchange the 9th level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. However, if you don't have any, scram now. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice once again entered Duan Ling Tian's ear. It caused his eyes to lit up instantly. The 9th level Saber concept fragment. He had exactly one on hand currently. It was the fragment that he won from the bet he made with the sect leader of Sun Moon sect before he entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. The two young men standing by the side were originally fidgeting, but the moment they heard the words that came out of the sturdy young man's mouth, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay there any longer and quickly left and disappeared into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. For a time, the entire cavern became empty apart from Duan Ling Tian and the sturdy young man. What now? Are you trying to snatch the 9th level Earth concept fragment from me too? The instant he noticed Duan Ling Tian, the sturdy young man said nonchalantly with his eyebrows raised, "Don't blame me for not reminding you of this. Sometimes, a wrong decision may cost you your life." The moment Duan Ling Tian heard the words that left the sturdy young man's mouth, he laughed in his sleeve. This person did not seem like a bad-tempered person. Instead, he had a tit-for-tat kind of attitude. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could finally breathe freely again. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked bluntly, "You said earlier that I can use a 9th level saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th level earth concept fragment in your hand." "That's right," the sturdy young man nodded. In the next moment, as though he had thought of something, his eyes lit up instantly. "Brother, are you trying to say that you have the 9th level saber concept fragment in your hand?" As he finished his sentence, the sturdy young man's eyes were burning with fire. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand up and a fragment appeared in his palm. That was none other than the 9th level saber concept fragment that he won from the sect leader of the Sun Moon sect. The 9th level saber concept fragment. Upon seeing the fragment that Duan Ling Tian took out, an excited smile crept up on the sturdy young man's face. At the same time, he took out a dark khaki fragment, the 9th level earth concept fragment. "Little brother, let's exchange." As though he was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would regret his decision, the sturdy young man raised a hand up and threw the 9th level earth concept fragment at Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like he was not worried Duan Ling Tian would go back on his words after taking the fragment from him. Duan Ling Tian did not expect this sturdy young man to be so straightforward. A sense of fondness immediately rose up in his heart. As he caught hold of the 9th level earth concept fragment, he threw the saber concept fragment he was holding to the opponent as well. The sturdy young man reached out a hand to catch hold of it. As though he had received a treasure, he quickly stored it in his spatial ring before turning toward Duan Ling Tian with a grin. "I'm Peng Bao, the disciple of Xianxia sect. May I know your name please?" The Xianxia sect was one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Ling Tian, who was fond of Peng Bao, responded with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of 5-element sect. 5-element sect. Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed across Peng Bao's eyes as he asked in astonishment, "The 5-element sect from the southern district of the northern desert?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I've heard my master mentioned your 5-element sect before. It's said that there was once a martial artist who was extremely talented and had the potential to become a martial monarch. It was unfortunate that he was injured 20 over years ago. Ever since then, he did not recover from the setback," Peng Bao said. The moment he heard Peng Bao's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a while. He immediately knew the person that Peng Bao referred to was none other than Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in 5-element sect. However, he did not think that Qi Yu's fame would be so widespread to the point that even somebody from a second-rate force in the northern desert would know about him. "That's our peak master from Wood Peak in 5-element sect." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Peng Bao nodded before continuing, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm happy to have met you today. If there's a chance in the future, let's have a drink or two together one day. Another thing, this martial emperor's secret treasure is completely shrouded in danger. If you don't have full certainty, it's best not to take the initiative to snatch the treasure from the hands of others." Chapter 956. 3 Spirit Fruits. The moment he heard Peng Bao's reminder, Duan Ling Tian's heart was flooded with warmth. The exchange between him and Peng Bao was only an equal exchange. For Peng Bao to be able to do this, it meant that he was quite a worthy friend. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. "Then I'll go first. Be careful." Peng Bao nodded at Duan Ling Tian. After he bade Duan Ling Tian goodbye, he flew away in an instant. After Peng Bao had left, Duan Ling Tian left as well. However, the direction that he was headed in was different from the one Peng Bao took. The cavern had 7 exits, each leading to a different place. He merely chose a different one from Peng Bao. This cave was just one of the thousands of caves inside the martial emperor's secret treasure. Inside a cavern that was covered entirely in vegetation and was awfully humid, a series of energy clashing and explosions echoed inside in succession. It did not stop for a very long time. 2 figures were fighting with each other constantly, sometimes they clashed together and sometimes they separated. They seemed to be quite evenly matched in strength. Nobody noticed when but a series of cracks had started to appear underneath their feet. The cracks interlocked with each other densely and spread out like a gigantic spider web. "Is there any meaning for us to continue like this? What about this? I'll give you 1 7th level concept fragment, and you give me that second piece of spirit fruit. What do you think?" One of the figures could be heard saying as he leapt forward. "Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th level concept fragment," another figure said with disdain. At the same time, he rushed toward his opponent. As the power that was formed by the merging of his origin energy and concept expanded vigorously, he charged toward his opponent in an overbearing manner. "Humph! Then I guess we've nothing to discuss anymore. The former snorted and pounced forward. Once again, he was locked in the battle with the latter. The two of them continued to battle it out, and a series of explosion sound came from the place they clashed as it set off a flurry of hurricanes. It blew on a certain plant inside the humid cave so hard that it was on the verge of collapsing. This plant was special. Unlike the other ordinary plants that were green in color, it was covered in 3 different colors instead. The rhizomes that were slightly exposed were gold in color. The branches were purple in color. The leaves were red in color. What was more important were the 3 different color spirit fruits hanging on top of the tree. It was gold, purple and red respectively. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw the tree, he would definitely be surprised. A tree having 3 different colored spirit fruits was extremely peculiar. Most importantly, the 3 spirit fruits were from different types of spirit fruits. In other words, a martial artist could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time so as to allow them to help raise their own cultivation base. Moreover, there would not be a decrease in the medicinal efficacy as well. At this moment, these 2 young powerhouses were battling each other because they found these 3 spirit fruits at the same time. The 3 spirit fruits had a rich intense color on the surface, and it was apparent that they had just ripened. This was the best time to consume them indeed. The figures of the 2 young men continued to interlock with each other. The spirit weapons in their hands kept clashing with each other once in a while as it set off a deafening and harsh sound that was truly appalling. On top of their heads were the silhouettes of over 550 ancient horned dragons each. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were both grade 2 spirit weapons that possessed 78% boost. The reason the 2 of them were locked in a battle was none other than the 3 spirit fruits. If it were only 2 spirit fruits, after knowing that their strength was evenly matched, they would have long called a truce with each taking 1 spirit fruit, and everyone would be happy. However, the problem was that there was a total of 3 spirit fruits. At this moment, they were trying to use their strength to determine the ownership of the spirit fruits. The defeated party had to die while the winner would get all 3 spirit fruits. The thing was they had yet to figure out who the winner was even though they had been battling for a long time. One of the young men flew backward and said in a deep voice, "I don't think we should continue on like this. If another person comes to take a share of the fruits, it'll just be a lose-lose situation for the both of us. Yes, however, I must obtain 2 out of the 3 spirit fruits here." The other young man nodded his head in agreement, but he voiced out a condition that was unacceptable to the other party. "Humph, since you're so greedy, I'll continue." The former's face sank. After he snorted angrily, he continued to battle it out with the other party. Time continued to go on quietly. Outside of the cavern, a white figure flew in and came to a halt at one of the entrances of the cavern. His attention landed on the 2 people locked in a battle inside the cavern. "I think the reason they're fighting must be because of some loots." The owner of the white figure, a white-clad young man, muttered to himself as he watched the 2 people locked in a battle. "Zishang boy, you're in luck." At this moment, in the depth of the white-clad young man's mind, a gloomy, hoarse, and ancient voice sounded without warning. It momentarily stunned the white-clad young man. The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang, who had fallen from one of the edges of the high platform below the entrance of the martial emperor's secret treasure previously. He was supposed to have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Apart from that, he had also entered the real martial emperor's secret treasure. "Elder Ghost, what did you notice?" Upon hearing Elder Ghost's voice in his mind, Zishang's eyes lit up at once. "Look inside the cave yourself. That 3-colored tree over there. Do you see it?" Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Zishang's mind. Upon hearing this, Zishang immediately shifted his attention to the inside of the cavern. With just a glance, he could see that particularly conspicuous 3-colored tree that had 3 different colored fruits hanging on top of it. Spirit fruits. A light flashed across Zishang's eyes as his breathing immediately quickened. "Although I don't know what type of spirit fruits those are, my soul energy can sense that they're not ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy of these fruits is between the spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation and void transformation." Ghost Flame's voice continued to resonate in Zishang's mind. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Ghost Flame's words, confusion was written on Zishang's face. "What I mean is, be it a void interpretation martial artist or a void transformation martial artist, the 3 spirit fruits can be consumed by them too. If it's a void interpretation martial artist who consumes it, the effect would be even greater." Ghost Fire explained. A spirit fruit that can be consumed by both void interpretation and void transformation martial artists. Xianxi's eyes brightened instantly. His breathing that was originally rapid accelerated even more. He could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation martial artist would naturally have a stronger medicinal efficacy. He was a martial artist who was only at the 7th level void interpretation. If he consumed these 3 spirit fruits, would his strength not advance by leaps and bounds? The 2 concepts that he comprehended had already entered the void transformation. Due to this reason, he did not need to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation after he had made a rapid breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. These 3 spirit fruits belong to me, Xianxi. A gleam flashed in Xianxi's eyes. He looked at the 2 people who were still locked in a battle with disdain as he flew into the cavern. He did not even bother to hide in front of these 2 people. Who's that? The moment Xianxi made his appearance, he was immediately discovered by the 2 young men who were locked in a battle. All of a sudden, the 2 of them came to a halt and stared fixedly at Xianxi simultaneously. I, Xianxi, will be taking those 3 spirit fruits. Xianxi cast a glance at the 2 young men as he announced nonchalantly. The moment he reached this part of the sentence, he paused, but his tone indicated that there was no room left for discussion. Upon hearing his words, the 2 young men's face darkened right away. They bellowed angrily, "You wish." At this time, Xianxi, who paused for a while, had a sharp gleam in his eyes. He continued in a chilling tone, "As for the 2 of you, don't even think of living anymore. Don't even think of living anymore." One had to admit that Xianxi's words were absolutely dictatorial, and it had completely angered the 2 young men as well. "How dare you?" One of the young men had murderous intent shooting out of his eyes. His voice was so chilling that it was as though it came directly from a thaw hole. Taking a deep breath, the other young man asked the former, "The person who kills this lad gets 2 spirit fruits. What do you think? Deal?" The former did not refuse and nodded his head fiercely instead. The gazes of the 2 young men as they stared at Xianxi had a noticeable hint of ruthlessness, as if they were about to devour a certain somebody. Kill. The next moment, with tacit understanding, the 2 charged out at the same time toward Xianxi. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and undulating energy. Coupled with the spirit weapons in their hands, they pounced toward Xianxi mercilessly. The heaven and earth energy above their heads whirled turbulently and finally gathered to become the silhouettes of over 550 ancient horned dragons each. A total of more than 1100 ancient horned dragons bared their claws and fangs as they charged at Xianxi. What a futile effort! Faced with these 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Xianxi, who was at the 7th level void interpretation, did not seem to be afraid at all. A disdainful smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. When Xianxi saw the 2 young men charging at him without any reservation, a cold gleam flashed across Xianxi's eyes. As the long spear in his hand trembled, it suddenly blasted out in an overbearing manner. The long spear pointed out as flames twined around it like a fiery dragon that was constantly writhing around the spear. Very soon, a gust of blue wind kai appeared beside the fiery dragon and pierced it. In an instant, the fiery dragon soared up right away as the wind concept fueled the fire concept. At the same time, the silhouettes of 878 ancient horned dragons at the top of Xianxi's head swept out as the 7-foot-long spear in his hand blasted out like a lightning. When all of his origin energy of the 7th level void interpretation was unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. With the boost of the grade 2 spirit spear, it could be raised up to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragons. With the 4th level advanced wind concept, that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced fire concept, that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons that was obtained from the fueling of fire concept with wind concept. Xianxi now possessed the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full power. Shit! Upon seeing the 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky, horror immediately dawned on the 2 men who were charging at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 957. Another exquisite box. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the 2 young men came to their senses. It did not cross their minds that this white-clad young man, who appeared to be younger than the 2 of them, would actually possess such a great strength that it could completely crush them. The 7-foot-long spear trembled in Xianxi's hand. 2 shots of spear rays blasted out swiftly like 2 dragons of wind and fire that charged out together and easily butchered the 2 overconfident young men. He managed to kill 2 first-level void transformation martial artists with just a blow. If a third person was present on the scene, he would definitely be shocked and stunned after seeing such a performance by a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist. It was because this was something that was basically impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A 7th-level void interpretation martial artist killing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just one blow. No matter who heard of this, they would think that it was merely a bedtime story or a huge joke. 2 trashes. Xianxia put the 7-foot-long spear back into his spatial ring as he swept a disdainful look at the 2 young men's bodies. So much for being a void transformation martial artist. At this moment, Xianxia had completely forgotten that not too long ago, he was forced to abandon the devil-seal tablet fragment by a void transformation martial artist and fled to the bottomless abyss in order to retain his life. Otherwise, he would have long become a dead body by now. All these 3 spirit fruits belong to me now. Xianxia went up to the tricolor tree that was situated at the innermost of the humid cavern, and he raised his hand to pluck the 3 different colored spirit fruits. He carefully studied them as he held them in his hands. In the meantime, Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind. Based on my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits would be enough to help you enter the 1st-level void transformation from the 7th-level void interpretation in one fell swoop. The medicinal efficacy is that strong. The moment Xianxia heard Ghost Flame's words, he could not suppress his shock. After all, he was only at the 7th-level void interpretation currently. It was 3 levels away from the 1st-level void transformation. Just 1 spirit fruit, and it would be enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row. At that moment, Xianxia's breathing quickened again. Of course, even if it's a void transformation martial artist who consumes any one of these 3 spirit fruits, as long as he doesn't have a cultivation base higher than the 4th-level void transformation, he would be able to raise his cultivation base more than 1 level with this fruit, Ghost Flame explained as a matter of fact. Alright, let alone these 3 spirit fruits, even if I only consume one of them, my strength will surpass Duan Tian's when I make a breakthrough to the 1st-level void transformation. Xianxia's eyes gleamed brilliantly as he gritted his teeth. Duan Tian, I'll definitely kill you and snatch that devil-seal tablet from you. At that time, I, Xianxia, will stand on top of the world, and you're destined to be stepped on by me. Let's not rush the matter of you seeking revenge from Duan Tian first. You should first find a secluded place to consume the spirit fruit and cultivate. Raising your cultivation base to the 1st-level void transformation should be your priority right now, Ghost Flame interjected. Yes, Xianxia nodded and agreed with Ghost Flame's words. At the same time, he started to look around for a remote cavern so he could consume the newly obtained spirit fruits and cultivate to raise his cultivation base. There was no doubt Duan Tian had no clue of what was happening right here. Let alone the fact that Xianxia had just obtained 3 spirit fruit that could be considered as treasures and could surpass his strength at any time. Duan Tian did not even have the slightest idea that Xianxia was alive and kicking after supposedly falling to his death in the bottomless abyss. At this moment, Duan Tian was moving through the caves one by one, in an attempt to check out the directions so that he could determine the exact location of the palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. From the message left behind by the Martial Emperor, the palace that he died in was in the center of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duan Tian's goal was none other than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and the 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the remains of the Martial Emperor. Other than the 3 profundity fragments, there were another 5 profundity fragments in the entire Martial Emperor's secret treasure. At this moment, he had already obtained one of the 7th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Wanting to find another 4 of the fragments was like trying to look for a needle in a haystack. In Duan Tian's opinion, he could already be considered lucky for being able to obtain one when it was so difficult to even find one. I can't believe I didn't encounter any living 5-element sects disciple yet. As Duan Tian flew out, his face darkened slightly. Although he had encountered several 5-element sects disciples along the journey, all of them were corpses that had been killed quite some time ago. Due to this reason, he could not avenge them even if he wanted to, as he did not know who the culprit was. Inside a very spacious cavern, 2 swift figures flew and suddenly came to a halt without any warning. Around them were countless piles of stone gravels. Among the stone gravels were many red fragments. Those were fire concept fragments, and there were roughly hundreds of them. Although the fire concept fragments were scattered everywhere on the floor, both of them did not collect them. Their gaze unanimously rested on the exquisite box placed at the top and middle of the cave. Half of the exquisite box was embedded in the top of the cavern, and it was apparent it contained the treasure that the martial emperor left behind. The two young men quickly shifted their attention away from the exquisite box. One of the young men looked at the other young man as he exclaimed in a deep voice, "Lu Qi, I didn't expect that your strength would improve so much. Looks like this time, your Anicha sect is well prepared. What a wild ambition you all have. Isn't it the same with your Azumo sect?" The Anicha sect's disciple, whose name was Lu Qi, snorted as his eyes gleamed brilliantly. "Xiaoping, when we battled previously during the tri-sect martial competition, I was defeated by you. However, today, not only will I settle our old scores, I'll kill you and take that treasure for my own. Then we shall see if you're capable of that or not," Xiaoping replied indifferently. At the split second when Xiaoping's words left his mouth, Lu Qi began to make his move. He chose to beat Xiaoping to the punch, and he charged straight at Xiaoping. A flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared out of thin air in his hand. The flexible sword that was covered in extreme chilliness sliced out and set off a series of wind-howling sound. The instant it was drawn out, it was immediately pointed at Xiaoping's vital part, right between his eyes. The heaven and earth energy whirled above Lu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed above Lu Qi immediately. It was a total of over 830 ancient horned dragons. Lu Qi had a cultivation base at the second level void transformation. When he unleashed his full origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Through the 78% boost given by the grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised up to the strength of over 230 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, Lu Qi had also comprehended the second level advanced sword concept that was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, when he unleashed all of his energy, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons. The place where the sword, that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons, sliced through set off a sword-slicing sound, and the turbulence in air set of an explosion. The sword was directed between Xiaoping's eyes. He intended to kill him in just one blow. Xiaoping's face darkened slightly when he saw the strength that Lu Qi demonstrated when he struck the first blow to gain the initiative. However, he strode out to intercept the blow without any fear in his eyes. A narrow knife that was also as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in his hand. A streak of knife ray blasted out and exuded a tyrannical aura as it welcomed Lu Qi's sword. The heaven and earth energy whirled in the sky as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified into form and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of ancient horned dragons increased to over 800 silhouettes. Kill. Faced with Xiaoping, who was charging at him, Lu Qi's eyes were brimming with coldness. The flexible sword's ray in his hand wreaked havoc and took on Xiaoping's incoming narrow saber as though he was trying to compete with Xiaoping head-on. However, the confidence on his face quickly froze. He could clearly see that the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiaoping's head had risen up to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 silhouettes more than his own. No. The moment Lu Qi saw this, horror dawned on his face instantly. It did not cross his mind that Xiaoping would hide his true strength from the very beginning. It turned out that Xiaoping, whose cultivation base was equal to his and also had the same grade 2 spirit weapon as him, had already comprehended the third level saber concept. It completely suppressed his second level sword concept. The ear-piercing sound of iron weapons clashing with each other reverberated in the air. At the same time, two forces clashed together as a loud bang resonated in the air. It set off waves of air that spread out to the surroundings and burst into a flurry of hurricanes. The floor shattered beneath Lu Qi's feet. Numerous ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions like a huge spider web. Almost at the same time, Lu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiaoping's saber ray. In the next instance, Lu Qi was completely engulfed by Xiaoping's saber ray before he was completely cleaved into two halves. The remnant of Lu Qi's bodies dropped down to the floor while his blood dyed the entire ground and formed a little river that was flowing slowly. It was incredibly offensive to the eyes. Lu Qi, the Anicha sect's disciple who entered the martial emperor's secret treasure, had a strength that ranked in the top 5 among the 10 young Anicha sect's disciples who entered this time, and yet, he still died in the hands of Xiaoping, an Azumo sect's disciple. You, Lu Qi, are still too young to battle with me, Xiaoping. Xiaoping snorted and took 2 strides forward before crouching down to take the spatial ring from Lu Qi. However, before he could reach his hand out, his body turned stiff immediately. Without any hesitation, Xiaoping turned around hastily and looked at the young man who had appeared from behind without him noticing. His face darkened, And he asked, "Who are you?" The young man ignored Xiaoping and shifted his attention to the exquisite box embedded at the top center of the cavern that was shining brilliantly with a fiery luster. "Leave, I don't want to kill you." Finally, the young man looked at Xiaoping and spoke in a cold voice. From the very beginning, his face remained cold and aloof. "Who the hell are you?" Xiaoping asked again. The young man who wore an aloof expression answered in a horrifyingly calm tone, "Zhang Yan from the emotion-severing sect." Chapter 958, the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Concept Fragment. Emotion-severing sect. The moment Xiaoping heard Zhang Yan's words, Xiaoping was immediately stunned. After he mulled it over, he asked, "The emotion-severing sect is a third-rate force from the southern district of the northern desert, right?" Zhang Yan's face remained cold and aloof. He did not bother answering Xiaoping at all. However, Xiaoping had already figured out the answer on his own. He smiled mockingly at Zhang Yan when he looked at him again. "A third-rate force disciple like you dare to actually brag in front of me, Xiaoping? What a joke. Do you even know who I, Xiaoping, am?" Zhang Yan still remained quiet. "Let me tell you, I, Xiaoping, am the disciple of Azumo sect, one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert. A third-rate force disciple like you, who is as feeble as an ant, actually dare to be arrogant in front of me, Xiaoping." When he reached here, a cold light shone brightly from his eyes as he continued to say coldly, "You will die today." The instant Xiaoping finished his words, he did not continue to speak anymore. With a swift move, he pounced on Zhang Yan. The narrow saber in his hand charged out and bit at Zhang Yan's vital part as though it had transformed into a snake. The heaven and earth energy in the air world as the heaven and earth phenomenon reappeared once again. The silhouettes of over 930 ancient horned dragons reappeared again above Xiaoping before they bared their claws and fangs at Zhang Yan in an imposing manner. Xiaoping, the Azumo sect's disciple, was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Azumo sect's young disciples who had entered the martial emperor's secret treasure this time. It was due to this reason that Xiaoping had great faith in his own strength. In his opinion, a disciple of a mere third-rate force was as feeble as an ant in front of him. He would need only one blow to completely wipe him off this world. Faced with a raging Xiaoping, Zhang Yan's face remained unperturbed. However, his gaze had turned completely cold as he reached both of his hands out in a flash. In just an instant, a spirit weapon glove that was refined from God knew what materials appeared on both of Zhang Yan's hands. The moment the gloves emerged, a chilling aura immediately exuded out from it. Ice concept. Xiaoping's gaze froze, and astonishment could be seen on his face when he noticed the chilling aura that was exuding out of Zhang Yan's hands. Ice concept could be considered as the nature concept that was the most powerful. Unless one was blessed with extraordinary talents and opportunities, it was almost impossible for a person to comprehend it. However, the moment he saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared on top of Zhang Yan's head, a smirk crept up on Xiaoping's face immediately. "Ah, so you're only at the first level advanced ice concept." From what he could see, the first level advanced ice concept was basically not a threat to him. However, in just a short while, colors drained from his face immediately. This was because as Zhang Yan's hand emitted waves of chilling aura, his origin energy soared up and transformed into a raging fire that merged perfectly with the chilling aura. In just an instant, a blue flame emerged from Zhang Yan's hands, emitting tides of hot and cold waves. The contradicting combinations brought a sense of invisible pressure on others. At the same time, another 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons on top of Zhang Yan's head. Among them, the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons came from the first-level advanced fire concept. The fire concept was born out of the ice concept. This was one of the ingenious technique from the ultimate cultivation method, supreme emotion-forsaking technique, that Zhang Yan cultivated. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it was drawn from Zhang Yan's cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation. Almost at the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the boost that was given by the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on Zhang Yan's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, it did not end there. The union of ice and flame. As Zhang Yan's glacial voice left his mouth, the blue ice flame that formed from the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared up and burst into a wave of blood-curdling aura. In an instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared next to the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head. It was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If Payan, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, saw this, he would definitely turn pale from shock. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhang Yan, had already mastered the mastery stage of the union of ice and flame. It could raise the power given by the ice-fire combination up to twofold. The union of ice and flame was a technique from the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. The initial stage allowed the combined force of the ice and flame to be raised by 50%, while the mastery stage could raise up to 100%. At this moment, Zhang Yan indeed had mastered the mastery stage of the union of ice and flame. How's this possible? Colors drained from Xiaoping's face as he witnessed this implausible scene. The silhouettes of 978 ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciple had far exceeded the over 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he had when he exerted his full power. At the same time, the narrow saber that Xiaoping slashed at Zhang Yan began to show signs of slowing down because of the agitation that rose up in his heart. At this moment, a figure that was burning with a majestic blue ice flame suddenly pounced forward. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiaoping. Xiaoping's face became ashen immediately. Xiaoping dared not waste a second any longer. The force of the narrow saber in his hand multiplied as he slashed it directly at Zhang Yan as though wanting to cut him into two halves. Humph! A snort could be heard from Zhang Yan instantly. In the next moment, Zhang Yan's hand slapped down like a leaf fan at a swift speed and pinned the narrow saber down on Xiaoping's hand. A smack sounded and slapped the narrow saber in Xiaoping's hand off its original trajectory. From the very beginning until now, Zhang Yan's hand was still holding the narrow saber. In an instant, the narrow saber was covered in a layer of frost. The frost swept out and covered Xiaoping's body. It caused him, who originally wanted to flee, to come to a halt right away. At this moment, Zhang Yan's other hand that was intertwined with blue ice flame struck as swift as a lightning. Like a leaf fan, it came down at Xiaoping's head. No, horror dawned on Xiaoping's face immediately when he saw Zhang Yan's palm, that was intertwined with blue ice flame that contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons, striking at his head. He wanted to switch to a defensive posture, but he realized that his body had become slow due to the frost emitted from Zhang Yan's palm. Due to this reason, it was too late for him to defend against the attack. Smack! Zhang Yan's palm landed on Xiaoping's head. Similar to slapping a watermelon, his head was cracked open instantly. The red and white substance that splashed out was completely covered by a layer of cold ice, and it prevented the substance from splashing on Zhang Yan. Xiaoping's body fell to the ground and fanned up a layer of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell on to the ground as well with a loud clang. With a raise of his brow, Zhang Yan casually took Xiaoping's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit saber before storing them in his own spatial ring. He then proceeded to take away the spatial ring and grade 2 spirit sword from Lu Qi, who had been dead for quite some time, and the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the floor. There were hundreds of fire concept fragments in total. After storing each and every one of them away, a rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. My reapings are good today. Zhang Yan raised his brows. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the fisherman who profited when the snipe and the clam grappled. Very soon, Zhang Yan's gaze fell on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern's center. Without wasting any time, he flew out and took the box down. I wonder what's contained inside. Curious, Zhang Yan raised a hand and opened the exquisite box. In the next moment, a fragment that was gleaming with an intense fiery red kai appeared before his eyes. It caused his eyes to lit up instantly, and his breathing quickened. This is not a concept fragment. Don't tell me this is a profundity fragment. Or maybe a fire profundity fragment. Zhang Yan gasped. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet foreign voice rang out from the box and entered his ears. It carried a terrifying and penetrating power that spread out in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment is yours now. Very soon, Zhang Yan was hit by realization. He recognized that this was the voice of the martial emperor who left behind the secret treasure. This box actually contains the polyphony formation, but the voice just now seemed to have a strong penetration power. I think it must have spread to the surrounding area, right? The moment he thought of this, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed instantly. Just as he returned to his senses, he immediately heard 3 streaks of swift wind whistling that entered the cavern that he was in. In the next instance, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Lu, one of the owners of the figures, was a black-clad young man. The moment he saw Lu Qi's body on the ground, horror dawned on him at once. It was apparent that he and Lu Qi were both disciples of Azumo sect. Senior brother Xiao. The instant the other two young men saw Xiao Ping's body, horror dawned on their faces as well. Their gazes that were now trained on Zhang Yan had an additional hint of horror in them. The two of them exchanged glances, and as though they had reached a tacit agreement, they quickly turned around to try and escape the place. They would never be a match for a person who could even kill their senior brother Xiao. Since you're already here, don't think of leaving anymore. Zhang Yan breathed out. He lifted his hands. 2 waves of majestic blue ice flames swept out and chased after the 2 Azumo sect's disciples before it enveloped and killed them. The 2 bodies fell with 2 soft thud that disturbed the dirt on the ground. Ice concept, fire concept. That black-clad Xianxia sect's disciple's face darkened a little. His eyes gleamed eerily as he glared at Zhang Yan. You have quite an incredible strength for being able to kill junior brother Lu and that Xiao Ping from Azumo sect. Be that as it may, you're still nothing compared to me. The moment the Xianxia sect's disciple finished his words, he charged at Zhang Yan like an arrow that left the bow. A spirit weapon appeared in his hands. His origin energy and concept followed suit like a shadow and merged with the spirit weapon. At the same time, over 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and pounced toward Zhang Yan all at once. Zhang Yan. When the Xianxia sect's disciple was charging toward Zhang Yan, a figure similar to a fire elf emerged soundlessly in the cavern. Chapter 959, 8th level Advanced Fire Concept. It was a woman whose beauty could overthrow a kingdom. Her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison when she stood there. Her red dress fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful and slender figure was so charming it made one's mind raced with thoughts and caused one to have the urge to rush toward her and pull her into a tight embrace. However, her appearance was too quiet that it did not alert Zhang Yan and that black-clad Xianxia sect's disciple. 2nd level Void Transformation. A comprehension at the 3rd level Void Transformation concept. The moment Zhang Yan, whose face was originally a little solemn, saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that the Xianxia sect's disciple had drawn out, a smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth immediately. At first, he thought this guy dared to spout such words was because he possessed a strength that was more powerful than Xiao Ping, the Azumo sect's disciple that he had killed earlier. However, right now, it looked like he only possessed a strength that was equivalent to Xiao Ping. Perhaps, he thought Xiao Ping was not as strong as him. Zhang Yan thought to himself. Xiao Ping, who possessed a strength that was on par with this Xianxia sect's disciple, had also died in his hand with just 1 blow. Naturally, this Xianxia sect's disciple would not be an exception. With only 1 blow, ice flame blasted out of Zhang Yan's hands and killed him instantly. The union of ice and flame. When Zhang Yan was about to leave after killing that Xianxia sect's disciple and taking his spatial ring and his spirit weapon, a gentle and sweet voice sounded by his ears without any warning. Zhang Yan was not unfamiliar with this voice. For this reason, his face could not help but turn a shade paler immediately. Since when did she arrive? An inconceivable thought formed in his mind before he turned around and looked at Feng Tianwu, the fire elf-like woman who stood nearby. Feng Tianwu was no stranger to Zhang Yan. Several months ago, during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was organized by Skywolf Fort, Feng Tianwu had displayed an extraordinary strength. However, compared to him, her strength was still far behind. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhang Yan's mind that in just a few months, Feng Tianwu would actually possess a strength that allowed her to appear behind him soundlessly. He could not imagine the outcome at all if she had launched an attack on him. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Zhang Yan's forehead. Feng Tianwu. Calmly, Zhang Yan stood opposite of Feng Tianwu in a stalemate. Faced with this woman who was infatuated with Duan Ling Tian, he did not dare to slack at all. The fact that she could appear behind him without making any sound meant that she was no longer the person she used to be. When Feng Tianwu looked at Zhang Yan while she stood there, that beautiful face was so calm that it was as though she had no emotions at all. Unhurriedly, she opened her mouth and bluntly told Zhang Yan of her intention toward the profundity fragment in his hand. Hand over that 9th level monarch stage profundity fragment and leave. It was apparent that she was also attracted by the martial emperor's message that had a great penetration energy. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he answered coldly, "Let's see if you have the ability to make me hand over the profundity fragment." If the Feng Tianwu from before had said such words to him, he would have thought of it as one of the greatest jokes in the world. However, he did not dare to think like that anymore. The fact that Feng Tianwu could appear behind him soundlessly indirectly meant that her strength was at least on par with him or maybe even a little better than him. In the face of Zhang Yan's provocation, Feng Tianwu narrowed her eyes. The red dress on her body fluttered and made her look as though she was a real fire elf that was particularly eye-catching. Without any warning, waves of milky origin energy rose up from her body like a milky flame that danced around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy whirled above her head as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified into form. As a red spirit snake-like long whip appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. More silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. The moment Zhang Yan saw the heaven and earth phenomenon appearing above Feng Tianwu, his aloof face froze a little. It was not that her heaven and earth phenomenon was particularly horrifying, it was just that it had exceeded his imagination. First, 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, and then it was followed by another 42 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, the 4th level void interpretation. Grade 3 Spirit Whip, a Grade 3 Spirit Whip that gave a 70% boost. Very soon, Zhang Yan's attention shifted and landed on the red spirit snake-like long whip in Feng Tianwu's hands. Astonishment could be seen in his eyes. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that could give a 70% boost could be considered as the best of the best out of all Grade 3 spirit weapons. It was hard for Zhang Yan to imagine which weapon craftsman could actually refine such a terrifying Grade 3 spirit weapon. Wait a minute, in the next moment, he was hit by a pang of realization, and his eyes narrowed immediately. How could she possibly just be at the 4th level void interpretation? If she's really just a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, it would be impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing at all. Zhang Yan was very certain about this. Within seconds, the instant Zhang Yan saw the milky flame around Feng Tianwu turn fiery red, he immediately got his answer that solved the confusion in his heart. The milky flame on Feng Tianwu soared up and became fiery red as it transformed into a monstrous real flame before engulfing her entire person in it. Waves of blood-curdling aura emanated out of the flame. At this moment, Feng Tianwu flew up and stood high up with her graceful slender figure as the flame soared up in the sky. She was completely engulfed by the obscuring flame. It seemed as though she had transformed into a true fire elf. Heaven and earth energy whirled once again beside the 102 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head and gathered into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. In just a flash, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons emerged right before Zhang Yan's eyes. The 1st level advanced fire concept. The moment he saw this scene, his eyes narrowed right away. Zhang Yan's eyes continued to narrow again and again. Eventually, it was repeated so many times that his eyes had become numb. Lord. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head continued to rise all the way up to 1002 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons before the heaven and earth energy in the sky finally disappeared, and the sky finally regained its tranquility. The 8th level advanced fire concept. The scene before him completely crushed the aloofness on Zhang Yan's face. He was flabbergasted and bewildered. 8th level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. Zhang Yan felt like everything was a dream seeing when he saw such a concept appearing on a 4th level void interpretation martial artist. In his opinion, this was something that was practically impossible. A 4th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th level void transformation concept. If he did not see this with his own eyes, he would never have believed this to be true. No wonder you dared to ask me to hand over the profundity fragment even after you've seen my strength. So, it turns out that your strength is actually this powerful, huh? Zhang Yan exclaimed in a deep voice. The gaze that had shifted to Feng Tianwu turned solemn. Just as Zhang Yan's words left his mouth, waves of raging and tyrannical flames rose up from his body as well. However, unlike the red flames that were on Feng Tianwu, the flame on his body was blue instead. Ice flame. Waves of hot and cold aura emitted out of the ice flame. The contradicting combination caused the air surrounding Zhang Yan to quiver before it set off the sound of a faint explosion. All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was incredibly fast, all that was left behind was a streak of fiery red flame. A hot aura that covered the entire world swept out as a vast flame shrouded the place where Zhang Yan stood. The red spirit snake-like long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand lashed out and fell nimbly on Zhang Yan like a fiery rain. The speed was so fast that it was like streaks of lightning was striking him. Zhang Yan's face turned completely grave. Without any warning, his hands trembled and started to wave around in front of him. Finally, a thick shield condensed in front of him. The thick shield was solidified from gusts and gusts of ice flame. the long whip on Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a fiery rain that blotted out the entire sky as it charged down at Zhang Yan's shield. It caused the shield in front of him to quiver. In the end, the shield could not hold under the attack and was completely smashed. In that instant when the shield shattered, Zhang Yan retreated swiftly without wasting any time. I can only go head on now. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yan's gaze turned colder as he glared at the red-clad woman that was charging toward him from afar. The tyrannical flame surrounding the red-clad woman brought an ultimate sense of coercion to him. Seeing the red-clad woman once again waving the red long whip in her hand, Zhang Yan went forward to take it down instead of retreating. In the next moment, the gusts of ice flame twining around Zhang Yan's hands stretched out and grasped the red long whip as fast as a lightning. A loud sound reverberated in the air. That was the sound of the red long whip smacking at both of Zhang Yan's palms. Flame energy soared out and pressed on Zhang Yan like it was crushing dead leaves. Barf! The vital energy and blood in Zhang Yan's body surged up as his throat tightened. A mouthful blood that was eye-catching rushed out of his mouth. However, although his internal organs were injured, Zhang Yan was still tightly grasping onto the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out of his hands as he tried to suppress Feng Tianwu's fire concept with his ice concept. Water subdued fire. Ice was formed from water and was colder than water. For this reason, the ability of ice subduing fire would be greater than that of water. Waves of icy aura spread out from his hands. With the help of the third-grade spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hands, it rolled out like a mat and engulfed Feng Tianwu. For a moment, the soaring flame on Feng Tianwu's body came to a halt as though it was being repressed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan's eyes brightened. However, very soon, his eyes narrowed again as horror dawned on his face. A few seconds after the flame on Feng Tianwu's body came to a halt, it suddenly exploded without any warning, melting and driving out the chilly aura that shrouded her body. Tyrannical flame surged into the red long whip and endowed the long whip with a greater power. The long whip quivered, and the flame soared up and shook off Zhang Yan's hands before it continued to shoot out a heinous flame that charged at Zhang Yan in an overbearing manner like a flaming behemoth. Shit! In the face of this scene, Zhang Yan's face changed greatly. His eyes shrank immediately. Chapter 960, Feng Tianwu's changes. Zhang Yan's ice concept might have been able to suppress the fire concept if both of their strengths were equal. At that moment, Zhang Yan's ice concept was nothing at all in front of the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended. It could be easily crushed. Whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the burning flame that was getting bigger and bigger on the whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, Zhang Yan forcefully attacked with the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons with both his palms. However, his force was inferior to the burning flame on the whip that contained 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength as Feng Tianwu swept the whip out. Bomb! A loud thud spread out, and a series of ear-piercing explosions reverberated over and over again. The flames in the air engulfed Zhang Yan like a gigantic flame beast. It took a while for the flames to disappear. Zhang Yan's body was thrown off as he spat out blood that rose from his throat. He looked extremely pale. Here you go. When Zhang Yan saw Feng Tianwu coming after him, he solemnly lifted his arm and tossed the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment that he took from the exquisite box earlier to her. Thump! A chill filled Feng Tianwu's eyes as soon as she caught the box. She glared at Zhang Yan with a murderous intent. Oh, no! Zhang Yan's expression changed greatly when he saw Feng Tianwu's murderous intent. He had figured out that Feng Tianwu wanted to end his life to prevent the news of her obtaining the profundity fragment from spreading. Without any delay, Zhang Yan, who was covered in blue ice flame, fled like a blue lightning without even turning his head back. After running for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down when he realized that there was no whistling sound behind him. At the same time, there were still drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Why didn't she come after me? Did I overthink the situation? Zhang Yan began to run again as he shook his head. Soon, he entered another cave and disappeared completely. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the changes that were happening to Feng Tianwu. Indeed, Feng Tianwu had wanted to kill Zhang Yan when she caught the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment that he tossed over. She could not let Zhang Yan spread the news of her obtaining the profundity fragment after all. If that happened, troubles would come looking for her. Although she was not afraid of troubles, she did not like troubles. However, when she was about to kill Zhang Yan, she noticed the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to be resonating with a certain energy in her body that caused her origin energy to run rampant. At that moment, the only thing that she could do was watch as Zhang Yan fled further and further away before her eyes as she hurriedly practiced her cultivation to suppress the rampant origin energy in her body. It's the fire spirit body's energy again. Feng Tianwu managed to figure it out easily. A forceful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her lips without her noticing. Just when she finally managed to slow down the origin energy that was running rampant in her body, a flash caught her eyes. She noticed that a red chilly glow was flashing in the profundity fragment in her hand, and suddenly her palm was cut open. Blood spurted out from her palm. It flowed out endlessly and covered half of her palm. Drip, drip, drops of blood were dripping from Feng Tianwu's palm accompanied by a crisp and clear sound. Feng Tianwu's expression changed. When she was about to stop the bleeding using her origin energy, she noticed the profundity fragment that was flashing with flaming red energy suddenly melting. It turned into a pool of flaming red liquid and entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. She would have thought it was just an illusion if it was not for the blood stain that remained. Where did the profundity fragment go? Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she regained her senses. She recalled that the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment seemed to have entered through her palm and into her body earlier. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something and narrowed her eyes immediately. At this moment, she could clearly sense a burning stream was entering her arm from her palm as it spread all over her body. Apart from that, the fire spirit body energy that had been latent in her body began to run rampant all of a sudden with the arrival of the burning stream. It felt like a passionate host that was welcoming its guest. All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu seemed to have sensed something again. She thought to herself, as waves of monstrous flames began to burn on her body, "Is this the 9th level advanced fire concept?" Her body was constantly emitting a scorching aura. Feng Tianwu looked at the sky above her head almost as soon as the flames began to burn. The heaven and earth phenomenon was forming above her head. 1,000 ancient dragon silhouettes hovered above her head rearing to go. Without using any origin energy or any spirit weapon, she managed to draw out such a heaven and earth phenomenon just by merging the heaven and earth energy with the fire concept. She did not know when, but her comprehension of fire concept had ascended from the 8th void transformation to the 9th void transformation. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. She shook her head expressionlessly as she thought to herself, "That's not right. I feel that it can be even more powerful than this." When Feng Tianwu was deep in thought, the flames that surrounded her body soared, and its color turned darker. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the air before it eventually formed the silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, it vanished before it could solidify into form. When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons faded away before it managed to form, Feng Tianwu's expression on her pretty face shifted. She was in pain, and she let out an involuntary scream, "Ah!" When she activated the fire concept for elevation earlier, all she could feel was that her body seemed to be burning on its own. An unknown burning energy was rising in her body, and it made her feel as though she was going to explode. Therefore, she stopped the fire concept's elevation immediately. At this moment, the unknown burning energy was spreading all over her body and making her feel like she was going to explode finally quieted down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. I know, that's the energy that was transformed from the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face looked pale. She did not expect the profundity fragment that had strangely melted into liquid and entered her body would bring about such a major change to her body. First, her fire concept had abruptly ascended to the 9th advanced level. Then, she could faintly feel as though she could elevate the fire concept even further when she was connecting the 9th level advanced fire concept. Finally, the elevation of the fire concept, which was 2 times more powerful than the 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps it could no longer be considered as fire concept. Feng Tianwu breathed in the chilly air as she thought to that point, isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity? 1st level monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as 9th level advanced fire concept. As soon as it was connected and performed, it was as powerful as the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. So I can connect and perform 1st level monarch stage fire profundity now. Feng Tianwu was stunned when she thought about what had just happened. She could not believe what had just happened, and there was disbelief in her eyes. She thought to herself and began to look into her body to see what was happening. A flaming red fragment appeared before her eyes immediately. It was the fire profundity fragment that was formed after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. It was now a 9th level fire profundity fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that the 9th level fire profundity fragment was different from ordinary concept fragment. There was a tiny gap on top of it. There was a wave of flaming red energy sparkling on top of the tiny gap that seemed real. Isn't that the profundity fragment's sparkling energy? It seems my 9th level fire concept fragment is transforming into the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's eyes widened, and disbelief was written all over her pretty face again. Although I can connect and perform the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity now, the energy coming from the fire spirit body in my body almost caused my body to explode. If I didn't retract the fire profundity in time, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for my body to explode. At that time, I'll explode into ashes from the fire spirit body's energy without having to wait until I'm 30. Feng Tianwu inhaled deeply, and she was anxious when she thought of that. So what was that exactly? Apart from forcing smile on her pretty face, Feng Tianwu did not know what else she could do when she thought about the changes in her body. It was the 9th level monarch stage fire concept fragment. It should be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid. When it entered my body, it brought changes to my body. She immediately suppressed the anxiety she felt as soon as she figured out the answer after recalling the cause and effect. After verifying the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. I've finally successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th advanced level. At the risk of my body exploding, I can even connect and perform the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity by force. A profundity fragment actually caused such a change to her body. Feng Tianwu did not see that coming at all. Whatever, I'll die anyway if my cultivation base doesn't break through to the void transformation in a couple of years. Chapter 961, Tricolor Pill. Feng Tianwu sighed as she stared into the distance. Her beauty made others eager to sympathize with her. Although she still had no idea why the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment turned into liquid and entered her body or why it resonated with the fire spirit body's energy, it was no longer important to her. Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu did not know when but a purple silhouette appeared in her mind. It was a young man who was always dressed in purple. He had straight brows, bright eyes, and he was handsome. Even if the prediction isn't real, I, Feng Tianwu, don't regret knowing you in my life. Feng Tianwu's pretty face was flushed as she mumbled to herself. It was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. The shyness on her face could make men fall head over heels for her. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not see Feng Tianwu's current shy expression. He was traveling from cave to cave at the moment, attempting to figure out the direction of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure to get to the palace in the center zone. It was the true highlight of the hunt for the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Value-wise, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Martial Emperor powerhouse's body surpassed all of the treasures including the 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments. No matter what, I must obtain the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian who had the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories could not be any more clear on how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. There's only one Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure that the rebirth Martial Emperor left behind. Furthermore, it wasn't his. He had used his Emperor stage profundity fragment much earlier when he was performing rebirth. From the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian found out that one of the conditions for rebirth from the 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated that time was to burn his Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the rebirth Martial Emperors did not leave an Emperor stage profundity fragment behind. The rebirth Martial Emperor's Emperor stage profundity fragment that he left behind as a 1st level Emperor stage profundity fragment, so I can't use it anyway. Duan Ling Tian jolted and thought to himself, perhaps the Emperor stage profundity fragment that's left behind in the Martial Emperor's body in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure is one that I can use. Duan Ling Tian was even more desperate when he thought of this. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian proceeded with the hunt. He sped up, and it was so fast that it felt like he was rushing to reincarnate. Time was flashing by quietly. Duan Ling Tian did not stop searching. Along the way, 5 element sects disciples' bodies appeared before his eyes one after another. He did not look too good when he saw that. Among the 5 element sects disciples, there was one Wood Peaks disciple that he was familiar with. Before entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, the Wood Peaks disciples treated him respectfully, and they would address him as senior brother Ling Tian all the time. He had to admit that his pride secretly soared every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him senior brother Ling Tian. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were all older than him. However, they were now dead bodies. Tian Wu, Su Li, Brother Zhang, Daniu, Chen Wei. Are you guys doing all right? Duan Ling Tian was inwardly troubled as a couple of silhouettes flashed in his mind. At this moment, he thought it was most fortunate that there was nobody he knew in the pile of dead bodies he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by silently. Soon, a month had gone by. Duan Ling Tian continued his journey of traveling from cave to cave in the martial emperor's secret treasure. He bumped into some reckless young powerhouses who would attack him along the way. Without an exception, all of the attackers died in his hands. Until this point, the most powerful young powerhouse that Duan Ling Tian bumped into was Peng Bao from Anicha sect. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew that there would definitely be someone in the martial emperor's secret treasure whose ability could compare with Peng Bao or was even more powerful than Peng Bao. Peng Bao came from the second-rate force, Anicha sect, while there were another two people who came from the second-rate forces among the young powerhouses who entered the martial emperor's secret treasure this time. Throughout the journey, almost everyone who initiated a fight with Duan Ling Tian would be killed by him directly. It's a pity that I didn't encounter another 4 monarch stage profundity fragments. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a little glum when he thought about this, but he very quickly let go of that emotion. He could not help but laugh at himself as soon as he let go of his glumness. I'm too greedy. I've already gotten a monarch stage profundity fragment, and now I'm longing for another 4. Duan Ling Tian moved again, and soon after he entered another cave. With just a glance, he saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. The bodies were rotten, and they were emitting a disgusting stench. Duan Ling Tian did not cover his nose nor did he wear an irritated expression. In his past life on Earth, he had encountered many situations like this as a weapons specialist. He had experienced scenes that were even more disgusting than this, so he was immune to this since the beginning. Initially, he did not think anything would surprise him as the cave was just another place that Duan Ling Tian passed by randomly, and he had encountered similar scenes along the way. However, he seemed to notice something strange. He stopped all of a sudden when he was about to leave to another cave from the exit. At that very moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were completely focused on a plant that was situated far in the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the ordinary green like most plants, but it had 3 different colors. Its root that was showing was gold, the branches were purple, and the leaves were red. Subconsciously, he knew this plant was extraordinary after he saw how unique it was. He browsed through the rebirth martial emperor's life memories in an attempt to search for an answer. Soon, he found the answer. The tricolor plant. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's pupils shrunk, and one could tell from his face that he was dumbstruck. His eyes lit up as though he had seen some precious treasure. However, Duan Ling Tian's expression soon froze when he saw 3 tiny openings on the plant. Seems like the tricolor plant had tricolor fruits. The tricolor fruits are not ordinary spirit fruits. It's the general name for 3 spirit fruits. Each of them has a different color, and their medicinal efficacies are not reduced. Their medicinal efficacies are gentle that even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Consuming any one of it will help a martial artist below 4th level void transformation to break through a level. If a 1st level void transformation martial artist consumes all 3 spirit fruits, he'll be able to ascend 3 levels in a short period of time and get to the 4th level void transformation immediately. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and frowned. Who was it? That person has such a great luck. Judging from the opening marks on the tricolor plant, the spirit fruits have been plucked at least a month ago. Soon, Duan Ling Tian began to mumble to himself as he observed the tricolor plant closely. If I was the one who found these 3 spirit fruits, I would definitely find a secluded place to cultivate after eating the spirit fruits. After all, the more powerful a person's ability is, the longer he'll live in the martial emperor's secret treasure to obtain more precious treasures. When he thought to this point, Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. Perhaps I should search nearby for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits. I'm sure he's in somewhere secluded cultivating after eating the spirit fruits. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short period of time. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought that the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people, and were now part of the origin energies in those 3 individuals' bodies. However, he found out that the two bodies were killed with the same weapon and method after proper observation. It was obvious that it was the same person who killed the two people. It should only be one person. I must take a bet even if it's more than a person. If I'm right, I'll get at least one spirit fruit. If I'm wrong, it's just a little time wasted. Duan Ling Tian very quickly made up his mind. Although Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, he was not in a rush to leave. He stared at the tricolor plant as he grinned. It seems like the person who took the tricolor fruits doesn't know the good stuff. Although the tricolor plant itself isn't as precious as the three spirit fruits, with refinement from some medicinal herbs, it can be refined into tricolor pills that can help elevate the cultivation base a little. There was nothing that looked extraordinary on the tricolor plant. Even with spiritual force, there was nothing special about it that could be found. However, the rebirth martial emperor's memories told Duan Ling Tian that the tricolor plant had accumulated much heaven and earth spirit energy throughout the years as the bearer of the tricolor fruits. The heaven and earth spirit energy had integrated perfectly with the tricolor plant as though they were one. Only with a unique medicinal refinement method, one could transfer the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the tricolor plant. The extracted heaven and earth spirit energy would then be used together with the tricolor plant to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill isn't difficult to refine. As long as one knows the method, even a grade 3 alchemist can refine it, let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face. He had already made up his mind to refine the tricolor pill. Coincidentally, he had the other medicinal herbs that were needed to refine the tricolor pill. Tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy alone isn't enough to help me break through. However, it won't be difficult for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy to drive the powerful medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to help me break through to the second level void transformation. That was what Duan Ling Tian had in mind at the moment. Although the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy's rate of release had sped up a lot more ever since he entered the void transformation, it was still limited compared to an extraordinary void transformation martial artist. The spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy was needed to trigger the rebirth pill so it could fully display its overbearing medicinal efficacy. Naturally, the tricolor pill that was similar to the spirit fruit pill would also work as well. Chapter 962, The Eighth Form. Duan Ling Tian had the medical catalyst, the tricolor plant, that was required to refine the tricolor pill before his eyes. Moreover, he had the medicinal herbs that were needed to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he made up his mind to refine the tricolor pill immediately. In terms of grades, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 medicinal pill that only an alchemist above grade 3 could successfully refine. It would not work if it was not an alchemist who was above grade 3 even if he knew the refining method. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had fused with the rebirth martial emperor's memories, had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's refining methods and experience. He was a qualified alchemist who was above grade 3. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the first level void transformation, he could make a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the rebirth martial emperor's memories and experience in refining methods. That was why he was currently a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist's existence was rare even in the foreign lands. They were usually present in first-rate forces, and their number was extremely low. Even in a first-rate force, having a grade 1 alchemist was considered rare. Some first-rate forces did not even have any grade 1 alchemists among them. They would usually solicit a grade 1 alchemist outside whenever they needed grade 1 medicinal pills, and the price they had to pay was hefty. However, although that was the case, they would still go for it like a flock of geese. A grade 1 medicinal pill's value could not be compared to a grade 2 medicinal pill, let alone medicinal pills that were grade 3 or below that could not even compare to a grade 2 medicinal pill. Duan Ling Tian's achievement in martial Dao aside, the fact that he became a grade 1 alchemist before the age of 30 was enough to make one's jaw drop. However, with the pill fire that I have mastered, I'll need a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron to refine the medicinal pill. An ordinary cauldron won't be able to endure my pill fire at all. Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm, and a gust of purple flame began to burn on his arm. There was a golden color on the edges surrounding the purple flame. It was the violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. Low-grade spirit weapon cauldron would melt into a pool of liquid as soon as a grade 1 pill fire was put into it, let alone refining. Medicinal pills. With my current ability, it won't be difficult to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. It's just that I don't have the necessary materials to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron on hand, Duan Ling Tian frowned when he thought about this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to void transformation, apart from being able to form a grade 1 pill fire with origin energy, he could also form a grade 1 weapon flame. Ever since he fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories and inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience, in medicine refinement and weapon crafting methods, he could be considered as a qualified grade 1 alchemist and weapons craftsman since he managed to form a grade 1 pill fire and weapon flame. Due to the fact that he had inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience, in medicine refinement and weapon crafting methods, he had become so powerful that he could be considered as being the best among the group of grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen in Cloud Continent. Based on his medicine refinement ability, he could refine a grade 1 medicinal pill with a purity above 90%. Could the other grade 1 alchemists achieve that? When it came to crafting weapons, he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost. Could other weapons craftsmen achieve that? Since he possessed the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he was like a reincarnated Rebirth Martial Emperor whenever he refined medicinal pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I have quite a lot of spatial rings on hand. I haven't gotten a chance to open them up and look at what's inside. Perhaps I'll be able to find the materials that I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as an assortment of spatial rings came out of the spatial ring in his hand. One by one, he performed the blood ownership claim on the rings with the intention to look for the materials that he needed to refine the cauldron. These spatial rings were the rewards that he obtained earlier. He was too lazy to manage them, so he usually put them away in his spatial ring. After looking at more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving his hands. He managed to gather all of the crafting weapon materials that he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings and take everything out later when I have the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if there's anything in there that might possibly help me during a critical situation. Duan Long Tian made up his mind after learning a lesson. This time, since Duan Ling Tian had gathered all the materials, he began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not go out of his way to look for a secluded place. The fact that he inherited his crafting weapons ability from the Rebirth Martial Emperor and that he was currently a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore all the external disturbance to a certain level. Even if there was an interference, the worst it could do was affect the quality of the cauldron he refined. Although a high quality was not a requirement because the grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron belonged to the assistive spirit weapons category instead of the defensive spirit weapons category, the higher the spirit weapon cauldron's quality, the higher the success rate of the medicinal pill. However, Duan Ling Tian, who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories and inherited his life's crafting weapon methods and experience, did not have to bother with the spirit weapon's quality at all. He could successfully refine medicinal pills no matter how poor the spirit weapon cauldron was. All of these did not only come from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's crafting weapon methods and experience that he inherited. After all, he had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience in his other life. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had 2 lives experience. In Cloud Continent, he achieved peak attainment in the Tao of weapons refinement and Tao of medicine refinement. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who possessed his memories, was not inferior to him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he took out the old spirit weapon cauldron that he had earlier and began to refine the grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron with the assortment of crafting weapon materials. The materials floated in midair, it turned into liquid one after the other as Duan Ling Tian worked on them. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's both hands were moving like lightning. The magical weapon crafting method came effortlessly to him. It was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements clearly at all. Soon after, the liquid merged together. As time passed by, the spirit weapon cauldron's form began to appear. After Duan Ling Tian refined it, a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron appeared. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian had only spent 3 hours. If the other grade 1 weapon craftsmen from Cloud Continent were to see this with their own eyes, they would be stunned for a long time by the weapon crafting speed. An ordinary grade 1 weapon craftsman would take at least 3 to 5 days to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron like this. It would not be surprising if they took 10 days to perform the refinement in detail. However, Duan Ling Tian managed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron successfully within a short 3 hours. Since nobody disturbed him, the cauldron's quality was extremely high. Phew! Duan Ling Tian grabbed the cauldron as he lifted his arm. After he looked at the cauldron and the few cave exits, he mumbled to himself, Seems like there are not many left alive in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It's been a whole 3 hours but nobody came here. There were many treasures in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It drove the group of young powerhouses crazy when they came in. Casualties were naturally unavoidable when the group of young powerhouses fought each other for the treasures. Along his journey, Duan Ling Tian had seen at least 50 dead bodies. They were here for the treasures. They must have amazing dreams in their minds when they first came in. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. In the end, they lost their lives here. As he recalled the bodies lying everywhere along his journey, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. Soon, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were focused on the grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron that was in his hand. He had a smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian plucked the tricolor plant slowly as he thought to himself, now I can finally refine the tricolor pill. After cleaning the soil off, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it directly into the cauldron. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out some medicinal herbs from his side. Those were just some rather ordinary medicinal herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 medicinal pill, the other medicinal herbs were nothing special due to its low grade, and it depended on the tricolor plant as the main medicine. After gathering all the medicinal herbs, a wave of violet gold flame formed and burned in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It was the grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, there was naturally no pressure at all for him to refine a grade 3 medicinal pill like the tricolor pill. Following the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian's hands were gradually moving faster like lightning that was continuously intersecting. The current in the space seemed to follow the rhythm as well. A faint air explosion sounded and rippled in the air. A suppressed current swept toward him while gusts of strong wind blew at him. It caused the plants in the damp cave to shake. It would take 3 to 4 hours at least for another grade 1 alchemist to refine a grade 3 medicinal pill like the tricolor pill. However, grade 1 alchemist Duan Ling Tian naturally could not be compared to other grade 1 alchemists. He recalled his pill fire after a mere 1 hour. Wham! As both of Duan Ling Tian's hands landed on the cauldron, a medicinal pill shot out from the cauldron all of a sudden. The medicinal pill looked unique. It was unique because there was a combination of 3 colors on its surface. There were gold, purple, and red color. Those were the 3 colors from the tricolor plant. It was the tricolor pill. Without further ado, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly tossed the tricolor pill into his mouth and sat cross-legged in the air immediately. He began to cultivate with his eyes closed. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation, he cultivated the 7th form, the sword dragon form, from the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Apart from helping him to comprehend the sword concept, the sword dragon form came with a set of heaven rank advanced sword skill, the 9 dragons radiant flash. It was a set of extremely overbearing sword skill. Now that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to void transformation, naturally he was no longer cultivating the 7th form, the sword dragon form from the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. He had begun to cultivate the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. When the author mentions above grade 3 he actually means grade 1 and grade 2. Grade 2 is above grade 3 and similarly grade 1 is above grade 2. Also, this was originally drip blood establish ownership Di Shui Ren Zhu, which represents the act of dripping one's blood to claim ownership on it. We've renamed it to Blood Ownership Claim. Chapter 963, Second Level Void Transformation Concept. The 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Duan Ling Tian circulated his origin energy according to roving dragon form's mental cultivation method and managed to complete a circuit just a moment later. At the same time, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill flowed into his body from his throat and began to merge with his origin energy. Duan Ling Tian's dantian still had the dormant but potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It suddenly surged as if it sensed something before it merged with the origin energy and tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Instantly, the origin energy in his body circulated even faster. It was as fast as a flashing lightning. In just a blink of an eye, several circuits had been completed. The roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Slowly, Duan Ling Tian focused entirely on his cultivation. Nevertheless, his spiritual force was still alert in the outside world. He would immediately wake up and attack if anyone got too close. Everything was proceeding smoothly as he looked at the origin energy in his body circulating in accordance to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian finally had some time to think. The dragon soaring the 9 heavens, an advanced heaven rank movement technique and martial skill, is part of the 8th form of 9 dragons war sovereign technique, roving dragon form. The basic section was spirit serpent movement technique in whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he muttered, however, reaching the initial stage of the dragon soaring the nine heavens with whirlwind as the basic section is still a bit lacking. Dragon soaring the nine heavens was the same as an ordinary martial skill. It can be divided into the rudiment stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. At the rudiment stage, dragon soaring the nine heavens was even slower than the mastery stage whirlwind that Duan Ling Tian had already mastered. Due to that, Duan Ling Tian did not immediately cultivate dragon soaring the nine heavens. With the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he recently intended to reach the initial stage of the dragon soaring the nine heavens with whirlwind as the basic section in one sitting. At that time, it would be effortless to cross a dozen ancient horned dragons' strength with his greatly increased speed. Moreover, there was something unique about the eighth form of nine dragons' war sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. It stressed upon wind birthing fire. What it meant was to comprehend the fire concept through the wind concept. One could fuel fire concept with wind concept when one had comprehended fire concept, and it would amplify the power of the fire concept. Duan Ling Tian was not foreign to the concept of fueling fire concept with wind concept. His previous mortal enemy, Zishang, was a master of a concept like this. He could increase the power of fire concept by half. It was similar to the earth concept drawing support from earth energy. Suddenly, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Ling Tian's hands. A dark green fragment and a dark purple fragment. It was a 9th level advanced wind concept fragment, and a 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment that originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, one of the three major forces in the eastern district of Northern Desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was killed by the sect leader of Five Element sect, Guo Chong, and the peak master of Wood Peak, Qi Yu. Both fragments fell into Qi Yu's hands, and he had given them to Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian, with two concept fragments in his hands, was comprehending both types of concepts simultaneously while cultivating the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of nine dragons' war sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian discovered a problem. When he was cultivating, he realized that the wind concept was improving unnaturally. The improvement was beyond his expectation. It was improving way faster than it ever had before. In the beginning, he thought he was enlightened. But soon, he realized it was not enlightenment. It was because he fully mastered the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of nine dragons' war sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. The origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of nine dragons' war sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. Hence, it was easier for him to comprehend the wind concept. Now, he was certain that the eighth form of nine dragons' war sovereign technique, the roving dragon form, would help him in comprehending the wind concept apart from being able to fuel fire concept with wind concept. This isn't noted in the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Although he created the nine dragons war sovereign technique with the experiences from his two lives, he never had the chance to actually cultivate it. Duan Ling Tian murmured in his heart before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation rapidly increased. The wind concept and thunder concept slowly improved too. After some time, a sound reverberated from Duan Ling Tian's body. The origin energy led by the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill broke through the bottleneck toward the second level void. Transformation concept. With his breakthrough, his cultivation reached the second level void transformation concept. Simultaneously, the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Ling Tian's dantian. As for the medicinal efficacy of tricolor pill, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Ling Ting to break through the bottleneck with the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill alone. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and there was a flash in his eyes. I think I'll break through the wind concept and thunder concept soon. It's been quite a fruitful trip. As Duan Ling Tian felt the change in his origin energy, he tried to detect the advancement of his wind concept and thunder concept. A satisfied smile appeared on his face instantly. With these 4 9th level concept fragments, I don't have to go and search for concept fragments. 2 concept fragments suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It was a 9th level earth concept fragment, and a 9th level sword concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian weighed the fragments in his hands as the smile on his face brightened. Senior Brother Wei, there's a 9th level concept fragment. A short and harsh voice rang out and clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He immediately took note of the situation and kept all 4 concept fragments. Meanwhile, a cold voice with a hint of greed sounded, I saw it, 4 ninth level concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly stood up and immediately saw 2 young men in the cave. Their eyes were locked on him. Among the 2 young men, the leaner one stood in front. Behind him, to the right, stood a hideous young man. Boy, don't have to hide it. We saw you weighing the 4 ninth level concept fragments earlier. The hideous young man looked at Duan Ling Tian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly, it was uglier than crying. His voice was also ghastly. He was the owner of the first voice earlier. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrow after listening to the hideous young man, but he ignored him. At the same time, he let out his spiritual force and tried to probe their cultivation. Haha, senior brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly. When he saw there was no movement from Duan Ling Tian, the hideous young man laughed crazily. Senior brother Wei, I'll take care of this boy. After killing him, I just want the 9th level fire concept fragment, the rest is yours. The hideous young man sounded humble when he addressed the lean young man. The man who was addressed as senior brother Wei nodded. He did not look Duan Ling Tian in the eye since the beginning, as though he did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously at all. Naturally, it also was because Duan Ling Tian only looked about 25 years old. It was easy to underestimate a man who was so young. The hideous young man brightened when he heard the lean young man's response. A mace appeared as he raised his hands, his origin energy raged, and it was intertwined with a flame. Boy, it's your luck to be able to die in my hands. As the hideous young man looked at Duan Ling Tian, he flew out as fast as a cannonball. A vast flame surrounded his whole body, and he smashed the mace toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever he passed, with a swing of the flame-wrapped mace, the airflow compressed and exploded, causing bursts of thunderous explosions. When air exploded, the waves of heat resulted in gusts of wind blowing in all directions. The temperature in the cave rose as a result. A moment later, the hideous young man appeared before Duan Ling Tian. He raised the flame-wrapped mace and smashed it toward Duan Ling Tian. It looked like a shooting star. At the same time, more than 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the space above him and charged toward Duan Ling Tian with their claws and fangs bared with a great momentum. First level void transformation concept. First level advanced fire concept. This was the hideous young man's ability. He thought he could kill Duan Ling Tian with one move, but he realized his attack was halted midair instead. He witnessed an unforgettable scene as he stared forward. Oh, God. What did he see? The purple-clad young man whom he had underestimated all these while, raised his hand and grabbed the mace. Keeping in mind that his attack was the equivalent of more than 500 ancient horned dragons' strength. How is that possible? The hideous young man's face changed dramatically before he focused his gaze and tried to draw back his mace that was caught by the purple-clad young man. In the space above the hideous young man's head, more than 500 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes were in a state of unrest. Even with his full strength, his mace was still in the hands of his opponent as if it was rooted there. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.